Chapter 1. Chapter 1 Fighting Power. 100 to the 5th Power. AIG 737. Planet Vegeta. As the morning sun rises, the earth is full of vitality. Qi Tian looked up at the red sky, there was no sadness or joy on his face, and his expression was calm. However, as a traverser, Qi Tian knows clearly that in a short time, this planet will turn into the dust of the universe. Snapped. Suddenly, a group of light blue energy flames condensed in Qi Tian's hands. The light blue energy flame looks about 30 centimeters in diameter. Immediately afterwards, these light blue energy flames are being squeezed and deformed, shrinking inward continuously. In the blink of an eye, the light blue energy flame was crushed to a diameter of only about 10 centimeters. However, Qi Tian didn't mean to let go, he was still controlling these energies, constantly ravaging them, compressing them, and deforming them. It didn't take long for this light blue energy to become less than 1 centimeter in diameter. It was originally an energy flame, but now, there is only one azure point of light left. Qi Tian gently waved to the light spot. This azure blue spot of light directly submerged into his body and was absorbed by him. Qi Tian took a deep breath and was in a good mood. Yes, Qi Tian has passed through, and he has not become an angel, gods of destruction, or supreme Kai. Qi Tian became a very ordinary scion. No, saying that it is an ordinary scion is not very accurate. It should be said that he is a genius soldier of scion. When Qi Tian was born, his combat effectiveness reached a height of 2000. Now, Qi Tian is 16 years old. However, Qi Tian's combat effectiveness has always been a mystery to many scions. Because Qi Tian's combat effectiveness is too weird. Qi Tian had 2000 combat power at birth. At the age of 3, his combat power was 8000. He started practicing at the age of 5, and his combat power reached 15,000, which made King Vegeta tremble a bit. When he was 7 years old, his fighting power began to exist in a mysterious way. I don't know why, but it dropped to 10,000. At the age of 10, his combat power dropped to 5,000. At the age of 13 years, the combat power became 2,000. Today, Qi Tian's combat effectiveness has become 500 again. This makes many scion feel, this kid is considered useless. Originally a genius soldier. As a result, the more you practice, the more wasteful you are. You might as well not practice. The reason for all this is because Qi Tian discovered a very strange phenomenon in the Dragon Ball world. The combat effectiveness can be compressed. Since Qi Tian discovered this secret when he was 7 years old, he began his journey of compressing combat power. Qi Tian continued to practice, constantly compressing combat effectiveness. Just today, Qi Tian's combat effectiveness has become 500. It's just that Qi Tian still doesn't mean to be satisfied. After instilling intently and taking a deep breath, he again begins to crazily compress his own combat power. About an hour or so passed. Qi Tian found through the detector that his combat power finally dropped from 500 to 100. That's it. The combat effectiveness is getting lower and lower? That doesn't exist. Qi Tian found that the more the combat power is compressed, the more refined the combat power, and the faster it improves. Although Qi Tian's combat effectiveness seems to be only 100. However, if you look closely at Qi Tian's combat effectiveness, on some specific detectors, there will be a very small number 5 in the upper right corner. This number is very unobtrusive, and it will not be easy to find unless you look closely. In other words, Qi Tian's real combat power now is 100 to the 5th power. The combat power is 10 billion. Of course, this is far from enough for Qi Tian. Not to mention those gods of destruction and angel, even the later Son Goku and Vegeta, their 10 billion combat power is useless. I want to continue to compress combat power. One day, I will compress my combat power to 100 to the 100th power. How much is this? Ahem, this number is too big. I still don't waste these brain cells. Hey, Qi Tian, early in the morning, are you practicing so hard? At this time, a child with pointed hair appeared behind Qi Tian and looked towards Qi Tian with a smile. Oh? His Royal Highness the little prince. Qi Tian turned his head and smiled slightly. Hey, it's said that your combat power at birth has reached a height of 2000, far surpassing my prince. Vegeta, like a little adult, shook his head and sighed, unfortunately, the more you practice, the lower the combat effectiveness. I originally wanted to find a suitable opponent. Qi Tian felt a little bit about Vegeta's combat power. The little guy is not bad. Although he is only 5 years old, his combat effectiveness has reached 15,000. But Qi Tian knows very well that this is the pinnacle of Vegeta. In the next 20 years, Vegeta's combat effectiveness reached 18,000. Since Qi Tian can control and compress his own combat power, he can naturally also sense the strength of the opponent's breath. Let me take a look. Once a genius soldier Qi Tian, what is your combat power now? Vegeta said, pressing the button on the detector. When Vegeta looked at it, he was stunned. What? 100 combat power? Vegeta wiped his sweat. Do not make jokes. Is your combat power only 100? You are already the inferior warrior among the inferior warriors. Vegeta didn't want to talk anymore, and turned away. Me and an inferior soldier talk nonsense about wool? Vegeta. Qi Tian smiled slightly, looking at Vegeta. Humph, I don't bother talking to the inferior soldiers. You really shame us, Scion. Vegeta said angrily. Vegeta, you have to remember that combat effectiveness is only appearance. You should look at the essence through the phenomenon to have a higher improvement, Qi Tian smiled. I don't understand what you are talking about. Vegeta snorted. You are still young, and it is normal if you don't understand. Qi Tian said, walking step by step in the direction of Vegeta, and put his big hand on his shoulder. Remove your hand to me. You are rude to this prince. Be careful that this prince kills you in a rage. Vegeta hummed. If I say I can slap you and stun you, do you believe it? Qi Tian said with a smile. Cut, I'm standing here for you to fight, you can't break the defense. Vegeta pointed to his nose confidently. Boom. Qi Tian was not polite, and slapped Vegeta's back with a slap. Puff. Vegeta's smile gradually solidified. At that time, his pupils shrank sharply, feeling that the whole person was not good, and his brain was completely blank. Fuck. Vegeta lost consciousness and fell softly to the ground. Asterisk. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 Scion the most talented. Qi Tian glanced at Vegeta, who had fainted to the ground, and ignored it. It's time to leave this planet. What? Kill Frieza? There is no need for that. At least Frieza hasn't bothered me yet. The main reason is that Qi Tian's work is relatively low-key. Who makes Qi Tian's combat effectiveness continue to decrease. As a result, the title of Qi Tian, a genius warrior, has not yet been completely disseminated on planet Vegeta. Because of the abolition of his practice, the title of genius warrior disappeared. Of course, history is not deceiving. There are still a few people who know Qi Tian, the former genius. Nowadays, more and more Scion have been called back to planet Vegeta. Qi Tian counted the time, and it seemed that after Goku's father Bardock came back, Frieza would come to destroy planet Vegeta in a month or so. As Scion, Qi Tian's combat power is as high as 10 billion, but there is no way to survive in the universe. This is Scion's shortcoming. Qi Tian decided to find a way to overcome this shortcoming. Too sad. If they can't beat you and destroy the planet directly, you will have to follow suit. What a shameless style of play. No matter what, Qi Tian must have a special ability that can survive in the universe. Otherwise, don't want to hang on in this Dragon Ball world. Qi Tian decided to go to Cyril Star. There is a Namek named Monet, and his Dragon Ball is definitely not simple. Moreover, it is very easy to collect Monet's Dragon Ball, and it only takes 2 to summon Shenron. Qi Tian, who has read the Dragon Ball Super comic, feels that this Monet must be extraordinary. The Dragon Ball made by this product can actually make people become the best in the universe. Of course, it is the #1 powerhouse in the universe limited to humans. This is also very impressive. Although he achieved his own super strength by compressing his life. But Qi Tian feels, Shenron of Earth and Namek may not be able to do this. Let this Shenron give me a wish to survive in the universe, isn't it too much? As for what universe is the first? No need. I have a more sense of accomplishment through training and reducing my combat effectiveness. Qi Tian quickly appeared in the Universe Spacecraft Launch Center and found a small Universe spacecraft. Hey, Qi Tian, Frisia told us not to leave planet Vegeta in a short time. Sion stepped forward and said to Qi Tian. Yeah, I'll go to the toilet. Qi Tian smiled slightly, did not say much to the other party, and entered the Universe spacecraft at that time. Call out. Qi Tian pressed the start button. The Universe spacecraft quickly sank into the sky, and soon disappeared. This Sion was messy in the wind. You need to go to the toilet, why are you still driving the Universe spacecraft? Can't you find a better reason? The vast starry sky. Frisia's Universe spacecraft. Your Excellency Frisia, more and more Sion has returned to planet Vegeta. Bela Blue said respectfully. Bailey Brew is a female alien with blue skin and pink hair. She is short in stature. She can be regarded as Frisia's personal nanny. Frisia nodded slightly, walked to the window, and looked at the distant planet Vegeta. This is a good opportunity to kill Sion all at once. Bailey Brew smiled. Oh ha ha ha, Frisia let out a weird laugh. It is estimated that in about 4 months, almost all Sions will return to planet Vegeta. Bailey Bulow continued, however, Lord Frisia, Sion is a fighting nation. If they are eliminated, our army will be more effective. Decline, right. It's true that Sion is a fighting nation, but these wild monkeys are never reconciled to doing things under my hands. One day they will resist me for this. Frisia snorted, moreover, about Super Sion and Super regarding Sion God, I still have to guard against it. It is more appropriate to plan early. Your Excellency Frisia, I think that Super Sion and Super Sion God are just a cliché hero legend. Bela Blue smiled. Of course I know this, but I feel a little uneasy. Frisia sat on the aircraft and said with a smile, anyway, the Sions are a group of extremely proud guys, and they will not completely become me. Faithful servant. Bailey Brooke nodded slightly. Besides, it is also the meaning of Lord Beerus to destroy planet Vegeta. Frisia smiled, in short, it will be Sion's end in 4 months. This planet will also turn into universe dust, ha 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 ha. Your Excellency Frisia, found a small universe spacecraft that just left planet Vegeta. At this time, some subordinates came to report. Oh? Who is it? Frisia smiled slightly, didn't I keep all Sion from leaving their planet? Pattern. After a skillful operation by the Kikaner scientist, Qi Tian's figure was also displayed on the screen. It's just a super inferior fighter with a combat power of only 100. Kikano smiled contemptuously. He seems to be called Qi Tian, Bela Blue pondered, he was born with a combat power of 2000. He was once known as a genius of Sion, and he is most likely to become a Super Sion. Oh? Really? Frisia rubbed his nose and teased, Belly Buru, don't you make me laugh, do you want to be Super Sion when you have only 100 combat power? This, Bailey Brew also couldn't help laughing. No, why did this guy's combat power drop from 2000 to 100? Frisia curiously gossiped, is there something wrong with the practice? Perhaps, Bailey Brew replied, according to the survey, his combat effectiveness reached a peak of 15,000 when he was 5 years old, and then it will be lower year after year. The 5-year-old's combat power has reached 15,000, which is very similar to the little Prince Vegeta. Frisia groaned, "It's a pity, now there is only 100 combat power left." "Your Excellency Frisia, do you want to beat him down?" someone asked. "Ignore my orders and leave planet Vegeta without authorization. Even if the combat power is only 100, I will not let him go." Frisia snorted, "But don't have to eliminate him too obviously, so as not to make Sion who has not returned yet suspicious. Then find 2 people to follow him, find one far away from the planet Vegeta star domain and destroy him." Bailey Blue suggested, "The combat power is only 100, and anyone can kill him. Just do it." Frisia nodded. "Yes." The subordinate immediately arranged. "It's just a Scion with 100 combat power. It's too easy to kill this guy. Call out." A small spacecraft flew out of Frisia's universe spacecraft, and quickly chased it in the direction of Qi Tian. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 Earth? Cyrillic Star? Just not long after Qi Tian left planet Vegeta, Vegeta also woke up leisurely. "What? I was actually knocked out by a guy with only 100 combat power." Vegeta was shocked and angry, showing a face of disbelief. Vegeta immediately went to find Qi Tian's whereabouts. When it was learned that Qi Tian had left planet Vegeta, Vegeta also immediately set foot on the universe spacecraft, intending to track Qi Tian. At this time, several teenagers such as Raditz and Nappa just passed by here. "His Royal Highness, we have just discovered a planet with fairly good resources. We are about to team up to fight monsters. Do we want to be together?" Raditz asked quickly. "Hey, I'm not interested." Vegeta snorted. "Go by yourself, don't come and disturb me." "But, that guy Frisia doesn't allow us to leave planet Vegeta. Now planet Vegeta is so boring, we want to fight," Nappa said. "Asshole Frisia, did you reach out to our planet Vegeta?" Vegeta clenched his fists and greeted, "In that case, you will take my universe spaceship and leave with me. I want to see, it's me. Does this prince speak or does Frisia speak?" "Very good." Raditz, Nappa, and others were excited. "Call out." The universe spacecraft soared into the sky and left planet Vegeta. "Your Excellency Frisia, just now, Vegeta and a few Scion's children also left planet Vegeta." Some of his staff immediately reported the matter to Frisia. "Oh? Really?" Frisia smiled softly, dragging her chin in silent contemplation. "Your Excellency Frisia, do you want to kill Vegeta and the others?" the subordinate asked. "Vegeta 4, known as Scion's most talented warrior, right?" Frisia said with a smile, "So, he is the most likely guy to become Super Scion." "Your Excellency Frisia, in fact, you can arrange Vegeta in a more special environment." Bela Blue smiled mysteriously. "How do you say?" Frisia looked at Bailey Brew. "Your Excellency Frisia, we have played an online game before. If a high-level big player keeps hacking mobs in Novice Village, then the experience points he gains are very small, and it is very difficult for him to upgrade." Belly Brew said with a smile. "I understand what you mean, I have a lot of ideas, just do what you say." Frisia nodded, without objection. "So, what about the other Scion's cubs?" someone asked again. "If Vegeta's combat effectiveness has been stagnant, and some of them dare to exceed Vegeta's combat effectiveness, then kill them." Frisia smiled and ordered. Qi Tian quickly sensed the enemy appearing behind him. These are 2 guys with a combat power of around 600. Qi Tian landed temporarily on a certain planet, looking at the universe spaceship that was chasing quickly. An evil arc was evoked at the corner of his mouth. Snapped. A blue light spot appeared in Qi Tian's fingers. "There are only light spots the size of sesame seeds. Call out." The spot of light swiftly flew towards the direction of the opponent's universe spacecraft, leaving a light blue light in the air. The light spot hit the opponent's universe spaceship on the spot. Boom! Only heard a loud noise, the universe spacecraft had a big explosion. The two Frisia brothers who came after them didn't even know how they died. Qi Tian shook his head, stepped on the universe spaceship again, and left. Qi Tian decided to go to the Earth first. Although there are only 2 Dragon Balls on Cyril Star, it is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack to find 2 Dragon Balls on a huge planet. Qi Tian's purpose in going to the Earth is to let Bulma or her father help him build Dragon Ball radar. With Dragon Ball radar, it is much easier to find Dragon Ball. Call out! Qi Tian's universe spacecraft swept across the sky, leaving a long trace in the starry sky. 10 days later, Qi Tian's universe spacecraft landed steadily on the Earth. Qi Tian flew up into the sky and flew towards the direction of Zidu. It didn't take long before Qi Tian saw the remarkable building of the Wanange capsule group. Snapped! Qi Tian descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard of Bulma's house. Soon, Qi Tian discovered Dr. Bruf and his daughter Bulma. Today, Bulma is only 6 years old, with lavender hair fluttering in the wind, bright eyes and big eyes, and he looks more kawaii. Are you Dr. Bruf? Qi Tian walked forward directly and asked politely. You, Flu, Bruf helped his glasses and asked in surprise. Bulma's eyes widened too. My name is Qi Tian, where is your warehouse? Qi Tian didn't mean anything. The warehouse? Over there, Bruf was stunned, and pointed mechanically at the warehouse not far away. Qi Tian stepped forward and entered the warehouse. Bulma once said that the first Dragon Ball she found was in their warehouse. After Qi Tian entered the warehouse, the energy on his body was slightly released. Suddenly, everything in the warehouse was suspended in the air out of thin air. It was easy, Qi Tian found the Dragon Ball he needed from among many objects. Dr. Bruf, can you make a radar to detect this kind of thing? Qi Tian took the Dragon Ball and came outside. This is, what? Dr. Bruf helped his glasses again. Keek, this is my house, right? You really don't think of yourself as an outsider. This is called Dragon Ball. According to ancient documents, there are a total of 7 Dragon Balls. As long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls and say come out Shenron, Shenron will appear, and you can realize any wish. Qi Tian explained briefly. Are you looking for Dragon Ball? Bruf understood. Qi Tian nodded. Can I see it? Bruf asked. Qi Tian handed the Dragon Ball to Bruf. Bruf looked at it carefully, nodded gently, and said, well, this little thing can emit light and has its own light waves. It shouldn't be difficult to make a similar radar, but I have to study it in detail. I'll be able to do it in 1 week. Dr. Lau. Qi Tian saluted. But I would like to ask, what is your wish? For someone who has a bad heart, I will not help him. Dr. Bruf looked at Qi Tian's eyes with a serious expression. Don't worry, I just want the ability to survive in the universe. Qi Tian smiled and said, moreover, I don't need the Earth's Dragon Ball. The level of the Earth's Shenron is too poor. I'm afraid I can't realize my wish. Bruf. Bulma. How do you hear what you mean? You seem to be an alien. Is Big Brother an alien? Bulma looked up and asked Qi Tian. The answer is correct. Qi Tian smiled and nodded, squeezing Bulma's face. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 Bulma, so enjoyable. Don't pinch my face. People like melon seeds. Bulma exclaimed angrily. The fat ones are more lovely. Qi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Bulma. Brother, you are too much. Doctor, did you see my innocent smile just now? Qi Tian said to Dr. Bruf. Bruf. You squeezed my daughter's face, and you still said that you have an innocent smile? Shame on you. But Broof can be sure that this kid doesn't seem to have much malice in his heart. His smile is still innocent. It also looks kind in his eyes. Is Big Brother really an alien? Bulma asked. Yes, do you want me to summon the universe spacecraft to show you? Qi Tian smiled. Universe spaceship? Really? Bulma's eyes lit up. Big Brother is really an alien. Qi Tian took out the remote control and pressed several buttons on it. Call out. In the blink of an eye, a small universe spaceship appeared in the sky. The universe spacecraft descended from the sky and slowly landed in the courtyard of Bulma's house. Is this the universe spaceship? It has a sense of technology. Bulma clapped his hands excitedly. As a reward for the Dragon Ball radar, I can lend you the universe spaceship for research, but don't dismantle my universe spaceship. I have to use the spaceship to go to other planets. Qi Tian smiled said to Dr. Broof. Okay, deal. Broof readily agreed. Big Brother, you are an alien, but you don't look much different from our people on Earth. Bulma looked up and down Qi Tian and asked curiously, by the way, I seem to see you it's flying. There is a difference, I have a tail. Qi Tian smiled slightly, and the tail wrapped around his waist was also slightly swaying. Tail. Bulma was stunned. Brive's eyes widened too. Hurry up and do business. Qi Tian greeted with a smile. Okay. Broof nodded and took the Dragon Ball to the laboratory for research. Big Brother Qi Tian, what is your name? Bulma asked excitedly. Finally saw a living alien. Qi Tian. Bulma also reacted suddenly. I seem to know his name. Bulma. Your name is Bulma? Do you want to fly into the sky? Big Brother takes you to fly. Qi Tian said with a smile. Can aliens fly? Bulma's big eyes were filled with endless curiosity. Not all aliens can fly. Qi Tian smiled and said, come on my back. Okay. Bulma did not object, and lay on the back of Qi Tian. I'm going to take off. Qi Tian said, slowly ascending to the sky. Wow, it really flew. Great. Great. Bulma was surprised and happy, cheering. Qi Tian also gradually increased the speed of flight. Bulma was dancing with joy. 1 hour later. Qi Tian circled the earth and returned. It's not that Qi Tian flies slowly, but is worried that Bulma can't stand it flying too fast. After all, Bulma is just a charming little girl. It's so enjoyable. Bulma got down from Qi Tian's back, feeling unfinished. Are you from an alien planet, Qi Tian? At this time, Bulma's mother, Bridget, came forward with the fruit plate. Obviously, Bridget had already learned about Qi Tian from Dr. Broof. Hello. Qi Tian nodded. Aliens are so handsome, Bridget showed an idiotic expression on her face. Qi Tian. I finally know who is with Bulma. Bulma has such a mother. Can you eat some fruit? Bridget handed over the fruit. You can eat these fruits, right? Yes. My eating habits are similar to those on Earth. Qi Tian nodded politely. In this way, Qi Tian temporarily stayed at Bulma's house. 1 week later. Brive's Dragon Ball radar is finally ready. Qi Tian looked at the Dragon Ball radar and was speechless for a moment. So big. Qi Tian wipes sweat. Hey? Is it bigger? Broof was stunned. The screen is bigger for easy viewing. Should it be smaller? Forget it, let me take a look first. Qi Tian shook his head. Broof's Dragon Ball radar is a bit the size of a pad. It is completely different from the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma afterwards. Mistakes. You should first draw the look of the Dragon Ball radar to Brive. But it doesn't matter. Qi Tian didn't intend to spend his whole life in searching for Dragon Ball. Qi Tian just wants to simply have the ability to survive in the universe. Qi Tian pressed a button on the Dragon Ball radar similar to the size of a pad. Similar to the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma, after the button is pressed, 7 sparkling golden light spots are displayed on the screen. The map can be zoomed in and out. Is it convenient? Brive used 2 fingers to enlarge the map. Qi Tian. This is Apple. Are you the reincarnation of old Joe? Can this radar be used on an alien planet? Qi Tian asked. As long as there is a ball of the same nature as this kind of Dragon Ball on that planet, the Dragon Ball radar will definitely be able to detect its specific location. Brive replied. Okay. Qi Tian nodded. So, can I study your universe spacecraft? Brive asked expectantly. Of course there is no problem. Qi Tian did not object. Great, so that the technology on the Earth will be 10 or even 100 years ahead of schedule. Brive said with a look of excitement. Sometimes the improvement of technology may not be a good thing, but will only bring disasters to the Earth. Qi Tian said. I understand the truth, but I am a scientist, and it is my duty to improve the scientific level of the entire planet. With the advancement of technology, perhaps it will be better to defend the planet. Brive said seriously. Qi Tian didn't say anything more. No matter how high technology you have, it can't be worth a finger of gods of destruction. Well, that's the fate of the Earth anyway. In short, there are no dangers. Ordinarily, at this time Son Goku should also descend on this planet, right? Qi Tian raised his head and looked at the sky, silently let go of the induction. Forget it, don't look for it. This is so special. Kakarot's combat power is only 2, and it is difficult to sense his breath. Another week passed. Brive also researched Qi Tian's universe spacecraft. In this week's time, Qi Tian was also free when he was free, and simply went to look for Dragon Ball in his free time. P.S. The update of this book will be fierce, please ask for flowers and evaluation votes. Asterisk. Chapter 5. Chapter 5 Bulma, I want to marry you. With Qi Tian's current speed, finding Dragon Ball is simply too easy. In only 3 days, Qi Tian collected all 7 Dragon Balls. If it weren't for one of the Dragon Balls hidden in the deep sea, it would not be easy to find, otherwise it would not take Qi Tian so long to find the Dragon Ball. The reason for looking for Dragon Ball on the Earth. Perhaps the Dragon Ball of the Earth can fulfill my wish. If I can, why should I go to Cyril? In the process of searching for the Dragon Ball, Qi Tian stopped by the Galan Pagoda again, and walked along with a lot of fairy beans from the immortal Galan. Fairy beans are good things. Since I came to the Earth and left without some local specialties, how sorry I am. What? I'll go along? Qi Tian also thought about it, it's useless to have so many fairy beans. Really encounter an opponent who can kill me in seconds, it is too late to eat fairy beans. And to meet opponents who are inferior to me, fairy beans are not needed. In addition, in this period, my 10 billion combat power, it seems that there is really no suitable opponent. Too many fairy beans is a burden. In the courtyard of Bulma's house, Qi Tian placed 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Brive, Bridget, and Bulma are all nearby, looking forward to see if Shenron appears. Come out, Shenron, fulfill my wish. Qi Tian said to the 7 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, the golden glow on the 7 Dragon Balls shone and bloomed. The sky was suddenly dark. In a moment, a golden beam of light rose into the sky. The next moment, the golden beam of light turned into a blue dragon, winding in the night sky, gleaming. There really is Shenron! Bulma exclaimed. Is this Shenron who can fulfill any wish? Brive looked up at Shenron in the sky in surprise. It's big. Bridget was also stunned. Those who have collected 7 Dragon Balls, speak out your wish. I will do my best to realize one for you. Shenron's voice rang. Can I live forever? Qi Tian asked. Shenron. It won't work in principle, I can only increase your lifespan by a few years. Shenren replied. How many years can you increase my lifespan? Qi Tian asked with a smile. Are you Scion? Shenren quickly saw the identity of Qi Tian, was taken aback, and immediately replied, Scion's lifespan is not much different from that of a human being on Earth, it's about 100 years. I can do my best to increase your lifespan by about 300 years. It's only 300 years. I thought you could add 1,000 or even 10,000 years. It disappointed me too much. Qi Tian shook his head. Shenren. I was actually despised. Because Scion is relatively special, the 300-year life expectancy is already the limit. If I change to a human being on Earth, I can increase my lifespan by nearly 2,000 years. Shenren explained. It's not that I'm not good at it, but that you Scion has a special body. This is your problem. I can increase my lifespan by 300 years, which is already very remarkable. So, can you give me the ability to survive in the universe? Qi Tian ignored Shenren's explanation and asked again. This need to change your physical physique is a very complicated process. I'm sorry, your strength has far surpassed me, and I can't change your body. Shenren wiped his sweat. Well, let the world be peaceful. Qi Tian said, this wish can always be realized, right? Shenren. Ahem. The so-called world peace means that there are no large-scale military wars in the world. Today there is only one country in this world. War naturally does not exist. Shenren replied, as for the advent of dark forces and evil forces, etc., is not within the scope of world peace. Speaking of people. Qi Tian said. Sorry, this wish cannot be fulfilled. Shenren sweated on his face. Big brother Qi Tian, didn't you say that Shenren can achieve any wish? How do I feel that he can't achieve anything? Bulma was speechless. Shenren. I was actually despised by a little girl. Otherwise, you give me 300 years of lifespan first. Qi Tian sighed. Shenren showed a look of helplessness. How do I feel that your wish is reluctant? Shenren just planned to give Qi Tian a lifespan of 300 years, and Qi Tian spoke again. Wait a minute, I call you out next time, can you still give me another 300 years of lifespan? Qi Tian asked. No, these 300 years are already my limit. Shenren sweated on his face. Neither does this, nor does that. 300-year lifespan does not make much sense. You should transfer me and the universe spacecraft to Cyril Star, right? This wish can always be realized. Qi Tian Blackface asked. What a useless Shenren. Only 300 years of lifespan has been increased. For Qi Tian, it is not enough. In this Dragon Ball world, the Angel clan is the real immortality, who have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Not to mention Angel, even Mo Luo has lived for 10 million years. There is also Supreme Kai, which can live at least tens of millions of years. 300 years? It's too short. This wish is meaningless. What's the point of adding 1,000 years? When the time comes, you can't beat others, and if you are given a second by others, it is even more meaningless. This is no problem, Shenren responded quickly. Finally the boy's wish can be realized. Wait a minute, I will tell each individual first. Qi Tian said. Shenren. Then, I should also say goodbye. Qi Tian said to the Bulma family, I have troubled you all this time. Come back to play when you have time, Bruf said. You can use this as your home. Big brother, I want to marry you. I don't want to go to school. Bulma pouted, and said to Qi Tian. Bulma, even if you marry Qi Tian today, you have to go to school. Bridget whispered. Don't, I want to follow Qi Tian big brother to the Cyril Star tour. Bulma stepped forward and hugged Qi Tian's thigh. Qi Tian. Bulma, when I come back next time, I will bring you good things. Qi Tian smiled and stroked Bulma's purple hair, and said softly, even if Bulma wants to marry me, he has to grow up quickly, right? I am already an adult. Bulma said. If you want to bulge forward and backward like your mother, she is a real good-looking woman. Qi Tian said with a smile. Bridget. Bridget's face flushed. Are you complimenting me? Brive. Bulma looked confused. Is it a good-looking woman? Qi Tian waved to the Bulma family. Asterisk. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 Cyrillic Star. Well, now I can realize my wish. Qi Tian greeted Shenren. No problem. Shenren's eyes flashed red. Hey! Just in the blink of an eye, Qi Tian disappeared with the universe spacecraft. Temple. The god of the earth frowned. Shenren was called out, and as a god, he was naturally aware. Who is this person who summoned Shenren? Fairy Galen, can you also sense the existence of this person? The god asked the immortal Galen in the Galen tab below. Induced, my fairy beans are missing. I'm afraid he took it away. Immortal Jialan said. What? Does he even know about Xiandu? The god was surprised. God, it seems that this person does not do much harm to the earth at the moment. Immortal Galen said in deep thought, although he is an alien from heaven, but at least from the moment he arrived on the earth, he has not hurt an innocent person. Humans, and he and the Brives get along very well. So I'm relieved. The god nodded slightly and replied, it's just that what makes me a little uneasy is that Shenren said that this person's strength is far beyond him. What? That means he has surpassed your strength. Immortal Galen was surprised, and then relieved, that's right, he can take away my fairy beans without knowing it, showing his strength. It's really extraordinary. Recently, there are so many alien visitors, the god sighed, first it was him, and then 2 more universe spacecraft descended on the Earth one after another. One of them was a child about 3 years old with clothes on him. The person named Qi Tian is almost the same, probably from the same planet, currently located near Baizai Mountain. Another universe spacecraft broke down on the small island to the east. This person is a whole body of justice. Bayazishan? Isn't one of Master Rashi's apprentices living in Bayazishan? Immortal Jialan was taken aback. The person you are talking about is called Sun Gohan? It's a more just person who can arrange for him to meet that child. Maybe it will be helpful to that child, or it may provide a good environment for that child's future development. The god sighed. Cyrillic Star. Hey! Qi Tian and the universe flying ship appeared on this planet in an instant. The area of this planet is about the same as the Earth. Currently, Qi Tian is located on a barren prairie. There is no one nearby. Let alone people, even monsters rarely appear. Qi Tian had nothing to say, and immediately took out the pad and pressed the upper button. Suddenly, 2 golden light spots appeared on the pad. Around the light spot, a map was automatically gathered. This thing is really advanced. As expected of Dr. Bruv. The 2 Dragon Balls are not too far apart. One of the Dragon Balls, Qi Tian knew it was in Monet's house. Call out. Qi Tian flew quickly in the direction where one of the Dragon Balls was. 10 minutes later, Qi Tian came to an endless mountain range and successfully found the first Dragon Ball in the crevices of the rocks. Qi Tian took the Dragon Ball and flew quickly in the direction of the second Dragon Ball. Call out. Qi Tian drew a light and shadow on the sky, raising the speed to the extreme. The distance of close to 10,000 kilometers is only a blink of an eye for the current Qi Tian. A certain mountainous area. This is Monet's home. Monet's home is away from town. In this home, only Monet and Granola live. Granola's age is not much different from Vegeta's, and she is about 5 or 6 years old. Just the year before last, Granola, who was only 4 years old, saw with her own eyes how her planet was destroyed by Sion. That scene so far has shocked Granola, often having nightmares at night. Especially seeing those black gorillas, Granola was even more scared to wet the bed. At this time, Granola is practicing seriously. Monette was sitting at the door of his house, silently watching Granola practice. "Grandpa, Frisia and Sion's account, I will pay them double one day." Granola gritted her teeth, clenched her fist, and said bitterly. "Child, hatred will only make you lose your way." Monette sighed. "No, without hatred, I would not have the motivation to practice. I will surpass Sion, I will surpass Frisia. I want them to pay the price of blood." Granola smashed a piece of the doorway with a punch when she said this. Big stone. Above the sky. Qi Tian just suspended in the air, silently looking at Monette and Granola below. The hatred in this little guy's heart is not small. But think about it, after all, this little guy's clansmen have been wiped out. He was the only Cyrillic left. It is unrealistic to say that there is no hatred while watching the destruction of his own people. Down with Sion, down with Frisia. Granola continued to wave her small fist. Monette shook his head and sighed. There is such a big hatred at a young age. Monet felt that it was not fair to Granola. But, how fair is this vast universe? At this moment, Monette seemed to sense something suddenly and looked up to the sky. Snapped. Qi Tian descended from the sky and landed near two people. What? Sion. Granola's eyes widened, and she recognized Qi Tian's identity at a glance. After all, Qi Tian is wearing Sion's clothes, with a tail wrapped around his waist that is easy to identify. Sion. Monette also showed a nervous expression, hurriedly hugged Granola behind him, and blocked him with his body. Granola was also immediately stunned. Although Granola yelled for revenge and to eliminate Sion and Frisia, he was a kid after all, and it was normal to be afraid. Moreover, the Cyrillic people are not a fighting nation, and they are not militant. Sion, what are you doing here? Monette asked vigilantly. Snapped. At the tip of Qi Tian's index finger, a light blue spot suddenly appeared. You, what do you want to do? Monette's face changed slightly. As a Namek person, Monette can clearly sense the terrible destructive power of this light spot. How could there be such a powerful Sion? He is much stronger than those Sion who came to occupy this planet. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Chapter 7 Summon 2 Stars Shenron. Call out. Qi Tian pointed the light blue light on the tip of his finger at a nearby huge rock. The light spot quickly sank into the boulder. Snapped. Suddenly, the boulder shattered on the spot, turned into rubble, and scattered all over the ground. Granola was scared to pee. Too frightening. If this hits me, I am afraid I will suffer the same as those stones. Granola's legs kept trembling, and her face was frightened like a blank sheet of paper. Little guy, I heard just now that you seemed to seek revenge from Sion. Qi Tian looked at Granola with a smile. Granola was about to cry. Very scary. Hey, he is still a child. Monette said quickly. Child? Do I want to keep this child to raise a tiger? Qi Tian smiled lightly. Why don't you cut the grass and root? When one day, he will come to me for revenge. Granola's body was shaking more violently. However, after the extreme fear, Granola is more of endless anger. Granola thought of her family and people. They died miserably. Wow, I'll fight with you. Granola gritted her teeth, waved her fist, and rushed towards Qi Tian. Qi Tian grabbed Granola's head. Granola waved her small fist, but because her arms and legs were too short, she couldn't hit Qi Tian at all. Boy, even with your current strength, you also want to seek revenge from Sion? I think you are wishful thinking. Qi Tian shook his head. Don't say it's now, if you cultivate for another 100 years, you won't be able to become a climate. What are you talking about? As long as you give me enough time, I will definitely defeat you. Granola shouted angrily. Do you think I will give you time? Qi Tian smiled softly. This friend, if you have something to say, as long as you can let this child go, no matter what you ask for, I will promise you. Monet hurriedly said. Boom! Qi Tian slapped Granola with a slap. Monet was taken aback, but he was relieved after seeing Granola's life unhindered. Hand over the Dragon Ball, this is my only condition. Qi Tian said to Monet. What? You actually know the existence of Dragon Ball? Even Frisia doesn't know Dragon Ball. Monet's face changed color. What? Do you refuse to hand over the Dragon Ball? Then, I have to kill the remnants of this Cyril star. Qi Tian pointed his hand at Granola's body. Okay, I can give you a Dragon Ball. Monet responded immediately. Anyway, I gave you the Dragon Ball, and you don't know how to make a wish. You don't even know the spell that summons Shenron, do you? No, after giving the Dragon Ball to him, I have to take the Granola to transfer the place immediately. Lest he use Granola to threaten me again and let me speak the spell that summons Shenron. Also, he doesn't know where the other Dragon Ball is, right? After so many years, I don't even know where the second Dragon Ball went. The planet is so big and the Dragon Ball is so small, it may be difficult to find it. Give it to you. Please wait a moment. Monet said, turning around and entering the room. He quickly took out the Dragon Ball in his room and handed it to Qi Tian, saying, now you can leave here. Right. Qi Tian took the Dragon Ball and nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, Qi Tian looked at Monet with a smile. Monet's face changed slightly. What's your face? I didn't want to kill him, thank you for your Dragon Ball, goodbye. After Qi Tian finished speaking, he left in a flash. Monet silently looked at the direction in which Qi Tian disappeared, his expression also became complicated. Monet could vaguely sense that Sion is not easy. With Granola's talent and aptitude, I am afraid that he may not be his opponent even after 100 years of cultivation. Monet let out a helpless sigh. Qi Tian took 2 Dragon Balls and appeared in a deserted area. Qi Tian put the 2 Dragon Balls on the ground and took out a small notebook from his pocket. Open the small book and record a sentence in it. This sentence is written like this: Takarapat, Tronpo. Pupilite Paro. Fortunately Qi Tian's memory is better. When watching the Dragon Ball Super, he remembered Granola's spell to summon Shenron. After Qi Tian passed through, he quickly found a small notebook to write down this spell. This spell is so complicated, Qi Tian worried that he would forget it for too long. Takarapat, Tetronpo. Pupilite Paro. Qi Tian said loudly to the 2 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, golden light blooms on the 2 Dragon Balls. The next moment, a golden beam of light rose into the sky. Just in the blink of an eye, the golden beam of light turned into a dragon like a long snake. Person who has collected 2 Dragon Balls, please state your wishes. I can fulfill any of your wishes as much as possible. Shenron's voice rang. My wish is very simple. Let me have the ability to survive in the universe. Qi Tian made a wish to Shenron. This wish is indeed very simple. Shenron said, 2 red lights flashing in his eyes. The flame quickly covered Qi Tian's body. Your wish has come true, goodbye. After Shenron finished speaking, he disappeared immediately. Qi Tian felt his body silently. There seems to be no special change. But I did feel that I seemed to have a special ability. I'll try it in the universe space. Call out. Qi Tian flew into the sky, passed through the atmosphere and the troposphere, and continued to travel to the upper air all the way. Soon, Qi Tian slowly appeared outside the Cyril star. This is the universe space. Terrible universe space. In this area, after Sion came here, he would die immediately. However, Qi Tian is safe and sound. Qi Tian could clearly feel that after he came to this universe space, his skin seemed to have the ability to breathe. Instead of exchanging air through your own lungs. It feels very subtle. Call. Qi Tian took a deep breath. It's totally normal. Although there is no air in the universe, it is equivalent to a vacuum environment. But Qi Tian can still inhale and exhale. This world is so wonderful. Newton's coming to be flattened, right? Cyrillic star. Monet's eyes widened. What? This scion actually summoned Shenren? How did he find that Dragon Ball? How did he know the spell? The spell to summon Shenren, I didn't even tell Granola. I plan to wait for Granola to tell him the spell to summon Shenren when he gets older. In other words, no one but me knows how to summon Shenren. By the way, the compatriots who came to the Cyril Star with me for refuge know this spell. The problem is that all of my compatriots have passed away one after another over the years. Besides, even if my countrymen were still alive, they couldn't tell this guy the spell to summon Shenren. Monet's face changed again and again. Scion is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Asterisk. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 Granola, I want to surpass him. Granola woke up leisurely, his pants were soaked. Grandpa. Am I still alive? Granola stood up shivering. Granola, you are still alive, you are not in a big trouble. Monet said. Where's that scion? Granola looked pale, looking around, looking for the figure of Qi Tian. He has left. Monet sighed. Leave? What is he doing? Granola was a little confused. Maybe it's here to travel. Monet pondered. Granola. Grandpa, do you really treat me as a 3-year-old child? Granola, you can only make higher progress if you let go of the hatred in your heart. Monet persuaded. But Grandpa, if I let go of the hatred in my heart, I will lose the motivation to practice. Granola shook her head. I still said that, hatred will only deceive your mind. You are a kind, good boy, Monet said. Be kind, you will be bullied by the wicked. Granola gritted her teeth and said, I know the gap with that scion, I will practice hard, and one day I will surpass him. Monet said nothing more. What kind of wish did Scion make? Universe space. Qi Tian soared in this universe space for a while. Well, it feels so good. It's great to be able to survive in the universe. At least I feel that there is no shortcoming for the time being. Next, where should I go? To get a higher level of promotion, Qi Tian knows that only following WIS to practice is the best choice at the moment. By the way, I followed WIS and learned about freedom. Fortunately, Qi Tian was good at cooking in his previous life. When Qi Tian was okay in the previous life, he cooked by himself, and his level was fair enough to reach the level of a chef. But, how do you get to the planet of Beerus? Beerus in this period should be sleeping, right? But before going to the planet Beerus, shouldn't you find a planet to improve your cooking skills? At least let the whole planet feel that what I make is the most delicious on this planet. Only in this way can we meet WIS's standard of eating food. Maybe, instead of me looking for WIS, he will come here by himself. Snapped. Qi Tian took out the remote control of the universe spacecraft and pressed the button on it. Hey! Suddenly, Qi Tian's universe spacecraft appeared quickly beside him. Qi Tian stepped on the universe spacecraft, looking for a suitable planet. After exploring the universe for a period of time, Qi Tian really found a planet suitable for him. This planet is called the Vanford planet. The humans on the planet Vanford are a hodgepodge, with all kinds of species on it. In addition, this planet is also famous for its food. It is said that the chocolate and other delicacies eaten by Frisia and others were all transported from this planet. However, the Frisia Legion did not take this planet as its own. Frisia said, let this planet develop on its own, not to interfere too much. Because Frisia knows very well that Beerus likes good food. If too much interference with the development of this planet makes the food inside become worse, it will still be very painful for Beerus to come to the door. After Qi Tian landed on this planet, he opened a milk tea shop on the planet. Only sell milk tea. Because Qi Tian found through investigation that although this planet is famous for its gourmet food, it does not have a milk tea shop. It would be a waste not to open a milk tea shop. Not to mention, milk tea, a new type of beverage, quickly became popular all over the world. More and more aliens come here to drink milk tea not far away, thousands of light years or even tens of thousands of light years. Several months passed like this. The vast starry sky, Frisia's universe spacecraft. Ahahaha! The planet destroyer in Frisia's hand bloomed, waved his hand and slammed it on the distant planet Vegeta. Boom! Planet Vegeta bloomed with brilliant colors in the starry sky, and it turned into the dust of the universe. Wahahaha! Frisia laughed. Humph! Almost all Scion has been wiped out. Super Scion is just a joke. Frisia returned to the universe spacecraft. Your Excellency Frisia, you have worked hard. This is the latest drink developed on the planet Vanfoot. Please taste it. Bailey Brew offered the milk tea with both hands. Oh? What drink? Frisia was taken aback, completely ignorant of this drink. This kind of drink is called milk tea. It is said to be made from a mixture of milk and tea, which has been specially processed. Bailey Brew smiled and said, "You can taste it. How does it taste?" Frisia took a sip. It feels delicious. Well, Bailey Brew, Planet Vanford can actually research this excellent drink. I don't know who researched it. Frisia asked curiously. It's ridiculous. It is said that the person who developed this drink is Scion. Bailey Brew glanced at planet Vegeta, which had disappeared. Oh? So there is Scion who survived, hiding in the planet of Van Food. Frisia's triangular eyes narrowed slightly. However, according to our people's investigation, this Scion's combat power is only 100, which is not to be feared. Bailey Brew replied. The combat power is only 100? Among Scion, is it a super inferior fighter? Frisia smiled slightly. No, he is not a fighter to be precise. Yes. Bailey Brew nodded. Forget it, don't worry about him. Frisia smiled. Besides, I still want to drink the milk tea he made. It seems a pity to kill him. Yes. Bailey Brew responded. That's it again. A few months ago we sent to track down the Scion with 100 combat power. Is there no news later? Frisia took another sip of milk tea and asked casually. It is said that the universe spacecraft under those two men had a malfunction and unfortunately died in the universe space. Bailey Brew said with a wry smile. Forget it, I believe that guy can't make any waves. Frisia thought for a while, and thought it was fine. If you count this way, there are quite a few Scions who survived, Bailey Brew replied. There are 2 Scions with a combat power of around 100, and there are 3 little guys Vegeta, Nappa and Raditz. By the way, is the Vegeta leveling plan ready? Frisia asked with a smile. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Chapter 9 Vados, found a milk tea shop. It's already being arranged. At present, there are almost no powerful opponents in the star domain where Vegeta is located, and they can be killed by Vegeta. Bailey Brew replied. Ha ha ha, Bailey Brew, you are so talented. Frisia laughed, took another sip of milk tea, and took a look at planet Vegeta, which was still dissipating. Frisia was in a good mood. Drinking milk tea, watching planet Vegeta disappear. What a pleasant thing this is. 6th Universe. Kampa Planet. Hey, Vados, have you discovered any new delicacies recently? Kampa clicked his lips, looking at Vados and asked. Master Kampa has tasted all the food in our 6th Universe. There is really no new food. Vados took the angel scepter in his hand and carefully investigated every food store in the 6th Universe. Subsequently, Vados also shook his head in disappointment. I also want to enjoy new food. Unfortunately, this is the case for the 6th universe. I have eaten everything that I should eat, and there is really no freshness. Vados, do you think there will be any new delicacies in the 7th universe? Comp rolled his eyes and lowered his voice and asked. I haven't investigated, I don't know. Vados shook his head. While the guy Beerus is sleeping, you can quickly investigate, maybe there will be new discoveries. Compa grinned, I heard that there is a planet called FANFIC on the 7th universe. I've eaten some of the delicacies. Although it's incomparable with the delicacies of our 6th universe, maybe they will have new delicacies born there. Okay, Master Compa, let me take a look. Vados' eyes lit up a little, and under the slight movement of his eyes, the angel scepter in his hand also flashed several pictures. At the next moment, the FANFIC planet of the 7th universe appeared under the supervision of Vados. Oh! Master Compa, a new drink seems to have been born on the planet FANFIC, but it's very popular. Vados groaned. New drink? Is it good? Compa was stunned. I like food better than drinks. This kind of drink is called milk tea. It is made from milk and tea through special processing. Vados said, I have never drank this kind of drink. Can it be delicious? Compa is not very optimistic about the milk tea. I don't know. Vados shook his head. But it is said that milk tea is a drink that has taken the world by storm, and even many aliens have tasted it all the way in the past. Oh? So it should be delicious, right? Compa moved a little. Master Compa, shall we taste it? Vados asked with a smile. I'm going, of course I'm going, Compa nodded, it's just that the journey is a bit far away, so I have to fly for more than an hour. Sometimes the process of enjoying food is also a journey full of expectations. Vados smiled slightly. Let's go. Compa stopped hesitating. Call out. The two turned into two bright flames, quickly sank into the sky, and soon disappeared. 7th universe. FANFIC planet. The old Key Milk Tea shop. There was a long line at the entrance of the store, and there were at least thousands of people visually. Dear friends, do you understand the rules? Our milk tea only sells 1,000 copies a day, while stocks last. Chi Tian said loudly, 730 copies have been sold today. The number of people in this team is at least 2/ people from 3 can't drink milk tea. The friends behind are all gone. Let's go. As soon as the words came out, the customers at the back shook their heads with disappointment and left the line. However, there are still people who have the mentality to try and stay in the team. Hey, Chi Tian, do you know the Kurdish king? At this moment, there was an alien with purple skin and dark spots all over his body, jumping forward and looking at Chi Tian with a smile. I don't know. Chi Tian looked up at the other party, shook his head, don't hinder me from making milk tea, if you want milk tea, go in line behind, don't jump in the line. Chi Tian knew this guy. Isn't this Frisia's subordinate Chu Yi? Did he ask for milk tea for Frisia's father? I didn't make milk tea to catch Frisia and his father. I was fishing for Whis. Frisia is a wool. I can kill him with one finger. You lied. Do you think I don't know who you are? You are Sion. Does Sion know the Kurdish king and the Frisia army? Chu Yi was furious at the time, pointing at Chi Tian loudly, Humph, you don't deceive yourself. After hearing Chu Yi's words, many customers were so frightened that they hurriedly gave him a seat. Don't throw in your own life just for the sake of drinking milk tea, it's not worth the gain. I gave my position to this adult, the customer who was at the top was counseled and gave up his seat. Chi Tian, if I want to get milk tea, do I still have to line up? Chu Yi smiled contemptuously and walked to the front, you'd better make milk tea for me, if the Kurdish king doesn't drink it. If you are satisfied, I will demolish your milk tea shop. Also, I am afraid you don't know, your Scion planet has been destroyed, and there are only a few people left in your tribe. Cut, your combat power is only 100, idiot. Boom. Qi Tian didn't bother to listen to Chu Yi talking endlessly next to him, and then gently waved his hand. A powerful energy covered Chu Yi's body. Hearing a muffled noise, Chu Yi almost didn't react before he flew out quickly. Boom! Chu Yi's body quickly penetrated the mountain behind him and flew thousands of meters away. Chu Yi, die! Everyone was stunned. Let me go, is the owner of this milk tea shop so powerful? Many people know Chu Yi. It is said that this can be regarded as Lord Frisia's capable man. As a result, was just slapped flying by the owner of the milk tea shop? You, go back and tell Kurdish and Frisia, if you want to drink milk tea, just line up, otherwise you don't have to talk. Qi Tian pointed at the younger brother of another Frisia legion with a cold face. You, are, the little brother was frightened, a little incoherent, and wanted to pretend, but was afraid of being beaten to death. The younger brother also saw that just now, Qi Tian's combat effectiveness is only 100. The question is, how could Master Chu Yi be beaten to death with a combat power of 100? Don't you get out of here? Is it an eyesore in front of me? Qi Tian said coldly. P.S. There is still a chapter in the evening, please give me a reward, asterisk. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. My first love was a girl with a ponytail. The little brother stumbled and ran away. Soon, the little brother went to a place where there was no one, opened the communicator, and got in touch with his boss Dodoria. What? The guy Chu Yi was beaten to death by the owner of the milk tea shop when he was buying milk tea. Dodoria did not react. You are too random. Why was he beaten to death by the owner of the milk tea shop? Master Dodoria, the owner of this milk tea shop is Scion. It's really weird, his combat power is only 100. The little brother was a little confused. 100 combat power? The detector must be malfunctioning. Dodoria replied. Yes, it should be a malfunction of the detector, but Chu Yi's detector also shows that his combat power is 100. The little brother wiped his sweat and said a little confused. The detector is malfunctioning? Did the two detectors fail together? Humph, Scion is almost all annihilated, is he still so arrogant? Dodoria smiled lightly, you wait, I will meet him in the past, and I want him to know how to provoke us. If Master Dodoria takes the shot, he will definitely be miserable. The younger brother breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Dodoria is an elite fighter of Lord Frisia. The old key milk tea shop. I saw Qi Tian stretched his arms, and the energy on his body emerged, quickly acting on more than 260 cups. Suddenly, these 260 cups were suspended. Shoo! A large bucket of milk slowly agglomerated and formed, gathered above the sky, dispersed into 260 portions, and sprinkled into these cups. The tea made in advance also fell into the cup in the same way. Qi Tian controlled the white sugar, and when the void was sprinkled like this, the white sugar also immediately entered the cup. Finally, add some seasonings. Seasoning is used to increase the taste of milk tea. This is Qi Tian's unique formula. Some people have thought of making milk tea made by Qi Tian, but they always feel that they lack a little taste. The missing flavor is the seasoning. In less than a minute, more than 260 cups of milk tea were completely prepared by Qi Tian. Swish! More than 260 cups of milk tea were suspended next to more than 260 people in front of the scene. 1 cup per person. In addition to the more than 700 cups made before, today's 1000 cups of milk tea has been made. It's not that Qi Tian has no materials to continue making milk tea. But Qi Tian is deliberately engaging in hunger marketing. If you don't engage in hunger marketing, when can you attract WIS? And this hunger marketing method is also very good, at least it makes more people want to drink the milk tea I made. The only milk tea in the whole universe. That's it. After these 260 people got the milk tea, they all left happily. Over the milk tea shop. Kampa and Vados silently looked down at the milk tea shop below and Chi Tian in the milk tea shop. This kid's method of making drinks is quite unique. It seems that he has certain strength. Kampa smiled. It's a pity that they are all sold out today. It's really unfortunate to come. Vados looked disappointed. Humph, I am gods of destruction, I want to drink milk tea, I still don't believe he will refuse me. Kampa snorted. Kampa-sama should behave first and then fight. Vados suggested, this is not our sixth universe after all. If you destroy this planet, Lord Beerus will wake up and fight with you desperately. Am I afraid of that guy Beerus? Kampa said stiffly, well, let's go down and take a look, and ask politely. Let's go. Vados nodded. Hey! Hey! Kampa and Vados fell from the sky and landed at the door of Chi Tian's milk tea shop. Chi Tian! I rub. Why are these two goods here? The Whis guy did not come, but attracted angel and gods of destruction from the sixth universe. Boy, are you still selling milk tea? Kampa asked directly. Gods of destruction is such a temper. Kampa felt that he was very kind already. Sorry, only 1,000 copies are sold every day. Until the sale runs out, today's share is gone. Chi Tian shook his head, this friend will come again tomorrow. You obviously still have the ingredients, how about making 2 more copies? Kampa said with a black face. Sure enough, this kid didn't get in oil and salt. Should I destroy him? Little friend Chi Tian, the two of us come from a very far away place, can we take special care of them? Vados smiled softly and said softly. Since this beautiful woman said so, then I will prepare 2 more copies. Chi Tian nodded gently, my first love is a girl with a ponytail, she looks very similar to you. Kampa. Vados. Oh, yes. Vados smiled again on his face. Not to mention, Chi Tian saw Vados in manga or anime before, and felt that Vados looked just like that. Although it looks good, but the skin color is really unbearable to look directly at it. But when I saw it today, Chi Tian was shocked. Worthy of being a true god. Vados has its own fairy spirit, which is by no means comparable to ordinary girls. Even if it is a beautiful girl like her, but perhaps because of the lack of Xian Qi, compared with Vados, there is a big gap. Seeing today, Chi Tian knew what a perfect woman is. Vados' looks and figure are perfect. If the skin color can be changed to the same skin tone as mine, then universe will definitely not be able to pick a second such beauty. I seem to be able to pick it out. There is also Angel, the beauty of Macarita. I don't know who is better looking at Macarita or Vados. This kind of thing is actually not a good comparison. It's like dropping a wad of banknotes and a piece of gold on the ground. What to choose? Pick a wool. All I want. Chi Tian thinks a lot at a time. Please wait a moment. After Chi Tian finished speaking, he began to make milk tea again. After hearing what Chi Tian said, many female aliens began to try to ponytail. Unexpectedly, the owner of the tea shop would like girls with ponytails. Hey, Matra, I don't have hair, so why do I get a ponytail? An alien pointed to his bald green head, and smiled bitterly at his companion. You are hermaphrodite. The milk tea shop owner may not like you, so forget it. Matra exclaimed. Perhaps the boss likes an androgynous alien like me. The alien patted his chest. Chi Tian's ears are very sensitive, and after hearing this guy's words, his face turns black. Chi Tian really wanted to slap this stuff to death. Who would like someone like you so much? Roll me as far away as possible. Even if there are pretty girls with ponytails coming over today, they won't sell them anymore. They're all gone. Qi Tian waved to the customers who were still gathering around. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, the sixth greatest god in the universe. It's all gone. Kampa also felt that the people nearby were getting in the way, and waved at them. Suddenly, a powerful invisible energy was released from Kampa's hands. A gust of wind blew up at the scene. The crowd gathered around immediately dispersed. It didn't make sense to stay, and the milk tea was no longer for sale. It's much quieter now. Kampa smiled triumphantly. 2 cups of milk tea were quickly made by Qi Tian. Qi Tian handed the milk tea to Vados. Thank you. Vados thanked politely and asked, how much? It's free for you. Qi Tian smiled and handed another cup of milk tea to Kampa. You have to add extra money, because there are only 1,000 shares a day, and today they are extra, so you need to pay the usual 10 double the price. Isn't this too much? Kampa's face turned black for an instant, and he almost squeezed the milk tea he took. What are you talking about? You asked me to pay 10 times the usual price? Do you know who I am? Kampa angered. Master Kampa, stay calm, and we don't need money. Vados persuaded quickly, for fear that Kampa would really destroy Qi Tian in a rage. Let's taste the taste of milk tea first. Kampa sounds right. Try this first if it tastes good or not, and then find this kid to settle the account. Kampa took a sip. After drinking this sip, Kampa's eyes lit up, and his face was filled with endless excitement and excitement. Vados also took a small sip in silence. Suddenly, Vados' eyebrows began to dance. At the same time, the face of Vados was flushed. It's so delicious. This is the first time I have had such a good drink. Vados rattled his mouth, sipping it down, and felt unsatisfied. The entrance is dense and smooth, sweet and warm, fragrant and moist, giving people a feeling of reliance. Without the nobility and elegance of red wine, or the exquisite modernity of coffee, it has a warm and fragrant fragrance. Vados murmured, saying, it's not an exaggeration to be called the best in the world. I didn't expect such a delicious drink in this world. Extraordinary. I feel like I have lived in vain all these years. Kampa exploded, tears almost falling. How could there be such a good drink in this world? The drinks I used to drink were urine. Immediately afterwards, Kampa looked at Qi Tian's eyes again, and there was no bit of hostility. This is so special. Don't say this cup of milk tea is 10 times the price. I just give you a galaxy. I don't think it is a loss. Is the taste okay? Qi Tian asked with a smile. Oh, it's delicious. Vados exclaimed. How did your kid come up with this peculiar drink? Kampa also asked excitedly with his eyes glowing. Research and research casually, just like that. Qi Tian smiled. Can any research and research produce such an amazing drink? Kampa really felt that this kid was awesome. Can you make anything other than milk tea? Vados couldn't help but asked. Somehow, but I only want to make milk tea now. I want to sell my milk tea to the entire universe. Qi Tian said with a smile. But your milk tea is already very popular throughout the universe. Vados smiled. I want to make my milk tea a household name. I believe there are many people who don't know the existence of milk tea. Qi Tian groaned with his chin. My biggest wish is to let everyone drink the milk tea I made. Vados. Kampa. Your kid only sells 1,000 copies a day. Do you know how big your universe is? How many people are there in your universe? Kampa asked grimly. Our universe? How do you listen to your tone? You don't seem to be from our universe. Are there other universes besides our universe? Qi Tian looked at Kampa thoughtfully. Boy, you are very smart. Kampa smiled. Your universe is called the 7th universe, and the 2 of us came from the 6th universe. You just limit your milk tea to your universe. His vision is a bit short-sighted. You should sell your milk tea to the whole universe, but you have 1,000 servings a day, let alone the whole universe, and even people on one planet are not enough to drink it. If it doesn't work in the future, open a chain store and sell milk tea in the whole universe. Qi Tian nodded slightly. I'll just say that your boy has short-sightedness. Kampa shook his head and said to Qi Tian. How do you say? I plan to sell the milk tea to the whole universe, do you still say that I am short-sighted? Qi Tian asked back. Do you know who we are? Kampa grinned. Qi Tian shook his head. Vados just took care of tasting the milk tea, and didn't have the meaning of reading Qi Tian's inner world at all. Boy, your luck is here, we are the greatest god of the sixth universe. Kampa lowered his voice and whispered to Qi Tian. You are gods. Qi Tian showed a surprised expression. Humph, can't you think of it? Kampa was very satisfied with Qi Tian's expression. How is it? Are you interested in coming to our sixth universe to develop? Not interested. Qi Tian directly refused. Kampa. Boy, if it wasn't for your milk tea to make it delicious, your rejection of my attitude would be enough for me to ruin you. I am developing well on this planet. I am worried that I may not be able to adapt to a new environment. Qi Tian gave Kampa a step by the way. Don't really mess with this stuff. With my current strength, even if I become Super Saiyan, I am not an opponent of this guy. Well, just accept it when you see it. Sure enough, after hearing Qi Tian's words, Kampa's attitude also became more relaxed. I didn't expect that even the gods would come to taste my milk tea. Qi Tian smiled slightly, and then asked, by the way, what god are you? Tell you, I'm gods of destruction, Kampa of the sixth universe, this is Vados' angel. Kampa proudly gave an introduction. Sorry, please forgive me for my ignorance. I have never heard of the existence of two great gods. Qi Tian scratched his head. We also have gods of destruction and angel in the seventh universe, right? Of course, every universe has its own gods of destruction and angel. Kampa nodded. I don't know if the angel of our universe is also a pretty girl with a ponytail. Qi Tian muttered. Kampa. Dare to love your kid for the pretty girl. Don't think about it, your universe angel is a man. Kampa replied. What? Are they male? I thought angel was all female. Qi Tian lost his voice. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 I want to be an intern angel. Boy, if it's because, Kampa continued. Ahem, this Lord Gods of Destruction, you still call me Qi Tian, I am not a kid. Qi Tian interrupted. Kampa stared. This Lord Gods of Destruction, you continue to say. Qi Tian said, I am listening. Qi Tian is a typical slap to give a sweet jujube. Or in other words, walking cautiously on Kampa's inverted scales. Qi Tian is sure that in this seventh universe, Kampa may not dare to destroy me easily. Besides, if it destroys me, who will make milk tea for him? Unless one day, this guy drank enough milk tea. Enough milk tea, there are new products. Boy, well, I call you Qi Tian, Kampa continued, if it is because of environmental problems, I don't think these are a big deal. The sixth and seventh universes belong to the companion universe, you guys. There are ordinary planets here, as well as our sixth universe. With my ability, I can create the same environment for you. Actually, my greatest ideal is not to make milk tea. Qi Tian shook his head and sighed. Oh? Do you have any other ideals? Say it, I might be able to help you realize it. Kampa said, your blessing is not small, as the supreme god of the sixth universe, let you realize a small the wish is still easy to do. I want to be the best in the universe, can this Lord Gods of Destruction help me do it? Qi Tian asked. Kampa. Ha ha ha, you finally found the right person. Kampa laughed after a brief silence. How do you say? Qi Tian asked, scratching his head. Gods of Destruction is the most powerful god in this universe. I can accept you as an apprentice. Kampa said to Qi Tian, of course, the premise is that you can make milk tea for me every day. Well, let me consider it. Qi Tian hesitated with his chin. Kampa got a toothache with anger. I want to accept an apprentice from Gods of Destruction, but this kid is still hesitating. That, I definitely don't mean to dislike you. In fact, I prefer to find a beautiful woman to be a teacher. Qi Tian said, silently looking at Vados, who was drinking milk tea. Vados was also slightly taken aback. Is Angel strong or Gods of Destruction strong? Qi Tian asked. Hey, of course Gods of Destruction is stronger. Kampa pointed his thumb to his nose. Vados didn't speak, and just looked at Kampa with a smile. Kampa looked a little hairy, and his face changed again and again. Vados, don't look at me like that, okay? It's weird. Master Kampa is what you say. Vados chuckled. On this human planet, Vados is not easy to move. If I beat Master Kampa here, Master Kampa would seem to be very embarrassed. Forget it, go back and settle accounts with him. You can also let Vados teach you. I just don't have any interest in leading apprentices. Kampa waited carefully, but there was no objection. As long as you can follow me to my planet, I can let you make milk tea for me. Who taught you to be different? I can teach you Kung Fu, but I never accept apprentices. Vados looked at Qi Tian and said, you have a good foundation and excellent talent. If you practice well, it is not a big problem to reach the first level in the universe. I said the first in the universe refers to the first in the universe of human beings. If you want to surpass this Lord Gods of Destruction, I am afraid there is still a lot of difficulty. I am a member of the 7th universe after all. In case I perform too well, one day you suddenly want me to be your intern Gods of Destruction. Will Gods of Destruction on the 7th universe let me go? Qi Tian showed a worried expression on his face. Kampa and Vados looked at each other. Immediately afterwards, Kampa burst into laughter. Boy, you are so talented. I never thought about looking for an internship in Gods of Destruction. I have not yet become Gods of Destruction. Only when there is enough Gods of Destruction will you find a new Gods of Destruction. You can rest assured that this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Kampa smiled, don't worry about it, kid, even if you perform very well, the guy Beerus may not be able to see you. Beerus? Is it the Gods of Destruction of our universe? Qi Tian thoughtfully. Not bad. Kampa nodded. I mean if I really become the intern of the 6th universe Gods of Destruction, Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus won't bother me. Qi Tian asked again. Do you think it is the household registration system of some humans? As long as you live in the 6th universe for more than a year, you will become a human of the 6th universe. It has nothing to do with which universe you were born in. Kampa said, even if you become the intern Gods of Destruction in the 6th universe one day, Beerus won't do anything to you. That's good, so I can rest assured. Qi Tian nodded. So, can you go back with us? Kampa smiled. No problem. Qi Tian readily agreed. Oh, so there is fresh milk tea to drink every day. Vados clicked his lips, grinning. Who says it's not? This trip didn't come in vain. Kampa also felt that the harvest was quite rich. Then, let's go back. Vados greeted. Boy, Qi Tian, come over and hold me, this Gods of Destruction will take you to fly. Kampa beckoned to Qi Tian. I want to hold Sister Vados. Qi Tian said, stepping forward and hugging Vados from behind very unceremoniously. Vados. It's up to you. Kampa rolled his eyes. It just so happens that I don't want you to hold it either. You are a man holding me, it's so responsive. It's good if you hold Vados. Just when Vados and Kampa were about to take off. Hey, are you the scion Qi Tian? A voice rang from not far away. Qi Tian fixed his eyes and found that it was Dodoria who was talking. Let's go. The scepter in Vados's hand knocked on the ground. Call out. Vados turned into a bright flame like a diamond, and rushed to the sky with Qi Tian, and disappeared in a flash. Kampa also turned into a bright flame, sank into the void, and soon disappeared. Dodoria froze. Who are they? This speed. There is almost no one. Where did Chu Yi die? Dodoria suddenly had a bad feeling, and asked his subordinates around him. Master Dodoria, Master Chu Yi seemed to be hit by that scion all at once. That trace is. The little brother pointed to a trace in the distance. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Chapter 13 Frisia, they seem to be gods. Dodoria flew quickly in the direction of the trace. Soon, Dodoria found Chu Yi's body a few kilometers away. Chu Yi died in a miserable old age. Dodoria could see that this product was shot in seconds. Seeing Chu Yi's death, Dodoria couldn't help shivering. Very scary. There must be weird. No, I have to report this to Your Excellency Frisia immediately. Also, that fat cat looks familiar. I always feel as if I have seen it somewhere. And the woman with blue skin and white hair. I also feel as if I have seen it somewhere. Dodoria immediately got in touch with Frisia. Frisia planet number 83. At this time Frisia has already returned to this planet. Your Excellency Frisia, Dodoria just called and said that there is an important report. Balablu said respectfully. Oh? What's the matter? Get the phone in. Frisia greeted. Your Excellency Frisia, Chu Yi is dead. Dodoria said immediately. Dodoria, is this the important thing you are talking about? It's nothing more than dying Chu Yi, although his combat effectiveness has exceeded 10,000. Frisia smiled slightly, feeling Dodoria a little fussed, and asked casually. By the way, how did he die? Was he beaten to death? Yes, according to reports from his staff, he was killed by the scion of the FANFIC planet for a second. Dodoria responded immediately. Oh? Scion of FANFIC planet. Frisia was a little surprised. You said scion is not the one who made milk tea, right? The milk tea he made has a unique flavor. Dodoria wanted to cry. Does milk tea make sense now? You mean, Chu Yi was killed by that guy? Frisia snorted. As far as I know, that guy's combat power is only 100. How did he do it? The subordinates just came to this planet and planned to settle accounts with him, Dodoria responded quickly. Oh? Then? Frisia asked with a smile. Then, the subordinate saw two familiar and unfamiliar faces and took him away. Dodoria replied immediately. What is a familiar and unfamiliar face? Talk to me. Frisia said sternly. The subordinate saw a fat cat and a woman with a scepter in her hand. The woman has a blue complexion and white hair. The fat cat is the image of a purple upright cat. It is obese, with a short tail and a neck. With a black background and white border cloth, he flies so fast, I can only see so much. Dodoria replied. What? Lord Beerus. Frisia was frightened. Beerus. Dodoria was also taken aback. Okay, I see, you don't need to worry about this. Frisia knew that he was gaff, and gave Dodoria an order, which was the interruption of the call. Dodoria looked dazed. I just saw Lord Frisia seem very scared through the video. Who is Beerus? How familiar does this name sound? How do I vaguely remember that such a cat appeared next to Lord Frisia? In addition to the cat, there is also a man with blue skin and white hair. At that time, I was far away and did not notice His Excellency Frisia's expression. That said, the guy named Beerus should be terrible. Even Lord Frisia was scared like that? And Lord Frisia just heard his name. Frisia planet number 83. Your Excellency Frisia. Is it Mr. Beerus that Dodoria saw? Bailey Brew was also shocked, cold sweat slipped on his face. As Frisia's personal nanny, Bailey Brew has naturally seen Beerus and Whis. Isn't Mr. Beerus saying that he is going to take a nap? He said that I was responsible for destroying the planet. So I woke up so soon. Frisia was also slightly taken aback, feeling a little puzzled. Your Excellency Frisia, I feel that the situation is a bit wrong at the bottom. Bailey Brew said in deep thought. How do you say? Frisia asked. According to Dodoria's description, the Beerus Sama he saw was fatter, calling him a fat cat. But according to our understanding, if we see Beerus the first time we see him, it is impossible to call him a fat cat. Ah! Bailey Brew replied, moreover, the person next to Master Beerus, although he looks a little bit like a woman, is a man after all, so he is easily recognizable. No matter how stupid Dodoria is, it's impossible. You have such a big problem with your eyes. You mean yes, are people pretending to be Lord Beerus? Frisia understood. It's not impossible. Bailey Brew nodded. So, where did this guy posing as Lord Beerus go? Frisia asked rhetorically. This. I'm suggesting, do you want to get in touch with Lord Beerus? Report this to Lord Beerus. Bailey Brew suggested. Bailey Brew, you are wrong. At this time, it is better to do more than less. You are by my side all day, don't you know the truth that a companion is like a tiger? Frisia snorted and looked at Bailey Brew. Said, those who dare to pretend to be Lord Beerus, no, the other party may not be a human, I am afraid it is also a god. Why should we go to trouble with God? Bailey Brew hurriedly bowed and saluted, feeling that what Frisia had said was too right. It's just Chuyi who died, let him go. Frisia smiled lightly, another scion was taken away, so what? Planet Beerus. Whis was holding the scepter in his hand, and was silently watching the crystal ball on the scepter and what happened on the planet FANFIC in the crystal ball. Milk tea? Never drank this kind of drink. My sister is so cunning. You come to our universe to drink milk tea. You even brought the milk tea with the pot. Sister, you are too much. You somehow let me taste the milk tea first before talking about it. Master Beerus, wake up soon. Whis greeted Beerus who was sleeping. Beerus didn't seem to hear it, and the snore became louder. Boom! Whis knocked a scepter on Beerus' head. Suddenly, a big bag swelled on Beerus' head. Beerus still didn't mean to wake up. Whis simply grabbed Beerus by the tail and threw him into the distant lake. It took about 20 minutes before Beerus soared into the sky from the lake. The prophetic fish was taken aback and hurriedly hid behind Whis. Beerus, you guy wants to scare me to death. Who threw me into the lake? Beerus looked at Whis with a black face. No one else can do this kind of thing except Whis. Asterisk. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 Whis, milk tea is delicious. Hey, Lord Beerus fell into it while he was sleepwalking. Whis didn't admit it. Beerus. Who are you lying to? You continue to edit. Yeah, prophetic fish. Whis smiled and said to prophetic fish. The prediction fish nodded vigorously. Whis, you and I belong together. Okay, I know you did it, don't deny it. Beerus asked angrily, didn't I tell you? Don't disturb me taking a nap. Master Beerus, I didn't want to disturb your sleep. But there is one important thing that I have to say. Whis sighed. What's the matter? Beerus rubbed his eyes and yawned again. Quickly say, I'm very sleepy. I was awakened by you as soon as I entered deep sleep. During your sleep, Lord Kampa and sister came to our universe. Whis said. Why did that guy Kampa come to our universe? Beerus frowned. It must feel okay. This matter, I have to start with the ordinary planet. Whis said. Ordinary planet, isn't that our cafeteria? What happened to that planet? Beerus asked, "You mean that Kampa went to ordinary planet?" "Ha ha ha, he must think that our food is better than their sixth universe. Isn't it delicious? Just recently, a new type of drink called milk tea was born on the planet FANFIC, and it quickly sold all over the world, and even the entire northern universe." Whis smiled. "What milk tea? Never heard of it." Beerus shook his head. "In short, it's a drink made by mixing milk and tea, and adding sugar." Whis explained. "Can it be delicious?" Beerus yawned. "How can it sell well in the northern universe if it's not good?" Whis smiled. "Whis, what do you want to say? What about the milk tea? Did you bring it back? Whether it tastes good, we will know if we taste it." Beerus said angrily. "Woke me up just because of a new drink? Whis, you are so shameless. I thought it was some kind of delicacy. It turned out to be just a drink. I don't want to drink it now, because Master Kampa and my sister have brought back the milk tea maker to the sixth universe." Whis sighed. "What did you say?" Beerus finally understood this time. "Kampa, you bastard! You are too much." "Yes, Lord Beerus, you heard it right." Whis nodded. Let's go to the sixth universe right away. I'm going to find the guy Kampa to settle the account myself." Beerus exclaimed angrily. "Please wait a moment, Lord Beerus." Whis thought for a while, then searched with the crystal ball on the scepter. "What are you doing?" Beerus asked, puzzled, and couldn't help yawning again. "This is so special." Was awakened before being fully awake. "I'm so sleepy. Before we go to find them, let's taste the milk tea if it tastes good or not." Whis suggested, "If it doesn't taste good, you don't have to go that far." That said, "I haven't woken up yet." Beerus stretched. "Found it." Whis' eyes lit up and smiled. "Here is a cup of fresh milk tea. I just made it today. This person didn't want to drink it after buying it. I put it in the refrigerator. I guess I plan to enjoy it at night." "Get here now," Beerus suggested. "Oh, I'm afraid this person won't be blessed to enjoy it." Whis grinned. Snapped. Above the scepter in Whis's hand, Angel's power emerged. In the blink of an eye, the milk tea in the refrigerator disappeared. Hey! In the blink of an eye, such a cup of milk tea was transferred to the planet Beerus by Whis. Whis opened the lid and turned into 3 cups. And poured the milk tea evenly into the 3 cups. Whis, Beerus, and Prophecy Fish have 1 drink per person. The 3 of them looked curiously at the milk tea inside the transparent quilt. "Does this thing taste good?" Beerus shook his head. "It smells okay." Whis picked up the water glass and took a sip. Suddenly, Whis felt an inexplicable excitement. This silky feeling, Whis' lips started to dance. "It's so delicious. The scent of milk and tea are mixed together. I didn't expect it to be like this. This is the best drink I have ever drunk." Whis blinked his eyes, still thinking. Beerus also took a sip. Immediately afterwards, Beerus' eyes released light. "Is this milk tea?" Beerus's tears were almost falling, and he was completely drowsy. "This is the first time I had such a delicious drink. It's delicious, it's delicious." The prediction fish was also amazed. Snapped. Beerus directly snatched the milk tea from Prophecy Fish's hands. "Hey, Beerus, what are you doing?" the prophet fish exclaimed. "You are a fish. Drinking milk tea is wasted. These are all mine." Beerus was not polite, and drank the milk tea that predicted the fish directly. "No drop is left." Excessive, the prediction fish wanted to cry. Snapped. After Beerus drank the 2 cups of milk tea in his hand, the destructive energy bloomed slightly. Suddenly, these 2 empty cups directly turned into slag, and they were completely destroyed. "Damn Kampa! I stole my home. Not only that, but also took our pot away." Beerus gritted his teeth and said, I want to drink milk tea, and I want to keep the guy who makes milk tea to our universe. Then, let's go, Master Beerus. Whis agreed deeply. Call out. Whis and Beerus turned into a bright flame, quickly sank into the sky, and whizzed in the direction of the sixth universe. On the road. No, didn't I tell Frisia that guy before I went to bed and asked him to help me look at the planet of the Van Fons? Beerus suddenly thought of something, resting his chin in thought. By the way, did Frisia have milk tea with that guy? Oh? Let me see. Whis took out the scepter and checked Frisia's movements through the crystal ball on the scepter. Soon, Whis saw Frisia admiring the destruction of planet Vegeta while holding milk tea. Master Beerus, look! Whis projected this image through the scepter. Is this planet Vegeta? Scion's planet. Beerus nodded. I wanted to destroy this planet before I went to bed. Well, this is what Frisia did quite well. P.S. Ask for rewards and monthly tickets, *. Chapter 15. Chapter 15 The Awakened Beerus. By the way, the owner of this milk tea shop seems to be Scion. Whis added by the way. What are you talking about? Is the guy who invented the milk tea a Scion? Beerus' eyes widened. Yes. Whis nodded. This is a bit troublesome. Don't tell me. I want to destroy planet Vegeta. Beerus urged. Okay. Whis agreed. That said, this guy Frisia has already drunk milk tea, but he didn't tell me that there is such a delicious thing. Beerus snorted. Even if Frisia wants to tell Master Beerus about the milk tea, Master Beerus may not be able to wake up. Whis smiled. Tell me, it's my business that I didn't wake up, but he didn't tell me, that's his business. Beerus said coldly. Master Beerus, are we going to find Frisia? Or go directly to the sixth universe to track Master Compa? Whis asked. Don't worry about Compa. You must get inside before you get rid of the outside world. I still understand the truth. Beerus snorted. Let's go to the guy Frisia first and let him work hard. He seems to have just ruined planet Vegeta. That's it. Yes. Whis nodded. Actually destroying the planet, isn't it easy for Master Beerus? Whis, do you know how boring it is to repeat the same work every day? Beerus glared. Now even if I move my fingers, I don't bother to move. Whis. No one encountered such a lazy gods of destruction. You can destroy the planet with your fingers. You have to let the guy Frisia do it for you. Call out. The next moment, Whis and Beerus changed directions in the starry sky and flew quickly towards Frisia 83rd planet. 10 minutes later. Frisia planet number 83. Inside Frisia's palace. Frisia drove everyone out, then knelt in front of Beerus honestly. Master Beerus, you are awake, Frisia shivered. Frisia, I heard that the owner of the milk tea shop was taken away. Beerus asked with a dark face. Frisia. This. Lord Beerus, I also just received news that a fat cat was taken away. Frisia responded quickly and hurriedly responded. This is so special. I didn't want to be troubled, but Master Beerus actually came to the door. You call him Fat Cat? Beerus said with a cold face, do you know who he is? Frisia shook her head vigorously. He is my brother. Beerus said coldly. Frisia's smile gradually solidified, almost urinating in shock, and kowtow begging for mercy. I don't know he is your brother either. Forget it, this name is actually more suitable for him. Beerus snorted. Frisia breathed a sigh of relief. Your brothers are not in harmony. But you didn't tell me after drinking such a delicious milk tea. What is your intention? Beerus asked angrily. I want to tell Master Beerus, but before going to bed, Master Beerus said that if there is nothing particularly important, don't disturb your nap. Frisia was taken aback, and quickly explained. Whis, did I say anything like this? Beerus turned to ask Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus did say that. Whis nodded, telling the truth. In that case, I will spare you this time. Next time I will find any novel food or drink, you must tell me as soon as possible. Do you understand? Beerus said, pointing his finger at Frisia's castle. Be lighter! Snapped. Suddenly, this magnificent castle of Frisia shattered like soap bubbles. Frisia was trembling with fright, and a cold sweat broke out on her body. Let's go, Whis. Beerus greeted Whis. Okay. Whis nodded. Call out. The two quickly left Frisia 83rd planet. Seeing Beerus's departure, Frisia was also relieved. The little brothers on the planet Frisia were all stunned. What a powerful destructive power! Did Lord Frisia destroy the castle? 6th Universe. Compa planet. How is it? The environment of my planet is not bad, right? Compa smiled and said to Chi Tian. Well, the environment is beautiful. Chi Tian nodded, then pondered, the question is, are there only 3 of us on such a big planet? Kid, you know, this is the God realm, how can ordinary humans be qualified to come here? Compa snorted. Well, then I would like to thank Master Compa. Chi Tian smiled slightly. It's fine if you know it. Compa smiled triumphantly, and then said to Chi Tian, now you can make milk tea? Vados, you get all the basic materials for making milk tea. Wait a minute, Master Compa. Vados took out the scepter, and carefully looked at the crystal ball on the scepter. What's the matter? Compa asked. Master Beerus seems to have woken up and is coming fast toward us. Vados sighed, I expect to arrive on our planet in about 20 minutes. So you still haven't concealed it from him? Compa was a big head. Yes, things seem a bit troublesome. Vados groaned. Hurry up and think of a way, can't hide Chi Tian this kid. Compa proposed. It's useless, Whis can definitely find him. Vados shook his head. What to do? Compa was guilty of conscience and didn't know what to do for a while. There is no way. If Lord Beerus comes to ask for someone, we can't help but give it. Vados shook his head slightly, after all, Chi Tian will have to live in our universe for a year before he can become our 6th universe. Damn it! If you want to drink milk tea in the future, you will have to fly for several hours to drink it. Compa gritted his teeth, unwilling to drink. I have a way, but the premise is that Chi Tian needs to agree. Vados turned to look at Chi Tian. Sister Vados, please say it, as long as I can do it, it is absolutely incumbent. Chi Tian patted his chest. The only way is to make Chi Tian the internship gods of destruction in our 6th universe, so that it can barely make sense. Vados groaned. Compa. The problem is, we ran to the 7th universe and brought a human back to work as an intern in Gods of Destruction. I'm afraid we will be teased by the guy Beerus in the future. Compa was a big head. I just said that I am willing to be the internship of the 6th universe Gods of Destruction, I took the initiative to propose it. Chi Tian interjected. Compa immediately turned to look at Chi Tian, and gave him a thumbs up. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 Beerus, you stole someone in our universe. Boy, you are interesting. Compa nodded happily. That's not a big problem. Vados smiled slightly. I always feel that it's still not proper, Compa scratched his head. The guy Beerus will definitely ask, Chi Tian, why did you come to the 6th universe to practice Gods of Destruction? You are the 7th universe as an intern Gods of Destruction. Okay? How do you answer this question? It's very simple, because Lord Beerus destroyed my homeland, why should I be an intern in the 7th universe Gods of Destruction? Chi Tian smiled. What do you mean? Compa was stunned. In our universe, Frisia destroyed my homeland, planet Vegeta. According to the gossip, I heard that Frisia did this because he was ordered by gods of destruction, Qi Tian said. I didn't knowing who gods of destruction is can actually make the universe emperor follow his plan. Since I have known you, I have only known that such a god exists. Oh? There is such a thing. Kampa was overjoyed. Wow, that's all right. Vados nodded. Ha ha ha, great, I can finally see Beerus eating turtles. Kampa clapped his hands excitedly. Qi Tian smiled slightly. But boy, let me talk about it first. Unless your talent is good, the internship of gods of destruction can't just agree to you. Kampa exhorted again. That. Sister Vados, can I be an intern angel? Qi Tian asked. I think it's angel more interesting. Kampa. This kid is so hateful. You can't even look down on gods of destruction. Hey, if you want to become an intern angel, you must first master the perfect self-consciousness. It is very difficult for someone to do this simply. Vados smiled and said to Qi Tian. You teach me, I like to practice with my first love. Qi Tian said. Okay. Vados did not object. If you can stay, I can teach you how to be free, but I can say it first. Freedom is very difficult to understand. I will work hard. Qi Tian was overjoyed in his heart. After 20 minutes, Whis and Beerus landed on the planet Kampa. Beerus glared at Kampa with a dark face. Hey? Beerus? Aren't you taking a nap? Why did you wake up so quickly? Kampa fainted. Hey, stop talking about useless nonsense. You know what I am here for. Beerus snorted, and turned his head and glanced at Qi Tian nearby. Is the milk tea made by this kid so delicious? I don't understand what you are talking about. Kampa shook his head, pretending to be dumb. You guy. Our universe finally gave birth to a new drink, but you guys gave it to you. Beerus shouted angrily, do you know how excessive you are doing this? You want to drink milk tea, you drink whatever you want to our universe. But what do you mean by bringing our people back? Hehe, I thought it was something, it turned out to be for Qi Tian. Kampa smiled. Humph, you know it. Beerus snorted. Qi Tian is now the internship of our sixth universe, gods of destruction. Kampa smiled slightly, so I'm sorry, Beerus, you are really not at the right time. The intern gods of destruction you are looking for has nothing to do with me, but you brought us from the seventh universe to be your intern gods of destruction, do you think it is appropriate? Beerus was so angry that his nostrils were full of white smoke. Qi Tian told me that his homeland, planet Vegeta, suffered devastating damage. It is said that this matter was authorized by you. Do you think he is still suitable to stay in the seventh universe? Kampa smiled and said, I think the talent is not bad, so I brought him back as an internship gods of destruction. Beerus's face changed slightly. How did this kid know that I authorized Frisia to destroy planet Vegeta? No, how could he as a human know this kind of thing? It must have been detected by Vados. Shameless. And the bastard Frisia, can't you do things more secretly? Frisia, you wait for me, and I will teach you a good lesson later. Whis, you said something. Beerus said to Whis. Oh, what Qi Tian doesn't know is that planet Vegeta is already on the list of being destroyed. The planet of this universe will be destroyed when it is born. The universe needs to be balanced. Once it loses its balance, the entire universe will be destroyed. Whis said to Qi Tian, so, Lord Beerus destroys the planet without any emotion, and he will not destroy the planet because of someone. So, it seems that I have saved the abdomen of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Qi Tian held his chin in thought. Kampa. What do you mean, kid? How do I feel that you are a little shaken? Boy, you are very witty. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. The owner of this milk tea shop can still teach a child. I thought he was stubborn. That's good, this is good. I'm so embarrassed. Qi Tian held his head, showing a look of helplessness, but I have promised to be an intern in the 6th universe gods of destruction, does it seem appropriate to return to the 7th universe? Beerus's face went dark. After all, you still don't want to come back, do you? What if you don't come back with my milk tea? But after all, I am a member of the 7th universe. It's a bit unreasonable if I don't go back. Qi Tian scratched his head, however, being an internship gods of destruction is also one of my wishes. Hey, back to the 7th universe, I will let you be my intern gods of destruction. Beerus agreed. But, Qi Tian was embarrassed for a while, but I have promised Master Kampa. It's useless if you promise, you are the 7th universe after all. Beerus shouted. Beerus, you are enough. Kampa shouted, Qi Tian has promised me to be my intern gods of destruction, are you unkind? Which one of us is not kind? You steal people from my universe, you are kind. Beerus angered. I met Qi Tian first. Kampa explained. Whether you know you first or I know you first, he is the person in my 7th universe after all. Beerus angered. The more they quarreled, the more fierce they were, and they both started rolling up their sleeves and preparing to fight. Bang! Bang! Whis and Vados shot in time, each of them smashed their heads one by one. Suddenly, 2 big bags swelled up on the heads of Kampa and Beerus. You two are not allowed to fight. If you really fight, the entire universe may be harmed by you. Vados exclaimed. Asterisk. Chapter 17. Chapter 17 Vados, there is nothing wrong with my practice, right? Yes, the last time you two had a fight almost destroyed the universe. Whis also persuaded. Then what do you say? Beerus said angrily. If it doesn't work, I will make a cup of milk tea for Master Beerus every day, and then send it over. Qi Tian asked cautiously. Humph, things have progressed to this level, do you think it can be solved with a cup of milk tea? Beerus said with a black face, moreover, even if I make milk tea, I have to drink fresh. Then I will go to the scene to produce, is this always okay? Qi Tian proposed. I said, this matter is beyond the scope of the milk tea itself. Beerus snorted. But after hearing Qi Tian say this, the little bit of hatred towards Qi Tian also disappeared all at once. Beerus, we can't compete. Kampa suggested. Compared to what? What are you comparing to me, do you think you can beat me? Beerus hummed. The two of us don't fight. If the two of us really fight, this universe might be unbearable. Kampa smiled. We might as well pick 3 humans from our respective universes and let them fight. What do you think? Sample. Oh. Beerus turned to look at Whis. Whis nodded slightly. Okay, then it is set in 3 days. The 3 humans in our respective universes will fight each other. The universe that wins in the end will determine whose internship this kid is gods of destruction. Beerus hummed. A word is a deal. Kampa nodded. It's up to us to arrange the venue. Vados proposed. Good sister. Whis didn't object. Let's go. Beerus greeted. So, Master Kampa, sister, Qi Tian, goodbye. Whis waved. Call out. Immediately, Whis and Beerus turned into a bright flame, rushed to the sky quickly, and disappeared in a flash. After the two left, Kampa was happy to laugh. Master Kampa, what are you laughing at? Vados asked. Ha ha ha, the 7th universe doesn't have any powerful human players at all. Our universe can definitely beat them. Kampa said with a smile. That's also. At present, in the human beings in the 7th universe, there really doesn't seem to be any powerful people. Vados nodded slightly. So we will win this game. Kampa laughed. Master Kampa, who is going to let him participate in the competition? Vados asked. Hit, that is indispensable. Kampa murmured, as the number one killer of our universe, I think I can directly beat the 3 people in their 7th universe. Master Kampa, don't be too happy. There may be hidden masters in the 7th universe. Vados sighed slightly. After all, it is not our own universe, so I don't want to explore too deeply. Don't worry. Kampa smiled. In addition to Hit, let Potamo and Frost play. They have no big problems. In fact, there is no need for Hit to play. It is just Frost. Frost can overturn the 7th universe. Vados didn't say a word. Chi Tian did not speak either. Just say it, I just listen. As far as the strength of that guy Frost is, I am afraid it is not Frisia's opponent. It's really incredible, you actually held a contest for milk tea in advance? Well, my milk tea is indeed delicious. It seems that the 7th universe of this game might be cold. As Kampa said, 1 hit is enough to flip the 7th universe. Today's 7th universe, there is really no one who can beat it. Except me. Low profile. I will continue to compress my combat effectiveness. During this period of time, Chi Tian was not idle either. In the spare time of making milk tea, he was still constantly compressing his own combat power. I believe that soon, Chi Tian's combat effectiveness will reach the 6th power of 100. What is the 6th power of 100? 1 trillion? This number is getting bigger and bigger. I don't even know how to forget it. Compared with Hit's combat power of 1 trillion, there is still a big gap. Hit's level is estimated to be not much different from the Gold Frisia. What is the fighting power of Golden Frisia? Anyway, it is much larger than 1 trillion. I'm afraid it takes 100 to the 8th power to reach the fighting power of the Golden Frisia. In other words, as long as I practice to the 10th power of 100, I can sling Kaelin and Hit. Of course, these are just Chi Tian's speculations. Whether this is the case is still unknown. Besides, Chi Tian compressed things like combat power. Compressed combat power can also refer to energy, which is more refined and more powerful. Should I find a chance to learn from Hit? Well, wait until I raise the combat power to the 6th power of 100. It's not impossible to learn from each other. Then, I will bring Hit and them now. Kampa said. Okay. Vados nodded slightly. I'm not going. I also stay. Chi Tian said. Boy, I don't object to you making milk tea for Vados, but you remember to save me a cup. Kampa said. Don't worry, I can do it after Master Kampa comes back. Don't you want to drink fresh? Chi Tian smiled slightly. That's what I said. Kampa nodded in satisfaction, and there was no unnecessary nonsense immediately, soaring into the sky and leaving his planet. Suddenly, on the huge planet Kampa, only Chi Tian and Vados were left. Vados, can you help me point out my deficiencies in cultivation? Chi Tian asked. Okay, no problem. Vados readily agreed. In the process of my cultivation, I found a problem. Chi Tian said, there was an extra mass of energy in his hand, and explained to Vados, it's like this mass of energy, I pinch it hard. Vados, what do you think will change? Vados. How do I feel that your squeeze energy technique? It means something. Hey? The energy is compressed. Vados deserves to be angel, and soon discovered the changes, and it has become more refined and more powerful. I am constantly practicing through this method, constantly compressing combat effectiveness, and improving my own strength. Do you think it is feasible? Chi Tian asked humbly. Just ask if you don't understand, there is nothing to be ashamed of. This Vados is a true god. Ahem. I'm not telling you, I've seen this kind of cultivation method for the first time. I don't know the specifics. Vados pondered, but one thing is certain. If you keep compressing it, maybe one day your body will not be able to withstand such a large amount of compression energy, and it will cause a serious load on your body. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Chapter 18 Vedos, I am about to start. I have thought about the problem you mentioned, but for now, my body can still bear it. Qi Tian nodded lightly, and then guessed, if you said that if I continue to compress my combat power, will it be these combat powers are compressed into supernatural powers? Vedos. You really dare to think about it? Is divine power born like this? No. Vedos directly replied, divine power is divine power. It is a special energy born through the cultivation of God's skills. It is like the divine power of Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus, which is completely different from that of me and Whis. Even the supernatural power of Supreme Kai you will see in the future is different from ours. Understood. Qi Tian nodded. Vedos was stunned. What do you understand? Since even you can't see the problems in my cultivation, then I will continue to practice in my own way, maybe really compress the energy into divine power. Qi Tian said. Vedos didn't want to talk anymore. Do you get it? I dare to say it for a long time and it's all for nothing. You still have to practice in your own way. When the time comes, your body cannot bear it, but you can bear it. But it doesn't matter. After you die, I will resurrect you, and everything will start again. I just want to drink milk tea. Your strength has nothing to do with me. Sister Vedos, can you teach me how to feel free now? Qi Tian asked. Oh, you are really impatient? Vedos sighed, okay, then I'll just tell you a little bit about freedom, you first have a general understanding. Qi Tian nodded vigorously. His AI is different from your current way of fighting by perceiving qi. It relies on various parts of the body to perform conditioned reflex movements, without brain thinking, and maximizes the speed of movement and the ability to react. Vedos simply explained, in other words, the body and consciousness are separated, allowing each part of oneself to transcend instinct to perceive the dangers around them, and it is no longer necessary for the brain to think first and then act. Can you understand what I said? Understand. Qi Tian nodded. With that, Qi Tian drew a circle near him and Vedos. Immediately afterwards, Qi Tian took out a black cloth strip and tied it to his eyes. Vedos. Ahem, what are you doing? Vedos asked curiously. Since you said that Ziyi does not need to think through the brain, then I blindfolded my eyes so that my eyes cannot see, so the brain will not think or judge your actions. Qi Tian muttered. Yes, it makes sense for you to say that. Vedos nodded and looked at the circles on the ground. Next, I will try to catch Sister Vedos, without using my brain, I will use my own body to catch. Qi Tian said. Vedos. Vedos clutched his forehead, not knowing what to say for a while. You are so talented. But let alone using it, this method of cultivation can be regarded as a free and extreme entry. Of course, whether or not you can truly cultivate to become the ultimate self-consciousness depends mainly on whether you are suitable for this skill. I'm about to start, Sister Vedos. Qi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Vedos. How do I feel like you are catching your wife? You have no posture for cultivation at all. Cultivate with me for an hour, and I will make my sister a drink that is better than milk tea. Qi Tian said with a smile. Oh? Really? Would you make any other drinks? Vedos was taken aback. What kind of drink does my elder sister usually like to drink? Qi Tian asked. I only drink water. Vedos said, or not. Is my sister ever drinking coffee? Qi Tian asked. It's not good, it's too bitter. Vedos shook his head. Did you not add sugar? Qi Tian asked. Do you want to add sugar to coffee? Vedos was stunned. Qi Tian. Have you added milk? Qi Tian asked again. What milk? Vedos was taken aback again. Qi Tian didn't want to talk anymore. Sixth, the level of civilization of universe, is it really that bad? Not right, the technology level of the sixth universe definitely surpasses the Earth where one's previous life was located. Okay, maybe it's just that the diet level of the sixth universe is not good, right? Accompany me to practice for an hour, I will make a cup of coffee for my sister, let my sister taste and taste, what is real coffee? Qi Tian said. Vados looked thoughtfully at Qi Tian. Do I really need to add milk and sugar to drink coffee? Haven't tried it. We sounded like it tasted good. Elder sister Vados, it's about to start, let me catch it. Qi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth again. You are wrong, you should say never to be caught by me. Vados said. No, there is no sense of accomplishment if you don't catch my sister. Qi Tian said, rushing towards Vados quickly. How could Vados let Qi Tian catch it? Vados flashed slightly and avoided Qi Tian's arms. Qi Tian raised the speed to the extreme. Don't go out of the circle. Qi Tian said. No, don't worry. Vados nodded slightly. The two chased in a circle that was only 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Seventh universe. The vast starry sky. Whis and Beerus are moving fast. Hey, Whis, is there a suitable candidate for our universe besides Frisia? Beerus asked. Fortunately, Frisia was not destroyed in a rage before. Frisia and his father Kurd, and his brother Cooler, the three of them are pretty good. Whis replied. Let these 3 members of Frisia's family play. Beerus murmured, I remember that there is a guy named Hit in the 6th universe, who is known as the number 1 killer of the 6th universe. Can Frisia and the others be his opponents? It's difficult. Whis shook his head. We must find someone with a level similar to Hit, otherwise we will definitely lose. Beerus gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll look for it again. Whis nodded, flying while holding the scepter, looking for the right player through the crystal ball on the scepter. 10 minutes passed. Whis, how did you find it? Beerus asked. Find one, Vegeta has a brother named Reg, but he is a good player, and his current strength is far surpassed Frisia. Whis said, however, Reg is still in the growing period, I think it may not be Hittite opponent. Keep looking, you must find a player who can surpass Hit. Beerus barked his teeth. Another 10 minutes passed. Master Beerus, this person may be able to try it. Whis said, a projection appeared on the scepter. The picture in the projection is a mountainous area, and there is an egg on the mountain ridge. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 Beerus, this Supreme Kai is so stupid. What is this? Is it sealed? Beerus asked. Yes, this is the seal of Majin Buu. It has now been sealed in this egg, and the seal is currently on a planet called Earth. Whis explained. Earth? I remember that the dinosaurs on that planet were very unfriendly. I even wiped out the dinosaurs there. Beerus nodded. Many years have passed since the dinosaurs went extinct, and now humans have been born on Earth. Whis replied. You can talk briefly about this Majin Buu, how is his level? Can he beat Hit? Beerus is not interested in the birth of human beings on Earth. Majin Buu's strength is not low. At that time, 5 Supreme Kai challenged him. As a result, 4 Supreme Kai were absorbed by him, even the big Supreme Kai. Whis replied. I was right to seal the old Supreme Kai guy. Beerus grinned, otherwise, these Supreme Kais are all dead, and I will disappear. Master Beerus is really planning ahead. Whis smiled. So the strength of this Majin Buu shouldn't be a big problem, right? Beerus asked. There is no comparison, there should be a chance of winning. I really can't beat Hit. It's okay to absorb Hittite. Whis smiled. Are there other suitable candidates? Beerus asked again. There is still a suitable candidate, but this person is in the galactic prison. Whis muttered, unfortunately, this person has lived for 10 million years, and his vitality is almost reaching the end. If it is at its peak, deal with it. It absolutely has no problems. Galactic Prison, is the Galactic Patrol over there? Beerus asked. I remember that you had a younger brother who experienced it on the Galactic Patrol. Let your brother play the game. You can definitely hang everyone in the 6th universe easily. Whiz. You let Myers participate in the game? Does Myers still have to hang all of them? The problem is, it doesn't matter if Myers is on the court without Vados. With a little disguise, Kampa may not be able to recognize him. However, with my sister, Myers' identity will still be recognized at a glance. Just kidding, kidding. Beerus smiled. Don't make any meaningless jokes. Whis said with a black face. Who do you think is the man who has lived for 10 million years? Beerus asked. His name is Emo Luo. Before 10 million years ago, Supreme Kai Master had consumed 70% of his divine power in order to seal him up. Later, he met Majin Buu. Because his divine power was not restored to his peak state, he was defeated by Majin Buu. Whis explained. There is such a thing. Beerus nodded slightly. You mean that this person's life is about to end, right? You can live up to 100 years. Whis nodded slightly. I'm afraid that with his strength, dealing with it is still very troublesome. Beerus shook his head. Forget it, I really can't let that Majin Buu go. Okay. Whis didn't object. Master Beerus, shall we go directly to Earth now? Go. Beerus replied. But again, Lord Beerus, is it appropriate for us to do this for a cup of milk tea? Whis sighed. Hey, Whis, this is not a problem with a cup of milk tea. Beerus hummed. When things have progressed to this point, the kid named Chi Tian doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my face. I don't care about this game. I can't lose to that bastard Kampa. This is related to the reputation of our universe. If Beerus-sama is as diligent about his usual work as he treats this game, maybe the development of our universe will be better. Whis sighed. Don't mention work to me. I get a headache when it comes to work. I'm a good person. I don't like to do sabotage. Beerus hummed. Whiz. You can blow, I can't keep up with your rhythm. Call out. The two of them moved fast in the direction of the Earth. The 7th universe, the Supreme Kai world. Jebet, the happiest thing I do every day is to look up at the starry sky and overlook the entire universe. Supreme Kai Shin smiled and said to Jebet. Ha ha ha, Master Supreme Kai is so comfortable. Jebite smiled. As the greatest god in this universe, sometimes it feels boring. Supreme Kai sighed. God standing on the peak of the universe, loneliness and loneliness are inevitable things. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. Jebai nodded his head. Let's not talk about it yet. Supreme Kai waved his hand. How is Majin Buu Seal now? No problem, right? Don't worry, Lord Supreme Kai, there will never be a problem. Jibit smiled. We have been investigating the situation of the Earth in the past 2 years. From that location, it is difficult to pass the level of the Earth's people. It will not cause any irritation to Majin Buu Seal. Well, as the greatest god in this universe, the only thing I worry about right now is Majin Buu. Supreme Kai put his hands on his back and nodded gently, as long as Majin Buu doesn't have any problems. Since Supreme Kai is more worried, let's take a look. Jebite smiled. Well, just take a look. Supreme Kai nodded. The two looked at the direction of the Earth together. Then, the two of them saw Whis and Beerus appearing near the Majin Buu Seal in the next moment. The faces of Supreme Kai and Jobit changed color. Who are these two guys? Why did they find Majin Buu Seal? What are they two doing? Are they going to release Majin Buu? Supreme Kai and Jebite looked at each other. Quick! Jebet, we will stop them immediately. Supreme Kai was anxious. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. Jebite nodded vigorously. Supreme Kai pulls Jebit to display instant transmission. The two of them only appeared in the vicinity of Whis and Beerus in a flash, and immediately stepped forward to block the seal. Who are you? What are you doing here? Supreme Kai snapped. Oh, isn't this Lord Supreme Kai? Whis greeted with a smile. Supreme Kai and Jebit were both taken aback. This blue-skinned guy actually knew me. Whis, how do you see this guy's expression? It seems that he doesn't recognize us. Beerus silently looked at Supreme Kai, then turned to Whis. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai really doesn't seem to know us. Whis nodded slightly. It should be that Lord Supreme Kai died earlier. The inheritance in the middle is broken. Lord Supreme Kai doesn't know our existence. Beerus. Is there such a silly Supreme Kai? Beerus sighed. Whis clutched his forehead and smirked. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Chapter 20 Beerus, come out. Majin Bu, thanks to Zhongxian for the reward. Is this the Majin Bu seal you mentioned? As long as the seal is stimulated by the situation, this guy will run out, right? Beerus groaned. As for Supreme Kai, Beerus didn't bother to talk to him. As long as you don't commit suicide, do whatever else you want. But don't hinder me from doing things. Yes. Whis nodded. Good. Beerus stepped forward. Stop. Who are you? Supreme Kai stretched out his arms to block Beerus's path, and shouted sharply. Supreme Kai, do your own business, don't be nosy. Beerus said lightly. I'll just ask you, who are you? Answer my question. Supreme Kai shouted again. Jebit is also gearing up, ready to fight. Beerus grabbed Supreme Kai's arm and threw it away. Call out. Supreme Kai draws an arc in the air like a sandbag. Boom. Supreme Kai slammed heavily on the distant mountain, raising a large cloud of dust. Jebet was shocked. Who is this guy? Is Supreme Kai vulnerable in front of him? Jebet gritted his teeth, he couldn't take care of that much anymore, and he raised his divine power to the extreme. Jebet swiftly attacked, hitting Beerus with a punch. Snapped. Beerus stretched out a finger and easily blocked Jebet's attack. What? Just blocked my full blow with a finger. Jebet was dumbfounded. Get out of me. Beerus slapped Jebet to the ground with a slap. Far away. Supreme Kai came quickly. Immediately afterwards, Supreme Kai stared at Beerus, and a powerful divine power quickly attached to Beerus. Supreme Kai, are you an idiot? Beerus snorted, you really don't know who I am. No matter who you are, I won't allow you to release Majin Bu. Supreme Kai shouted angrily, do you know how terrifying this guy is? Even if you are powerful, you are vulnerable to this guy. He will immediately destroy the planet and do evil in the entire universe. I tell you, no one is his opponent. Isolate guy. Beerus shook his head. As far as fighting is concerned, no one is my opponent. Supreme Kai. Who is this cat? What a big talk. No one is your opponent yet? You really put Majin Bu out to try. Beware that you die miserably. Okay, this guy is useful to me. After I use it up, I'll seal him up again. Beerus groaned, for the sake of your persistence, it feels a bit unreasonable if you don't seal it. You stupid wild cat. Supreme Kai said angrily. Snapped. Beerus slapped Majin Bu's seal lightly. You bastard. Supreme Kai appeared angry, gritted his teeth at Beerus, wishing to go up and go desperately. Your slap is very hard. I saw Majin Bu's seal trembling violently. It's over, it's over. It was really hopeless this time. Majin Bu will definitely come out of the seal. Shoo. Sure enough, the next moment Supreme Kai saw pink smoke rising from the seal. The pink smoke quickly gathered together and was condensing and deforming. You will regret it. Supreme Kai said angrily. Whis looked calmly at the pink clouds gathered in the sky. Beerus also raised his head silently, looking at Majin Buu gradually taking shape. Quickly let me see how your strength is. If you can't beat it, should I destroy you? Beerus is thinking about this issue now. Snapped. Soon, Majin Buu gathered and formed and became a pink fat man. Supreme Kai is like a bereaved concubine, his face is like a piece of white paper. That's it. This universe is going to be over. Clatter. Majin Buu descended from the sky and landed on the ground, looking left and right. Hey, Whis, this guy. Beerus was speechless after seeing Majin Buu's image. You said he can beat it? Why don't I believe it? The problem is, your image looks too comedy. Yes, that's right. Whis nodded slightly, and an image was immediately projected from the crystal ball on the scepter in his hand. Buu in the image is a short man with a thin body, completely different from his current appearance. Master Beerus, this is the original image of Buu. After he absorbed the Southern Supreme Kai, he became taller, and it didn't take long for him to absorb the Supreme Kai again, so he became what he is now. With a brief explanation was made. So it's like that. Beerus understood. You, who are you? Supreme Kai is still struggling with the identities of the two. Especially after seeing the image projected by Whis, Supreme Kai was even more shocked. How did this guy get the image of that year? I feel like he is at the scene. Are you doing a live broadcast? Hey, Majin Buu, go to a game with me. If you perform well, I will release you completely. Beerus directly ordered to Buu, if you lose to the opponent, then I will continue to play you, seal it up. Can you understand what I'm saying? Buu immediately looked at Beerus. Immediately afterwards, Buu laughed. No, it should be a smirk to be precise. Whis, isn't this guy a fool? Beerus wiped his sweat. Buu understood, and showed a fierce look at Beerus. It's not too stupid, it's just lack of training. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha. Buu waved his fist at Beerus, eager to try. Boom. Beerus slapped Buu again. Suddenly, Majin Buu became flat. The eyes of Supreme Kai on the side almost jumped out of their sockets. The paws of this cat are too scary. That's Majin Buu. Was he patted into meatloaf with just one paw? Snapped. In the next moment, Majin Buu was like a spring, immediately returning to its original shape. Oh! Although the strength is not very good, but the body structure is quite special, maybe it can beat the guy Hittite. Beerus was a little surprised. This guy can actually regenerate. It seems that our universe has hope. Asterisk. Chapter 21. Chapter 21 Frisia, we are businessmen. Master Supreme Kai. Jobit came from not far away, and after seeing Majin Buu appear, his face became very ugly. Jobit, it's over, I'm afraid this universe is not saved. Supreme Kai's face was sweating coldly. He really released Majin Buu, Jobit gritted his teeth. Ho ho. Although Majin Buu has returned to his original shape, his injuries are serious. That was the slap of Beerus. This slap just used less than 10% of the power of Beerus. Otherwise, it would have been slapped to death. This is so, Buu was seriously injured as a result. Will you continue to fight? Or be honest and obedient? Beerus smiled. I want to turn you into chocolate. Buu was angry, and the tentacles on his head projected a pink flame. The pink flame was like lightning, whizzing towards Beerus. Seeing the flying pink flame, Beerus slapped it again, and directly slapped the pink flame into the air. Buu's eyes widened and his face was incredulous. As long as my magic touches someone, the other person will become the food I want. He touched it with his hand and it was all right. Is there anything else you can do? Let's do it quickly. Beerus smiled. Majin Buu was a bit hard to get off for a while. If you don't have one, just be obedient and get something done for me. Beerus snorted, otherwise, it's like this thing. Beerus said, pointing his finger at the mountain not far away. Snapped. The entire mountain was turned into dregs at that time, leaving nothing behind. Bu was dumbfounded. Supreme Kai was dumbfounded. Jebet rubbed his eyes vigorously. Now, are you obedient? My patience is limited. Beerus said with a cold face. Bu was terrified at the time and didn't dare to repeat it. Immediately afterwards, Bu nodded and bowed to Beerus, bowing his head to become a courtier. That's right. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. It seems that you are not stupid, although the image looks a little stupid. Bu lowered his head, his eyes were fierce, daring not to speak. Whis, let's go. Beerus greeted Whis. Next, go and meet Frisia. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. That's right. Beerus suddenly turned his head to look at Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai is completely confused now. Who the hell is this cat? Why is it so strong? Even Majin Bu is willing to bow to his court. Supreme Kai, have you followed our universe these years? Beerus asked. Follow our universe? Supreme Kai was stunned. What do you mean? Why can't I understand what you want to do? Who are you guys? What is your purpose for releasing Majin Bu? Do you want to rule the entire universe? Supreme Kai asked loudly. Beerus sighed. Whis also shook his head slightly. Whis, should I release the old Supreme Kai guy? Beerus really didn't bother to explain to Supreme Kai. This guy is a novice. I'm afraid it can't be explained in a few words. I'm not so busy explaining these things to him. Forget it, let's go. Beerus shook his head. I'm afraid he hasn't paid attention to our universe, so he should focus all his attention on Bu. It seems to be. Whis smiled slightly. The next two people will decide, Frisia and his brother. Beerus groaned. Okay. Whis nodded. Call out. Whis and Beerus immediately took Majin Bu into a shining flame, quickly left the earth, and disappeared in a flash. Supreme Kai and Jebite stared at each other. Who are these two guys? Can you make it clear before leaving? Master Supreme Kai, who are they? Jebit asked. I don't know. The first time I saw such a powerful guy. Supreme Kai shook his head blankly. I didn't expect such a powerful person to exist in this universe. Jebit said solemnly, he is much stronger than the Demon King Dapla. I don't know how many times he is. What's the origin of that cat? Supreme Kai scratched his head vigorously. I feel so incomprehensible. Am I dreaming today? Frisia planet number 35. Frisia has moved the palace to this planet. The previous palace on planet 83 was destroyed by Beerus, and it was not shameful enough to stay. The palace on planet 35 is larger than that on planet 83, and looks more luxurious and majestic. Your Excellency Frisia, now Lord Beerus has awakened, shall we continue to lead this universe? Kakano asked cautiously. Kakano, did I ever say that I want to rule this universe? Frisia asked back with a black face. Kakano. Didn't you say it? You all call yourself the king of Frisia. Kakano, you have to figure out one thing, Lord Frisia never meant to rule the entire universe. Bailey Brew smiled. Kakano's face was dumbfounded. Dodoria and Sabo on the side are even more clueless as the monks of the second sun. Did we go to the wrong set? Does Lord Frisia mean to rule the entire universe? Who believes it? Why? Do you also think Lord Frisia wants to rule this universe? Bailey Brew asked when he looked at the Frisia's personal brothers who were present. The boys dare not say anything. Don't talk too much at this time, so as not to encounter unreasonable disasters. We are going to suppress the planet and kill the original inhabitants in order to sell them at high prices to those aliens who have lost their homes and are in trouble. We are doing business. Bailey Brew explained with a smile. Yes, Bailey Blow is right. Frisia nodded in satisfaction. Worthy of being my personal nanny. I really love what you say. At the same time, we must destroy some obtrusive planets by the way, and let this universe grow in an orderly manner. Frisia smiled slightly. The little brothers were confused again. Destroying the obtrusive planet will allow the universe to grow in an orderly manner. Do you have any comments? Frisia turned to look at Kikano, Sabo, and others. The boys shook their heads vigorously one by one, cold sweat broke out on their faces. It turns out that we are only doing business. Hey! When Frisia's voice just fell, Whis and Beerus also descended from the sky with Majin Buu and appeared in Frisia's palace. Frisia, that's good. Beerus smiled. Yes. It's Lord Beerus. Frisia saluted immediately, and squinted at Beleblo. **. Chapter 22. Chapter 22 Self-Consciousness. Beleblo understood what Frisia meant, and immediately greeted the boys present to leave the scene. Suddenly, only Frisia and Beerus were left in the palace. I don't know what the Lord Beerus is looking for. Frisia glanced secretly, and Beerus looked at the fat man standing beside him again. Who is this pink guy? I asked you to destroy planet Vegeta, who did you tell? Beerus asked with a dark face. I didn't say anyone. Frisia was taken aback and hurriedly responded. Really no one said it? Beerus asked, squinting. This. I only mentioned it to my personal babysitter, Bellbrow. The problem is that Bellbrow was on the scene when Mr. Beerus told me to do something. Frisia broke into a cold sweat. Where is your brother? Where is it? Beerus just asked casually. At least the scion named Chi Tian didn't catch this matter and let it go. Besides, as gods of destruction, I want to destroy planet Vegeta. Do I still care about the feelings of a scion? If it weren't for the delicious milk tea made by him, I wouldn't bother to ask Frisia. My brother. Frisia was a little dazed. Lord Beerus, why can't I keep up with your rhythm? What do you mean by my brother? I don't understand more and more. Yes, your brother Cooler, contact him immediately and ask him to leave for your planet right away. Beerus said, also, prepare some big meals for me by the way. I want to have a good meal. Yes, Lord Beerus. Frisia responded immediately, picked up the communicator, and got in touch with Cooler. Frisia? What is it for me? Cooler asked. Cooler, let me make a long story short, Master Beerus is in my palace. Master Beerus wants you to come right away. Frisia said to Cooler. What? Lord Beerus? Cooler's face changed again and again. By the way, how long will it take him to reach this planet? Beerus asked. Master Beerus, my place is a bit far from the planet where Frisia is located. It will take about 2 days to arrive. Cooler responded immediately. 2 days is 2 days. Let's leave now. Beerus ordered. Yes. Lord Beerus. Cooler didn't know what Beerus was looking for, but he didn't dare to ask. After hanging up, Cooler left immediately. In Frisia's palace, Whis and Beerus are letting go of eating and drinking. The cuisine of this planet is just like that. At present, there is really no suitable food to eat. Buu also sat at the table and started eating. After taking a bite, Buu's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, the food here is quite delicious. It's much more delicious than human transformed things. Master Beerus, Frisia cautiously leaned over and asked, I don't know if you are looking for me and Cooler, do you have any instructions? Have an appointment with the 6th universe side, are you confident? Beerus took a bite of a chicken leg and asked while looking at Frisia. 6th universe? The game? What game? Frisia asked. It's fighting, and there are 3 people on one side. Beerus explained briefly, I hope you don't shame me. In other words, besides me and my brother Cooler, are the 3 people on our side any other people? Frisia looked at Majin Bu. Yes, he is Majin Bu, should your father have heard of him? Beerus smiled slightly. What? Majin Bu? Frisia lost her voice, her face slightly discolored. Dad once warned me, Lord Beerus and Majin Bu, don't provoke them. It turns out that this fat guy is Majin Bu. What a hell! Master Beerus, what is the 6th universe? Frisia couldn't help asking. Beerus glanced at Frisia. You really have enough questions. This, I don't want to know myself and the enemy, and win every battle. Frisia laughed. You can understand it as the mirror universe of our universe. Beerus replied. Mirror universe? In other words, besides our universe, is there another universe? Frisia had a long experience today. Not bad. Beerus nodded. 6th universe. Kampa planet. Qi Tian used all the strength to eat milk, but he didn't even touch the corner of Vado's clothes. Qi Tian, it's been an hour. Vados smiled. Qi Tian nodded lightly, tore off the black cloth covering his eyes, and put it away casually. Not bad, I didn't expect that your talent is really amazing. In just 1 hour, Ziji is about to get started. Vados smiled, if this goes on, maybe you are really qualified to become an intern angel. Woolen cloth. So I don't need to be an intern gods of destruction. Qi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. It depends on your state of mind. It's like Master Kampa or Master Beerus. With their state of mind, they can't comprehend the true self-consciousness anyway. Vados smiled. I don't think there is a big problem with my state of mind. My heart is as clear as this lake on the planet. Qi Tian pointed to the lake not far away. Vados. You can really brag. I can't keep up with your progress. Your state of mind doesn't seem to be a big problem at the moment, except for being a little bit ill-intentioned. Vados wiped his sweat. Well, you and my first love look almost exactly the same, and it's normal for me to be unkind to you. Qi Tian didn't deny it. Vados. You are pretty real. Can you brew me a cup of coffee now? Vados is not interested in Qi Tian's first love or anything. I just want to drink the milk tea you made for me. I want to taste it. What is the taste of the coffee with milk you mentioned? I always find coffee difficult to drink. Okay, help me prepare coffee beans and milk. Qi Tian said. No problem. The crystal ball on the scepter in Vados's hand flickered. Suddenly, coffee beans and milk appeared out of thin air. How do you usually drink coffee? Qi Tian asked. Of course the coffee beans are ground into powder and brewed with hot water. Vados replied. Your ancient brewing method, of course, will feel that coffee is not good. Qi Tian smiled and said, if this kind of thing is compressed with water vapor, the aroma of coffee can be better extracted. Really? I didn't expect there to be other brewing methods. Vados is quite knowledgeable. In terms of eating and drinking, Vados feels like a noob. Okay, today I will let you taste my craft. Qi Tian pointed at the coffee beans lightly, and an invisible energy acted on the coffee beans. In the blink of an eye, these coffee beans are rapidly spinning and pulverized. Qi Tian compresses coffee powder with energy. The coffee powder was squeezed and deformed by Qi Tian with both hands. Vados. Your technique of squeezing coffee powder, how does it look weird? Asterisk. Chapter 23. Chapter 23 Combat Power, 100 to the 6th power. Hey! White gas emerged from Qi Tian's hands. These white gases are all emitted by Qi Tian's energy. After the white gas acts on the coffee powder also drips down slowly. Cup. Qi Tian instructed Vados. Okay. Vados conjured a cup and took the coffee off casually. Soon, such a cup of coffee was brewed by Qi Tian. To be precise, only half a cup. Afterwards, Qi Tian added milk and sugar, and shook it evenly. Immediately afterwards, Qi Tian took a sip in silence. Well, the taste is okay, you can taste it. Qi Tian handed the cup to Vados. Vados. Do you let me taste the coffee you have drunk? Vados hesitated for a while. But soon, Vados smelled the aroma of coffee. Especially with the smell of milk, it smells more refreshing. Vados couldn't take care of that much, so he took a bite. If it doesn't taste good, then take care of you. If it tastes good, I won't embarrass you. After this bite, Vados' eyes lit up. Immediately afterwards, Vados' eyebrows danced. There is sweetness in the bitterness, and the taste of milk is fused again, it's absolutely amazing. Vados tugged. I have never had such a delicious coffee. It turns out that coffee is drunk like this. Dare to drank all the coffee I drank before. Today is the first time to make coffee, and the effect is not very good. Qi Tian smiled and said, when I have time, I will make it again for you to taste. It's more enjoyable than drinking milk tea. Vados clicked his mouth, unfinished. Sister Vados, what do you think is the difference between my current strength and that hit? Qi Tian asked. Vados was taken aback for a moment, and silently looked at Qi Tian. After a short silence. The gap with him is still quite big. Vados told the truth. About how many times? Qi Tian asked again. At least 1,000 times. Vados replied, but your potential is much greater than him. Hit has been alive for more than 1,000 years, and the potential in his body has almost been exhausted, and the future improvement will not be too high. Go on. In a few years, if you can master the true self-consciousness, no matter what kind of opponent you are, you will be able to deal with it easily. It's still 1,000 times worse, so to speak, if I continue to compress my combat effectiveness, I might be able to surpass Hittite. Qi Tian held his chin and said in deep thought. Vados. Is your kid listening to me? What I mean is that in a few years, you will be able to comprehend the true self-consciousness and defeat Hit easily. It's good for you, but don't forget to compress your combat effectiveness. I continue to compress the combat effectiveness. After Qi Tian finished speaking, he ran to the distance to continue to compress the combat effectiveness. Vados clutched his forehead, not knowing what to say. 1 hour later. Boom! Vados suddenly heard a loud noise in the distance. Vados looked in the direction of Qi Tian, and his pretty face was immediately filled with surprise. This kid, how did he do it? How do I feel that his strength has suddenly increased by 100 times? The speed of this kid's improvement is too fast. Hey, it succeeded! Qi Tian laughed loudly. Vados. Vados was really stunned. This is the first time I have seen this weird way of cultivation. At this time, Qi Tian can clearly feel his own strength greatly improved. Because just now, Qi Tian changed the radius of the detector from 5 to 6 by compressing the combat power. 100 to the 6th power. Converted into numbers. 1 trillion combat power. Sister Vados, with my current strength, how much is worse than Hit? Qi Tian smiled and walked forward and asked, is it only 10 times worse? So, you try to attack me with all your strength. Vados thought for a while, and greeted Qi Tian. Okay, then I'm not welcome. Qi Tian nodded, the energy on his body emerged madly. Swish! Just in the blink of an eye, Qi Tian left a phantom in the same place, whizzing away in the direction where Vados was. It's fast. Vados nodded slightly. Be careful, I'm going to attack. Qi Tian said, greeted Vados with a fierce punch. Snapped. Vados stretched out a finger and easily blocked Qi Tian's attack. Qi Tian was full of emotions. As expected of Angel. I was so strong, but she was still blocked by a finger. It seems that I still need to keep working hard. How do you feel? Qi Tian asked. Vados. I blocked your attack with a finger, and you actually asked me how I felt. Don't you think I am strong? What? Vados didn't react in a daze. How far is there from hit? Qi Tian asked. Actually, I haven't fought hit before, so let me talk about your gap. I'm not very good at saying it, but I can only approximate it. Vados said, I'm afraid it will be 100 times different. You just said it was 1000 times worse, and now I have improved by 100 times. It is supposed to be 10 times worse. You are good, how come it is 100 times worse? Is your mathematics not good enough? Qi Tian took it back fist. I was just comforting you. Who knew you were making progress so quickly? Vados rolled his eyes. Is it really only 100 times worse this time? Qi Tian asked. Qi Tian felt that according to the algorithm of combat effectiveness, it seemed that compared with hit, it was still a lot worse. If my current strength doubles 100 times, it will be 100 trillion. The fighting power of Golden Frisia has reached 1 gram. I remember that Jinglei was behind Zhao. In this way, according to the algorithm of combat effectiveness, I am about 10,000 times worse than hit. Vados, you scam. You said I am not far from him now? Are you comforting me again? How do you compare? Qi Tian couldn't help asking. I made a comparison between your punch and his usual fight. Vados said, drinking coffee again, well, it's delicious. I know. Qi Tian nodded slightly. How old is Hit? How old are you? You are only 16 years old this year? You have been practicing since you were born, but you have only practiced for 16 years. Vados smiled and said, Hit has been practicing for nearly 1000 years. It's normal that you can't beat him. P.S. Ask for rewards and evaluation tickets. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Chapter 24 Hit, my brother. I am a fighting nation scion, I can only live for 100 years, and I have to practice for 1 year to achieve the same effect as his practice for 10 years. Qi Tian said seriously. You can live for 100 years, Vados sighed, 100 years, but it's fleeting. For me, 100 years is enough. Qi Tian smiled. If you can become a real trainee angel, your lifespan will be extended indefinitely. Vados said to Qi Tian. Well, in fact, I don't have much feeling about longevity. Qi Tian's expression is calm, but his heart is stealing joy. You must make yourself more exciting when you live, rather than being ineffective and immortal. Vados. I feel you are alluding to me. While chatting, a bright flame flashed across the sky. At the next moment, Kampa brought 3 contestants down from the sky and landed near Qi Tian. After Kampa came back, he sniffed his nose vigorously. Well, there is no taste of milk tea. But, it seems that there is more coffee smell. Vados likes to drink coffee. It's terrible to death. Vados does not believe in evil. Just say it's a drinking habit. The result is getting ugly. As long as you don't make milk tea, it's easy to say. Boy, you are quite interesting, you didn't make milk tea while I was away. Kampa happily patted on Qi Tian's shoulder. Qi Tian took advantage of the situation and avoided Kampa's big hand. Boy, I haven't seen you for more than 2 hours, so I'm good at it. Kampa said with a dark face. You actually avoided the person I wanted to shoot in Gods of Destruction. You are so outrageous. Never want to pat my shoulder, whoever pats my shoulder is anxious. Qi Tian said seriously. I really can't make a joke. Kampa does not dare to provoke Qi Tian excessively now. It really made this kid anxious, and following Beerus back to the 7th universe, it was not what I wanted to see. Qi Tian looked at the 3 people Kampa had brought back. These 3 people are Hit, Frost, and Berdamo. Why isn't that kid Gabe? Calculating according to the timeline, that kid Gabe might not have been born yet. The three of them also silently looked at Qi Tian. Master Kampa, this is, Frost asked respectfully. This is my special guest. The milk tea is very delicious. Kampa explained briefly. Milk tea? What do you mean? Frost had never heard of milk tea. You can understand it as a better drink. Kampa replied. It turns out to be a cook. Bodhimo understood. So, Frost nodded slightly. I have long heard that Lord Kampa likes to eat good food. It's no surprise that there is an extra cook by his side. Kampa didn't explain too much. It seems that Qi Tian was originally a cook. The cook who makes milk tea. Qi Tian, these three are the elite fighters of my 6th universe, how are they? How do they feel? Kampa said with a smug look at Qi Tian. Except for this purple brother with a more unique head, did the other two people come to make up the number? Qi Tian sighed. What are you talking about? Bodhimo was angry at the time. This cook friend, you will offend people if you speak this way. Frost replied politely. The head is unique, Kampa looked at Hit silently. Hit? Who has a unique head? Why is my head unique? Hit also took a look at Qi Tian. Hit, your head looks like my brother. Qi Tian sighed. In the past in manga or anime, Qi Tian just thought Hit's head was like his brother. But now in reality, it seems that this is simply impossible to describe in words. It's so alike. It can be seen that the universe is so big that there are no surprises. What do you mean? Hit did not react in a daze. What makes my head look like your brother? Is this a sick sentence? You should say that my brother and I look alike. Ahem, Qi Tian, you want to say that Hit is very similar to your brother, right? Vados couldn't help but say something. No, his head is very similar to my brother. Qi Tian corrected. Vados was speechless for a while. If you have time to take you to see my brother, you will understand why I said that. Qi Tian grinned. Okay. Vados didn't think much about it. Isn't it normal for Scion to have a brother? In fact, how could Vados think that the brother Qi Tian said is not a real brother? It is impossible for Angel to spy on other people's minds all the time. It's really impossible to communicate like that. I know what you think, what can I say to you? In that case, Angel will be very boring. Hit, my brother. Qi Tian patted Hit's shoulder. Hit was dark and didn't say a word. Who do you call a brother? How old are you? Hit couldn't help asking. Just 16 this year. Qi Tian replied. Hit really wanted to give this guy a flash. You are only 16 years old. Do you know how old I am? I have lived for more than 1,000 years. What about you? Qi Tian asked. I am over 1,000 years old this year. Hit replied with a dark face. Come on. Qi Tian nodded vigorously. Hit. What do you do? Come on, woolen yarn. Hit felt that the whole person was not good. Hey, chef, who did you just say will make up the count? Bodhimo looked at Qi Tian with a cold face, angrily. Bodhimo looks like a big yellow bear on the outside, with a relatively fat body and smooth and elastic skin. He is wearing a red vest, a pair of sports straps on his hands, a pair of red boots on his feet, a brown nose and a short tail. Master Kampa, can I teach him? Bodhimo immediately sought Kampa's opinion. This is a matter between you and it has nothing to do with me. Kampa smiled lightly, but I have something to say first. Qi Tian is the VIP I invited over. Bodhimo scratched his head. For a moment he didn't understand what Kampa meant. Master Kampa meant to say, Frost lowered his voice and whispered to Bodhimo, you can fight, but you can't kill this guy named Qi Tian. So that's what I meant. Bodhimo suddenly realized. Mr. Bodhimo, Qi Tian is indeed very arrogant. You should take the lead first and teach him a good lesson. Frost said with a smile, I will go up and teach him later, let him know that there is a sky outside the world, and there are people outside the world. Bodemo nodded slightly. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Chapter 25 Sling the Elite of the Sixth Universe. By the way, Qi Tian, don't you want to be the best in the universe? Kamba looked at Qi Tian again, they are all elite fighters in our sixth universe. Do you want to compete with them? You only have after defeating our elite fighters in the sixth universe, you can move towards the ranks of the strongest in the universe, am I right? The reason for saying that, Kamba doesn't really want to offend Qi Tian. Now that I have offended people, when the time comes, Qi Tian will choose not to make milk tea. Even if I destroy him, it will be me. I want to drink milk tea. Maybe I will drink enough milk tea someday, and then I will clean him up. Okay, who will come first? Qi Tian had no objection, and pointed at Bodhidharma with his hand, it's you, you are the happiest jumper. The boy who doesn't know how high the sky is. Bodhidharma smiled softly. Vados, build a ring for them, so it can be regarded as a warm-up exercise before the 7th universe game. Kamba proposed. Okay. Vados nodded slightly, and a light flashed from the angel's scepter in his hand. Suddenly, there was a square ring on the scene. Bodemo jumped onto the ring and beckoned to Qi Tian. With a smile on his face, Qi Tian stepped onto the ring. Boy, do you want to be the best in the universe? Bodemo laughed, you should make your milk tea well, at least there is no life-threatening milk tea, isn't it? Qi Tian smiled. The game begins. Kamba said. Hey! Just in the blink of an eye, Qi Tian disappeared in place. Bodemo was stunned. People? Why is it missing? Even Hit looked at the fast-moving Qi Tian with a look of surprise. What a fast speed! Frost's eyes widened even more. I go. This cook is not easy. It seems that my first form may not be able to deal with him. What about people? People. Bodemo is still looking for Qi Tian's figure. I'm behind. Qi Tian smiled and patted Bodemo on the back. What? Bodemo jumped up as if he had been electrocuted. This guy, when did he run behind me? Bodemo quickly distanced himself from Qi Tian, and stared at Qi Tian vigilantly. Why? Just move the real speed a little, can you not see it? Qi Tian sighed, how can you return the sixth universe's face like this? Bodemo clenched his fist tightly. Hateful. I was actually despised by a cook. Then, I will continue to attack, you have to be careful. Qi Tian smiled. Hey! At the next moment, Qi Tian's figure disappeared in the same place again. A cold sweat broke out on Bodemo's face. How did this guy move? Why is it so fast? Is it behind? Bodemo quickly looked behind him. Behind him, there is nothing. Idiot, on top. Qi Tian's voice rang above Bodhidharma. What? Bodemo raised his head mechanically. Boom. Qi Tian descended from the sky and directly landed on Bodemo's head. Suddenly, Bodemo's body was squeezed and deformed. Boom. Qi Tian fell gently, kicking on Bodemo's body. Boom. Bodemo shot out like a cannonball and fell into the lake in the distance. Oh, one accidentally used too much force, is he okay? Qi Tian grinned. Frost, go and save him. Kamba greeted Frost. Yes. Frost rushed forward and pulled Bodemo out of the water. Bodemo had passed out. The healing light on the scepter of Vados flickered and healed Bodemo. Soon, Bodemo recovered. After Bodemo woke up, he looked at Qi Tian with a look of horror. This cook is not easy. Too frightening. I can't beat him. Bodemo, you really shame me. Kamba said angrily with a black face. In any case, Qi Tian is still regarded as a person in the 7th universe. We, the elite of the 6th universe, just let a cook from the 7th universe give a second. Can it not be ashamed? Frost, you go! Kampa shouted at Frost. Frost! What's the situation? How do I feel that Master Kampa wants me to win, but he doesn't want this cook to lose? What do you mean? Okay, Lord Kampa. Frost nodded politely. The next moment, Frost stepped onto the ring. Frost first bowed to Qi Tian and saluted. Qi Tian didn't mean to salute him. Qi Tian, please take care of it. Frost said with a smile. Okay, the more polite fellow like you, the more he looks like a hypocrite. Qi Tian sighed. What are you talking about? Frost's face changed slightly. Will you really let me say it? Qi Tian looked at Frost thoughtfully. Ha ha ha. Qi Tian, this joke is not funny at all. Frost smiled awkwardly. I'm not joking. Qi Tian said lightly, I've heard that you are a righteous soldier in the 6th universe, but I feel that you don't seem to be doing anything less in ordinary times matter. You are talking nonsense. You are not allowed to blame me. Frost shouted angrily. You are not afraid of shadows, if you haven't done those things, no matter what I say, you won't be angry. Qi Tian said. I'm not angry. Frost suppressed the anger in his heart and took a deep breath. You cook. You wait for me. See how I will clean you up later. The game begins. Kampa ordered to the two. Boy, do you think it will be great if you defeat Bodhidharma? Frost snorted and was about to transform. Transform yourself, Frost. Qi Tian smiled at Frost. What are you talking about? Frost was dumbfounded. How do you know that I am going to transform? The thing that I will transform into, even Master Kampa doesn't know. You know a lot, it seems you have been investigating me secretly. Frost said with a dark face. Who is this person? I feel he knows me very well. Transform? Frost will transform. Kampa also muttered. Frost should belong to the same race as Frisia in the 7th universe. Vados analyzed, Qi Tian's planet was destroyed by Frisia. I believe I have a certain understanding of Frisia, and through my understanding of Frisia, it's normal to be able to tell some of Frost's secrets. So that's it. Kampa understood. Humph, kid, I will show you how terrible I am. Frost sneered. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Chapter 26 What? Improved by 100 times? Snapped. In the next moment, Frost's body quickly took place, changing into the third form. This guy will really transform. Kampa smiled lightly. But let alone, his strength after transforming seems to have improved a lot. Vados did not speak. Qi Tian, we can start. Frost looked at Qi Tian confidently. Are you sure you don't change it again? Qi Tian smiled. What did you say? Frost's eyes widened. I just talk about it casually, you don't need to be afraid. Qi Tian smiled slightly. Frost. Just talk about it and know that I can change it again? Frost felt his mentality collapsed. Before the war started, I felt as if the opponent had seen all his whole cards. Okay, then, I'm going to attack. Qi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Immediately afterwards, Qi Tian threw a punch at Frost Void. Boom! This punch compressed air and hit Frost's chest directly. With a muffled noise, Frost flew upside down and fell out of the ring. Shit! Frost's body glided hundreds of meters outside the field, leaving a long mark, and then stopped. Puff! After Frost stopped, a big mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. What? Isn't even Frost his opponent? Kampa was stunned. Fortunately, this kid is not a player in the 7th universe. If so, this kid easily defeated the two elites on my side. Kampa turned to look at Hit. Hit looked calmer, nodded slightly, and stepped onto the ring. Vados stepped forward to give Frost a simple treatment. Botomo lost. Frost was also killed in a flash. Both of them dropped their heads with a dejected expression on their faces. Hit won't lose to this kid, Kampa muttered. It's hard to say now, Vados shook his head lightly. Hey, Vados, when I left, this kid was obviously not so strong. Kampa said hastily. Yes. Vados nodded. About an hour after Master Kampa left, Qi Tian's strength has indeed improved. What? Improved? How much did it improve? Kampa asked in surprise. About 100 times. Vados said. What are you talking about, 100 times? Kampa was stunned, his eyes widened. Don't be kidding, what did he do? Why did he improve so high? Compress combat power. Vados sighed. Compressed combat power? What the hell? Kampa couldn't understand. In the words of Qi Tian, the method of cultivation he used is to continuously compress the combat power. The combat power, he said, is energy. This energy can be used to compress, and through continuous compression to increase his own strength, it will double. Effect. Vados explained. What? There is this kind of cultivation method, why I have never heard of it. Kampa was surprised, and asked quickly, there will be no side effects in this method of cultivation, right? Yes, when the combat power is compressed to the extreme, I am afraid that his body will not be able to bear it, and he will explode after falling, Vados sighed. Kampa. There was a short silence. Have you told him about the consequences? Kampa asked. Say it. Vados nodded. What did he say? Kampa asked. He doesn't listen, he will continue to reduce his combat power and practice according to his own practice. Vados sighed softly. Kampa. You are so individual. Ahem. To be honest, I'm not interested in his strength. But if he blows himself up for cultivation, how can we drink our milk tea? Kampa is worried about the milk tea. Master Kampa can rest assured. If there is such a day, I will resurrect him. Vados smiled and said, I believe he won't be messed up again after he is resurrected. That's what I said. Kampa nodded, thinking Vados's approach was good. Now I advise you not to listen, and then you will practice bombing yourself, but you will suffer. Hey, I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Kampa smiled. However, even if he is strong, there is still a big gap compared to Hit, even if his strength is increased by 100 times. On the ring, Qi Tian and Hit stand opposite each other. Qi Tian's expression also became serious. The strength of this Hit is comparable to Super Saiyan Blue. I don't even count Super Saiyan now, it's a bit difficult to deal with him. The game begins. Kampa said loudly. Hit, I am going to attack. Qi Tian said to Hit. Hit looked plain. Boom. Qi Tian didn't have much hesitation, and released a powerful punch to hit Hit. Seeing the fast approaching fists, Hit only slightly raised his left hand. Snapped. Hit's left hand blocked the fist that Qi Tian attacked so easily. Sure enough, Hitler. Qi Tian grinned, and quickly retreated, leaving Hitler at a distance. Hit did not step forward to track, but silently looked at Qi Tian, and quietly glanced at his palm. The punch of this guy just now was easily blocked by me, but it also shook me a little bit numb. This person named Qi Tian is not simple. No wonder Frost and Botomo would lose to him so easily. It deserves to be the #1 killer of the 6th universe, the strength is really amazing. Qi Tian nodded, and said to Hit, just now it was my full blow. Hit, how big a gap do you think I still have with you? It's 100 times less, right? Hit replied faintly. 100 times. Qi Tian scratched his head, is it really only 100 times worse? Hit. Frost. Botomo. Kampa. The few people present were speechless. Only 100 times worse? Do you know how big this gap is? That's 100 times. Kampa was even more speechless. By the way, Master Kampa, by the way. Vados smiled and said, the improvement of Qi Tian's strength seems to be improved by 100 times every time. What are you talking about? Kampa's ears stood up at the time. What are you kidding? Can this kid's strength increase 100 times every time? Your cultivation method has improved your strength too quickly. No wonder he told Hit that it was only 100 times worse. It's a difference of 100 times. With my current strength, no matter how hard I try, it's impossible to be your opponent. Qi Tian smiled, if it's only 50 times worse, maybe I can still fight it. Asterisk. Chapter 27. Chapter 27 Transform. Super Scion. Thanks to Wang Ling for the reward. What? Hit was stunned. And you are not my enemy, I don't have to fight hard with you. Qi Tian said with a smile. Humph, your mouth is hard, you can fight it 50 times, Frost said angrily. Call out. Qi Tian pointed at Frost's body with his hand. A blue light directly penetrated Frost's chest. Puff. Frost spurted blood from his mouth and fell to the ground on the spot, pumping all over his body. I don't like someone chewing ear roots in front of me. Qi Tian said lightly. The kid is quite personal, but he is more suitable to be an excellent gods of destruction. Kampa nodded in satisfaction. Vados. Kampa, this kid doesn't mean to be gods of destruction at all. I feel that this kid is worried about the god position of angel. However, Qi Tian, you are so decisive, are you really suitable to be an angel? Hey, Vados, this guy is dying. Give him a treatment now. Kampa said to Vados. Vados had no choice but to treat Frost. Frost was cured soon. This time Frost dared not say anything. Bodhidharma did not dare to speak. This kid is too cruel. Frost just said a word and almost beat him to death. You just said that you can fight it with only 50 times difference? What do you mean? Hit Qi Tian asked while looking at it. Yes, if the gap between me and you is only 50 times, I may not lose to you. Qi Tian smiled slightly and nodded gently. Then, I will use half of my strength, how are we better? Hit suddenly became interested. Forget it, when you lose face, you can't justify it. Qi Tian sighed. You said I would lose. Hit smiled. If you only take out half of your strength, you might really lose. Qi Tian nodded, of course, the premise is that the gap between me and you is really only 100 times. If I lose, I accept my fate. Hit said seriously. Then, I'm not welcome. Qi Tian said here, his expression also became solemn. Vados, what does this kid mean? Can he really increase his strength by 50 times? Kampa also couldn't understand. It should be. Vados groaned. It doesn't look like he is playing mystery. He should have some other special skills. I'm really curious, what method can he use to increase his strength by 50 times? Kampa smiled, does he want to continue to compress his combat effectiveness? Vados didn't say anything, and silently looked at the handsome boy on the ring. In just 16 years, such a human being can actually challenge Hit, the number 1 killer of the 6th universe. Then, I'm going to start. Qi Tian said here, a golden flame suddenly appeared on his body. At the same time, Qi Tian's hair stood tall. Qi Tian's body is full of golden light. Snapped. Even the tail of Qi Tian turned golden at this moment. Super Scion. Transform. After Qi Tian crossed over, in addition to the daily compressed combat power, the transformation of Super Scion was an indispensable road to cultivation. After all, a Super Scion transformation can increase its combat effectiveness by 50 times. And, how cool it is to become Super Saiyan. Qi Tian knows very well that in order to become Super Saiyan, he first needs to have a peaceful heart. Over the years, Qi Tian has been tempering his state of mind. When Qi Tian was 8 years old, he could successfully become Super Saiyan. It's just that Qi Tian has been compressing combat effectiveness over the years. But he hasn't taken a step further on Super Saiyan. Therefore, Qi Tian can only become the first stage of Super Saiyan. That kind of lightning Super Saiyan, that is, the second of Super Saiyan, Qi Tian will not change at present. For Qi Tian, the current Super Saiyan is enough. What? Transform. Kampa's eyes widened. This kid will actually transform. This kid is really hidden. Hey, I didn't even know that he would transform. Vados smiled. This transformation has increased his strength by at least 50 times. No wonder he said that just now. What? A transformation can increase your strength by 50 times. Kampa looked surprised. By the way, Vados, who is this kid? It seems to be Saiyan. Vados replied. Saiyan? Saiyan also exists in our 6th universe, right? Kampa thoughtfully. We do have Saiyan in the 6th universe, and they are currently living on the planet Shadala. Vados replied. I don't know if Saiyan of our 6th universe will become like him. Kampa groaned. Not sure. Vados shook his head. I didn't expect you to transform, no wonder you are so confident. Hit was also a little surprised, looking at Qi Tian and said, well, according to the agreement, I will use half of my strength. You can be careful. Qi Tian nodded. Hey! At the next moment, Qi Tian quickly attacked in the direction where Hit was. Boom! Hit easily blocked Qi Tian's attack, and greeted Qi Tian's body with a heavy punch. Looking at Hit's fist coming over, Qi Tian flicked and avoided. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Qi Tian kicked out and hit Hit's chest on the spot. Hit slipped backwards, rubbing his feet against the ground of the ring, leaving a long mark on the ring. Hey? That trick just now looked a little strange, Kampa was startled slightly. Not bad. Hit also nodded slightly towards Qi Tian. Hey! At the next moment, Qi Tian's figure flickered and disappeared in the same place. In an instant, Qi Tian appeared behind Hit. Qi Tian bombarded Hit's back with a punch. Hey! It's just that after Qi Tian's fist attack passed, he realized that he had fallen through. Suddenly, Qi Tian suddenly felt that a dangerous signal came from behind him. It is Hit. This guy didn't know when he had already ran behind Qi Tian. Hit the location of Qi Tian's back and attacked with a violent punch. When I watched Hit about to hit Qi Tian's back seemed to have eyes, and his side avoided Hit's attack. Boom! Qi Tian flew up and kicked towards Hit's body. Only when Qi Tian is about to kick Hit. Qi Tian suddenly found that his feet had fallen through again. Flash time! Hit this guy, at this critical moment, is already showing the flash time. No wonder I can't hit him. P.S. Ask for a reward, whatever you want, asterisk. Chapter 28. Chapter 28 Qi Tian, I have another kind of transformation. Hey! At this moment, Qi Tian felt once again, a slight movement behind him. Qi Tian squatted down quickly, an uppercut against Hit. Hey! Hit dodges again. Swish! The two played against each other in the arena for hundreds of rounds, and no one hit anyone. Vados, how do I feel that Qi Tian's tactics are a bit like being at ease? Kampa's eyes widened. Yes, it's not entirely due to self-consciousness, mostly he dodges the attack with his own speed. Vados nodded slightly, only a few times there are shadows of self-consciousness. How did he do it? Kampa couldn't help asking. Hey, after Master Kampa left, I simply taught him how to feel free. Vados replied. What are you talking about? It's only about an hour or two. Can he get started in the practice of freedom? Kampa was stunned. I can't talk about getting started, it's just a bit similar. Vedos smiled and glanced at Kampa. Master Kampa, how do I feel that you have a sense of crisis? Sense of crisis? Are you kidding? How can my dignified gods of destruction have a sense of crisis? Kampa hummed. On the ring. The battle lasted for about a minute, and Qi Tian and Hit quickly moved apart and stared at each other. Qi Tian, what you said is right, it seems that I only use half of my strength, I am afraid it is still somewhat difficult to defeat you. Hit's Yuezhan became more surprised. Although I only used half of my strength, I used flash time. He was able to dodge my slip attack. This person named Qi Tian is really amazing. Yes, it deserves to be the number one killer of the sixth universe. Qi Tian nodded in satisfaction. Through this contest between Qi Tian and Hit, he has been able to clearly feel his own strength, which is definitely not comparable to ordinary combat effectiveness. Calculated based on the battle power of the Dragon Ball world. My current combat power is about 1 trillion. Become Super Saiyan, nothing more than 50 trillion. And Hit's combat effectiveness, according to the Dragon Ball world's algorithm, is at least 1,000 times or even 10,000 times higher than mine. In other words, after my combat effectiveness has been compressed, the degree of energy refinement is by no means comparable to ordinary energy. Thanks to the award, it is also very remarkable that you can reach the present level. Hit nodded lightly at Qi Tian. In fact, I still have a layer of transformation that I have never used. Qi Tian sighed slightly. What did you say? Hit's face changed color. But it's a pity that my transformation has a shortcoming. If I can overcome this shortcoming, it would be much more convenient. Qi Tian smiled. What? Does this kid have another transformation? Kampa also pricked his ears, showing a look of disbelief. Frost was completely dumbfounded. Bodhimo even had a cold sweat on his face. It turns out that this guy is so powerful. I'm thankful that I didn't provoke him too much. Otherwise I will be beaten to death by him. Interesting. You said you still have another transformation that you haven't used. Hit smiled and looked at Qi Tian, then I want to ask you, your unused transformation will give you strength. How many times does it increase? Only 10 times. Qi Tian sighed. Hit breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you said it would be improved by 100 times. If I want to beat you like that, I have to think a little bit. Frost wiped his sweat. Just 10 times? That's it? Do you know how difficult it is to increase your strength by 10 times? Can you let me see? Hit was curious, looked at Qi Tian and asked. Okay. Qi Tian said, a gleaming energy bomb suddenly condensed in his hand. A holy light bloomed on the energy bomb. Hit was stunned. What is this? This energy bomb seems to have no power. What does he want to do? Kampa was also a little confused. Call out. Qi Tian threw the energy bullet in his hand into the air, and clenched his fist. Snapped. Suddenly, the energy bomb in the sky burst out with golden light. Before long, there was already an artificial full moon above the sky. It's the moon. Frost said. That's right. Qi Tian nodded, this is the artificial full moon I made. Everyone present, including Vedos, looked at each other. What are you doing to make an artificial full moon? Qi Tian looked up at the artificial full moon in the sky. The next moment, a scene that surprised everyone happened. I saw Qi Tian's body quickly grew bigger, and black hair grew on his body. Roar! Qi Tian transformed into a black gorilla, appearing on the opposite side of Hit like a big mountain. Vedo's eyes widened. This kid can become like this. I really underestimate this kid, he can actually become a great ape. Kampa was also surprised. Monster. This guy is a monster. Boda rubbed sweat. Frost wanted to cry. I was provoking this monster just now. I was lucky that I was not beaten to death by him. Hey, Vados, can our universe's scion also be like this? Kampa asked quickly. It doesn't seem to work. This transformation of Qi Tian seems to change through the tail. Vados silently looked at Qi Tian and quickly gave the answer. Tail? I just found out that this kid has a tail. Kampa suddenly realized, this kid wrapped the tail around his waist before. I thought it was an ornament. Vados. Master Kampa, don't talk anymore. I feel ashamed of you to say that. Are you a word from gods of destruction? Hit also looked at this behemoth in surprise. But after sensing Qi Tian's energy intensity, Qi Ti's hanging heart was also let go. Anyway, this guy Qi Tian is pretty real. He said that this transformation can increase his strength by 10 times. Sure enough, it was 10 times. Qi Tian is sincere not to deceive me. The body has become so huge, and the strength has only increased by 10 times. It is indeed a pity. Hit said in thought. Snapped. Hit's voice just fell, but Qi Tian's body suddenly burst out with golden flames. When I looked again, I saw that the black hair on Qi Tian's body had all turned into golden color. After feeling the powerful energy of Qi Tian, Hit's face changed again and again. Hit felt 10,000 critical damage at that time. You are so special. Your transformation is still accumulating. You are more than 10 times over. You clearly have a 500-fold increase. How do you fight this special? Hit's face was sweating cold. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. If I am angel, you are my gods of destruction. Thanks to the 3 mice for the reward. It's a pity that my transformation has a big shortcoming. You have also seen the artificial full moon in the sky. Qi Tian told the truth, if you can break the artificial full moon, my transformation it will fail. You actually told me the shortcomings of your transformation. Hit's eyes widened. It's nothing, I didn't want to fight with you either. Qi Tian smiled, grabbed the void with his big hand. Suddenly, the artificial full moon in the sky was caught by Qi Tian. Boom! The artificial full moon in Qi Tian's hands shattered on the spot. Hey! At the next moment, I saw Qi Tian's body quickly shrunk and returned to its original appearance. Ho-ho! Qi Tian gasped heavily and seemed to be a little tired. The other thing is, the time that I can hold on to this transformation is relatively short, and I can hold on for about a minute at most. Qi Tian smiled, if the time is too long, it may be because my own energy is too strong, the body will be overwhelmed. Hit didn't say a word. Hit, I have learned your strength, thank you very much. Qi Tian said to Hit. Hit didn't know what to say for a while. After a brief silence, Hit also smiled friendly at Qi Tian. Before he knew it, Hit admired the opponent in front of him very much. It's simply amazing. You told me all the shortcomings of transformation. What a venerable opponent this is. Qi Tian is smiling and calm. What? Tell you the shortcomings of my transformation? For Qi Tian, this is nothing at all. Qi Tian did not intend to become a gorilla through the artificial full moon. This kind of transformation is obviously not desirable. I will definitely overcome this shortcoming in the future. I should learn from Broly and directly improve my strength to the strength of a gorilla. Therefore, even if you tell them your shortcomings, there is no big deal. So, if you really fight, Hit might lose to him. Kampa felt that a head was too big. This is the number 1 killer of our 6th universe. Not necessarily. Vados whispered, this is a game. Hit has a lot of tricks that he can't use. This is, Kampa breathed a sigh of relief. It would be too tragic if the kid who made milk tea really punched the 6th universe. However, Kampa felt a little uneasy in his heart. This kid seems to be only 16 years old, right? If you continue to let this kid practice, I feel that he can really become the best player in the universe. Sister Vados is right. If I really compete with Hit, it's not in this form of competition, maybe I will be killed by him. Qi Tian told the truth. Hit is a killer after all. The killer is best at killing people rather than playing games. If it really fights, I'm afraid Qi Tian will be killed by Hit before he can transform. Of course, Qi Tian will also work hard to cultivate and strive to realize the true self-consciousness as soon as possible. As long as Qi Tian understands the true self-consciousness. No matter how Hit was started, he was not afraid of his existence. After all, after comprehending the true self-intention, Qi Tian can dodge Hit's attack even if he closes his eyes. It's nice to meet you, Qi Tian. Hit extended his hand friendly to Qi Tian. Qi Tian stepped forward and held Hit's hand together. Immediately afterwards, Qi Tian looked closely at Hit's head again. Hit! Why are you looking at my head again? My face really looks like your brother. Hit couldn't help asking. It's not your face, it's your head. Qi Tian corrected seriously. I still don't understand what you are saying. Hit was speechless. It is really rare to be able to appreciate the strength of the number one killer in the 6th universe. Qi Tian changed the subject. With each other, your strength gave me the motivation to cultivate. Hit smiled at Qi Tian. After this game with the 7th universe is over, I will also practice well when I go back. Let's work hard together. Qi Tian nodded. In the future, if I become an angel, you will be my gods of destruction. Hit's face was confused. What are you talking about? What is your gods of destruction? Kampa. Vados. This kid. I'm really speechless with you. Have you found gods of destruction for yourself? Kampa scratched his head. How do I feel that your kid is very ambitious? Do you seem to look down upon the internship gods of destruction? You are here to train and train. 3 days later, you will have a showdown with the 7th universe. I hope you don't shame me. Kampa commanded the 3 of Hit and the others. Especially you. Qi Tian pointed to Frost. Frost. How did I provoke you again? I just slapped you just now, don't keep holding on to me. You just beat me to death. Speaking of you, did you hear it? Qi Tian shouted to Frost. Qi Tian, I don't understand what you are talking about. Frost felt that he was always sad. Play well, don't engage in those conspiracies. Qi Tian scolded Frost. I didn't engage in conspiracy. Frost was about to cry. I hate hypocrites the most in my life. Look at Frisia in the 7th universe. He is of the same race as you, so he is a real villain. Qi Tian said to Frost, you said you are people who wear fashion clothes are like a gentleman, but actually only do some mischievous activities. How inappropriate is this? Frost lowered his head. Whatever you say, I will not say anything. You have the ability to hit me. Are you in the 7th universe? Frost also reacted immediately. Qi Tian laughed and said nothing. I finally understand why you are targeting me like this. Frost said, I'm different from Frisia in the 7th universe you said. I'm really a good person. Qi Tian didn't talk to Frost again. Whether it is a good person has nothing to do with Qi Tian. Forget Qi Tian, as long as he can win the game, I don't care what villain or gentleman he is. Kampa persuaded. That's right. Qi Tian nodded. Vados, is the venue ready? Kampa asked. Let's compete with us. Going to other planets is too much trouble. Vados proposed. Okay, you can figure it out. Kampa didn't object, patted his stomach, and looked at Qi Tian. Qi Tian pretended not to see it, and looked up at the sky. Kampa, **. Chapter 30. Chapter 30 Players of the 7th Universe. Ahem, Qi Tian, can you make a cup of milk tea for me now? Kampa gritted his teeth and asked. Yes. Chi Tian didn't object, and used the energy-controlled material to levitate into the air, and quickly filled 3 cups of milk tea. A cup of Kampa. A cup of Vados. The last cup fell in Chi Tian's hands. Hit. Chi Tian threw the milk tea to Hit. Hit took the milk tea down and was taken aback. Thank you. Hit thanked. You're welcome. Chi Tian smiled, you will be my brother from now on. Hit. I'm obviously older than you, okay? I am more than 1,000 years older than you. Is it appropriate for you to call my brother like that? Hit, you are a good one. Kampa smiled. Do you know why I brought him from the 7th universe to our universe? Hit shook his head. Is it because he is strong? This is because the milk tea he made is the only one in the universe. Kampa laughed and quietly sipped the milk tea. Well, that's it. It's so delicious. Oh, it's so fragrant. Vados also clicked and said with a look of intoxication, it's different from coffee, and each has its own merits. Coffee. Kampa couldn't help it. Vados, the coffee you said is too ugly. How can coffee compare with milk tea? Master Kampa, you don't understand. Vados smiled mysteriously and blinked at Chi Tian. Chi Tian understood the meaning of Vados. She wants to eat alone. In other words, coffee will be exclusively for Vados in the future. Of course this is fine. Chi Tian didn't want to make something for the fellow Kampa. Isn't it fragrant to cook beautiful food for Angel? Anyway, no matter how much you eat, I will eat it from you in the end. Vados was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Chi Tian thoughtfully. How do I feel this kid is thinking about me? Do I really look similar to his first love? Isn't this kid running the train with his mouth full? The milk tea is so delicious. Leave him alone. Investigate him slowly later. Drink milk tea first. Hit was also shocked at the time after tasting a sip of milk tea. Me? What is this? This is delicious too. In this endless universe, there are actually such delicious drinks. I feel that my 1,000 years have been in vain. Hit burst into tears. Hit, why are you crying? Kampa was stunned. No. Master Kampa, I just got sand in my eyes. Hit rubbed his eyes and wiped away tears. Kampa. God's eyes got into the sand. This is my planet. Is there sand on this planet I don't know? Is it so delicious? Frost wiped his sweat. It should be delicious. I cried without seeing Hit. Bodemo whispered, he's a killer. What kind of drink did the killer drink, and he cried? Frost was shocked. It's a pity that the two of us are not qualified to taste it. Bodemo sighed. It's not to blame you, who let you provoke that guy. Frost said angrily. Is this to blame? How do I remember that you urged me? Bodemo said with a dark face. Chi Tian said it is indeed correct, you hypocrite. What are you talking about? You actually call me a hypocrite. You want to die, don't you? Frost was furious. It's just that Chi Tian, that fellow, said he is a hypocrite, and now this bear dares to be presumptuous in front of me. See how I break your leg. You two, get out of the fight again. Chi Tian smiled and looked at the two people. The two shivered uncontrollably and hurriedly shook hands to make peace. Ha ha ha. Don't quarrel. Don't quarrel. We are just arguing because of different opinions, we are still in a good relationship. Frost laughed. Yes, yes. We have a good relationship, how can we quarrel? Bodemo also responded quickly. Kampa. Why do I feel something is wrong with the weather vane? Chi Tian said this kid, the two of them were so scared. I haven't spoken to gods of destruction. After drinking the milk tea, Kampa briefly trained Bodemo and Frost. However, Kampa found that the aptitudes of these two people are very average, and it is obviously unlikely that they want to improve their strength in just 3 days. Kampa suddenly lost interest, and simply let them practice on their own. In this way, the 3-day agreement soon arrived. On this day, Whis and Beerus descended on the planet Kampa with the 3 human players from the 7th universe. Chi Tian looked at these 3 players immediately. Majin Buu? Frisia? Cooler? Well, Chi Tian knows everyone. In order to win this game, Beerus actually released Majin Buu. It's just that, can Majin Buu be Hit's opponent? I'm afraid it's choking. But it's hard to say. If Majin Buu really can't beat Hit, he might be absorbed by Hit. You can count it. Kampa smiled and looked at Beerus. Hey, these are your 3 players. Beerus also immediately swept toward Hit and the 3 others. Kampa really used Hit. That's the ring, ready to start. Kampa greeted Beerus. It looks like you are confident, Kampa. Beerus smiled. Of course, our universe will definitely win. Kampa said confidently. What about the rules of the game? Beerus asked. The rules are very simple. The game is played one-on-one, and the loser quits until the last person loses the game. Kampa explained, it is not allowed to kill during the game. Surrender or fall out of the ring is a loss. Yes. Beerus nodded and yawned. Let's start, I'm a little bit dozed, let them finish the game quickly so I can go back and get a good night's sleep. Don't worry, you have to be clear. Kampa smiled. Otherwise, some people will have to go back to the bill again later. Who do you mean to Reckless? Beerus stared. Who else can I talk about? Kampa snorted. You can talk about it, what about the lost universe? What else can we do? If our universe loses, that guy named Chi Tian will be yours. Beerus replied, if we win, Chi Tian will follow us back to the 7th universe. We were originally for this. Conditions for the game. Wait a minute. Chi Tian spoke. What do you want to say? Beerus asked. If the 7th universe wins, what shall I do when I go back? Do you continue to stay on the planet of Vanfu to make milk tea? Chi Tian asked. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. My life is up to me. If you want, you can come to my planet and become my milk tea supply specialist. Beerus said, of course, in my spare time, I will also teach you a few tricks. The alternate gods of destruction is also okay if you are interested. I will give you my gods of destruction position in the next year. Chi Tian dragged his chin in silent contemplation. The idea of Beerus has changed a little bit. But Chi Tian thinks about it carefully, and it's normal. After all, Beerus hasn't drank milk tea for 3 days. I'm afraid he almost forgot the delicious milk tea, right? Can I have my own choice? Chi Tian asked suddenly. What do you mean? Beerus was taken aback. Kampa also turned his head to look at Chi Tian, wondering what he wanted to do. People also have dignity, I don't want to be exchanged as goods by you. Chi Tian said with a serious expression, my life needs me to lead. Boy, tell me, what do you want to do? Beerus smiled. It's very simple. If I am not satisfied with the final result, I will personally set foot on the ring to challenge. Chi Tian said, if I win, I can reject the final result. Of course, if I lose, I will only if you can appoint, I will cooperate and fulfill your needs well. Yes. Beerus glanced at Chi Tian, but he didn't object. That's the strength of this kid. What if you challenged yourself in the ring? Can you change the final result? These are the elite fighters of our universe. Ahahaha. Frisia let out a weird cry. As expected, Sion, a little guy with a combat power of only 100 has such courage. Frisia smiled and looked at Chi Tian, and then looked at the value on the detector. Yes, this kid's combat power is only 100. If it weren't for the good taste of this milk tea, we wouldn't have to run over to fight the 6th universe. Also, if it weren't for this product, Lord Beerus wouldn't wake up so early, right? Frisia feels mad at thinking about it now. The culprit of all this is Scion's wild monkey. It's not this kid, I still dominate the universe. Now I can only do business in universe. Frisia, don't underestimate him. Beerus glanced at Frisia. If our universe wins, he is going to be the alternate gods of destruction. Now that you offend him, you will have to suffer. Master Beerus, if he can't beat me, do I have to suffer as well? Frisia asked quickly. Of course, no need. Beerus smiled. Alternative gods of destruction speaks by strength, and I won't support him. Ha 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 ha, Frisia laughed. I'll be relieved then, I'm looking forward to competing with him. Frisia, don't be careless, it feels like that kid is not easy. Cooler leaned over and whispered to Frisia. Cut, Cooler. Are you overly cautious? Frisia snorted. I hope I think too much. Cooler said in a low voice. Majin Buu looked at this and that, and patted his stomach. I'm hungry, I want to eat something. I have no problem. Kampa nodded. Looking at the meaning of this kid now, it seems that he intends to stay in the 6th universe. Vados really has a foresight. Bringing this kid back in advance is definitely a clear choice. Since there is no objection, let's start the game. Beerus urged, which of the 3 of you will go first? Of course it's me. I can solve all 3 of them by myself, Frisia. Frisia smiled lightly and stepped forward. Frisia, be careful. There is a guy over there who seems to be of the same race as us. Cooler whispered to Frisia. Humph, I've noticed him a long time ago. Frisia smiled disdainfully. Can that kind of weak guy be the opponent of my genius Frisia? The 3 of you, who is first? Kampa looked at Hit and the 3 of them. Let me take the lead. Bodhimo stepped forward. The 2 stepped onto the ring one after another. 3 seconds, it only takes 3 seconds for me to get rid of you. Frisia looked at Bodhimo with a smile. Humph, brazen guy. Bodhimo snorted, clenching his fist tightly. The game begins. Vados said. Shoo! Shoo! Kampa and Beerus had a burst of energy at the same time. Dang Kang! Dang Kang! The energy of the 2 was hit on their own gongs. There were also 2 crisp noises on the gong. The first game officially started. That big bear, you have to be careful, I can easily kill you in a flash. Frisia said, a flame shot directly from his hand. The flames whizzed towards Berdamo's body. Snapped. The red flame hit Berdamo's body at that time. Frisia naively thought that the flames he shot would surely penetrate this guy's body. Only the next moment, a scene that surprised Frisia happened. I saw that the red flame shot by me bounced off the opponent's body, and it actually came back. What? Frisia's eyes widened. Boom! Frisia slapped the bounced red flame with a slap, and slapped the red flame into the air. Boom! Bodhimo also took the opportunity to come quickly, and launched a fierce attack on Frisia. A rainy fist hit Frisia's body. Boom! Bodhimo flew and kicked Frisia's chest. Frisia was kicked to the ground, spouting a mouthful of sour water. Hey, 3 seconds have passed. Bodhimo smiled softly. Bear, your level is pretty good. Frisia got up and rubbed his nose. It seems that I'm not really moving. You don't know how powerful I am, King Frisia. Boom! Frisia's body exploded with energy, transformed into a second form. Call out! Frisia rushed in the direction where Bodhimo was. Puff! Frisia used the sharp horns of his head to directly penetrate Berdamo's body. Ah! Bodhimo let out a stern scream, feeling that his whole person is not good. Frisia's large body held Bodhimo so high. I'm really sorry, Bear, I accidentally used too much force. Frisia smiled. Don't die. If you die, I will be punished. Call out. Frisia said, tilting his head and slamming Botamo directly. Botamo's body bounced back in the ring and fell off the court and was eliminated. Hey, he has been eliminated by me now. If he dies again, I won't blame me. Frisia smiled. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 Frisia, I can solve them alone. This guy. Kampa bared his teeth. Vados didn't say much, and stepped forward to treat Botamo. Master Kampa, let me meet our people. Frost saluted Kampa. Go. Kampa nodded. Frost stepped forward and stepped onto the ring, facing Frisia. Dang Kang. The gong was struck by Kampa and Beerus. I heard that the 6th universe is the mirrored universe of our 7th universe, so you belong to our family of frozen demons, right? Frisia looked at Frost with a smile. I am a frozen clan, and I don't have the word devil. Frost replied politely. Oh? Really? Frisia chuckled. It looks like you are a hypocrite. What did you say? Frost glared. This is so special. Am I really like a hypocrite? What a shame. Since you and I are of the same race, I won't hide and tuck you with you. Frisia smiled, let's make all the strongest transformations. And after saying this, the energy in Frisia's body emerged madly. In the blink of an eye, Frisia turned into the 4th form. By the way, what's your name? Frisia smiled slightly. Frost. Very well, Frost, how do you feel about my transformation now? Frisia said with a smile. Humph, this is what a transformation, it's just our basic form. Frost snorted coldly, and the energy burst on his body, which also became the 4th form. Whether Frisia or Frost, the 4th form of the two is actually their true appearance. As for the 1st form to the 3rd form of the two, they were only changed in order not to consume too much of their own energy. You are right, it seems you know yourself well. Frisia smiled slightly. Come on. Frost shouted at Frisia. Hey. Frisia was not very polite, and suddenly appeared directly opposite Frost in a flash. Boom. Frisia flew a kick and hit Frost's chest directly. Frost's eyes widened. This guy is so fast, I didn't even react. Frost was hit, and his body moved backwards quickly. When he retreated to the edge of the ring, Frost finally stabilized his body, gritted his teeth and stopped. Ho ho! Frost was very tired, and his breathing was clearly visible. How is it? Everyone is of the same race, but I am more talented than you. Frisia chuckled, I thought you were so great, haha, so you are at that level. Asshole! I can't spare you. Frost was furious, his breath exploded again. Quickly rush towards the direction where Frisia is. Frisia calmly responded. Boom! After 10 seconds, Frisia hit Frost in the nose with a punch. Frost's nosebleed came out of his nostrils. Oh, one accidentally used too much force, are you okay? Frisia teased. Wow! I did it with you. Frost threw his teeth at Frisia. Boom! Frisia kicked Frost's chest again. Frost drew an arc on the ring, fell out of the ring on the spot, fell off the court, and was eliminated. Ahahaha! Frisia let out a weird cry. Kampa's face went dark. This is so special. Frost could not beat this fellow of the same race. What a shame to me. Who is the next one? Frisia looked at Hit with a smile. Hit calmly stepped onto the ring. Humph, it seems you are nothing great. Frisia chuckled lightly. Frisia, don't be careless. Beerus said to Frisia, this Hit is the #1 killer in the 6th universe. Understood, Frisia was taken aback. Even Lord Beerus said that, it shows that this person is indeed extraordinary, and I have to be careful. Kong dang! Beerus and Kampa sounded the gong at the same time. Game start. is the number 1 killer in the 6th universe. Frisia snorted, I am still the emperor of the 7th universe. Hit did not answer, but walked in Frisia's direction step by step. What? Are you taking the initiative to provoke the king? Frisia said that, but he was immediately ready to fight. Boom! At the next moment, Hit made a shot. There was only a muffled noise at the scene, and when everyone reacted, Hit's fist had already hit Frisia's chest. Puff! Frisia's mouth spurted blood and fell to the ground. Flash time! Hit directly used the flash time. What? The speed of this guy, Frisia's eyes widened, showing a look of disbelief. I can't see how he did it. This guy. Boom! Hit didn't bother with Frisia at all, and kicked Frisia again. Frisia was kicked into the sky. Boom! Hit Frisia in the air is a violent output. Frisia was beaten so much that she cried and cried, feeling that her whole person was not good. Boom! Hit kicked out again, kicking Frisia out of the ring. Frisia fell to the ground, pumping all over. Whis! Beerus looked at Whis. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis knew what Beerus meant, and immediately approached Frisia for treatment. In any case, Frisia can be considered a little bit of credit for the 7th universe. He at least eliminated 2 players from the 6th universe. Hey, the number 1 killer in the 6th universe is amazing. Beerus smiled slightly and glanced at Cooler. Cooler nodded solemnly. You must go all out as soon as you go up, don't hide it, or you won't even know how to lose. Beerus told Cooler. Yes, Lord Beerus. Cooler replied. On the ring. Cooler and Hit stand opposite each other. Beerus and Kampa sounded the gong. Wow! Cooler let out a scream, and his body changed quickly. 5th form. This is a change unique to Cooler. Only Cooler will transform into the 5th form. Seeing Cooler's transformation, Hit's expression was still not sad or happy, and plain. Cooler soared directly into the sky after transforming, and flew high into the sky. Immediately afterwards, Cooler condensed an extremely powerful energy in the air. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Chapter 33 Hit vs Bu. I know your melee skills are very good, hey, I won't go hand to hand with you. Cooler snorted, let me get rid of you in the air. Cooler said, the huge energy bomb in his hand slammed down in Hit's direction. Seeing the falling energy bomb, Hit's face was still extremely calm. Boom! The next moment, Hit hit the energy bomb released by Cooler with a heavy punch. With a soft sound, the energy bomb directly changed its direction and rushed to the far ground. Boom! There was a big explosion in the distance, raising a cloud of dust. What? Cooler's face changed color. That is equivalent to my full blow. Was it just being beaten by this guy? Cooler's face became increasingly ugly. Hey! At this moment, Hit's figure shook, and he appeared behind Cooler. Boom! Hit kicked Cooler. Cooler beckoned on the spot and fell from the air. Boom! Cooler's body hit the ring heavily, leaving a big hole in the ring. Oh, I lost again. Whis sighed, I'm afraid Cooler is no longer able to fight. Hey, Beerus, hurry up and let your last player play. Kampa smiled triumphantly. Hey, Kampa, don't be happy too soon. Beerus snorted. Cooler crawled out of the big pit in the ring, and his injury was serious. Beerus didn't want to make this product embarrassing in the ring, so he asked Cooler to surrender. After Cooler got off the ring, Vados stepped forward to repair the ring with Angel's power. Soon, the ring was restored to its original appearance. It's up to you, give me a good fight. Beerus said to Bu, if you perform well, I might consider removing you from the seal completely. Bu nodded vigorously. Immediately afterwards, Bu jumped into the ring. Hit frowned. As a killer, Hit keenly discovered that this fat man didn't seem to have any weaknesses. It should be the type that is difficult to kill. Since it is difficult to kill, if you want to cause serious injury to him, I am afraid it will be a little troublesome. Let's try the temptation first. Game start. Hit took the initiative, and his palm directly penetrated Majin Buu's body. Bu froze for a moment. This guy is so fast. But immediately, Bu felt a sharp pain. The body is penetrated. If it was just an attack by ordinary people, Bu would not feel pain. But this purple-skinned guy seems to hurt my soul. Boom! Bu hit Hit's body with his head at the time. With a muffled noise, Buu's head hit Hit's hand heavily. Hit gently blocked Buu's attack with his hand. Immediately afterwards, Hit quickly retreated and distanced himself from Bala. Shoo! Bu quickly counterattacked, firing energy bombs at Hit. Hit slapped them one by one and slapped these energy bombs away. The tentacles on Buu's head moved slightly, and a purple-red lightning-like energy struck again. Hit frowned and patted with his hands again. However, when Hit felt the extraordinary part of this energy, his face had already changed color. It was too late for Hit to avoid. Snapped! Hit's hand was hit by this strange energy. Suddenly, Hit's body quickly changed. Snapped! The next moment, in full view, Hit's body turned into a chocolate biscuit, just lying on the ring. Kampa! Vados! Vados was speechless for a while and couldn't help covering his forehead. This fat pink man has a good magic attack. Hit him so much. Fat Bu grinned and stepped forward to pick up the chocolate biscuit and start eating. It's just that Bu seemed to be aware of something. He glanced at Beerus with some caution, and quickly dropped the biscuit in his hands from the ring. Boom! The moment the chocolate biscuit fell out of the ring, the tentacles on Majin Buu's head shot a pink flame again and hit the biscuit. Snapped! Suddenly, Hit's body recovered from the biscuit shape to its original shape. Hit was eliminated. So far, the game with the 7th universe is over. The 7th universe won the final victory. The last game was nothing exciting. The dignified Hit was turned into a chocolate chip cookie and eliminated. Hit also was speechless for a while. Tuan never expected this result. If I knew the peculiarity of that energy, I should have avoided it just now. Kampa, what do you say? Beerus smiled. Humph, this guy didn't win the game by his true ability at all. Kampa snorted, if the real contest is up, he may not be Hit's opponent. If you lose, you lose. There is nothing to explain. Beerus said with a smile, and then looked in the direction of Chi Tian. Chi Tian, can you go back to the 7th universe with me now? However, after Beerus finished speaking, he discovered that Chi Tian seemed to be missing. No, the person is not there. People? Where are Chi Tian people? Beerus was taken aback for a moment. Others also reacted immediately. Chi Tian is indeed gone. Chi Tian was not there. People? When did you leave? Did you see him during Hit and Cooler's game? Beerus asked. Several players present shook their heads blankly. Did not pay attention. We have not always paid attention to Chi Tian's movements. What did this kid do? Beerus said with a black face, and turned to look at Whis. The crystal ball on the scepter in Whis's hand flickered a few times. Found it, about 3,000 meters over there. Whis pointed to the distance. What did he do? Beerus asked. Sleeping, Whis wiped his sweat. Beerus. Kampa. Vados. Everyone present was more speechless than one. You guys have a big heart. Actually sleeping here. Do you know who we are playing for? Go and wake him up. Beerus told Frisia. Master Beerus, can I go over and beat him up? Frisia was holding his fire. As the king of the universe, I actually lost the game. How shame am I? I have to find someone to vent my anger. This wild monkey making milk tea is you. I want to repair you well. It's time to fix this kid, otherwise I feel he doesn't respect me a bit. Beerus snorted. Asterisk. Chapter 34. Chapter 34 Beerus, I'm dozing off. Yes, Lord Beerus. Frisia grinned, without hesitation, and flew quickly in the direction where Qi Tian was. The distance of 3,000 meters was just a flash for Frisia. Sure enough, Frisia saw that on a piece of emerald green grass, Qi Tian just lay there on all fours and fell asleep. Frisia. This kid is too hateful. We are playing there. It's good for you. You actually ran here to sleep. The environment here is really good. Look at how I fix you. Frisia let out a cold snort, stepped forward, and pointed his finger at Qi Tian's body. Qi Tian seemed to have entered a deep sleep. Qi Tian is really a little sleepy. I feel a little uncomfortable after coming to the 6th universe. Wild monkey, let you taste my power first. Frisia hesitated, put away his fingers for a while, kicked towards Qi Tian's body abruptly. If you attack this kid with energy and hurt this kid too badly to make milk tea, maybe I will be implicated. Let's kick him to vent his anger. This kick of Frisia kicked over, when he was about to hit Qi Tian's chest. Qi Tian's body twisted slightly, so he avoided Frisia's attack. Frisia's eyes widened, and he looked at Qi Tian in an incredible way. Wild monkey, are you pretending to sleep? Frisia was taken aback and snorted. Snapped. Qi Tian also sensed that his side was a little dangerous, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Frisia. Oh? You were pretending to be sleeping. Frisia hummed. Frisia, what are you doing here? Do you know the consequences of disturbing my sleep? Qi Tian squinted. Oh? What will happen? Tell me to listen. Frisia rubbed his nose. Snapped. Qi Tian was not very polite, and stepped forward and grabbed Frisia's head. Boom! Qi Tian just pressed Frisia's head and slammed it heavily on the ground of Kampa planet. Woo! Frisia let out a stern cruel cry, feeling that the whole person is not good. However, Frisia feels that the sadness is still to come. Qi Tian just pressed Frisia's head and glide on the ground of Kampa planet. Soon, Qi Tian pushed Frisia's head into the area where Beerus and others were. Boom! Qi Tian kicked Frisia's chest fiercely, embedding Frisia's body deeply into the earth. Is the game over? Qi Tian asked. Everyone was stunned. Frisia, it feels so tragic. Beerus also took a deep look at Qi Tian. Beerus didn't expect this guy named Qi Tian to be quite powerful. Frisia is not his opponent at all. Kampa said nothing. There will be no milk tea to drink in the future. By the way, didn't this kid Qi Tian say it? If he is not satisfied with the final result, he will personally go to the ring to challenge. Who won? Qi Tian asked. Everyone was speechless for a while. We are all for your competition. You actually ran to sleep. Of course it is our 7th universe. Beerus smiled lightly. Qi Tian, you are also a member of the 7th universe, you can follow me back to the 7th universe now. The 7th universe actually won. Qi Tian was taken aback, looking at Hit and asked, Hit, my brother, how did you lose to that fat man? Hit. Hey, it's very simple. Bu turned Hit into a chocolate chip cookie and knocked him out. Beerus smiled. Qi Tian was speechless. Unexpectedly, it would be such a result. Master Beerus, how do you plan to arrange me? Qi Tian asked. I said, what is your treatment here? And what is the treatment you are still receiving when you return to the 7th universe? Beerus yawned. Aren't you internship gods of destruction on the 6th universe? Back to the 7th universe. After 7 universe, you can be my intern gods of destruction. Yes. Qi Tian nodded. Kampa. Is this agreed? Don't you want to be the intern of our 6th universe, gods of destruction? Just squinted for a while, there are a lot of things that I want to understand. Qi Tian raised his chin and muttered, anyway, I am still a member of the 7th universe after all. I am more familiar with the 7th universe, even the 7th universe. No matter how bad it is, that is my home. Kampa. Vados. Master Kampa, Sister Vados, I'm really sorry, I have to return to my own universe. Qi Tian saluted the two. Okay, it's just a pity that I can't drink milk tea. Vados felt sorry for a while. My sister is fine, you can come and play with me, I will make milk tea for my sister. Qi Tian said with a smile. Qi Tian, don't you want to continue practicing with your sister? Vados smiled and said to Qi Tian. I think, but, Qi Tian showed a look of embarrassment. You are all pretty good to me. Who do you think is more appropriate for me to reject? You really embarrass me. Don't you want to be an intern angel? Vados lowered his voice and whispered to Qi Tian, my sister can help you fulfill this wish. Really? Qi Tian's eyes lit up. Of course, angel can't lie. Vados smiled. Okay, don't hesitate here. Beerus yawned again, how about this? Now make me a cup of milk tea immediately, and I can go home to sleep after I drink it. Then, wait until I wake up. After coming, I want to see you appear on my planet Beerus. As for this period of time, if you are willing to stay in the 6th universe, just stay in the 6th universe. Whiz. Lord Beerus, you are too much. You ran to sleep. I want to drink milk tea but I want to go to the 6th universe. This distance is very long. How is it? I'm already very magnanimous. Beerus felt that both eyelids were fighting. Okay, it just happens that I don't like fighting, so let's do it. Qi Tian nodded, without objection, I think I really want to stay in the 6th universe for a while. Frost. Bodhimo. Hit. You said you don't like fighting? You defeated all three of us before. Kampa thought about it carefully. This method is a good choice. Kampa knew very well that Beerus might have to sleep for several years. It's even possible for more than 10 years. I have drunk enough milk tea for more than 10 years. It's no pity to return this kid to you then. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Chapter 35 Whis, everyone is happy? Vados and Kampa have the same idea. If Beerus slept for more than 10 years, I would drink almost all the drinks I wanted. Go wherever this kid likes to go. Save me thinking about me all day. Beerus is so sleepy. Originally, Beerus was already in deep sleep. After being awakened, Beerus was able to hold on for 3 days. But now, Beerus just wants to get a good night's sleep. Let's talk after I wake up. Anyway, when I sleep, I can't do anything to this kid. It's not a good thing to stay around. I know my sleeping posture is not very good. In case I accidentally destroy this product. What's so special? After I wake up, how can I drink milk tea? These are the inner thoughts of Beerus. After Beerus carefully considered it, it was a good thing to let this kid stay in the 6th universe. Whatever you want. Beerus did not object, I still said that, after I wake up, you have to go back to the 7th universe. Now, make us milk tea. After drinking, I can sleep well. Okay, I can make milk tea immediately. Qi Tian had no objection, and started to make milk tea at that time. Soon, 4 cups of milk tea will do just that. Whis, Beerus, Kampa, and Vados, 1 for each of 4. Save them from fighting. Beerus tasted it. Milk tea is still so good. After drinking the milk tea, Beerus yawned again and his upper eyelids drooped. Whis, stamp this kid so that he will be born in the 7th universe and die in the 7th universe. Beerus ordered Whis, and then asked Kampa, Kampa, do you have any opinion? Hey, whatever you want. Kampa had no objection. You go to bed quickly. When you sleep, I drink my milk tea without affecting each other. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded, a light flashed from the crystal ball of the scepter in his hand, and he was about to hit Qi Tian's body. Wait a minute. Qi Tian waved his hand quickly and responded, don't worry, I admit that I am a member of the 7th universe, so there is no need to stamp me. Stop it. Give me a stamp? You can think of it even if you lose it. Boy, let me warn you first, if you live here for a year, you will become the person in the 6th universe. Beerus said to Qi Tian. What if you go back one day halfway? Qi Tian asked. Then it's okay. Beerus nodded. Okay, I know, I will return in the middle. Qi Tian responded. It's fine if you know. Too sleepy. Whis, let's go back. Beerus yawned vigorously. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis did not object, and summoned the transparent travel cube. Frisia, Cooler and Majin Buu set foot on the flying cube. Boy, before I leave, you must remember that you are now in internship in the 7th universe, Gods of Destruction. Beerus said to Qi Tian, don't shame me. It's easy to say. Qi Tian smiled slightly. Then, let's go. Whis greeted and waved to Vados again. Call out. Whis took Beerus and the others into a bright flame, quickly sank into the sky, and soon disappeared. Hey, Vados, this kid is now regarded as the internship Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe. Don't give him more abilities generously. Kampa lowered his voice and whispered to Vados, I always feel this kid the future achievements are limitless. Okay, I see Master Kampa. Vados nodded slightly. You three, really disappointed me. Kampa turned to look at the three hit. Hit 3 lowered their heads. If you lose, you lose. There is no alternative. Especially that Majin Buu, too shameless. Also bring people into chocolate biscuits. Hit, after you are turned into a chocolate biscuit, do you still have consciousness? Qi Tian asked. Hit. Qi Tian, you are too much. Why don't you open which pot and hold which pot? I'm already very embarrassed. Yes, but I don't think I can react. I was thrown out of the ring by the fat man. Hit said solemnly, I was careless. Qi Tian didn't say anything. Indeed, with Hit's strength, even if Majin Buu turns into a chocolate chip cookie, it should still exist consciously. Can you continue to fight after Veget is turned into a jelly bean by the guy Buu? It's just that this is a ring. Even if you are thrown out of the ring, you lose. If it is really a fight to the end, Buu will definitely be tortured to death by Hit. But this is hard to say. Maybe Hit will be absorbed by Buu in the end. Qi Tian, according to my guess, the guy Beerus will have to sleep for at least 10 years, which is still less. Kampa smiled and said, you stay with me for these 10 years. Give me and how about making Vados milk tea, just to let Vados nurture you? No problem, I think so too. Qi Tian nodded. Kampa didn't say anything, and then he sent Hit and the others back to their respective planets. 7th Universe. Whis first sent Frisia and Cooler back to their territory. Then, Beerus glanced at Buu silently. Should I seal this product? How do I feel, keeping this fat man? I have a bad feeling. Correct. It's Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, this idiot. Based on your ability, what are you doing to challenge this fat man? Don't you know your responsibilities? Beerus carefully considered it, and decided to seal Buu. Keep Buu, although you can better destroy the planet. But the guy Supreme Kai may not open one eye and close the other. Maybe Supreme Kai will challenge this fat man. Supreme Kai will die miserably. Although I also sealed the old Supreme Kai guy. Even if Supreme Kai is dead, I will not disappear as long as the old Supreme Kai is still alive. But I always feel a little uneasy. Seal it. This way I can sleep more at ease. Whis, go to the earth. Beerus greeted Whis. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded, taking Beerus and Bu to fly quickly towards the earth. Bu. What do you mean? Why go to the earth? Do you still want to seal me? Bu's triangular eyes stared, wishing to turn Beerus into chocolate. Hey, say that after I won the game, you are going to set me free. Bu said. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Chapter 36 put Bu's seal away. I said so, but I changed my mind again. Beerus grinned. Bu's face changed color. But you can rest assured that when I wake up, I can unlock your seal and return you to freedom. Beerus patted Bu on the shoulder. 10,000 grass and mud horses passed by Bu's heart. You wild cat! You liar! You bastard running the train! It's just that Bu doesn't dare to do anything to Beerus now. Bu clearly knew the gap between himself and this cat. If I did it, maybe I would be beaten to death by him. Bu still has this sense of crisis. The earth will soon arrive. The three of them landed at the place where Majin Bu was previously sealed. The sealed eggshell is still there. Lying on the mountain. Snapped. Beerus wasn't very polite either, and released a group of supernatural powers at Majin Bu. Suddenly, Majin Bu was beaten into the eggshell by this supernatural power. Snapped. The eggshell is combined into one. Majin Bu was sealed again. Next, I must have a good night's sleep. Beerus was sleepy. Whis, don't wake me up this time. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. On the way back to the planet Beerus, Beerus really fell asleep, and fell asleep on the way. After returning to the planet Beerus, Whis threw Beerus into the castle, allowing him to sleep peacefully. It's a pity. After a long time tossing, I drank a cup of milk tea. Whis sighed. To drink milk tea in the future, you have to go to the 6th universe. Beerus, you are too bad. Since Qi Tian has become an internship in our 7th universe, gods of destruction, just let him come to our planet. I seem to understand. Beerus was worried that when he was sleeping, someone accidentally destroyed Qi Tian. Do you think I can't protect Qi Tian? Whis shook his head, feeling boring. Supreme Kai World. Master Supreme Kai, am I right? Jebbit rubbed his eyes and looked in the direction of the earth with some surprise. This is just Jobbit's conditioned reflex to look at the earth. Because if everything is fine, whether Supreme Kai or Jebbite, both of them will look at the Bu seal on the earth. Majin Bu is a time bomb. Supreme Kai felt that this guy was too dangerous. Have to guard. What's wrong? Jebbit. Supreme Kai asked. Master Supreme Kai, that's Majin Bu's seal. Jebbit pointed to the direction of the earth. Is Bu sealed again? What? There is such a thing. Supreme Kai also opened his eyes wide, and immediately looked in the direction of the earth. From this look, Supreme Kai is also full of surprises on his face. Sure enough, it was the seal of Majin Bu. Bu was sealed again? That cat speaks for words. Although I don't know what he took Majin Bu to do. But he was able to seal Majin Bu again, and he was an amazing guy. Really sealed. Supreme Kai breathed a sigh of relief and said affirmatively, that is indeed the seal of Majin Bu, and the person in there is indeed Majin Bu. Great, Lord Supreme Kai. Jebbite said happily. Jebbit, don't be too happy for now. Supreme Kai sighed, we still don't know the origin of that cat. That's also. I really don't know who they are. Jebbite shook his head. Since Majin Bu has been sealed, the cat doesn't know where it is going. In a short time, our universe shouldn't have any big problems. Supreme Kai muttered. Master Supreme Kai, I'm still a little uneasy. Jebbite frowned, and then proposed, Master Supreme Kai. Do you think this will work? With that, Jebbite said his thoughts. What? You said you want to bring Majin Bu's seal to the Supreme Kai world. Supreme Kai was stunned. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai, please think about it. Our Supreme Kai world is a sanctuary, and ordinary people can't reach here. Jibbit smiled, it would be better to put the seal of Majin Buu under our noses. Supreme Kai's eyes lit up. Also Master Supreme Kai. Jibbit continued, the Earth today is not the Earth that Majin Buu was just sealed off. Very high technology has been born on the Earth, and it has a strong destructive power. Just in case a missile accidentally hit Majin Buu's seal, Majin Buu will still come out of the seal. Although this probability is small, we have to guard against it. You are right, Jobbit. Why didn't I think of such a good way? Supreme Kai felt that Jobbit was too right. So, shall we leave now? Bring the seal of Majin Buu. Jobbit proposed. Okay, just do it. Supreme Kai did not object. The two said that they would do it with their hands, teleport directly to the earth, and successfully found Majin Buu's seal. Hey! The two directly brought Majin Buu's seal back through instant transmission. Looking at the Majin Buu seal that appeared in the Supreme Kai world, Supreme Kai and Jibbit looked at each other and smiled. Very good. This product is now under our noses, and the Supreme Kai world is so quiet, will it not come out again this time? You have to find a suitable place to put it. Supreme Kai muttered, and then his eyes lit up, and said, yes, Jobbit, how about we put this seal next to the Excalibur? Next to the Excalibur? Jobbit was taken aback for a while. Yes, put it next to the Excalibur, it just happens that the Excalibur can suppress his magic power. Maybe after a few years, Majin Buu will be melted by the Excalibur's magic. Supreme Kai feels so smart. Hey? That's a great idea. Jobbit also gave Supreme Kai a thumbs up immediately. Lord Supreme Kai, you are so good. Why didn't I think of such a good idea? The two of them carefully held Majin Buu's seal and came to the top of the mountain where the divine sword was. Supreme Kai put the seal of Majin Buu next to the Excalibur. Well, use the power of the Excalibur to suppress Majin Buu's seal. What a great idea! This way Majin Buu would never wake up again. Moreover, maybe after many years of suppression, Majin Buu will be completely killed. I'm so smart. Supreme Kai feels that his IQ has exploded at this moment. It's a pity that the sword can't be pulled out. If you can pull it out, just insert the divine sword into Majin Buu's seal, Majin Buu will be finished on the spot. But the effect should be good when placed next to the Excalibur. Asterisk. Chapter 37. Chapter 37 Supreme Kai, I want to practice. Great, Lord Supreme Kai, so that Majin Buu is watching under our noses and suppressing it under the mighty power of the Excalibur. I have to see how he will run out. Jobbit smiled. Even if it comes out, I am afraid it will become a pool of water. Jobbit, so we can sit back and relax. Supreme Kai nodded. Master Supreme Kai, what plans do you have next? Jobbit asked. Next I want to practice well. Supreme Kai thought for a while and proposed. Cultivation. Jobbit was stunned. I want to make myself stronger. Supreme Kai replied, I am the greatest god in the universe. I can't let that cat be left behind. You are right, Lord Supreme Kai. Jobbit said, I will cooperate with Lord Supreme Kai. Jobbit, do your best. Supreme Kai smiled, perhaps in a few years, we can be as strong as that cat. When that happens, we won't be afraid of Majin Buu. Master Supreme Kai is so right. Jobbit replied excitedly, we should practice well. Since that cat is so powerful, Master Supreme Kai will definitely surpass him. Let's start with the basic skills first. Supreme Kai said, let's go down, I want to improve my speed first. Okay, I will cooperate with Supreme Kai, Jobbit responded. The two came to the bottom of the mountain and stood opposite each other. Jobbit, next you release energy bombs to me, I will try to avoid all these energy bombs. Supreme Kai proposed, by this method, I can increase my speed. No problem, I will continue to increase the speed of the energy bombs. Supreme Kai adults should avoid them. Jebite smiled. Come on. Supreme Kai nodded, ready to escape. Shoo. Jebit released energy bombs one by one, greeted Supreme Kai's body. Supreme Kai's speed is also very fast, avoiding the attacks of energy bombs in a thrilling manner. Boom! The Supreme Kai world made a loud noise. About an hour or so passed. Boom! One of Jebit's energy bombs hit the mountain of Excalibur at that time. Boom! The mountain collapsed at that time. Supreme Kai and Jebit were taken aback. Not good. Supreme Kai's face changed again and again. Something has happened. Jebite exclaimed. Wow! The mountain collapsed. The seal and the divine sword rolled down at the same time. Puff! The next moment, under the gaze of Supreme Kai and Jebit, the Excalibur was suddenly inserted into Bu's seal. Supreme Kai. Jebit. Me. Is there such a thing? Now Bu must be dead, right? Excalibur is inserted. The smoke dissipated little by little. Both Supreme Kai and Jebite stared at Majin Bu's seal and the divine sword inserted on the seal without blinking. Jebit, our luck is always so good. Supreme Kai's tears were almost falling. This luck is almost no one. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. Jebite nodded vigorously. Not far away. The seal of Majin Bu. Bu felt that he hadn't been sealed for long, and he was sleeping well. Puff! Bu felt something stuck in his body. It's a sword. What is this? Did that cat change his mind and come to kill me again? Can't it? I'm already very obedient. I sleep when you sleep. When you wake up, let me out quickly. I want freedom. But what do you mean by inserting a sword into me? Do you want me to go out and then kill me? Bu's thoughts are relatively simple, and his ideas are also very strange. After all, Bu's current thinking is like a child. However, Bu is not actually a fool. Bu found out at the time that the seal had been broken. It's just that Bu was afraid of the cat and didn't dare to go out easily. Bu got a piece of meat along the gap in the seal to the outside, and looked at it cautiously. Hey? Not that cat. Isn't this Supreme Kai guy? This product is nothing great. Majin Bu looked around carefully again. After confirming that there was no cat at the scene, Bu breathed a sigh of relief. Supreme Kai and Jebit also looked at Majin Bu's seal with some caution. After looking at it for a while, Bu's seal seemed to be quiet. The two also breathed a sigh of relief. Master Supreme Kai, then Majin Bu will be killed directly by the Excalibur, right? Jebit guessed. I think it should be. This is the most powerful sword in our sanctuary. Supreme Kai nodded. Great. Jebit nodded vigorously. Jebit, I should praise you for this matter. Supreme Kai smiled and said, if you hadn't hit the mountain where the Excalibur was on the right side, the Excalibur would not have been inserted in the seal of Majin Bu. This, ha ha ha, Jebit was a little embarrassed. I just killed this terrible monster by accident. Shoo. Just when Supreme Kai's voice fell, layers of pink gas emerged from the seal. What's the situation? Supreme Kai's eyes widened, showing a look of disbelief. What? This is, Jebit was also pale. The two immediately looked at the layers of pink gas. I saw the pink gas quickly condensed and deformed. Supreme Kai's face became very ugly. Jebit is also like a concubine. Majin Bu. Actually still alive. Snapped. Majin Bu quickly condensed and deformed and turned into a chubby appearance. Immediately afterwards, Majin Bu fell from the sky. Ha 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 ha. Bu laughed loudly. So fun. I actually came out again. Supreme Kai's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling with fright. Jobit was also dumbfounded. This is in trouble. After Bu appeared, he immediately looked in the direction of Nappa's Excalibur. This is the thing that pierced me. I slept soundly. You woke me up. Bu stepped forward and pulled out the Excalibur. This sword is so heavy. This sword hurts me so much. Bu casually threw the Excalibur into the air. Boom! Bu released a powerful energy in his hands, directly turning the divine sword into scum. What? The Excalibur was ruined by this guy. Supreme Kai's face changed color. That's the divine sword, was it destroyed so easily? Jebet also widened his eyes, showing a look of disbelief. This is too speechless, right? Asterisk. Chapter 38. Chapter 38 Death of Beerus. I'm hungry. Bu grinned, patted his stomach, and smiled at Supreme Kai and Jebet. Boom! Supreme Kai glared at Bu fiercely. Suddenly, a powerful force hit Bu's body. Bu just raised his head a little later, just like a okay person, squinting at Supreme Kai again. Become chocolate. The tentacles on Bu's head flashed a pink flame. Snapped. Supreme Kai didn't even react, and immediately turned into a piece of chocolate. You become chocolate too. Bu said, and a cloud of pink lightning spurted out of his head again. Snapped. The pink lightning struck Jebet's body. Jebet immediately turned into a piece of chocolate. Bu picked up two people and turned them into chocolates, and ate them beautifully. Unpalatable. There is no cat to entertain me with delicious food. Also, what is this place? This world looks so strange. Planet Beerus. Beerus fell asleep, his body gradually became transparent. Beerus never thought that he had already sealed the old Supreme Kai guy, but he still couldn't escape. Hey, Lord Beerus, you are disappearing, Whis wiped his sweat and hurriedly said to Beerus. Beerus woke up suddenly, his eyes widened. In the next moment, Beerus saw his disappearing body. Whis, what is going on? Beerus asked quickly, is Xeno-sama trying to erase me? Whis. Master Xeno wants to erase you, how can it make you transparent? It seems. Lord Supreme Kai is dead. Whis sighed and shook his head slightly. What? Even if the young Supreme Kai is dead, isn't the old Supreme Kai still alive? Beerus shouted. I'm afraid the old Supreme Kai has also encountered an accident. Whis was speechless for a while. What? Didn't I seal him up? Why did this happen? Beerus asked, hurry up and find a way to save me, Whis. There is no way, it's too late, Whis shook his head, Master Supreme Kai should be dead, Master Beerus has also disappeared, and now only Master Beerus's brief consciousness is left. Beerus. Also, without the Angel of Gods of Destruction, you will also lose the ability to act. Whis sighed. Don't we still have alternate gods of destruction? Beerus' eyes lit up and said to Whis, now I teach him my gods of destruction, and you will follow his orders from now on. Yes, let him find a way to revive me immediately. Oh? That's a good idea. Whis nodded slightly. Snapped. As soon as Whis' voice fell, Beerus turned into a bubble and disappeared without a trace. Whis sighed. Immediately afterwards, Whis took out the Angel Scepter and took a closer look at what happened to Supreme Kai. After that, Whis saw Bu enjoying the chocolate that Supreme Kai had turned into. Bu's mouth was greasy. Whis. This thing is done. But, why did Majin Bu go to the Supreme Kai world again? Whis took a closer look at what happened before. By this look, Whis was even more speechless. It turned out that Master Supreme Kai brought Majin Bu over. Whis clutched his forehead, not knowing what to say for a moment. Fortunately, our seventh universe also has an alternate gods of destruction. Hey? Isn't this a good thing? Now let the alternate gods of destruction turn to the right. He can live on this planet. In this way, can't I drink fresh milk tea every day? Ouch! My luck is so good. Wis' music is broken. Immediately, Wis no longer had the slightest hesitation, and directly turned into a bright flame like a diamond. Sinking into the void. Milk tea, here I am. No, Qi Tian, I am here. Come back with me to make milk tea. What a waste of you staying in the 6th universe. In order to prevent any accidents, Wis immediately got in touch with Vados through the angel scepter while marching towards the 6th universe. What? Lord Beerus is dead. When Vados heard the news, his eyes widened and he was deeply suspicious. Wis, you are deliberately trying to take Qi Tian back, right? Can you make up a better reason? Don't say that Vados doesn't believe it. Even Qi Tian doesn't believe this fact. Beerus is dead? Stop it. How could he die? Did this provoke Zeno being erased? It shouldn't be. Qi Tian pricked his ears. What happened? Kampa is not there. Kampa went to send hit them. Wis, this kind of joke is not funny at all. Vados sighed, you want Qi Tian to go back and make milk tea for you. I understand your mood, but you can't make a joke with the death of Lord Beerus. Oh, Lord Beerus is really dead? To be precise, he disappeared. Wis sighed, the specific situation is that Supreme Kai of our 7th universe was accidentally turned into chocolate by Majin Buu. Eat it. Sister should know, Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction share the lives, so. Lord Beerus just disappeared. What? Is there such a thing? Vados wiped his sweat. I seriously suspect that you deliberately killed Beerus. This is just the end of the game. Just over 2 hours have passed, right? Back to the 7th universe, your butts are not warm, right? Then Supreme Kai died? How much do you want to drink milk tea? Qi Tian. Beerus disappeared? This thing is. Let me stroke it. Supreme Kai was turned into chocolate by Majin Buu? Sister doesn't doubt me, do you? Wis wiped his sweat. How could I kill Lord Beerus for a cup of milk tea? Vados. This is also. The problem is, Beerus, you are too random. Sister, you can go and check what happened to our universe Supreme Kai. Wis sighed. I'm speechless too, okay? Who knew Supreme Kai would bring Majin Buu seal back to the Supreme Kai world? You just need to take it home. You also put Buu seal with the old Supreme Kai seal. Do you mean, I want to come over to pick up Qi Tian and go back to serve as the new Gods of Destruction? Vados asked. Yes, please Qi Tian to prepare. Wis nodded. Asterisk. Chapter 39. Chapter 39 Vados, I will come and marry you. Qi Tian. I go. Beerus is dead? I am going back to Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe? I haven't had fun with Vados, talk about ideals, and talk about life. I don't want to go. Don't go or go. I want to stay with Sister Vados. Qi Tian shook his head vigorously. Oh, I'm afraid I can't help Master Qi Tian. Wis smiled and said, Master Beerus has disappeared, and the 7th universe cannot be without Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai, otherwise the entire 7th universe will be erased by Master Zeno himself. Am I going to disappear too? Qi Tian suddenly reacted. Yes, Master Qi Tian is now the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe. Although it has not been fully converted, he is still the person of the 7th universe. Wis explained, if the 7th universe disappears, except for me, all gods and people will disappear together. Qi Tian. He was right. Vados lowered his voice and whispered towards Qi Tian. Qi Tian was speechless. This hurts. And after Master Qi Tian took over as Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe, what kind of beautiful girl is there? Wis smiled. What are you talking about? What I like is a beautiful girl like Vados' sister, because she looks a lot like my first love. Qi Tian said. Master Qi Tian has taken over the gods of destruction of the seventh universe, you can find out your first love too. Whis smiled. Qi Tian. Can't chat anymore. Master Qi Tian prepares well, and I will arrive at Kampa planet in about 40 minutes. After Whis finished speaking, he interrupted the call and accelerated the speed of flight. Thinking of having fresh milk tea to drink every day, Whis flew faster. Don't have any more moths. Lord Beerus, the time when you disappeared is amazing. I can finally drink milk tea every day. Well, when my milk tea is almost enough, I will let Qi Tian find a way to revive you. Whis was so happy from ear to ear. Kampa on the planet. Qi Tian looked glum. Vados was speechless for a while. Your kid is going to be a formal gods of destruction, and you are still unhappy. You should be the youngest gods of destruction in this universe. You are only 16 years old. He has never been a human being of gods of destruction when he was 16 years old. It's just a pity, my milk tea, my coffee. But this kind of thing, Vados, is not easy to stop. If you stop it too much, maybe, as Whis said, the seventh universe will be erased. This is what Vados doesn't want to see. After 40 minutes, Whis fell from the sky with a smile on his face, his expression a little excited. Vados. Qi Tian. How much do you want to drink milk tea? No way, who made my milk tea so delicious? Master Beerus just disappeared. Whis, you don't seem to be sad at all. Vados looked at Whis. It's really God's help to me, cough cough, God is jealous of talent. Whis wiped his tears. It's all right, I don't know what you think. Vados rolled his eyes. You have to grab a milk tea with me. Sister, it's not that I'm going to grab you, there's no other way. Whis held back a smile. Qi Tian, before you leave me, can you make me another cup of milk tea? Vados said. Well, I will make you 100 cups of milk tea. You put it in the refrigerator and freeze it. You can drink it when you think about me. Qi Tian proposed. Freeze? How long is the shelf life? Vados was taken aback. Put it in a vacuum environment, the shelf life of 30 to 50 years is no problem. Qi Tian smiled and said, and my sister is Angel. If you want such a cup of milk tea not to break, it can still be done. You are right. Vados nodded, reached Qi Tian's ear, and whispered, what about my coffee? There is no way. Qi Tian shook his head, for coffee, when you miss me, come to my planet, I will make it for you. It seems that this can only be done. Vados sighed. And many more. I always feel something is wrong with what you said. I miss you? You just said that I missed you. Who said I missed you? I think about milk tea and coffee. Forget it, it's not important. Qi Tian does what he says. Making 100 cups of milk tea is still very easy for Qi Tian today. Qi Tian controlled 100 cups to float in the air at the time, and added raw materials to the cups. In less than a minute, 100 cups of milk tea will be done. Qi Tian waved his big hand gently, and these 100 cups of milk tea appeared beside Vados. The scepter in Vados's hand flashed a light, hitting the 100 cups of milk tea. Suddenly, 100 cups of milk tea disappeared. These 100 cups of milk tea were received by Vados in their own special space for storage. In this way, Vados can be enjoyed whenever you want. Whis scratched his head. Why didn't I think of such a good way? What a mistake! However, the stored milk tea should not taste as good as fresh milk tea. I'd better drink fresh milk tea. Then, let's go, Qi Tian. Whis greeted. Sister, I can't bear you. Qi Tian's tears almost fell, and he stretched out his arms to Vados. Vados stepped forward and had a hug with Qi Tian. Boom! Qi Tian took the opportunity to take a bite on Vados' face. Well, It smells so good. As expected to be a fairy. This taste, almost nothing. Vados. Vados wanted to avoid it. But after a brief hesitation, he gave up. In order to be able to drink milk tea in the future, let this kid give it to his face. Sister Vados, I will miss you. Chi Tian reluctantly. I will miss you too, milk tea, Chi Tian. Vados said. Don't you miss me, do you miss my milk tea? Chi Tian's face was black at that time. No, I really miss you. Vados quickly corrected. Then you come on my face. Chi Tian pointed to his face. Vados. Whis. Let's go, Chi Tian. Whis greeted again. Sister, you owe me a kiss. Chi Tian said seriously, when I become an angel one day, I will come and marry you. Vados wiped his sweat. What is your logic? Why did you rise to the height of marrying me? Vados. Whis was also speechless. Put the girl on angel, and you are the only one in the universe. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Chapter 40 Compa, what about Chi Tian? Sister, then we're leaving. Whis waved. Work hard, Chi Tian, it is absolutely no problem to become gods of destruction with your talent. Vados encouraged him after all. Chi Tian stopped joking this time, but nodded solemnly. Call out. Whis took Chi Tian and made a bright flame, quickly sank into the sky, and disappeared in a flash. Not long after Whis left with Chi Tian, Compa also returned from outside. Hey, Chi Tian, I'm thirsty, get me a cup of milk tea. Compa yelled as soon as he came back. No one answered. Vados sighed softly. Hey, Chi Tian, how about you? Compa shouted. Still no one answered. Compa. Your kid is too much. You won't find a place to sleep again, will you? Come out quickly. I want to drink milk tea. I'm thirsty. I hit them back but it was very hard. Chi Tian, come out quickly. Compa said loudly. Still no one. Compa had to go to Vados. Vados, what about Chi Tian people? Compa asked. Master Compa, something big happened. Vados sighed. Big thing? What happened? Compa was stunned and asked. Master Beerus has disappeared. Vados said. What? What? Compa's eyes widened, showing a look of disbelief. Yes, you heard that right. Vados sighed. Master Supreme Kai of the 7th universe was turned into chocolate by Majin Buu, so the sleeping Master Beerus just disappeared. Compa. Compa couldn't react a little bit. Wait a minute, I remember that Beerus sealed a Supreme Kai long ago. Compa sighed with his chin. He said that he did this to prevent Supreme Kai from being killed while he was sleeping, because the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe is too righteous, and often does things beyond his power. The seal of the old Supreme Kai was also destroyed by Majin Buu. Vados shook his head. Compa was speechless. There was a short silence. Where is Chi Tian? Where is milk tea? Compa reacted suddenly. Chi Tian was taken back by Whis to serve as the new gods of destruction. Vados said. Compa burst into tears. My milk tea ran away. This thing is. Hey, Vados, isn't it the Whis guy who killed Beerus? The more Compa thought about it, the more it felt wrong. How long is this? Our 2 universes just finished the game, okay? Only 2 hours or so before Beerus died. Isn't it Whis that pitted it? Vados. Unexpectedly, what do you think? Whis jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't clean it. So, what about my milk tea? Compa wanted to cry. There is no way, Vados shook his head. Fortunately, I have a reserve. I still have 100 bottles. I won't give you a drink. I want to enjoy it myself. Snee. Whis, who was marching towards the 7th universe, couldn't help but sneezed. "Who is talking about me? How do I feel like I'm back?" Whis wiped his sweat. After flying for about 40 minutes. "Master Qi Tian, the one in front is the planet Beerus," Whis said to Qi Tian. "In other words, from now on, am I a formal gods of destruction?" Qi Tian nodded and asked. "Not really official gods of destruction," Whis replied. "So how can I turn to the right?" Qi Tian asked. "You need to have a supreme Kai that matches you before you can become a normal person." Whis smiled. "In the next period of time, I will take Mr. Qi Tian to familiarize himself with gods of destruction's work, and understand the responsibilities and duties of gods of destruction." "Right. But if you want to achieve the strength of Lord Beerus, you have to practice Lord Qi Tian himself." "Trouble you?" Qi Tian nodded. "Oh. Master Qi Tian don't need to be so polite." Whis smiled slightly. "You don't need to be so polite with me, you call me Qi Tian." Qi Tian smiled. "What grown UPS are not grown UPS?" Qi Tian is not interested in these false claims. "When I can beat you, you call me your lord again. I am not your opponent at all." Snapped. The next moment, Whis took Qi Tian and landed on the planet Beerus. "First of all," Lord Beerus said before he disappeared, "let you come back to take over his gods of destruction." Whis said to Qi Tian, "Then, think of a way to resurrect him. What do you think?" "Me? What do you think?" Qi Tian was slightly taken aback. "Quietly telling you, Lord Beerus is resurrected, and you will become a true gods of destruction. I am afraid it will be indefinitely." Whis lowered his voice. "How to say?" Qi Tian asked. "Because Lord Beerus is in his prime of life, and he doesn't mean to retire." Whis pondered. "Even if Lord Beerus wants to retire, I am afraid it will be 10 million years later." Qi Tian, do you want to wait 10 million years later? The same goes for Master Kampa, including the 6th universe. In other words, my internship gods of destruction is just a cover. Qi Tian smiled. "What you really want is milk tea." "Wow, you got it right." Whis grinned, but didn't deny it. "If it doesn't work, I will go to other universes to be gods of destruction." Qi Tian muttered, "In other universes, don't you have to retreat without gods of destruction?" Not every gods of destruction is as delicious and lazy as Master Beerus and Master Kampa." Whis smiled. "So, now that Lord Beerus has disappeared, it is a good opportunity, right?" Qi Tian asked with a smile. "Oh, faux pas." Whis covered his mouth quickly. "Qi Tian. This angel, you are too cunning. You said half of the story, and let me understand the rest by myself?" "I seem to understand." Qi Tian nodded gently. Whis was stunned. "How did you understand?" "I don't have to worry about resurrecting Lord Beerus. I will first become a real gods of destruction. Then, I have to take care of this universe. When I manage this universe in order, I will try to resurrect Lord Beerus." Qi Tian muttered. "Whis, what do you think of this?" "Whis. Damn it. You are still cruel. You can be considered a draw from the bottom of the pot. At that time, even if Lord Beerus is resurrected, you can see that the entire universe is so well managed by you. I am afraid that Lord Beerus will lose face and become the official gods of destruction. It is estimated that Lord Beerus will retire directly. Too ruthless. As angel, I'll give you some suggestions. You still need to do the specific things you want to make up your mind." Whis smiled. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. I also served as Supreme Kai. Then, I will ask Whis to teach me the destructive ability of gods of destruction." Qi Tian said. "Okay, no problem." Whis nodded, without objection. Actually, destroying this skill is very simple. It is nothing more than changing the molecular structure of the object, because the molecular structure changes will generate a lot of energy. This is the destruction. The basic principle, but if you want to fully understand the essence of destruction, you still need to slowly ponder it yourself. By the way, Vedos said, as long as I can comprehend the true self-consciousness, I can step into the team of intern angel, right? Qi Tian asked. Yes, Sister Vedos is right. Was taken aback for a moment and nodded. But to realize the true self-consciousness is only the first step. To become an intern angel, you need to have a peaceful heart. I lack everything, the only thing I don't lack is the peace of mind. Qi Tian grinned. Said nothing. It seems that this kid has ambitious goals. Are you trying to take over from my angel? Well, I will come on. Qi Tian clenched his fists. After 10 minutes. Destroy. The destructive energy in Qi Tian's hands bloomed and hit Beerus Castle all at once. Snapped. Immediately, Beerus Castle was turned into scum. Don't experiment with Lord Beerus Castle. Clutched his forehead, his head big for a while. That's it, Lord Beerus's castle disappeared. But let alone, this kid's talent is absolutely amazing. Just one click. I just talked to him about the principle of destruction, and he understood it in only 10 minutes. Although with his current destructive ability, destroying a planet seems to be a little difficult. But it is very easy to destroy a city easily. Hey? Something's wrong. I feel that what he just used did not look like Gods of Destruction technique. Although very similar. It doesn't seem to be difficult. Qi Tian thoughtfully, it's a bit similar to my compressed combat power. Compress combat power. Was stunned. Simply put, I practiced by compressing combat power. Qi Tian said his own practice method, I found that these energies can be compressed, and the compressed energy will be more refined and more powerful. So that's the way it is. Nodded, and soon understood, but your practice method will put a serious load on your body in the future. Vedos also said something similar, let's talk about it later. Qi Tian smiled. Then what you just destroyed, widened his eyes, I see, you didn't use the destruction just now, but you were compressing the castle so that its molecular structure reached a critical point, and appeared. The phenomenon of destruction. Yes. Qi Tian nodded, destruction is to destroy the molecular structure of the object. I destroy the molecular structure by compressing the molecular structure. In fact, the truth is the same. Didn't say a word. I feel that this kid is really talented. Actually destroy the object through this method. Oh, Lord Beerus's castle is destroyed. Qi Tian, where do you want to rest in the future? Smiled, we angels don't need sleep, but Gods of Destruction is different. We still need sleep to supplement it. Physically. The old will not go and the new will not come. Qi Tian smiled and said, the cat smell on Beerus Castle is too strong. I want to build a castle for myself. I have mastered the destruction. Next, I will choose a Supreme Kai, so I can become a true Gods of Destruction, right? Qi Tian asked. That would have to wait for Lord Supreme Kai to realize the true meaning of Supreme Kai. Said. Isn't the inheritance of Supreme Kai broken? Qi Tian asked, who will teach the new Supreme Kai? Supreme Kai is not so much about creating new planets as it provides an opportunity to create planets. In addition, it can also divide a planet into several planets to increase the number of planets. Although sometimes it will also create new planets. Life or transfer life from other planets, but the basic job is to watch the state of the planet. Explained, because there are too many planets, the king will help them. If the balance of the universe is disrupted, they will also intervene, usually only as a reference for new life forms, instead of directly shooting. The planet has increased too much, so Gods of Destruction will take damage in order to maintain balance. Gods of destruction is not a matter of commanding Supreme Kai, but rely on independent judgment. However, most gods of destruction have a rather impetuous personality, and even important planets can sometimes be destroyed. Qi Tian. Whis, why do I sound familiar to you? You will not come out of Baidu, right? And if gods of destruction accidentally destroys a planet that shouldn't be destroyed, as an angel, you can use time backwards to recover. Whis continued. So, after choosing a suitable Supreme Kai, it's okay to find a few realm kings to teach him well, right? Qi Tian asked. Yes, that's what it means. Whis nodded. Who is the right person to choose as Supreme Kai? Qi Tian propped his chin in thought. Generally speaking, Supreme Kai chooses from the 4 kings. Whis replied, of course we can also find more suitable candidates. No, if I am gods of destruction, I must choose a stronger Supreme Kai. Qi Tian shook his head, I don't want to disappear because of Supreme Kai's death while I sleep. Whis. What you said makes sense. Regarding the choice of Supreme Kai, we must be cautious. Qi Tian sighed, at least I have to find someone with similar strength to me. A person of the same strength as you, Whis sighed slightly, a person of the same strength as you currently does not exist in the 7th universe. Whis, can you say that I can serve both gods of destruction and Supreme Kai's duties at the same time? Qi Tian suddenly thought. Whis. What do you think? I'm afraid this won't work, Whis sighed. You really dare to think about it? Do you want to serve both gods of destruction and Supreme Kai? Why? Qi Tian asked. Supreme Kai and gods of destruction must be 2 people. Whis replied. Then, if I practice a clone to become Supreme Kai, what do you think? Qi Tian asked again. Whis didn't want to talk anymore. These ideas of you are so strange. I don't know how to answer you. If you don't speak, you can just do it like this. Qi Tian nodded thoughtfully. Whis. What do you mean by acquiescence without speaking? I didn't agree, okay? Asterisk. Chapter 42. Chapter 42 I want to be gods of destruction again, and I want to be Supreme Kai. Next, I will try to practice a clone first. Qi Tian said in deep thought. Whis thought about it carefully, but didn't object. Although Supreme Kai and gods of destruction have never been a precedent. But this kind of dual roles for gods of destruction and Supreme Kai seems to work to some extent. Of course, the premise is that you have to take care of this universe. If you make a mess of this universe, you will be severely punished at that time. Alright, but let me state in advance. If you really want your clone to be Supreme Kai, you need to take care of this universe. Whis persuaded, currently our universe's overall rating it is the bottom of the universe. We now have a total of 12 universes. If through your efforts, we can make our universe score into the top 5, then you have 2 roles, even Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest. If I know it, I will only praise you. Understand? Qi Tian nodded solemnly. In fact, if you want to take care of this universe, it's nothing more than to allow the humans of this universe to develop better and not to overpopulate. What did the previous Supreme Kai do? Sample. I'm sorry, the former Supreme Kai Master only knew to follow Majin Buu all day long. Whis sighed, so there are not many planets where humans are born in our universe, and this alone cannot be compared with other universes. Then. This is why Beerus Sama sleeps all day long. After all, there are not many unbalanced planets that need to be destroyed. So what I need to do most now is to develop more planets where humans can survive. Qi Tian thought for a while and asked. That's what it means. Whis nodded. This is what Supreme Kai should do. Qi Tian sighed, it's so difficult for me. I want to be gods of destruction again, and I also want to be Supreme Kai. Whis. You don't need to sigh. Isn't this the result you want? First of all, I need to practice a clone for myself. Qi Tian meditated, and looked up at Wis. Wis, do you have a suitable clone practice method here? There are two kinds of clones in simple terms. Wis replied, the first is to clone the body through regeneration. 2. You grow out. They are a bit similar to twins. You can also be understood as clones. You will all have different thoughts. The second is that you differentiate into a body, which is controlled by you, but doing so will consume a lot of your energy, which is far inferior to the first in terms of energy consumption. After all, the first one way is equivalent to two different individuals. Choose the second one. Qi Tian chose the second one without even thinking about it. The first kind of clone? Separate another me? Isn't that schizophrenia? Don't have to compete with the clone at the end. Or when I arrived, the clone would steal a woman from me. This is a bit painful. In the second way of avatar, the avatar is controlled by oneself. There is no question of robbing women. The second way of avatar cultivation is actually not difficult. Wis explained, as long as you differentiate and condense the breath of your body, you can achieve the effect of avatar. Okay, I'll give it a try. Qi Tian nodded. Snapped. Qi Tian's hands released a mass of aura. Immediately afterwards, this group of breath condensed and deformed. However, it is still a bit difficult for Qi Tian to make this group of breath look like himself. Hard work pays off. After about half an hour. Snapped. This group of aura finally condensed into Qi Tian's appearance. Qi Tian can also clearly feel the connection he has established with this clone. The clone is like a game played by Qi Tian, and you can do whatever you want from the perspective of the clone. Of course, all of this is controlled by yourself. At present, the strength of this clone looks a bit weak. Qi Tian looked at this clone who was exactly the same as himself, and muttered in a low voice. After all, the clone is formed by your breath, it will definitely be weaker than your own body. Wis nodded. What if I control my clone to continue practicing? Qi Tian asked. The clone is originally formed by your own energy, how do you still practice? Wis wiped his sweat. Continue to compress. Qi Tian smiled, by continuously compressing one's own energy, perhaps the effect of cultivation can be achieved. Wis didn't want to say anything. If you say that, I don't know how to refute it. I suddenly felt that my angel seemed to have shortcomings in front of you. If you are a clone, don't need the tail. Qi Tian said, controlling the clone, letting his tail disappear all at once. The clone is just a special group of energy. Even if it has a tail, it won't become a gorilla. Of course it won't become Super Saiyan. Because the clone exists only in the form of energy. The only way to practice is to continuously compress combat effectiveness. The strength of my clone seems to be not as strong as the previous Supreme Kai, right? Qi Tian pondered. Yes, at most the level of Frisia's first floor. Wis nodded. I still control the clone, let this guy practice. Qi Tian smiled, after his strength reaches a certain level, I will let him and me become one again. 2 into 1. Wis was stunned. Wis, you said that when my clone reaches a certain level of strength, my own strength will continue to grow. After the two of us become one, can I step into Angel's door? Qi Tian asked Road. Wis clutched his forehead, speechless for a moment. What is your logic? Is this yarn related to Angel? Understood, I will cheer. Qi Tian clenched his fists. Wis. What do you understand? Are you asking yourself, okay? Call out. Qi Tian pointed at the clone lightly, and then controlled the clone and rushed into the sky. Before long, the clone disappeared. What did you let the clone do? Wis was stunned and couldn't help asking. Of course, let the clone practice go. Qi Tian grinned. Wis tired. Are you letting the clone to practice? Are you not good at cultivating here? Anyway, it just compresses combat power. Where is the practice different? Next, I will set a small goal for myself first. Qi Tian muttered, I want to make my strength reach the level of Beerus in the shortest time. Whiz. Is this a small goal? Your goal is big, okay? Reach the strength of Beerus? Just when Whis thought about it. Boom. However, Qi Tian burst into extremely powerful energy. The endless aura is centered on Qi Tian, spreading crazily around. What's the situation? Whis was taken aback. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Chapter 43 Universe Overall Score Improvement. You don't need to care about these details. Qi Tian grinned, I just broke through accidentally. Whiz. The current me has reached 100 trillion combat power, which is 100 times higher than before. Qi Tian said with a smile. Whis didn't say a word. How can the increase in your strength be calculated by 100 times and 100 times? Yes, just now, Qi Tian broke through again. Qi Tian made his combat effectiveness reach the 7th power of 100 by compressing his combat effectiveness. The 7th power of 100 is 100 trillion, right? Forget it, it doesn't matter. By the way, did we forget something? Whis muttered. What? Qi Tian asked. I can't remember it for a while, it shouldn't be a major event. Whis shook his head. Since it is not a major event, then forget it. Qi Tian nodded. Supreme Kai World. Majin Bu is rampant in this world. For a while, the creatures in the Supreme Kai World suffered. Some small animals were turned into snacks and eaten by Majin Bu. There are creatures in the Supreme Kai World. These creatures are used by Supreme Kai to build the planet. However, in just 1 hour, 1/10 of the creatures have been eaten by Majin Bu. It's not tasty, it's not tasty, Majin Bu said it was not tasty while eating. Nothing that cat takes me to eat is delicious. But how do I leave this place? Bu made a big circle around the Supreme Kai World, but he couldn't find a way out. If it doesn't work, let's finish eating the things on this planet first. Bu continued to do damage, turning creatures into food when he was hungry, and lying down on the ground to sleep when he was sleepy. Bu suddenly felt that being in this world is actually quite interesting. Time flies, time flies. 10 years passed in a flash. 7th Universe, a certain planet. Qi Tian tilted Erlang's legs and sat on the throne of this planet. And below Qi Tian, there is a row of strange-looking aliens kneeling. These aliens look like black bears. Destroy. Destructive energy emerged in Qi Tian's hands and hit the planet. Snapped. Suddenly, the whole planet was like soap bubbles, turning into scum on the spot. Everyone on the planet also disappeared with the planet. At the next moment, Qi Tian and Whis were suspended in the starry sky. It's so boring, Qi Tian shook his head and sighed, it's no wonder that Beerus is so lazy. Although destroying the planet is just a matter of effort for me now, but I repeat the same work every day. It doesn't make much sense. Whis. After 10 years, have I cultivated a second Beerus? There was a short silence. Qi Tian, don't you still have a clone? The clone is creating a planet and creating life. Does that seem more meaningful? Whis smiled. Whis, you are right. Qi Tian nodded, in comparison, Supreme Kai's work is more interesting. Whis didn't want to talk anymore. Through my efforts over the years, what is the current comprehensive level of our 7th universe? Qi Tian asked. Efforts will be rewarded. After these 10 years of development, our 7th universe has changed from the last to the 3rd. Whis smiled. It's still the countdown, Qi Tian sighed, I have worked so seriously, and I still have the bottom. If we change to Lord Beerus, I am afraid we will still be the last existence. Whis comforted, Qi Tian, really? It's already very good, if you want to increase the comprehensive index of universe, how can you? How easy is it? Don't forget, you are improving, and other universes are also improving. You are right. Qi Tian nodded. We should be the second to last, but there was a small situation on the 9th universe, and the composite index fell rapidly and became the first to last. Whis smiled. Qi Tian. Unexpectedly, there are still people vying to be the last one. Qi Tian grinned. Whis didn't say a word. You can always kill God. But over the years, Qi Tian, your clone, has created many habitable planets, and it has also revived many dead stars. This is definitely not what the previous Supreme Kai could do. Whis praised, if we continue to develop like this, and in another 20 years or so, the comprehensive level of our universe will definitely rank among the top 3 in the universe. Qi Tian, you are amazing. This is just something for me. Qi Tian nodded, feeling that there is nothing worth showing off. In the ranking of the entire universe, the composite index is still third from the bottom. What can I be proud of? Will it take another 20 years to reach the top 3 in the universe? Too tired. You just said. 10 years have passed. Qi Tian suddenly thought of something, and said to Whis. Yes. Whis nodded. This time is calculated according to your Scion calculation method. 10 years. Flies so fast. Qi Tian thoughtfully. Yes, as a god, 10 years, 20 years, or even 100 years, but it's just that the white horse has passed the gap. Whis smiled slightly. Whis, do you say I am immortal now? Qi Tian asked. Yes. Whis nodded. The moment you become gods of destruction, your lifespan will be extended indefinitely. At least 10,000 years of life is not a big problem. Qi Tian nodded with satisfaction. This thing is much more convenient than Shenren's wish. 10 years have passed in a flash, time flies so fast. Qi Tian sighed. During this period, Bulma started looking for Dragon Ball, right? Well, it's time to take a trip to the Earth. Let my clone go to Earth. Also, it's time to resurrect Beerus. I feel so tired to take care of this universe. In contrast, Angel is more comfortable. Except for eating and drinking every day, he didn't seem to be doing anything serious. I must find a way to become an angel. Instead of the toiling Supreme Kai and gods of destruction. Moreover, I have improved our universe's comprehensive index by 3 places. Also, I don't know if the Earth's Dragon Ball can revive Beerus. Go check it out. The Earth doesn't work, isn't there still Namek? Namek doesn't work, isn't there a Cyrillic star? Not even Cyril star, there is also a Super Dragon Ball. Call out. In the starry sky, a light blue flame flew quickly in the direction of the Earth. It is Qi Tian who is Supreme Kai. As a gods of destruction Qi Tian, he feels like he is playing a game, controlling such a mass of aura and raising his speed to the extreme. Over the years, Qi Tian has controlled this like a character in the game to complete many tasks. Playing games can also increase the universe comprehensive index. How cool! Asterisk. Chapter 44. Chapter 44 Bulma, long time no see. Earth. Baizai Mountain. Outside a small house. Son Goku is chopping wood. Seeing Son Goku's fists and feet, Chai was quickly chopped by him. Grandpa, I'm going to find something to eat. Son Goku entered the room and said to the 4-star Dragon Ball on the table. Just when Son Goku was about to go out, he suddenly saw an extra person outside. Hey? This big brother, who are you? Son Goku looked at Qi Tian and asked. My name is Qi Tian, I will wait for someone. Qi Tian smiled slightly. Waiting for someone. Son Goku was stunned, then grinned and pointed to his nose. Hehe, my name is Son Goku. It didn't take long before Son Goku heard the sound of cars coming from down the mountain. Son Goku scratched his head. What is this sound? She is here. Qi Tian said with a smile. Who? Son Goku looked confused. Chi Tian walked halfway up the mountain and soon found Bulma's car. Chi Tian stepped forward and stopped Bulma's car. Bulma came to a hard brake. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you stopping my car? Are you trying to hitchhike and strike up a conversation with beautiful women? Bulma stuck his head out and shouted to Chi Tian. However, after Bulma finished speaking, he suddenly felt that the person in front of him was so familiar. Bulma's body trembled slightly. You are you Chi Tian big brother? Bulma asked excitedly. Finally recognized by you. Chi Tian smiled. Is it really big brother Chi Tian? Bulma got out of the car quickly and stepped forward and looked at Chi Tian carefully. Replace it like a fake. Chi Tian smiled. Bulma was a little shy, her face flushed. Gone for so many years. Big brother Chi Tian, you are still so handsome. Bulma, you are like this, how do you feel that you have become a nymphomaniac girl? Chi Tian smiled and hooked Bulma's nose. Bulma's cheeks became more rosy. There was a short silence. Hey? Big brother Chi Tian, where is your tail? Bulma hurriedly changed the subject and asked. Chi Tian just prepared to answer, but Bulma saw Son Goku at a glance. No? Big brother Chi Tian, have you given the tail to this little guy? Bulma widened his eyes. Chi Tian. Bulma, you are so imaginative. If you say that, I don't know how to answer. Big brother, that green thing is a monster, right? Son Goku is still shocked now. A fairy came down from the monster. What's the mess? Whose kid is this? Don't understand what he's talking about. Bulma silently looked at Son Goku. She is not a fairy, she is a human, she is a girl. Chi Tian said to Son Goku. Girl? She's a girl. Son Goku thoughtfully, Grandpa told me when he was alive, you must be gentle with a girl when you meet him. This hillbilly, won't you see a girl for the first time? Bulma was speechless, and said to Chi Tian. Girl without a tail. Son Goku scratched his head. Bulma. It doesn't have a long tail, and you despise it. What is that? It looks amazing. Son Goku asked, pointing to the car again. You hillbilly, this is a car. Bulma was speechless and ignored Son Goku, and stepped forward to hold Chi Tian. Big brother Chi Tian, why are you here? I am waiting for you here specially. Chi Tian said with a smile. Wait for me? How did you know that I would appear in this place? Bulma asked in surprise. Chi Tian smiled mysteriously, without explaining too much. Then do you know what I am doing here? Bulma asked again. Are you looking for Dragon Ball? Chi Tian smiled. It's amazing, you guessed it all. Bulma exclaimed. What is Dragon Ball? Son Goku scratched his head. Look, big brother Chi Tian, this is the Dragon Ball radar I developed the latest. Bulma said, taking out his Dragon Ball radar, it's more convenient than my dad's, right? I think my dad does it. The Dragon Ball radar is a bit big, and not as strong as mine. Chi Tian looked at the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma. Well, this is the Dragon Ball radar I know. I have been looking forward to growing up quickly so I can find Dragon Ball over the years. Bulma chuckled, I also want to travel the entire universe like big brother Chi Tian. What is your wish? Chi Tian asked. My wish, keep it secret. Bulma said mysteriously. Chi Tian read Bulma's inner world a little bit. The wish of Bulma is. Let Shenron teleport her to his side. What a mess. If I were in the universe space, wouldn't you send it over and I would die immediately? However, it seems that Shenron should tell her the danger of this wish. Well, don't worry about it. After finding Dragon Ball this time, my wish is mine. My wish is simple, to resurrect Beerus. In the next few days, Qi Tian and Bulma took Son Goku to start the journey of searching for Dragon Ball. From Master Roshi to Oolong, from Oolong to Leaping and Pool. This way, it is almost not much different from the Dragon Ball world that Qi Tian knows. The only difference is that with Qi Tian present, Master Roshi is honest and did not act on Bulma. Of course, Bulma hasn't become so casual either. As for leaping, it was indeed love at first sight for Bulma. But Bulma didn't have any feelings for leaping. In this way, the 7 Dragon Balls finally got together gradually. As for the Pilaf trio, Qi Tian just released a little bit of supernatural power, and suppressed the 3 of them. Qi Tian locked the 3 of them in their own cell. All 3 of Pilaf cried. "We are tying ourselves into a cocoon, right?" At this moment, 7 Dragon Balls were lying on the ground. "Finally got it together, it's not easy." Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. "This time the wish is mine. Don't grab it, do you understand?" Qi Tian greeted the people present. Leaping didn't say a word. "Why is it yours?" "At that time, I will express my wish as soon as possible. It is my ability to make a wish with my own ability." Bulma nodded slightly. "Being able to be with Big Brother Qi Tian is my wish. I have fulfilled my wish. Well, I just want to see what Shenron looks like, I have no wish." Son Goku nodded vigorously. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Shenron seems scared of you. "Come out, Shenron, fulfill my wish," Qi Tian said to the 7 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, golden flames gleamed on the 7 Dragon Balls. Immediately afterwards, a golden beam of light rushed into the sky, making it particularly eye-catching under the night. The golden beam of light quickly turned into a blue dragon. The blue dragon winds in the night sky, full of endless majesty. "Speak your wish, and I will fulfill one wish for you as much as possible." Shenron's voice rang. It's just that after Shenron saw Qi Tian, he suddenly felt a little bit wrong. "I know him. It was this guy who made a wish last time. However, after 10 years, how do I feel that he has changed a lot? He seems to be a god. A very great god. How is this going? What am I missing?" Li Ping just wanted to open his mouth to make a wish. Qi Tian's divine power was slightly released, and he directly sealed Li Ping's mouth with divine power. "Sample, just be careful with you. Can I know? Is this Shenron?" Little Goku felt like he had gained a lot of knowledge. "My wish is very simple. The former gods of destruction Beerus disappeared. No, to be precise, the former Supreme Kai was killed by Majin Buu, and Beerus also disappeared. I want to bring them back to life. This wish can be realized?" "Right." Qi Tian looked at Shenron and said. Are you the current Supreme Kai and gods of destruction?" Shenron's eyes widened and a cold sweat broke out on his face. Qi Tian smiled slightly and nodded gently. Son Goku looked confused. What are Supreme Kai and gods of destruction? Bulma was even more at a loss. God? Big Brother Qi Tian is a god? Li Ping was also Zhang Er's monk and couldn't touch his head. What's the meaning? How do I feel that Shenron seems to be scared of him? What's happening here? What do Supreme Kai and gods of destruction mean? Do you mean, resurrect the people who were killed by Majin Buu in the Supreme Kai world? Shenron understood, and said his wish for Qi Tian. Yes, if the 2 Supreme Kais are resurrected, can Beerus also be resurrected? Qi Tian asked. Yes, no problem. Shenron nodded, but I can only resurrect the old Lord Supreme Kai into the seal. I don't have the ability to unlock his seal. Yes. Qi Tian smiled slightly, then please realize this wish. Okay. Shenron replied, the red flame in his eyes flickering. Suddenly, an invisible divine power swiftly flew towards the Supreme Kai world. Your wish has come true, goodbye. After Shenron finished speaking, he turned into 7 golden glows and scattered to the rest of the world. The Dragon Ball has dispersed in all directions. Son Goku said in surprise. Once the wish is fulfilled, the Dragon Ball will be scattered all over the world. Bulma nodded. Is the Dragon Ball left by my grandfather disappeared? Son Goku exclaimed. Don't worry, Dragon Ball will be resurrected in a year. You can find your grandpa's Dragon Ball again. Bulma suggested. You really have an idea. Son Goku nodded and said excitedly, okay, just do it. Chi Tian, what is your wish? Who is Beerus? What is Supreme Kai? Bulma asked. Let's talk to you about this kind of thing later. Chi Tian smiled. Now explaining Supreme Kai or Gods of Destruction, it's a bit early to recognize them. Leaping. Oops. I don't know why, I suddenly couldn't speak. What is the problem? The search for Dragon Ball is over. And we should go back. Bulma suggested. Hey, Pool, what are you looking at? Oolong asked Pool from the side. I'm watching the moon, you see the moon is so round tonight. Pool pointed to the full moon in the sky. Today is a full moon, Oolong sighed, so many girls in my castle, I want to go home. You be honest with me. Bulma knocked the Oolong to the ground with a punch. Oolong. Oolong clutched the bulging bag on his head, speechless for a while. If your boyfriend is not so good, do you think I would be afraid of you? The night of the full moon. A terrible monster will appear. Son Goku said suddenly. You mean Grandma Wolf? Bulma smiled. I won't lie to you, my grandpa was trampled to death by that monster. Son Goku said seriously. What? Is that monster scary? Li Ping was stunned. Hey? I can talk. I was shocked. I thought there was something wrong with my voice. Sound channel, Bulma wiped his sweat. Are you a computer? Li Ping was stunned. This kid's grandfather is Son Gohan. That is a martial arts wizard. Was trampled to death by a monster like this? Yeah, that monster is terrible and destroyed our home and trees. Son Goku nodded. What kind of thing is it? Oolong asked. I fell asleep at the time and didn't see it. Son Goku said. Didn't you say that the house collapsed? How can you still fall asleep? Oolong asked puzzledly, why are you so stupid? Grandpa often tells me that you must never stare at the full moon for a long time. Son Goku said, holding his head, I thought it didn't matter to look at the moon. I don't know if it will be a full moon night here. A monster appears. Bulma was startled, and hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Chi Tian. How do I feel that this kid gets scarier as he talks about it? Leaping, Oolong and Pool hugged each other and looked at Son Goku with horror. What are you doing? What's the matter? Son Goku looked confused. Could it be that Li Ping was trembling all over? Hey, can I ask a question? Bulma seemed to realize something. The night your grandfather was trampled to death, did you look at the moon? Hehe, Grandpa said he wouldn't let it look, but I accidentally glanced at it when I was peeing. Son Goku grinned. Bulma. Chi Tian, how do I feel that this kid is a bit unusual? Bulma exclaimed. Let him look at the moon. Chi Tian smiled. Don't be kidding, we'll be in trouble if he becomes a monster. Bulma said. It's okay, I can fly. Chi Tian whispered to Bulma. Hey? That's right. If he becomes a monster, he can't fly, right? Bulma thoughtfully, forget it, let's go home quickly, more is worse than less. Whatever. Chi Tian didn't care. Goku, don't look at the moon anymore. Bulma pointed in the direction of the moon. Son Goku couldn't help looking at the full moon in the sky. This is what you mean. I didn't want to see it. Son Goku looked at the full moon carefully. Snapped. The next moment I saw Son Goku, who transformed into a black gorilla. Asterisk. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Beerus is resurrected. Roar. Son Goku let out a roar. Call out. Chi Tien had nothing to hesitate, and rushed to the sky with Bulma in his arms. Leaping. Oolong. Pool. Boom. The great ape stepped on the prison of Pilaf and the others. All three of Pilaf peed in terror. What's the matter with this monster? This is really misfortune that does not come singly. Supreme Kai whirled. Supreme Kai looked at his body in surprise. Jebit is also dumbfounded. Then Supreme Kai and Jebite looked at each other. Confused again. After a brief silence, the two of them. Jebet, didn't I remember that I was turned into a chocolate chip cookie by Majin Buu? Supreme Kai asked. Yes. I was also turned into a chocolate chip cookie. Jebit wiped his sweat. How did we come back to life? Supreme Kai asked strangely. Hey? That's the Excalibur? The Excalibur has recovered. Jebite saw the Excalibur lying on the ground at a glance. It's really an Excalibur. It's great. Supreme Kai was surprised and happy. I didn't expect the Excalibur was still there. It's just, Lord Supreme Kai. Jebet scratched his head. We used the Excalibur to suppress Majin Buu, but it didn't affect him at all. I really don't know how to destroy him. How is Majin Buu now? Supreme Kai's expression became serious. In a location about tens of thousands of kilometers away from Supreme Kai and Jobit, Majin Buu was slumbering. This world is so boring. It is difficult to destroy. If it is not destroyed, it can only be eaten by some small animals to fill the stomach. Majin Buu has not only eaten but slept during the past 10 years. Sleeping most of the time. Jebit, how did I feel that Majin Buu's breath is in our Supreme Kai world? Supreme Kai felt a little, and his face changed color again. In that direction, it's more than 30,000 kilometers away from us. Jebit said solemnly. What the hell happened? Supreme Kai shook his head, and went forward to get the divine sword. However, when Supreme Kai held the hilt of the sword and planned to lift the sword, he was surprised to find that this sword was incredibly heavy. How did this happen? We have been unable to draw out this divine sword. Is it because this sword is so heavy? Master Supreme Kai, what's the matter with this sword? Jebit asked. Jebit, come and take a look, this sword is very heavy. Supreme Kai said. Heavy? Jebite murmured, I remember clearly that Majin Buu lifted this sword easily, even thrown it into the air. Jebite said so, and went to get the divine sword. It was just that when Jebit and the Excalibur came into contact, he was surprised to discover how weird the weight of this sword is. Is it so heavy? Jebit was stunned. What the hell is going on? Who can tell me? Supreme Kai clenched his fist tightly. Far away. Majin Buu stretched out and woke up. Majin Buu rested his chin in thought. I just had a dream. I dreamt that Supreme Kai was turned into chocolate by me, and you are resurrected. Do you want me to see it again? Go check it out. Call out. Majin Buu turned into a flame, and flew quickly in the direction of Supreme Kai and Jobit. Supreme Kai and Jebite also reacted immediately. The faces of the two became increasingly ugly. It's Majin Buu. Did he spot us? Supreme Kai said solemnly. It's so fast, you can reach us in at most 20 seconds. Jebite's face was pale. Planet Beerus. Hey? Isn't this Lord Beerus? Whis was taken aback, but never expected that Chi Tien would bring Lord Beerus back to life at this time. Whis. Beerus was also stunned, looking at his resurrected body with some surprise. Beerus's tears were almost falling. I am resurrected. Whis, I really don't know how to thank you for bringing me back to life so soon. Beerus quickly thanked. Whis. It's been 10 years before you were resurrected. You don't need to thank me. Besides, I did not bring you back to life. Yes, Qi Tian brought you back to life. Now I'm going to take a good stroke. How did I die? Beerus held his chin in thought, and then his eyes lit up. I remember. It was Supreme Kai that died. I followed. Disappeared. Yes, Whis nodded. It was Supreme Kai who brought Majin Buu's seal to the Supreme Kai world, and used the old Supreme Kai's sword sealed by Beerus to suppress it. However, they accidentally took the old man Lord Supreme Kai's magic sword was knocked down from the mountain, and the magic sword penetrated Majin Buu's seal on the spot and released Majin Buu. Ouch, that's how it happened. Beerus. Beerus felt a bout of egg pain. This is so embarrassing. Supreme Kai is an idiot. You take a look at the good things you have done. If it weren't for you, could I die in such a tragedy? My time for a nap disappeared. Do you think I was wronged? Where is that bastard Supreme Kai? I want him to settle the bill. Beerus bared his teeth. Master Supreme Kai is naturally in the Supreme Kai world. Whis replied, and Majin Buu is also. What are you talking about? They won't be killed again, will they? Beerus muttered. Let me see. Whis said, the scepter in his hand flickered, and he checked the Supreme Kai world information through the crystal ball on the scepter. By this look, Whis was covering his forehead at the time. Master Beerus is right, they will indeed be killed soon. Whis sighed. What are you doing in a daze? Go and save them. Beerus felt that one head was too big at the time. This is so special. I just resurrected. Am I going to disappear again? It's too late. Let's fly to the Supreme Kai area. It will take 20 minutes. Whis sighed. With the strength of Lord Supreme Kai, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for 20 minutes. Hurry up and let the idiot Supreme Kai escape with instant transmission. Beerus shouted. Wow, that's a good idea. Whis nodded. You didn't think of this way, did you? Beerus stared. No, Whis denied, and without delay, he immediately contacted Supreme Kai from the Supreme Kai world. Who? Supreme Kai was taken aback after hearing this strange voice. Master Supreme Kai, I won't say much. You can leave with instant transmission as soon as possible. Whis suggested, leave the Supreme Kai world first. Asterisk. Chapter 47. Chapter 47 Beerus, Supreme Kai, you scam. Instant transmission? Don't you say that I have forgotten that I can use instant transmission, Supreme Kai suddenly realized, and hurriedly reached out to Jobit, quick. Jobit takes my hand, let's leave with instant transmission. Instant transmission? What a misstep. Jobit also slapped his forehead. The hands of the two were joined together. Hey! The next moment, Supreme Kai used instant transmission, and in a flash, he and Jobit left the Supreme Kai world. Just when Supreme Kai and Jobit left, Majin Buu also came quickly toward this side. Majin Buu rubbed his eyes. Was I dazzled just now? I seem to see Supreme Kai who was killed by me. And the red-faced guy. Then they disappeared in an instant. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I want to go back to sleep. Buu yawned and flew over the Excalibur. Buu didn't realize that the Excalibur had recovered. The Excalibur was originally placed in the ruins and rocks, so it is difficult to find it if you don't look carefully. It's finally safe. Whis sighed. This idiot Supreme Kai. Beerus bared his teeth. Whis, let the two of them come to our place immediately, I will teach him a lesson. Okay. Whis contacted Supreme Kai again, and told Supreme Kai where he was, and by the way told him how to teleport to the planet Beerus. Who are you? Why should I believe you? Supreme Kai was undecided. I managed to escape from Majin Buu's hands, I didn't want to go into the tiger's den anymore. Whis didn't want to talk anymore. Beerus was shaking with anger. You idiot! Don't you know who we are? Beerus grabbed the scepter and shouted, I am gods of destruction. You are Supreme Kai. The lives of the two of us are shared. You want to die for me. Don't stop. But you are so special, don't pit me to death. Also, if you want to die, what are you doing with that divine sword? Supreme Kai is a little confused. You have a lot of information. What do I share with your life? What is gods of destruction? What does the Excalibur have to do with you? Come here, don't worry, I won't kill you. I will disappear after you die. Beerus angered. Master Supreme Kai should think about it, we are not malicious. Whis also sighed, and then terminated the call. A certain planet. Supreme Kai and Jebit are silently discussing whether to go to the planet Beerus. Let's go. Maybe they are really not malicious. Supreme Kai said. Master Supreme Kai, if they were not malicious, would they release Majin Buu? Jebit had a different opinion, I can tell who they are here. Are they the cat and that the guy with the scepter? It was they who released Majin Buu. Although Majin Buu was sealed by them later, it must have been sealed incorrectly. Otherwise, Majin Buu could definitely be destroyed by the power of that divine sword. Destroyed. He said that gods of destruction shares my life, Supreme Kai sighed. Never heard of gods of destruction, Jebite shook his head. Forget it, go take a look. Supreme Kai hesitated again and again, and finally decided to take a look at the planet Beerus. Master Supreme Kai, if you must go, then we are also ready to evacuate at any time. Jebite proposed. Okay, I'll be careful. Supreme Kai nodded, if we are in danger, we will use instant transmission to get out of there immediately. Planet Beerus. This bastard Supreme Kai. Why is he such an idiot? Beerus was shaking with anger. How did such an idiot become Supreme Kai? There was a grumble. Whis, how has my palace changed? Beerus rubbed his eyes and turned to look at a building he had never seen before. Whis didn't say a word. Whis, I see, is this the new palace you prepared for me? Beerus asked again, you prepared this for my rebirth? You are really interesting. Ahem, no, Lord Beerus thinks too much. Whis sighed softly. But it's back again, Whis. Beerus groaned. Where is the guy who makes milk tea? Where is he? Is he still in the 6th universe? It's not, he has returned to our 7th universe. Whis replied. By the way, how long have I been dead? Beerus asked. It's been about 10 years, right? Whis replied. What are you talking about? 10 years? What's a joke? Beerus lost his voice. I'm not kidding, it's really been 10 years. Whis smiled. Beerus. Isn't it the me you resurrected back in time? Beerus asked quickly. No, I forgot to use it, Whis sighed. Master Beerus told me to find Qi Tian before he disappeared. I really neglected to turn back time. Beerus. You scam. So, how did I come back to life? Beerus asked again. Yes, Whis was just about to speak, but suddenly saw two figures swaying not far away. It was Supreme Kai and Jebit that came to Beerus planet through instant transmission. Master Supreme Kai is here. Whis smiled. This bastard. I can't spare this guy. Beerus was so angry that white gas was sprayed from his nostrils, and he stepped forward and grabbed Supreme Kai by the collar. Hey, what are you doing? Jebite's face changed color, let go of Lord Supreme Kai. Boom. Beerus slapped Jebit into the air with a slap. Supreme Kai is so stupid, and it has something to do with you. You running dog beside Supreme Kai. I didn't beat you to death, I already gave you a lot of face. Jebit. Supreme Kai's face changed color. Jebite was right, and sure enough, there would be danger after coming over. This is so special. Even if I use instant transmission now, I will bring this cat over. Hateful. Boom. Beerus was so angry that he was violently beaten at Supreme Kai. It didn't take long before Supreme Kai was beaten to a bruised face. I'll say it again. I don't care if you want to die. Don't pit me to death. Beerus shouted angrily, listen to me, then you give me. Hey! Before Beerus finished speaking, Supreme Kai disappeared immediately through instant transmission. Hey! Not far away, Jabet also drove off via instant transmission. Beerus! You are so special. When you face Majin Buu, you can stray so fast. Wrong. This is not the point. The point is that I haven't made it clear to you yet. Why did you run away? Asterisk. Chapter 48. Chapter 48 Beerus, did you resurrect me? It was Mr. Beerus who was going to beat Mr. Supreme Kai as soon as he came up. I am afraid that there is no chance to explain it. Whis sighed. Forget it, I will always pay attention to their movements this period of time. Beerus took a deep breath. Also, shouldn't I bring the seal of the old Supreme Kai guy to me? It will be safe. Right. Whis didn't say a word. No, I don't have good sleeping habits. I'm afraid someone accidentally ruined him. Beerus shook his head vigorously again. Ahem. Actually, Lord Beerus doesn't have to worry about this. Whis spoke. What? Do you have a better way? Beerus asked. Master Beerus has now released Supreme Kai and the others from sharing their lives. Whis replied. What did you say? Beerus froze for a moment, thinking he had heard it wrong. Yes, because the current Lord Beerus or Supreme Kai have already retired. Whis smiled and said, so your lives are not shared. Retire? What do you mean? When did I say I was retiring? Beerus' eyes widened. It's so noisy, can you speak quietly? While talking, I saw a person walking out of the castle not far away. It is Qi Tian. Qi Tian was taking a nap just now. Master Qi Tian, are you awake? Whis greeted. I really have enough of this Gods of Destruction, let Beerus continue to take over the position of Gods of Destruction. Qi Tian said to Whis. Whis was stunned. You actually said that you consider Gods of Destruction enough. This is the first time I heard Gods of Destruction say such a thing. What are you talking about? Do you mean that you have become a true Gods of Destruction? Beerus's eyes widened, and he looked at Qi Tian in surprise. Yes, I have worked for you these years, and I feel so boring. Qi Tian sighed. You mean, are you willing to give up the position of Gods of Destruction and return it to me? Beerus was surprised and delighted. This kid is definitely interesting. I do have plans to retire. Qi Tian nodded. My goal is to be an angel. This Gods of Destruction is too tired. And Supreme Kai. Although it is fun, after playing the same game for 10 years, Qi Tian is also a little tired. What game is not enough to play for 10 years? Master Qi Tian, please consider carefully. Whis sighed and looked at Qi Tian reluctantly. I have made up my mind. Qi Tian responded. Whis finally found an excellent Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai for our 7th universe. As a result, you have only worked for 10 years, and you are about to retire. Beerus scratched his head. How do you feel that the weather vane is a bit wrong? What's happening here? I found that Whis seemed to like to make Qi Tian the Gods of Destruction. How do you want to see me? Hey, Whis, what do you mean? Beerus asked with a black face. It seems that Gods of Destruction is not as good as him, or did you let milk tea be filled with ecstasy? Master Beerus doesn't know anything. Master Qi Tian has allowed our universe's comprehensive index to rise 2 levels from the original bottom to last in just 10 years. Whis shook his head and looked at Beerus. What composite index? Beerus was taken aback. I told Master Beerus before. This is a comprehensive score for the entire universe. It is mainly used to consider the performance of Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai. Whis was speechless for a while, so he had to explain it again. In short, it is us. Universe's comprehensive human level and quality rating. Whis was a little helpless. Lord Beerus, you also said that they are Supreme Kai. In fact, you are also a half-hearted person. Do I need to repeat such an important matter? Is it not important? Beerus was stunned. Important? Qi Tian said, if the overall rating of our universe is too low, Master Zeno may erase our universe. What are you talking about? You said Zeno-sama will erase our universe. Beerus's eyes widened. Boy, who did you listen to? I guessed it. Qi Tian smiled. Beerus. Can you not scare people so much? Beerus shouted. You should work hard after taking office. Qi Tian sighed. Hey, of course, I must work hard. You don't need to teach me about this. Beerus snorted. So, from now on, I announce my retirement. Qi Tian smiled. The seventh universe continues to be replaced by Beerus as gods of destruction. Qi Tian, I owe you a favor. Beerus laughed and patted Qi Tian on the shoulder. It's okay, remember to work hard. Qi Tian smiled. I have to work hard too. I want to strive to become an angel as soon as possible in these years. Even angel as an intern will do. If it weren't for angel, with Beerus's character, maybe the seventh universe would be erased sooner or later. Even if the seventh universe is not erased, becoming an angel is my next goal. Qi Tian, what are your plans next? Whis sighed and saw Qi Tian insisted on leaving, so he could not continue to persuade, so he had to ask. I'm going to the sixth universe. I want to practice with my Vedos. Maybe through her I can become an intern angel as soon as possible. Qi Tian smiled. Whis. Ahem. So you still want to be an angel? Whis wiped his sweat. Yes, this is the ideal I have always wanted to achieve. Qi Tian nodded. Boy, you really have ideas. Beerus looked at Qi Tian. Do you know how complicated it is for an ordinary person to be an angel? Forget it, since this is your ideal, I've hit you, so you should do your best. Then, goodbye. Qi Tian floated into the air, waved at the two of them, and glanced at the prophetic fish. Prophetic fish, goodbye. Well, I will miss you. The prophecy fish waved. Hey, don't leave in a hurry. You can get me a cup of milk tea first. Beerus said quickly. Beerus, I brought you back to life. If you don't repay your favor, would you still let me make milk tea for you? Qi Tian smiled, and immediately stopped saying anything, turned into a bright flame, and disappeared quickly. N.S. Beerus was stunned. Did you bring me back to life? Real or fake? How did you do it? Whis, is, really this kid who brought me back to life? Beerus asked quickly. Asterisk. Chapter 49. Chapter 49 Vedos, I miss you. Yes, it was Qi Tian who brought Master Beerus back to life. Whis nodded. Does he have this ability? Beerus asked in surprise. Not really. There is something called a wishing bead on the earth. A wish can be realized through the wishing bead, Whis explained. It is through this wishing bead that Qi Tian resurrected Supreme Kai, so Master Beerus can also correspondingly, it was resurrected. Thanks to the death of Supreme Kai-sama, if Beerus-sama were killed directly, the earth's wishing beads would be difficult to resurrect Beerus-sama. There is still such a strange thing on earth. Beerus thoughtfully. Yes. Whis nodded. That said, I seem to owe this kid a big favor. Beerus said solemnly. There is no way. If he meets someone who can't beat him in the future, I will help him. Beerus thought for a while, and felt that the only way to repay the favor. Whis, what do you mean by not talking? Beerus had a bad feeling. I'm afraid the current Qi Tian has surpassed Master Beerus. Whis pondered. What are you talking about? Did you say that his strength surpassed me? Beerus widened his eyes. How is this possible? This is only 10 years ago. How could he surpass me in just 10 years? I just estimate. I don't know the true strength of Qi Tian either. Whis smiled. Beerus stopped talking. Just 10 years. For the entire universe, it is just a momentary matter. However, in the 10 years when I was absent, I feel that this universe has undergone earth-shaking changes. It's terrible. Qi Tian flew quickly in the direction of the sixth universe. About 40 minutes later, Qi Tian had already seen the planet Kampa. Hey! Qi Tian descended from the sky, landed on the planet Kampa, and appeared on the opposite side of Vados. Vados, long time no see. Qi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Qi Tian? Why do you have time to come to the sixth universe? Vados was stunned. I miss you, come and take a look. Qi Tian smiled. How's that? It's pretty accustomed to being gods of destruction these years, right? Vados asked. It's okay. With my efforts, the comprehensive index of our universe has been greatly improved. Qi Tian smiled. Really? So you really have the potential to be gods of destruction? Vados smiled. No. I am also here for Supreme Kai. Qi Tian replied. Vados. There was a short silence. Do you mean? You used the doppelganger to serve as Supreme Kai? Vados quickly understood. Yes, otherwise it is a very troublesome thing to improve the universe comprehensive score. Qi Tian sighed. You really have an idea. Vados nodded and asked with a smile, then you came to me, did you just miss me? I'm tired, so I returned the position of gods of destruction to Beerus. Qi Tian smiled. Is Lord Beerus resurrected? Vados was taken aback for a moment. Yes, it has been resurrected. Qi Tian nodded. The reason why you returned the position of gods of destruction to Lord Beerus is because you want to cultivate to become an angel, right? Vados smiled. It's still Vados, you know me. Qi Tian did not deny. You are not satisfied when gods of destruction. Vados sighed. Only when I become an angel can I be qualified to marry you. Qi Tian asked. Ahem. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with angel. Vados wiped his sweat. You still want to marry me? Vados, so many years have passed, have you finished drinking your milk tea? Qi Tian asked. Yes, you made another 1,000 cups for me 5 years ago. I just finished drinking it yesterday. Vados smiled, it's really time for you to come. Very well, I will follow you from today. Qi Tian said with a serious expression, I will never leave you unless I become an angel. Vados. You marry me when you become angel. The truth is the same. You are so talented. By the way, how are you practicing now? Are you still reducing your combat effectiveness? Vados asked. Yes, I have now compressed the combat power to the 18th power of 100. Qi Tian smiled. There are 1800s behind 100. This number is just huge enough, Vados sighed. But you are also amazing. You have suppressed the fighting power like this, and the body can withstand it. That is, I am a genius. Qi Tian grinned. In the past few years, haven't you learned from Whis at ease? Vados asked again. I don't have much time to study freedom. Qi Tian shook his head. I have been working most of the time in the past 10 years. I really can't spare time to study freedom. What I master is you. The hour taught me 10 years ago. Okay, you can stay. Vados nodded, without objection, I'm almost drinking enough milk tea. I'm just about to drink your coffee. Deal. Qi Tian smiled slightly, looked around, but didn't see Kampa, and couldn't help asking, "Right, what about Kampa? Master Kampa has gone to work and should be back soon." Vados smiled. Qi Tian knows what Kampa's so-called work means. It is nothing more than destroying the planet. Well, I'll wait for him to come back. Qi Tian grinned. You don't want to challenge Master Kampa? Vados was stunned and reacted immediately. Yes, so many years have passed, I think my strength has surpassed him. Qi Tian nodded. Although you have retired now, it is gods of destruction after all. In the past few years, the ability to destroy has also been greatly improved. Vados replied, forget it. If you fight here, the entire sixth universe will not be able to stand it. I will control my strength. Qi Tian said in deep thought. Vados. Well, you can explode your strength for me to see, let me simply estimate the gap between you. Vados thought for a while, and said to Qi Tian. Okay. Qi Tian did not object. Boom. Extremely powerful energy emerged from Qi Tian's body. The endless aura, centered on Qi Tian, spreads around. Okay. Qi Tian said to Vados. It does have very powerful energy. Vados nodded slightly. In terms of energy intensity, it is already on par with Master Kampa. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. You have surpassed Kampa. What if I become Super Saiyan again? Qi Tian said, with golden flames blooming on his body, becoming Super Saiyan. Vados. I have forgotten about your transformation. That will be fine, I can say for sure, you have surpassed Master Kampa. Vados wiped his sweat. This has only been 10 years, and this kid has made rapid progress. Let him continue to cultivate like this. I'm afraid it will surpass me sooner or later. Then forget it, since you said that you have surpassed him, then wait for the opportunity to discuss with him again. Qi Tian smiled. How strong are you going to be satisfied? Vados asked. I want my strength to reach the 100th power of 100. Qi Tian said. Vados. Vados didn't want to talk anymore. The 18th power of 100 has caught up with Lord Kampa. If you reach the 100th power of 100, you still have to go against this guy. I don't know how many powers of 100 can he surpass me? Not long after, Kampa returned from the outside. Isn't this the gods of destruction Qi Tian of the 7th universe? Why did you have time to get to the 6th universe? Kampa greeted with a smile. I have retired. Qi Tian smiled and said, by the way, Beerus was resurrected. What? You retired? Kampa's eyes widened. Why retreat? As for the resurrection of Beerus, Kampa was not surprised. Originally, Kampa thought Beerus was not that easy to die. Whis will resurrect him sooner or later. When gods of destruction is enough, so I retired. There is nothing strange. Qi Tian smiled. Kampa. You can still regard gods of destruction as enough. You are also a talent. Is Beerus okay now? Kampa asked. Very good. Qi Tian nodded. From today I will live here and stay with Vados at all times. Are you against it? As long as you make milk tea for me, you can live as long as you want. Kampa snorted, I haven't drank milk tea for a long time, your kid is not interesting, make so much milk tea storage for Vados, don't make me a few cups. In the future you want to drink and I will care about you. Qi Tian grinned. That's good. Kampa nodded in satisfaction. In this way, Qi Tian settled down on the planet Kampa and began to follow Vados to practice his freedom and extreme intentions. At the same time, the mass of energy formed by Qi Tian stayed on the earth, and when it was idle, it continued to compress combat power. Time passed day by day. 7th Universe. Earth. Qi Tian, who lives on the earth, has seen the growth of Son Goku like a movie. From the world's #1 martial arts conference to the Red Ribbon Legion, to Piccolo Daimao. Along the way, Son Goku has gradually grown up. Over the years, Qi Tian did not make a move. There is really no need to shoot. Because Qi Tian knows very well that everything Son Goku can easily solve. And after Son Goku and the newborn Piccolo had a desperate contest. Another 5 years have passed. Gaixian Island. An airship landed on this small island. Qi Tian and Bulma got off the plane together. Everyone, it's been a long time. Bulma waved to Master Roshi and Klin inside the house. Yes. Miss Bulma. Klin said in surprise. And Qi Tian, are you all here? Master Roshi greeted enthusiastically, it's been a long time since I saw you, you are so ruthless, I asked you to play, but you have never come. Hey, isn't this busy? Bulma chuckled. Are you married? Klin asked. Not yet, Bulma stared. Klin, you really don't open which pot or mention which pot. No? Goku is married, Qi Tian and Bulma have known each other for so long, don't you still get married? Klin asked. Bulma also looked at Qi Tian immediately. I also want to ask. Qi Tian, what do you mean? This, how do you put it? My existence is just a mass of energy, I am not in this universe. So if we get married, I'm afraid it will be delayed for a while. Qi Tian sighed. It's just a bunch of energy, and a hairy marriage. Am I going to control this group of energy and Bulma into the bridal chamber? What do you mean? Klin looked confused. I don't understand at all. Master Roshi also scratched his head. Hey, Qi Tian is like this, always saying some inexplicable things, I don't understand. Bulma pouted, a little unhappy. Bulma, I will definitely give you an explanation, but not now. Qi Tian said seriously to Bulma, when I become angel, I can marry you. What angel? Is that angel with wings on the back? Klin asked curiously. Although I don't understand, but I know you have your own difficulties, Qi Tian, I believe you. Bulma nodded gently. Such a smart girl, I always feel stupid at this critical moment. Master Roshi whispered to Klin. Klin nodded vigorously. Teacher Wu Tian, you are too right. Over the years, Qi Tian has been practicing hard at Vados. But this time, Qi Tian also felt the truth that what is called haste is not enough. To become an angel, even if it's just a trainee angel, it's not as easy as you think. Although Qi Tian has realized a little bit of self-consciousness. But as Vados said, it takes a certain amount of opportunity to fully understand the self-consciousness. As for the chance, Vados did not say. Qi Tian had to let the clone continue to look for opportunities on the earth. Maybe you can find it. By the way, why isn't Lankai here? Bulma asked. I eloped with Tian Xinyan 5 years ago. Klin wiped his sweat. Master Roshi wanted to cry. Finally found a beauty. In the end, the kid Tian Xinyan was pried away. I pried Hexianran's apprentice away, but that guy's apprentice pried my woman away. I feel that I am a bit uneconomical. I can't actually count as my woman. But it's okay to have her at home to be seductive. Master Roshi looked at Qi Tian again. This kid is really good. Bulma was such a good-looking girl and he let him go. Hey, hello. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Hey? It's Goku's voice. Bulma was taken aback and turned to look outside the window. It's Goku. It's Goku. Klin also said excitedly. A few people came outside the house together. The one outside the house is Son Goku. In addition to Son Goku, he also held a child in his hands. There is a fluffy tail behind the child's buttocks. Asterisk. Chapter 51. Chapter 51 Qi Tian, this child also has a tail. Hello everyone. Son Goku waved to everyone present. Goku. Bulma smiled. Gaku, you are here. Klin also cheered happily. Chi Tian nodded slightly to Son Gaku, saying hello. Ah, this kid is, Bulma was stunned and asked. Are you helping others to look after children? Gaku. Klin asked. This is my son. Son Gaku said flatly. Except for Chi Tian, the other three people were stunned. Son of Gaku. Are you kidding me? Does Gaku have a son? Is it weird? Son Gaku smiled. Hey, Gohan, hello to everyone. Hello, my name is Son Gohan, and I am 4 years old this year. I will grow up to be an outstanding scientist. Son Gohan replied. Son Gohan? It's your dead grandpa's name. Master Roshi understood. Yes. Son Gaku nodded. You guy really shocked me. I didn't expect my son to be this old. Master Roshi sighed, and couldn't help taking a look at Klin. Klin. Don't look at me. No girlfriend yet. Master Roshi looked at Chi Tian again. Chi Tian ignored him. Gaku, you are really a good teacher, he is very polite. Bulma smiled, but you are much more polite than when you were younger. Ha ha ha, these are all disciplined by Shishi. Son Gaku said. Hey? Tail? Does this kid also have a tail? Bulma was stunned for a moment, then turned to take a look at Chi Tian. Children have tails, what do you think Chi Tian does? Chi Tian's tail does not grow behind. Master Roshi smiled. Chi Tian. Bulma. Bulma stared. What are you talking about, old guy? Don't you think I don't understand? However, the old tortoise probably doesn't know, right? Long ago, Chi Tian also had a tail. Just don't know why, Chi Tian's tail will suddenly disappear. As for the girlhood, Chi Tian gave the tail to Gaku. In the eyes of Bulma, it was a joke. This kid behaves strangely sometimes. Bulma asked. Yes, is there? Klin asked with a worried expression. Strange behavior? What do you mean? Son Gaku was stunned. For example, will there be any special changes on the night of the full moon? Master Roshi asked. The night of the full moon? We went to bed very early. Why? Son Gaku shook his head, wondering why Master Roshi would ask. It's nothing, just ask, it's okay, it's okay. Master Roshi waved his hand. Gaku, this kid must be as strong as you. Klin turned off the subject. Perhaps. Son Gaku nodded. I also think Gohan's talent should be good, but Shishi will be very angry when I want to train him. Why? Klin asked. Shishi said that the world is at peace, and there is no need to continue to practice. From now on is the era of learning culture. Son Gaku said, and doesn't Gohan want to be a scientist? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that naughty girl is actually an educational mother. Master Roshi laughed. Is this Dragon Ball studded in Gohan's hat? Bulma asked. Yes, it is a 4-star Dragon Ball. This is my grandfather's relic. I found it and put it on for him. Son Gaku nodded. Later I found a few other Dragon Balls by the way, all in its at home. I saw Dragon Ball and thought of a lot of the past. Then again, Chi Tian, you and Bulma are not married yet. Chi Tian. Is it the age of marriage now? Why even Gaku asked the same. I do not yet have the conditions for marriage. Chi Tian sighed. That what angel? Is it difficult to be that angel? Klin asked. Yes. Chi Tian nodded, in order to become angel. I have spent more than 10 years working hard to cultivate. After all, I am just a mortal. Although I have become a god, I want to become a real angel. Need to keep working hard. Angel? What is it? Son Gaku was stunned and asked. It should be said that it is the greatest god in this universe. Chi Tian didn't hide it, and directly told everyone present. As for whether you can understand it, that is your problem. This universe's greatest god is so powerful. Klin smiled, I just don't know if it will be very powerful. Son Goku is also thoughtful. Only in the next moment, Son Goku suddenly turned his head and looked into the sky behind him. What's wrong? Goku? Klin asked. Something is coming here fast. Son Goku frowned. What? Is it Tien Shinyan and dumplings? Did they bring Lan Chi back? Klin looked into the distance. It's amazing. I feel an extremely powerful breath approaching. What is it? Son Goku's face changed color. Call out. The next moment, I saw a figure in the distance coming quickly toward this side. Snapped. Raditz descended from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Raditz recognized Son Goku at a glance. Kakarot, you're grown up. Raditz looked at Son Goku and said, You look exactly like your father. Who is this guy? What is he talking about? Klin was taken aback for a while. What? Son Goku was also dumbfounded. Kakarot, what's going on this planet? Your mission is to destroy all human beings. I don't know what you are grinding on. Raditz said with a cold face. Hey, I don't know who you are, but I also advise you to go back as soon as possible. Drinking it like this in broad daylight is not good. Klin stepped up to persuade. Klin, don't get close to him, get away quickly. Son Goku shouted. Boom. Raditz's tail wrapped around his waist slammed Klin's face like a whip. Klin flew upside down at that time and plunged into the wooden house behind him. Ouch! Klin grinned in pain. You bastard! Son Goku shouted angrily. However, when Son Goku saw the tail behind Raditz, his face changed again and again. Tail? This guy has a tail too. Son Goku was shocked. Hey, do you finally know who I am? Raditz smiled slightly. Your identity? What do you mean? Who are you? Son Goku asked in confusion. Raditz. Your kid doesn't even know. Kakarot, have you even forgotten this? Raditz was speechless for a while. I ask you, has your head been hit hard before? Asterisk. Chapter 52. Chapter 52 Frisia destroyed our planet? My name is not Kakarot, my name is Son Goku. Son Goku corrected. You answer my question first. Raditz asked again. I don't know too much, but when I was a child, I did suffer heavy blows to my head, and I still have scars. Son Goku nodded and admitted. Sure enough. Raditz suddenly realized. So what? Son Goku asked back, who the hell are you? What are you looking for me for? You kid forgot everything, Raditz snorted. Well, I'll let you know your past. From now on you have to do what you should do. Chi Tian, why does he have a tail? Is he the same clan as you? Bulma grabbed Chi Tian's arm tightly, and asked nervously. Well, yes, he is my clan and is also Son Goku's brother. His name is Raditz. Chi Tian explained with a smile. What? Your clansman? Raditz widened his eyes and looked at Chi Tian with some surprise. Who is this guy? How did he know my name? He said he was from my tribe? Is he also Scion? You? Are you Scion? Raditz looked at Chi Tian. Yes, my name is Chi Tian. Chi Tian nodded. Chi Tian? Are you Chi Tian? Raditz's eyes widened. Raditz has met Chi Tian. It's just that more than 20 years have passed. Raditz had no impression of Chi Tian's appearance in his mind for a long time. You are still alive. Raditz's eyes widened and his expression was incredible. Chi Tian smiled slightly. Really? That would be great. Raditz smiled. I don't know if you know about planet Vegeta. I have known it a long time ago. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Chi Tian smiled and said, at present, apart from you and me, Scion, the remaining Scion is also very few. You know it. Raditz nodded, that's good, but I don't need to explain so much. By the way, Vegeta and I recently discovered a resource-rich planet. The three of us are a bit difficult to attack. So I thought of Kakarot. Although his current combat effectiveness is not perfect yet, after a period of running in, he will definitely grow up quickly. What do you mean? Son Goku was still in a daze. What is Scion? I'm Scion? Chi Tien and I are the same race? Chi Tien, you are here, then join us to conquer that planet. Raditz said. What is the name of the planet you are talking about? Chi Tien asked. Katramar planet. Raditz replied. Katriama planet. Chi Tien's face turned black in an instant. That planet is the best planet I have built as Supreme Kai. Are you actually going to conquer that planet? So tangled. I have retired now. The gods including Supreme Kai have also retired. I should follow Angel's example and be able to hang up high on my own. Chi Tien took a deep breath. No interest, go by yourself. Chi Tien replied, Goku is also not interested. He is a good person, and of course he won't follow you to conquer other people's planets. Humph, I knew you would say that. Raditz snorted, Chi Tien. The former Scion genius warrior. At birth, his combat power reached 2000 heights, surpassing King Vegeta. It's just that, later, because of cultivation, I abolished what I had cultivated. Raditz, your fate is really big. Chi Tien smiled. What do you mean? Raditz was stunned. If you change it to when I am gods of destruction, just what you said just now, you have become scum. Chi Tien said, but I am now cultivating my body and nature, so I won't care about this with you for the time being. Vados said, Angel must have a tolerant heart. This is a required course to become Angel. If you get angry at every turn, it is not so easy to become an Angel. Moreover, Super Saiyan and Angel's self-consciousness are inherently a bit contradictory. To achieve true self-consciousness, you must control your emotions when you are extremely angry. Over the years, Chi Tien has nothing particularly angry. So this matter has been shelved. Chi Tien, what is going on? Son Goku asked. In short, we are not people on this planet. We were born on a planet called Planet Vegeta. We are the fighting nation Scion. Chi Tien explained with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? Klin immediately disagrees. If you are aliens, why do you appear on Earth? The answer is very simple. Kakarot was sent here in order to eliminate the inhabitants of this planet. Raditz smiled. We Scion are a fighting nation. Our job is to find a planet with a suitable environment and wipe out the inhabitants there. Then sell this planet to aliens at a high price. If we encounter people on the planet who have strong combat power, we will use adult warriors to fight directly. For a low-level planet like the Earth, sending a baby over can be completely settled. It just so happens that there is also a moon on this planet. Kakarot will come here alone and it will take a few years to clean up the humans here. If this is the case, it would be terrifying. Master Roshi said solemnly. It's more terrifying than that Piccolo Daimao. A cold sweat broke out on Klin's face. Chi Tien, are you the same? Do you want to kill all our Earthlings? Bulma looked at Chi Tien nervously. Of course I am not. Chi Tien smiled, moreover, Goku didn't come to the Earth to destroy mankind. Hey? What do you mean? Raditz was stunned. After your father Burdock returned to planet Vegeta, he realized that Frieza might destroy planet Vegeta. Chi Tien smiled, so he and your mother sent Goku, which is the Kakarot in your mouth, in advance. Earth. The location of the Earth is quite special, and the resources of this planet are very general, it is difficult to be noticed. Simply put, your parents sent Kakarot to the earth to let him come and take refuge. What are you talking about? Raditz was a little dumbfounded. It was sent to the earth for refuge, not to wipe out all the people on earth? And Frisia is going to destroy planet Vegeta? I do not know how. Wasn't planet Vegeta destroyed by a huge meteorite impact? You lie! Raditz shouted, planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteorite. How could Lord Frisia destroy our planet? Asterisk. Chapter 53. Chapter 53 Vegeta, Chi Tien is still alive? Go to Earth. You kid, I tell the truth, you don't believe it. Chi Tien sighed, you would rather believe in a foreigner than a person on your own planet. How do you prove that Frisia destroyed our planet? Raditz asked. Of course I saw it with my own eyes, I also recorded the video, please take the time to give Vegeta a copy. Chi Tien said, the energy in his hand flickered. Snapped. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across Chi Tien's hand. At the next moment, a small instrument appeared in Chi Tien's palm. Chi Tien pressed the button on the instrument. A holographic image appeared on the scene. The picture in the video is planet Vegeta. In the sky above planet Vegeta, there is a huge planetary destruction bomb. This thing is Frisia's planetary destruction bomb. The human face cannot be photographed, but it is definitely not a meteorite. Chi Tien smiled. Raditz's face changed again and again. Snapped. In an instant, planet Vegeta became the dust of the universe. What are you kidding? Klin was frightened. That's a planet. Was it destroyed so easily? Who is Frisia? Son Goku also had a cold sweat on his face. Does this universe still have such powerful characters? Can they actually destroy the planet? I am not their opponent at all. Wait a minute. Raditz felt that he was not well, and he got in touch with Vegeta through the probe at that time. A certain planet. Vegeta and Nappa have just finished cleaning the battlefield on this planet, and at this time they are also listening to the conversation on Earth. Unexpectedly, that guy Chi Tien is still alive, he appeared on the Earth. Nappa sweated on his face. Hey, what a normal thing! Vegeta snorted. If he is dead, it will be abnormal. Hey, Raditz, how much is Chi Tien's combat power? Nappa asked. Well, let me see, I'm so ridiculous. The combat power is only 100. Raditz was almost laughing at the time, is this still our genius fighter back then? Vegeta didn't speak, and frowned slightly. Back then, I was stunned by his 100 combat power. Do you think that combat power is real? You are so naive. Vegeta, is what he said is true? Is our planet really destroyed by the guy Frisia? Raditz asked. Hey, the destruction of the planet and the life and death of my parents have nothing to do with me. Vegeta clenched his fists. The thing that annoys me now is that the guy Frisia actually used us as puppets. I will never forgive him. Vegeta, what should we do next? Should I take both Kakarot and Chi Tien back? Raditz asked, but the trouble is that my universe spacecraft can put down me and Kakarot at most, and then if you have one more person, you won't be able to take it away. Vegeta didn't say a word. Chi Tien is definitely not as simple as Raditz and Nappa thought. Let me ask them first, maybe the two of them don't want to leave the Earth at all. Raditz snorted and smiled. If that's the case, I'll just kill them. Whatever you want. Vegeta didn't object. That's it. Raditz smiled slightly and interrupted the call for now. On the planet. It's really ridiculous, Chi Tien's combat power is only 100. Is this still the genius warrior that used to be? It really shames us, Scion. Nappa sighed. Humph, if you think so, you will die miserably. Vegeta snorted. What do you mean? Nappa didn't understand. Clean up the battlefield here. And the two of us will leave for the Earth at once. Vegeta ordered to Nappa. Go to Earth? What are we going to do to Earth? Bring those two guys back. Nappa asked. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Vegeta said coldly. Yes, Nappa responded immediately. 5 minutes later. Shoo! Shoo! Two spherical universe spaceships rushed into the starry sky and came fast in the direction of the Earth. Vegeta, did you mean that Frieza really destroyed our planet? Nappa still couldn't understand, and couldn't help asking, I don't think it is very likely. Why did he destroy the planet where Sion lives? What good will this do for him? We, Sion, helped him lay down a lot of planets. You idiot, if you communicate through the detector, Frieza will overhear it. Vegeta snorted. Really a pig teammate? Ah, sorry, Nappa reacted immediately. However, without the detector, it is impossible to communicate with Vegeta. This really hurts. Distant starry sky. Frieza's universe spacecraft. Frieza is sailing in the stars. Sure enough, Frieza heard Vegeta's conversation. Oh? Chi Tien is on the Earth. Frieza clenched his fist tightly, and his whole body was trembling. Thinking of the situation on the planet Kampa, where he was rubbed against the ground by Chi Tien, Frieza was out of anger. I must repay this grudge. But, how could he go to the Earth? Isn't he in the Gods of Destruction world of the 6th universe? Very good. This guy finally came back. When you hit me last time, I didn't show my full strength at all. And at that time, in order not to waste too much energy, I had returned to the first form. Also, at that time you had that fat cat backing up, and I didn't dare to do anything to you. But now, since you have returned to the 7th universe, this is your own dead end. Frieza sneered. How far are we from the Earth? Frieza asked. Kikano, a genius scientist next to Frieza, hurriedly searched for information about the Earth through his computer. The Earth is in an extremely remote galaxy, it is very far away from where we are now. If we fly over with our current universe spacecraft, it will probably take a year. Kikano quickly replied. 1 year. Frieza wiped his sweat. Is this too far? Forget it, pay close attention to Vegeta and their movements first. Frieza ordered, read their information through eavesdropping devices. I want to know what they are talking about. Yes. Kekinyo quickly responded. It's best if they can take the initiative to come over and find me revenge, I don't have to run that far. Frieza smiled lightly. Your Excellency Frieza is wise, Bailey Brew answered. Belly Brew, you did a good job. Vegeta's combat effectiveness has only increased by 3,000 over the years. Frieza smiled. Your Excellency Frieza praised, this is what I should do. Bailey Brew saluted. Asterisk. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. One accidentally beat you to death. Earth. Raditz looked at Son Goku indifferently. Kakarot, believe the purpose of my coming here, you already know it well. Raditz said to Son Goku, we don't care about planet Vegeta, we will deal with the things at hand first. How about? Come with me to other things. Let's fight on the planet. Don't dream, I will never help you. Son Goku shouted loudly. What about you? Chi Tien. Raditz asked Chi Tien again. Don't go. Chi Tien shook his head. Humph, I knew you guys would say that. Raditz smiled, Kakarot, I just noticed, the kid behind you is your son, right? It's not, Son Goku quickly denied. You can't fool me. The tail behind him is the best proof. Raditz smiled softly. What do you want to do? Son Goku's face changed color. You are a father who is unreasonable, so I have to use your son. Raditz sneered and walked step by step in the direction of Son Gohan. You stop for me, if you go one step further, I'll beat you down. Son Goku shouted. Boom. Raditz kicked out and hit Son Goku in the chest on the spot. Son Goku flew up to a high level and fell to the ground, feeling a little uncomfortable all over his body. Dad! Son Gohan hurried to his father's direction, but was picked up by Raditz from behind. Chi Tian, help Goku! Bulma said quickly. Chi Tian, do you want to help Kakarot? Just come on. Raditz smiled lightly, I know exactly how powerful your combat power is. Your combat power is not as good as Kakarot, so don't come here to be ashamed. You really don't get in. Chi Tian sighed, I have given you a chance. You said you have to die. Why? Do you want to challenge me? Do you know my combat effectiveness? Raditz looked disdainful. Boom! Chi Tian suddenly stretched out his hand, an invisible energy emerged. Only a muffled noise was heard, and the energy hit Raditz's chest at the time. Puff! Raditz's mouth spurted blood, his body flew backwards, and he fell to the ground all at once. When I looked again, I saw Raditz pumping all over and foaming at the mouth, looking almost dying. Son Gohan was also beaten into the air, hanging in the air. Chi Tian's big hand aimed at Son Gohan's body and controlled Son Gohan to fall firmly on the ground. Oh, a carelessly overstrength, almost beat you to death. Chi Tian said with a smile. Son Goku was stunned. Klin was dumbfounded. Master Roshi's eyes widened. Bulma was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Brother Chi Tian is so powerful. I'm not mistaken, the alien who knocked Goku to the ground with one move, just let Chi Tian give it a finger to scrap it. Klin whispered. Piccolo, who was peeking from behind the house, was shocked after seeing this scene. What? Is this guy named Chi Tian so powerful? I have always ignored his existence. Unexpectedly, on this earth, there is a stronger opponent than Son Goku. Sorry, I haven't taken a shot for a long time, and I can't control my power. Chi Tian walked to Raditz's side and sighed, and this I only exist in the form of energy. You, Raditz felt that he was seriously injured, and he raised his finger hard to point at Chi Tian. What do you want to say? Chi Tian asked. I think I can still, Raditz said weakly. You are like this, can you still fight? Chi Tian asked. I can save it, Raditz gritted his teeth, and after saying this, his head was tilted and he was dead. You said earlier. I can find a way to save you, I thought you would continue fighting. Chi Tian shook his head. Bulma. Son Goku. Klin. Master Roshi. The few people present were more speechless than one. Goku, he's dead. Klin was also a little emotional. Son Goku gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. Klin hurriedly stepped forward to help. Goku, are you okay? Klin asked. It's okay, Son Goku shook his head. Goku, I'm really sorry, one accidentally beat your brother to death. Chi Tian said. Chi Tian, you don't have to apologize, he wants to threaten me with my son. This is what he deserves. Son Goku said firmly with a look. Then I can rest assured. Chi Tian nodded. I didn't expect Chi Tian, you are so powerful, Son Goku smiled bitterly. Before you played the world's #1 martial arts conference, I had already fought with the elites of other universes. Chi Tian smiled slightly. Other universe? What do you mean? Son Goku was stunned. Don't be kidding. So, you can easily defeat that Piccolo Daimao with your strength. Klin seemed to think of something suddenly, and asked quickly. Come out, Piccolo, no need to hide. Chi Tian did not answer, but greeted Piccolo behind the house. Piccolo shivered. Soon after, Piccolo walked out from behind the house with a solemn expression. What? Piccolo Daimao. Klin's face changed color. Master Roshi was also taken aback. Bulma is relatively calm. Brother Qi Tian is so powerful, he will definitely protect me. Piccolo? Why are you here? Son Goku was also surprised, looking at Piccolo and asked. I followed that guy. Piccolo said solemnly, looking at Qi Tian with some caution. Have you seen him? Son Goku asked. Yes. Piccolo nodded. I originally wanted to deal with this guy with you. But what I didn't expect is, Qi Tian is so powerful. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it either. Son Goku laughed. Hey, I'm sitting on the well and watching the sky. Piccolo snorted. Hey, listen to your brother, he still has 2 accomplices. Klin suddenly thought of something and said quickly. Klin is right. In about a year or so, those 2 powerful scions will come to the earth. Qi Tian nodded. One of the scions is the prince on planet Vegeta, his name it's still named after planet Vegeta. I heard Goku's brother call him Vegeta. Klin replied thoughtfully. That guy is a prince? Is that great? Asterisk. Chapter 55. Chapter 55 Vegeta, come on. Yes, very strong. Qi Tian nodded, but it is still not enough for me to hit with a single finger. That way, I'll be relieved. Klin breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Qi Tian, what you hide is really deep enough. I always thought that your strength was not as good as mine. A year later, will they come to Earth to avenge Goku's brother? Bulma asked, or do they want to invade our planet? It's okay to talk to them. Qi Tian said, hooking his finger at the detector that Raditz was carrying. Snapped. Suddenly, Raditz's detector flew over and fell into Qi Tian's hands. Qi Tian pressed the button on the detector. It is worth mentioning that after Qi Tian became gods of destruction, he destroyed the detector he carried with him. As for what level of combat effectiveness will be compressed, this Qi Tian can understand through induction. Hey, Vegeta, can you hear it? Qi Tian said to the detector. I heard, you are Qi Tian. Vegeta snorted, you wait, I will go to the earth to find you and settle the account. Come on, I am waiting for you to come over to find abuse. Qi Tian smiled slightly. Hey, Qi Tian, you are really confident. Vegeta hummed, my current combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Last time you attacked me when I was not prepared, and knocked me out. This is an account. I have to find you to do a good job. Come on quickly, if you can defeat Goku, I will give you the same gift. Qi Tian said with a smile. Oh? Who do you defeat? Vegeta was stunned. It's Raditz's younger brother Kakarot, whose name on Earth is Son Goku. Qi Tian smiled. Son Goku was also slightly taken aback. Beat me? You are talking about the inferior fighter Kakarot. Vegeta smiled at the time, don't be kidding Qi Tian. My opponent is you, not the inferior fighter. I have defeated the inferior warrior you said before talking. Qi Tian said with a smile. Humph, whatever you want, when I go to Earth, none of you can run away. Vegeta thought about it and didn't think it mattered. As long as you are destroyed, won't others easily crush it? By the way, what was the gift you were talking about? Wouldn't it be a cup of milk tea? Vegeta smiled lightly. On the Universe spacecraft, Vegeta found some information about Qi Tian through the computer. It turned out that this guy went to the planet Van Food after the destruction of planet Vegeta. The planet full of food. This guy opened a milk tea shop on that planet. But what happened later, Vegeta didn't know. It's Dragon Ball. Qi Tian said with a smile. Dragon Ball? What is that? Is it better than milk tea? Vegeta said with a grin. Hey, don't tell me about the Dragon Ball. Klin was shocked and said hurriedly. There is a kind of magical bead on the earth, which can realize any wish. Is this thing okay? Qi Tian smiled, hurry up and think about it on the road, what kind of wish do you want to realize? Oh? Really? Would you give me such a good thing? Vegeta didn't believe it. Believe it or not. Chi Tian smiled and said, as long as you can defeat Kakarot, I will let you realize any wish. Hey, it's interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. I want to see what kind of Dragon Ball you said. Vegeta smiled, also, I will let you know how strong I am, the one called Kakarot. Inferior warrior, I can destroy him with one finger, so you should take care of yourself. That's it. You have to come on. After Chi Tian finished speaking, he interrupted the call. Son Goku and others were silent. After a short silence, Chi Tian, why tell him about Dragon Ball? Bulma asked strangely, also, do you mean to let Goku challenge the guy named Vegeta? That's right. Chi Tian nodded, the Dragon Ball thing is also to make your cultivation more motivated. I'll say it first. Once you lose to Vegeta and Nappa, I will give them the Dragon Ball. You are also very likely to be killed. After you die, you will never be able to resurrect. What did you say? Klin's face changed color. Although I can kill them easily, but this time I don't plan to make a move. Chi Tian said, I said before, I just exist in the form of a cloud of energy. If every time I encounter a strong enemy, if it's all for me to solve it, there will be no need for this planet to exist. So in the next year, you must cultivate well and strive for immortality. Klin. Too much. You can beat them. You don't make a move. We will really be beaten to death by them. That. In addition to that Vegeta, there is another guy named Nappa. Is he as strong as Goku's brother? Klin asked quickly. No, he is much stronger than Goku's elder brother. Chi Tian smiled and said, Goku's elder brother Raditz has a combat power of 1200, and Nappa's combat power is 6000. Compare yourself. Klin was dumbfounded. Piccolo's face changed again and again, cold sweat slipped across his face. Master Roshi was stunned. This gap is not just a little bit. Klin, tell me, what is fighting power? Son Goku was stunned, and quickly asked Klin. Klin. It should be a kind of strength. Judgment with numbers. Klin explained. Yes, that's what it means. Chi Tian nodded. Son Goku's expression also became serious. So what about us? What is our combat power? Klin asked. You. Chi Tian smiled and looked at Klin Dao. Klin, your combat power is around 200, Goku and Piccolo are in the early 400s, Goku's combat power is a little bit more than Piccolo, Master Roshi's combat power is 140, right? As soon as he said this, the faces of Son Goku and others turned pale. There was another deathly silence. Chi Tian, stop joking, okay? Our combat power is less than 1000? No, no more than 500. Klin smiled bitterly, Goku's brother Raditz has reached 1200 combat power, the Nappa's combat power is 6000, how can we surpass them? What about Vegeta? What's his fighting power? Piccolo asked. I'm afraid of scaring you to death. Chi Tian sighed. Just tell me, I can bear it. Piccolo nodded, is it 10,000? 18,000. Chi Tian smiled. Piccolo's eyes widened. Klin was almost frightened to death. Asterisk. Chapter 56. Chapter 56 Goku, let me teach you how comfortable you are. Although I am not very sensitive to these numbers, since I know he is so powerful, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Son Goku looked serious. If that guy named Vegeta really has 18,000 combat power, we have no hope of winning at all. Klin has already felt the end of the world. Generally speaking, if the combat power reaches about 10,000, you can have the power to destroy planets the size of the Earth. Chi Tian explained to Son Goku and others, so you have to work hard. What about you? Chi Tian. Klin asked again. My fighting force is only 100. Qi Tian grinned. Just kidding Qi Tian, can you speak well? Qin wanted to cry. You said you only have 100 combat power? You killed Goku's brother with one finger? I do not believe. You lied to me. Do you think I'm stupid? Next, Goku, you follow me to practice. Qi Tian made arrangements. I will teach you advanced skills. I am very happy. Freedom? What is that? Qin scratched his head. Qin, don't ask, since it was taught to me by Qi Tian, I think it must be very powerful. Son Goku smiled, and then said to Qi Tian, then I will send Gohan home first, and then go. I'm looking for you to practice. No, Gohan will also participate in this battle. Qi Tian said. Hey? Gohan is just a child. Qin exclaimed, Qi Tian, isn't it good for you to do this? Boom! Qi Tian waved to Kellen. Qin was hit directly and plunged into the distant sea. Just you talk a lot. Qi Tian snorted. Qin. Son Goku was shocked and was about to treat Qin. Don't worry, he will be fine. Qi Tian said. Sure enough, Son Goku glanced towards the sea and found that Qin was swimming towards the shore in the sea. Qi Tian, do you mean to let Gohan participate in the battle? But Gohan has never practiced before. Son Goku scratched his head, although I also think Gohan has a talent for fighting. Gohan handed over to Piccolo to train. Qi Tian replied. Master Roshi. Bulma. Qin, who had just swam ashore, didn't know what to say. Is it suitable for you to be a mess of mandarin ducks? You actually handed Gohan to Piccolo Daimao to train. Piccolo was also taken aback. Piccolo, you take Son Gohan away and train well. Qi Tian said to Piccolo. Hey, why should I train such a little guy? Piccolo protested. If it weren't for you, I would have blown up this island a long time ago. You let me take this little guy away? Son Goku's son? He has a fart. Train him well, you will find that he will become your own son in the future. Qi Tian said with a smile. Piccolo. Mao's son. We are not the same race, okay? Piccolo didn't want to talk anymore. Take it away. Just simple training and training. No big deal. What did you say? Did you let Piccolo train Gohan? Qin exclaimed. Qi Tian smiled and looked at Kellen. Qin quickly covered his mouth. I have sent it out of sentiment. Boom! Qi Tian waved his hand, and an invisible air patted Qin's body again. Qin drew an arc in the air and fell into the sea again. Do you have any comments? Qi Tian looked at Master Roshi and the turtle. I haven't spoken all the time, just treat me as if I don't exist. I am a turtle, what can I say? No opinion, of course no opinion. Master Roshi laughed, maybe Piccolo is the best teacher, right? Goku. I didn't expect Bulma's boyfriend to be so powerful. It's because I didn't play Bulma. Otherwise. Master Roshi glanced at the location of Qin, then looked at the dead Raditz, shivering uncontrollably. This guy is terrible. Can't afford to provoke. Well, I actually think it would be better to give Gohan to Piccolo to practice. Son Goku nodded seriously. Piccolo, you won't eat him? Bulma asked. Can you eat it? Piccolo exasperated. Okay, it's been decided so happily. Qi Tian smiled and said, Qin, come here. Qin was swimming quickly towards the shore. It just stopped after hearing Qi Tian's words. 0, look for flowers. I'm not going. If I go over, will you fly me again? Do you think I am volleyball? Come here quickly, I have something to confess to you. Qi Tian beckoned to Kellen. Qin came hurriedly. You go and tell Tian Xinyan and leaping about Sion, do you understand? Qi Tian said. It turned out to be this, I understand, and leave it to me. Klin patted his chest. Gaku, you go home and talk to your wife alone, and then come to Bulma's house to find me. Chi Tian said to Gaku. Okay. Son Goku nodded, understanding the strength of the opponent. I also want to practice well. Then, I'm leaving too. Piccolo stepped forward and picked up Son Gohan, waving at Chi Tian and others. I'm looking for Dad, I'm looking for Dad, I'm looking for Dad, Son Gohan howled. Call out. Piccolo was upset by the quarrel, so he took Son Gohan to the sky and left the scene quickly. Bulma, let's go home. Chi Tian said. Using the plane or flying back? Bulma said. Fly back with a plane. Chi Tian said. Bulma. Do I ask if you use a plane or will you take me back? Your answer, I don't know how to pick it up. A certain mountainous area. Let go of me, I'm looking for my dad. Son Gohan howled loudly, his voice thinking all over the mountainous area. It really made you so noisy, you little bunny sickle. Piccolo buzzed his teeth and threw Son Gohan into the lake. Son Gohan sank in the water at that time, and his body kept fluttering in the water. Cough, cough, cough. Son Gohan coughed hard and choked his throat with water. Don't cry anymore, if you don't cry, I will save you. Piccolo said coldly. Son Gohan sobbed a few times before he dared to cry anymore. Piccolo fell from the sky and pulled Son Gohan up. Who are you? Son Gohan sniffed, and suddenly cried loudly again, Where's my father? I'm looking for my father. Don't cry. Believe it or not, I will break your neck and throw you into the water to feed the fish. Piccolo shouted angrily. Chi Tian, you are a scam. You let me take such a kid. I really want to slap him to death. N.S. Chapter 57. Chapter 57 God's Skills. Feel free. Son Gohan was really scared, and slowly stopped crying. I believe you have heard Chi Tian's words. Although you don't know how much you understand, you should be very clear that in the next year, you will be taught by me personally. Piccolo snorted. Son Gohan continued to sniff. I don't know why Chi Tian did this. Piccolo said with a black face, bringing you such a little guy will only waste my cultivation time. But one thing is certain, that guy Chi Tian, although the strength has surpassed the two upcoming scions, but he will never make a move. So the earth needs our protection, do you understand? Son Gohan nodded aggrievedly. Actually, on the way back, I was curious about Chi Tian's approach. Did your body contain extremely powerful energy? Otherwise, why did he let me train you? Piccolo smiled lightly and looked at Son Gohan. I don't have any strong energy, I have never learned Kung Fu, and I have never had a fight with anyone. Son Gohan replied with tears in his eyes. Hey, let's take a look. Piccolo grinned, showing an evil face. Snapped. Piccolo grabbed Son Gohan's head and slipped away. It hurts, let me go quickly, it hurts me to death. Son Gohan was shocked and cried again. Piccolo slammed Son Gohan violently towards the distant mountain. Let me see if there is any strong energy in your body. If not, I will find a way to save you. Then, I don't want to waste my time anymore. If it is true as Chi Tian said, that guy's combat power has reached more than 10,000. No, it is close to 20,000. I must practice well. Wow, 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 Son Gohan can clearly feel that he is hitting the mountain. Son Gohan quickly closed his eyes. Seeing is clear. I can't see it, maybe nothing will happen. No. I'm going to be knocked to death. Wow. 543 Son Gohan opened his eyes sharply and his expression became cold. Boom. Then a cloud of energy burst out of Son Gohan's body. This energy bombarded the distant mountain. Suddenly, with a loud noise, the mountain was moved to a flat ground. Piccolo's eyes widened, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Is this kid so scary? It was amazing, he was stronger than I thought. This kid is really amazing. It seems that my guess is correct. Otherwise, Qi Tian won't let me train such a little guy. Sun Gohan fell on the ground and was in a daze there. Piccolo is also very unhappy. I feel good and complicated, and I am cultivating one of the most terrifying enemies in the future. No, the most terrifying enemy in the future is not that guy Qi Tian. Take one step at a time. This. Did I do this? Sun Gohan asked. Yes, do you understand now? Piccolo said with a cold face. This kid will also be my enemy in the future. I feel so tangled. Forget it, let's beat Sion first. What I can be sure of now is that when you are emotional or angry, you will exert your own potential powerful energy, but your breath will disappear in an instant, so you will not win. Piccolo looked at Sun Gohan said, I will teach you how to fight and make you the strongest fighter. But I don't want to be a martial artist, I want to be a great scientist. Sun Gohan replied. Of course you can. As long as you defeat the two Scions here a year later, it doesn't matter what you want to be. Piccolo smiled slightly, if they destroy the Earth, how can you become a scientist? Do you want to study how to resurrect? Human? Little boy, don't think so naively. Sun Gohan. I'm afraid of fighting. Sun Gohan shivered, and said with his mouth curled. You dumb thing, don't say such dumb things. No time, take off your coat quickly. Piccolo shouted angrily. Sun Gohan quickly took off his jacket and murmured as he took it off, I want my father to teach me. You don't have to think so much. Piccolo snorted, you were on the scene at the time, and you also know how powerful Qi Tian is. He arranged you for me. Do you think I want to teach you? You little kid will only delay my cultivation process. Also, your father is not strict enough with you, he will not be a good teacher. Look at the one you are pampered with now. It looks like this, you can see how much your father loves you. Sun Gohan. I miss my dad. What are we going to do next? Sun Gohan asked. Do nothing at first, just survive. Piccolo smiled softly. Qi Tian, don't blame me for this kind of thing, if he really died, it can only be his bad luck. This is indeed how I practiced him. Hey? Survive? Sun Gohan was stunned. Yes, you can survive here peacefully by yourself. Piccolo smiled, if you can persist for 6 months, I will teach you the skills of fighting. 6 months? Am I the only one here? Sun Gohan's face changed color, I don't want it, I will die of boredom. Humph, you won't feel lonely. Piccolo smiled. There will often be monsters that eat people in this area. They will accompany you to play well. What are you talking about? Please don't throw me down. Sun Gohan's face changed again and again. Okay, I don't have time to coax you. 6 months is very short. Surviving means you still have some ability, otherwise you will be a scum. Piccolo snorted, don't forget, the destiny of the earth is still in control. In your hands, you have to believe in your own abilities. But yes. Sun Gohan has a bad feeling. Also, you must not try to escape from here. The surroundings here are hells like deserts. Piccolo smiled slightly, desert, do you understand? If you fall into the quicksand, even I can't save you. After saying this, Piccolo will leave the scene. Wait a minute, where is the food? Bathtub, toothbrush, bed. Sun Gohan asked quickly. Do you think you are here on holiday? My little master. Piccolo smiled. Sun Gohan. Unacceptable. Too cruel. Goodbye, and good luck. Piccolo soared into the sky at that time. Sun Gohan. Wait for me. I am afraid. Don't leave me. Sun Gohan hurried to chase. However, how can Sun Gohan catch up? The next moment, Sun Gohan cried loudly after seeing the deserted scene around him. Crying and crying, Sun Gohan suddenly felt a little wrong. There seemed to be a peculiar smell of beasts near him. Sun Gohan looked up, his face also turned pale. It is a huge monster. The monster also stared at Sun Gohan below. Such a small point is not enough to stuff my teeth. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. Eat it. Woo, what to do? Sun Gohan was terrified. The monster opened its mouth wide and rushed towards Sun Gohan. Help, who will help me? Sun Gohan screamed and ran away desperately. Papa! Sun Gohan fell to the ground. The monster opened its blood basin and swallowed it towards Sun Gohan. At this critical moment, Sun Gohan's body energy exploded. Call out! Sun Gohan soared into the sky and flew high into the sky. The monster looked dumbfounded. Have I eaten him yet? Where is my food? There is none left. That's weird. Ho ho! Sun Gohan gasped heavily, and when he reacted, he realized that he had actually jumped to the top of a high mountain. Wow, I can't go down anymore. Sun Gohan howled Tao. After crying for a while, Sun Gohan found no effect, so he stopped. Sun Gohan curled up into a ball, feeling so hungry. I can't go down, I'm going to be starved to death. Slap! Slap! At this moment, Sun Gohan suddenly saw 2 apples falling from the sky. It's an apple. Great! The apple fell, so lucky. Sun Gohan was surprised and happy, picking up the apple and about to nibble. It's just that Sun Gohan feels a little regretful in the next moment. There is no apple tree here, right? Where is this falling apple? Do not care. Let's eat first. Sun Gohan took a few bites. It's sour, it's terrible, I want to eat steamed buns. Sun Gohan was aggrieved. Above the sky. Piccolo. This kid is also picky. Piccolo tickled his teeth with anger. Just help you this time. If you can't survive in the future, don't blame me. I still have to practice. That guy named Vegeta has a combat power of close to 20,000. My combat power is only 400. I can't even beat Son Goku's brother. It's so sad. Baizai Mountain. What did you say? Shishi jumped into thunder and glared at Son Goku. You said you let Gohan practice with Piccolo. Yes, Piccolo would be a good teacher. Son Goku scratched his head. Gohan is only 4 years old, would you let a 4-year-old child practice? Shishi said angrily, Gohan still has to study. You also said that Gohan is only 4 years old, would you let him study now? Son Goku scratched his head. Of course, we must win at the starting line. Shishi shouted loudly. After saying this, Shishi thought about it carefully and then asked, by the way, who is Piccolo? It's the Majinaya who competed with me for the championship and runner-up in the world's #1 Budo contest 5 years ago. Son Goku smiled. Piccolo Daimao. Shishi rolled his eyes, feeling that he was not well. I didn't react just now. It turned out to be Piccolo Daimao. Papa. Shishi fainted on the ground. Goku, are you lacking in your head? You let Gohan practice with Piccolo Daimao? Do you want him to eat Gohan? Shishi, are you okay? Son Goku quickly consoled. Temple. The god was silent, and his expression became unusually solemn. God Mr. Popo also said solemnly. Mr. Popo, I believe you have seen what happened below. The god sighed, I really didn't expect that Chi Tien and Goku actually came from the same planet. In fact, we should have thought of it long ago. Mr. Popo sighed. You said. Tien Shen nodded, when Chi Tien first came, there was a tail behind him. I should have guessed it when I saw that Goku also had a tail. It was just that I didn't think about it at the time. Mr. Popo didn't say anything. 1 year later, 2 more powerful scions will descend on the earth. The god said in a deep voice. This time, Qi Tian said that he will not make any more moves. The destiny can only be changed by ourselves. Yet, Mr. Popo responded. There is also the kid Piccolo, which is completely different from before. Tenjin continued, I can sense his changes. The newly born Piccolo, the evil in his body has decreased a lot. Tenjin, if the scion named Vegeta really defeats Son Goku, shall we really give him the Dragon Ball? Mr. Popo asked. No. At that time, I hope you will kill me, Mr. Popo. The god made up his mind. I am a servant of God, and I will not attack God. Bobo shook his head. Night fell. Son Gohan fell asleep after eating the apple. Falling asleep, Son Gohan sneezed and sat up from the ground. Son Gohan got up and took a pee. Piccolo hovered above the sky, silently watching Son Gohan. Said that he didn't want to care about this little kid, but Piccolo was still a little worried after all. Even if this kid is going to die, it will take a while to die. It was only the first day that I killed the training. The Qi Tian guys still can't ask me to settle accounts. What should I do? How can I get off here? Son Gohan muttered, if this goes on, I will starve to death. After saying this, Son Gohan suddenly found that the night was quite bright. Why is it still so bright at night? Son Gohan suddenly turned his head and saw the full moon floating in the sky. It's the moon. Son Gohan was stunned. This is the first time I have seen such a round moon. Boom boom boom. The next moment, Son Gohan's heartbeat increased a lot. What's the matter? It feels a bit wrong. Piccolo was stunned. Roar. Before long, Son Gohan became a huge ape. The heavy body directly crushed the mountain. What's the situation? Piccolo was stunned. What kind of monster is this? Snapped. The great ape Son Gohan fell from the sky and smashed a large mountain with one punch. Immediately afterwards, Son Gohan opened his mouth, ejecting a powerful burst of energy. Boom! In the distance, a huge mushroom cloud appeared above the night sky. What's the matter? How can this kid possess such a huge destructive power? Piccolo's eyes widened, his face changed again and again. Your ability to destroy will soon destroy the earth. What is going on? How can it become like this? What Raditz said to Son Goku suddenly appeared in Piccolo's mind. Isn't the full moon time for Saiyan to play his skills? Yes, it's a full moon. Disappear. Piccolo released a huge energy in his hand, smashing into the moon in the sky. Soon, the night sky returned to tranquility. The moon disappeared. Son Gohan's body shrank quickly and returned to its original appearance. Snapped. Son Gohan fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. I didn't expect you to transform into Piccolo, and said in a deep voice, it's because of Scion's blood. I don't know if Qi Tian will become like this. It's really terrible. I was right to beat the moon away. The thought that Scion could become such a terrifying monster made people feel terrified. With that, Piccolo walked to Son Gohan's side. That 5.3 guy seems to have said something about the tail. It seems that if you want to transform, you need a tail, and you. Take the tail off so I can rest assured. Snapped. Piccolo pulled off Son Gohan's tail. Next, I'll give you a suit and a sword. Piccolo said. The magic in his hand bloomed and covered Son Gohan's body. Okay, let's do this first. I also want to continue practicing. If you can survive safely in these 6 months, I, Piccolo Daimao, will personally train you as hell. I want to train you into a good demon. Early the next morning, Son Goku came to Bulma's house and found Qi Tian. Yesterday, Son Goku comforted Shishi all night and finally got her through. In fact, Shishi is not justified. The main reason is that Son Gohan has been taken away, so he can't find it at all. Shishi has nothing to do. Qi Tian, I have come to practice with you. Son Goku scratched his head and grinned. Okay. Qi Tian nodded slightly. Next, what I want to teach you is a god-level skill that only a true god can comprehend. Only a true god can understand. Son Goku was stunned. Simply put, after you comprehend the true self-consciousness, you will become a true god. Qi Tian smiled. But I don't want to be a god, I just want to make myself stronger. Son Goku smiled bitterly. Becoming a true god, of course, will make oneself stronger. Qi Tian smiled. The god I am talking about is completely different from the god of the earth as you understand it. The god I am talking about is in the true sense. The God of God has the powerful ability to change heaven and earth. Although I don't understand it very well, I understand the truth. Son Goku nodded thoughtfully. Shall we start now? Let's start. Qi Tian said to Son Goku, Zhu Ziyi is a brand new skill. It is somewhat similar to your current cultivation method, but it is more refined in your cultivation methods. Level. Son Goku nodded vigorously. Chapter 58. Chapter 58 King Kai, see you Lord Supreme Kai. The reason why Qi Tian taught Son Goku how to use it is that he wants to cultivate Son Goku as soon as possible. As long as you train Son Goku well, you can become your own whetstone at that time, so that you can complete your true self-consciousness as soon as possible. Gaixian Island. Teacher Wu Tian, I'm going to see Li Ping and the others. Klin said. Do you know where they are? Master Roshi asked. Klin shook his head. I do not know either. They can only try their luck in the places they frequent. Someone is coming. Master Roshi said suddenly. Who? Klin also looked towards the sea. It didn't take long to see Yakilobe landing on the shore in an airship. You are really hard to find here. I am entrusted by Immortal Garland to send you a message. Yakilobe said, I already know everything that happened to Immortal Garland, now you go to Garen immediately. Tower, the gods will teach you Kung Fu, including me. Really? Klin was stunned, somewhat surprised. It's true. Archie-Lobe said, I don't want to fight with Sion at all, but the old cat didn't agree. Understood, I will go to Galantat immediately. Klin nodded. Yakilobe nodded and turned around and said, I'm also going to find Li Ping and Tian Xinyan, so I won't chat with you anymore. In this way, the soldiers all began to practice hard. 6 months passed in a blink of an eye. Son Gohan has grown very well in these 6 months. Piccolo 07 is also very pleased to see the growth of Son Gohan. Well, it's time to teach you some real skills. Bulma's house. Son Goku has also gained a simple understanding of Zizi in these 6 months. That's right, your freedom has already started. Qi Tian smiled. Really? It feels like this skill is amazing. Son Goku smiled and scratched his head, then asked, then I can defeat Vegeta now. Zizi is just a skill, you also need to improve your own energy. Qi Tian said. Okay, I understand. Son Goku nodded, then I have to practice well by myself, and there is about half a year left. I will also be able to integrate my own boxing skills into the skill of freedom as soon as possible. Well, I will take you to a place where it is more suitable for you to practice. Qi Tian said in deep thought. Where to go? Son Goku scratched his head. Qi Tian put his hand on Son Goku's shoulder. Bulma, I will leave for a while and will come back soon. Qi Tian greeted Bulma. Where to go? Bulma was taken aback for a moment. What? Just after Bulma's voice fell, he suddenly discovered that Qi Tian and Son Goku had disappeared all at once. People? Bulma looked around, but did not find Qi Tian and Son Goku. Where did you go? In an instant, Qi Tian took Son Goku and appeared on King Kai's planet. Papa! Son Goku just arrived on this planet, he fell to the ground all of a sudden, feeling like he was carrying a mountain on his back, extremely heavy. Hey? Where is this place? I feel my own body is so heavy. Son Goku exclaimed. But the next moment, Son Goku gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. This is King Kai's planet. Chi Tian smiled. King Kai? Who is it? Son Goku hadn't heard of it. Over there. Chi Tian greeted Son Goku, and pointed to King Kai who was sleeping on a recliner in the distance. That's weird guy. By the way, why is my body so heavy? Son Goku hasn't figured it out yet. Boom. Chi Tian lightly kicked King Kai directly to the ground. Barbarous, the chimpanzee on the side, was frightened. This person is terrible. You actually kicked Lord Realm King as a ball? The Realm King was also awakened immediately, and he jumped up from the ground at that time, staring at Chi Tian and Son Goku with an angry face. However, when the World King saw Chi Tian's face clearly, he directly counseled. Snapped. The World King knelt down immediately. Farewell to Lord Supreme Kai. The Realm King hurriedly said. Do you still know that I am Supreme Kai? Chi Tian smiled. The one who knows, Ji Wang answered honestly. Okay, get up. Chi Tian smiled, I have retired. Even if Supreme Kai retires, he will still be my boss. Ji Wang quickly replied, by the way, what is Ji Wang looking for? I want you to help me train Son Goku, and teach him all of your skills. Chi Tian said. No problem, leave it to you. Ji Wang nodded solemnly. Okay, then I beg you. Chi Tian smiled slightly. Don't dare, Ji Wang quickly responded. Goku, in the next period of time, follow the Realm King to practice well. Chi Tian said to Son Goku. Understood. Son Goku responded. What? Chi Tian didn't say anything anymore. At that time, it turned into a ghost and disappeared as soon as it flickered. As Supreme Kai Chi Tian, although it only exists in the form of a mass of energy, it is also capable of instant transmission. These are the basic skills of Supreme Kai. It is impossible to say no. Hey? Disappeared? How did Chi Tian do it? The speed is so fast. Son Goku's eyes widened. Idiot, it's called instant transmission, that's the magical ability unique to Supreme Kai. The Realm King said to Son Goku. Instant transmission? It's amazing. Son Goku scratched his head. By the way, the World King. Why do I feel my body is so heavy? It's very inconvenient to move. Are you from the earth? Ji Wang was silent for a moment and asked. Son Goku nodded. That's right, of course you will feel heavy. Ji Wang smiled slightly, although this planet is small, its gravity is very large. The gravity here is 10 times that of the Earth, so your weight is also the same. It's increased by 10 times. You try to jump hard, jump up with the greatest strength. Yes. Son Goku said, taking off hard. Snapped. Son Goku jumped up a height. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku fell quickly. No way, I can only jump so high. Son Goku scratched his head. The World King was also a little surprised. This kid is not easy, he can jump so high. Very well, you are better than I expected. The King of Realm nodded in satisfaction, you deserve to be a friend of Supreme Kai, it's amazing. Supreme Kai? Chi Tian is Supreme Kai? Son Goku asked. Yes, but according to Lord Supreme Kai, he has already retired. The Realm King replied. Does retiring mean retiring? Son Goku asked. World King. You can understand this. The King of Realm nodded, okay, let's not talk about it yet, let's prepare to practice, right, how long do you plan to practice here? Did Master Supreme Kai say when to come and pick you up? I can still practice for 6 months, Son Goku replied, because 2 very terrifying scion will come to our Earth, so I must practice Kung Fu in these 6 months and strive to defeat them. Scion? They are extraordinary. Realm King nodded. Well, let me see when they can reach the earth. As he said, the 2 tentacles on the head of the World King moved slightly. Well, there are indeed 2 scions who are taking the universe spacecraft, flying fast in the direction of the earth. King Ji replied, the date of arrival on the earth is 158 days away. Amazing! It can be seen. Son Goku was surprised. Master Supreme Kai can also tell. Didn't he tell you? The Realm King asked. Qi Tian did not say the specific time, only that there are still 6 months to say so. It is ahead of the scheduled time, only 158 days. Son Goku's expression became dignified, the time is really short. It doesn't matter, 158 days is enough. Ji Wang said with a smile. Really? Son Goku asked. Cultivating on this planet for 158 days is equivalent to practicing on the earth for several years. The Realm King said with a smile with his hands on his back. Great! Son Goku was very excited. But even if you practice, 543 may not be the opponent of the 2 scions. Supreme Kai said solemnly, the 2 scions who went to the earth are very powerful, and their strength has far exceeded mine. What? Is it stronger than the Realm King? Son Goku looked at the Realm King in surprise. I might as well follow Qi Tian to practice. They are actually stronger than you. So, you have to surpass me to defeat those 2 scions. The Realm King smiled. Son Goku nodded solemnly. I will definitely surpass you. My goal is to exceed Qi Tian. Then, let's start. Ji Wang said, first you must overcome the heavy feeding here, Barbarous. Hey hey hey! Barbarous came hopping around. Come and catch Barbarous. If you can't even do this, then forget it. The Realm King ordered. Okay, I see. Son Goku stepped forward to catch the chimpanzee. Going around the planet, Son Goku felt extremely strenuous. The body is so heavy. Well, I want to take off my load suit. Son Goku gritted his teeth and took off his load suit. Call out. Son Goku speeds up. Just when Son Goku was about to catch Barbarous, Barbarous suddenly increased his speed to the extreme. Son Goku was stunned. This orangutan runs so fast. Son Goku's eyes widened, and he turned to look at the Realm King. This guy is so fast, I can't catch him at all. Go back if you can't catch it. Ji Wang said. If I go back, you will not be afraid Qi Tian will trouble you. Son Goku grinned. World King. This kid is too shameful. He actually used Supreme Kai to press me down. By the way, can you give me something to eat? I'm a little hungry. Son Goku said. Did you not eat when you kid came? Ji Wang said with a dark face. I have eaten it in the morning. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Son Goku scratched his head. Chapter 59. Chapter 59 Kampa, I don't like fighting. The king sighed and went to the kitchen to prepare food for Son Goku. For the face of Lord Supreme Kai, I don't care about you. Son Goku started to eat, and quickly ate all the food upright. I'm full, although it's not very delicious. Son Goku patted his stomach and said with a smile. You kid, don't respect me at all. Ji Wang's face went dark. However, thinking that these goods are friends of Lord Supreme Kai, the king of the world can't say much. King of the world, don't you feel lonely on such a small planet? Son Goku asked. Hey, you are still young. Although this planet is small, there are many interesting things. The King Ji said with a smile, for example, counting the number of grasses that have grown, and looking at the sky, peeing into the distance and many more. Son Goku. You are really boring. King of the world, why is the sky over there like a golden cloud? Son Goku asked. Passing through the clouds is hell. Realm King said with a smile. Hell? Is it the place where people die? Son Goku was stunned. Yes. Ji Wang nodded. What the hell is this place? Son Goku was surprised. This is not heaven, nor hell, but the realm of the Realm King. The Realm King replied. Forget it, don't worry, I don't understand anyway. Son Goku shook his head. World King. This kid is quite casual. Well, don't talk so much nonsense, hurry up and grab Barbaras, otherwise I won't teach you Kung Fu. The King of Realm urged. Understood, I have to work harder. Son Goku got up. By the way, put on the load-bearing clothes and shoes that you just took off, so the effect will be better. Ji Wang suggested. Ah? Why wear it? It's more difficult to run like that. Son Goku said solemnly. I'm telling you, the planet Sion lives on is basically the same gravity as here, and they practiced there. The King of the World smiled slightly. Son Goku. No wonder they are so powerful. You know some of Sion's secrets, right? The Realm King smiled. It's not just this. Sion has the ability to fight since he was born. This is the most dangerous. It doesn't matter, I am Sion too. Son Goku smiled. The King of Ji was stunned. Is this kid also Sion? It doesn't feel like it. Qi Tian returned to Bulma's residence after sending Son Goku to Zhuangxing. Qi Tian, where is Goku? Bulma asked. I was sent to another place to practice. Qi Tian smiled. Qi Tian, can Goku really defeat the Sion named Vegeta? Bulma asked again. It's not clear now, it just depends on how he cultivated during the next period of time. Qi Tian smiled. Of course it also depends on how far he has achieved his comprehension of freedom. If Bulma said, if Goku really loses to that Vegeta, do you want to open one eye and close one eye? Are you really planning to give him the Dragon Ball to fulfill his wish? Yes, I will leave this planet. Qi Tian nodded. Then what about me? What should I do? Bulma was about to cry, do you have the heart to let me be so delicate? I will take you and your parents away, and take them to live on other planets. Qi Tian replied, the universe is so big, and there are too many planets suitable for human habitation. I will find a more suitable one for you. Interested to live? I don't want it. I just want to live on the earth. Bulma pouted. Then let them work hard to practice. Qi Tian said. Too much. Bulma was speechless for a while. Afterwards, Bulma returned to the room and took out his cell phone to call Klin and others. What? Is Qi Tian really not going to make a move? Kellen exclaimed. He did say that. If the earth is really destroyed, he will take me and my parents away from here. Bulma sighed, so you guys hurry up and practice. Klin. Okay, I see, I will work hard. Klin nodded vigorously. After hanging up the phone, Klin's expression also became heavy. Klin, what's the matter? Li Ping asked. Just now Bulma called and said, Qi Tian will definitely not make a move. Kellen sighed, so let's die this heart. We must save this planet through our own efforts. Klin, you said before that Qi Tian is very powerful, is he really stronger than Goku? Li Ping expressed doubt. If you see Qi Tian take action with your own eyes, you will know how powerful he is. Klin said. It doesn't matter whether Qi Tian is very powerful or not, but there is one thing I can be sure of. Tian Xinyan said, it is better to rely on others than to rely on yourself. This is the truth. Tian Xinyan, you are right. Klin nodded, let's cheer together. The soldiers began to practice hard again. A certain planet. Supreme Kai and Jabut temporarily settled here. So sad. The dignified Supreme Kai, if you have a home, you can't go back. There is no way. There is a terrible monster in the house, Majin Bu. Supreme Kai and Jabit didn't dare to go back. Isn't it looking for abuse when I go back? Jabit, more than 10 years have passed without knowing it. Supreme Kai sighed. Yes, I don't know what happened to Majin Buu. Jabit wiped his sweat. Planet Beerus. Master Beerus's level is not very good. It's also more than 10 years of development time. Under the management of Master Beerus, the comprehensive level index of the 7th universe has dropped again. Whis sighed. Can you blame me? Beerus's face went dark. It's obviously Supreme Kai that bastard doesn't act, okay. If it weren't for Mr. Beerus to beat Mr. Supreme Kai, it wouldn't make our universe's comprehensive level index become second to last. Whis was tired. Chi Tian finally made the universe comprehensive level the third from the bottom. Well, you have dropped another place. That said, I have sealed the fellow Majin Buu and put it back on Earth. Hasn't the idiot Supreme Kai returned yet? Beerus asked. No, it's still dangling on another planet. Whis shook his head. Did you tell him about Majin Buu? Beerus asked. No, Lord Beerus didn't let me say it either. Whis shook his head. Tell him, let him quickly return to the Supreme Kai world, where he can better observe the entire universe. Beerus said with a black face, there are not many planets that need me to destroy at all, and now the most important thing is. The thing is to build more living planets in this universe. Okay, I will contact Supreme Kai now. Whis nodded, and immediately changed the scepter, and began to contact Supreme Kai. Is it you? The mage next to that cat. Supreme Kai heard Whis' voice all at once. Whis. I'm an angel, but you call me a mage. Lord Supreme Kai, how stupid you are. Master Supreme Kai, Majin Buu has been sealed by Master Beerus and returned to its original location on the Earth. Whis sighed and explained to Supreme Kai, Master Supreme Kai should stop wandering outside, and quickly return to Supreme Kai world. Build this universe well. You don't have any conspiracy? Supreme Kai asked dubiously. Whis covered his forehead and didn't want to talk anymore. What conspiracy can I have? That's all, Master Supreme Kai, take care. Whis sighed and interrupted the call. Supreme Kai immediately told Jabit about it. That cat sealed Majin Buu again? What are they trying to do? I really don't understand what they mean. Jabit scratched his head, a little puzzled. I also think it's a conspiracy. If it doesn't work, let's go back to the Supreme Kai world and take a look. Supreme Kai proposed. Master Supreme Kai, you can't take the risk alone. Jabit quickly discouraged. But we can't just wander outside. Supreme Kai replied. Well, I'll go back and have a look first, and then I will go to the Earth again, so that even if there is a problem, it will only sacrifice me. Jabit proposed. All right, then you must be careful. Supreme Kai nodded. I'll be careful. Jabit replied. Jabit quickly returned to the Supreme Kai world. Sure enough, the breath of Majin Buu is no longer in the Supreme Kai world. Soon after, Jabit went to the Earth again and saw Majin Buu's seal. I really don't understand what the cat wants to do, Jabit scratched his head. However, after seeing Majin Buu's seal, Jabit was also relieved. Immediately, Jabit teleported to Supreme Kai's side. Master Supreme Kai, Majin Buu is indeed sealed. Jabit said, it's just that what I don't understand is what they want to do. Jabit, it seems that the biggest headache for us is not Majin Buu, but the cat who doesn't know the origin. Supreme Kai sighed, as far as I know, that cat seems to have destroyed a lot of planets. Yes, he is more destructive than Majin Buu. Jabit nodded gravely, but we are not his opponents at all, what should we do? Lord Supreme Kai. Go back to the Supreme Kai world first. This kind of thing can only be counted as one step. Supreme Kai wanted to cry. I am the greatest god in this universe. Why am I so embarrassed now? I feel so tragic. Planet Beerus. Master Beerus, Master Supreme Kai finally returned. Whis said. That's good for him to build our universe first. Beerus nodded. There are too few planets that need to be destroyed at the moment. I'd better take a nap at this time. After speaking, Beerus went to the castle and fell asleep. When you have this time, don't you sleep soundly. I feel that my work is already serious. Even if Xeno-sama is held accountable, it will only be held accountable for the idiot Supreme Kai. 6th Universe. Kampa Planet. Hey, Vados, guess what good things I found? Kampa said to Vados with a look of excitement. What? Vados was taken aback for a moment, and then lowered his voice. Master Kampa should speak quietly. Qi Tian is cultivating. If you quarrel with him, be careful that he comes over to trouble you. Kampa. I am so tragic. What has happened in the past 10 years? I can't beat this kid unexpectedly. Kampa was immediately persuaded. Because just 5 years ago. This is the time when Son Goku competes with freshman Piccolo Daimao. Kampa stepped forward to provoke Qi Tian because of the lack of sugar in milk tea. I have endured you for a long time. If it weren't for your milk tea made so delicious, I have cleaned you up a long time ago. It's just that when Kampa really started to challenge Qi Tian, did he feel how tragedy he was? Qi Tian easily abused Kampa. Very good. I have always wanted to find you to learn from each other. I didn't expect you to find abuse yourself. From that day on, Kampa never dared to provoke Qi Tian anymore. I can't beat it, I can't beat it. The speed of this kid's improvement is too fast. Almost Kampa was a little skeptical of life. That's why Kampa paled with fright after Vados said the sentence just now. Qi Tian is cultivating, and is still working hard to complete the true self-consciousness. Only after completing the true self-consciousness, Li Mahao, can he enter the position of angel. It's just that, more than 10 years have passed, Qi Tian still hasn't realized the essence of self-consciousness. Qi Tian sighed and stopped practicing. It seems that I still can't comprehend it today. Oh, still can't it? Vados asked. No, Qi Tian shook his head. Actually, this is also normal. The price that humans need to pay to become a true angel is very high. Vados sighed slightly. By the way, how did your angels come from? Qi Tian asked. Oh, our angel is made from the essence of the universe. Vados replied, humans want to become angels through cultivation. There is no such precedent. I told you about this a long time ago. Don't worry, one day I will transform into angel through my own efforts. Qi Tian smiled slightly. Come on, I believe in you. Vados nodded. Initially there are very few angels. If you can become a real angel, we will welcome you too. Qi Tian nodded lightly, then silently looked at Kampa. Kampa shivered, and immediately turned to look at the sky. Don't look at me. Master Kampa, I just said that when I practice I don't want others to talk. Qi Tian looked at Kampa and said. Boy, don't forget, this is my planet. Kampa Paya. Don't you say that I really almost forgot. Qi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Seeing the expression of Qi Tian, Kampa shivered again. Master Kampa, let's compare and discuss. Qi Tian smiled. No. As gods of destruction. I only used to destroy the planet, I will never fight with you. Kampa immediately shouted, I suddenly remembered that there is a huge planet that needs me to destroy, I will not say goodbye. Chapter 60. Chapter 60 Come out, the Dragon of God, I want to send it. Call out. After Kampa finished speaking, it turned into a bright flame and quickly sank into the void. It's just that a light blue flame is faster, and it has caught up with Kampa in the blink of an eye. Boom! With only a muffled noise, Kampa fell from the air and hit the ground like a cannonball, leaving a bottomless pit. Vados clutched his forehead and sighed. Lord Kampa! Why are you so vulnerable? But can I be this kid's opponent now? It seems that his combat effectiveness has reached the 22nd power of 100. He enjoys this path of compressing combat effectiveness. Do you really plan to reduce the combat power to 100 to the 100th power? Qi Tian, I don't think you have been able to comprehend the true self-consciousness for so long. Isn't it related to the compression of combat power? Vados asked. I don't know, but compressing combat power is my hobby. Even if I can't comprehend the true self-consciousness, it doesn't matter. Qi Tian grinned. Then you are not an angel. Vados smiled slightly. When? Qi Tian replied. When are you still compressing combat power? Vados was speechless. Compressing combat power is my hobby, even if I can't comprehend the true self-consciousness. Qi Tian replied. Vados. After all, I went around and came back. Kampa jumped out of the big pit at this time and looked at Qi Tian in embarrassment. But then, Kampa casually patted the dust on his body, turned his head to look at Vados and asked, By the way, Vados, what is that guy Beerus doing now? Vados. Master Kampa, you are really persuaded. You are all beaten up like this. Don't you even dare to put a fart? Master Beerus? I don't know. Vados shook his head, knowing that Kampa was just looking at him. Kampa wanted to cry. You guys from universe ran to me to eat and drink, but you slept at home. Hateful. Why did I provoke such a shameless bastard? And Beerus. You guy, you quickly bring back the predecessor of your universe, gods of destruction. No, I have to think of a way to let Beerus come over to challenge Qi Tian. 543 However, I heard that Beerus seemed to owe him a favor. I'm afraid they won't be able to fight. There is it. Let me test first. Qi Tian, I suddenly thought of a very meaningful thing. Kampa grinned and looked at Qi Tian. You say it. Qi Tian smiled. I found the Super Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total, distributed in our 6th universe and 7th universe. After we gather them together, we can realize any wish. Kampa smiled. Oh? Really? Qi Tian smiled. Qi Tian, don't you want to be an angel? As long as you gather the Super Dragon Ball and make a wish to Shenron, you can become a real angel. Kampa smiled, is this a good way? I want to cultivate through my own efforts to become a true angel. Qi Tian smiled, taking this shortcut does not make any sense to me. Kampa nodded vigorously. I knew you would say that. It is absolutely impossible to take such a shortcut based on your persistent thoughts. I was just testing you. Qi Tian, I think you should find a very meaningful opponent. Kampa sighed, unfortunately, I am not your opponent. If your opponent is strong enough, you may be able to make your real achievements through this opponent. It's self-consciousness. Oh? Where is this opponent you said? Qi Tian asked with a smile. Beerus. It's the guy Beerus. Kampa said affirmatively. You said Beerus. Qi Tian smiled softly. Yes, among the many gods of destruction, Beerus is called the strongest gods of destruction. Kampa nodded. Are you provoking the relationship between me and Beerus? Qi Tian stared at Kampa with his eyes closed. Kampa shivered. No, I absolutely don't mean that. I just want to make your self-consciousness grow up as soon as possible. Kampa hurriedly explained, after all, so many years have passed, right? Master Kampa has some truth in what he said. Vados took the words and said to Qi Tian, you should indeed find a suitable opponent to practice. Is it not easy to deal with Beerus with my current strength? Qi Tian shook his head. But Master Beerus seems to owe you several favors, right? Vados smiled. So, I'm afraid I can't fight. Qi Tian nodded. Then there is no way. Vados shook his head, I can't find another gods of destruction to try. Other gods of destruction? Qi Tian thoughtfully. Let's find Beerus. We can gather 7 super dragon balls and make Beerus forget Qi Tian, so that Beerus can be real. Kampa proposed. Kampa, how do you hate Beerus? Qi Tian stepped forward and patted Kampa on the shoulder. Kampa was too frightened to move. There was a short silence. Qi Tian, I have no malice, really, I just want to find someone to learn from you, and strive to make you an angel as soon as possible. Kampa explained. You have a good idea. Go ahead and do it. Qi Tian smiled, no objection. Kampa. Kampa was stunned. Kampa thought he had heard it wrong. Is this guy serious? About how long will it take to get 7 Dragon Balls together? Qi Tian asked. Soon, it's only half a day. Vados, you and I will look for these 7 Dragon Balls together. Kampa said to Vados. Okay, Lord Kampa. Vados nodded. Anyway, I am idle as well, just go with you. Qi Tian said with a smile. No problem, welcome to join the team looking for Dragon Ball. Kampa responded readily. Qi Tian glanced at Kampa silently. Let me follow this product to find the Super Dragon Ball. Anyway, Zizage has not made the slightest progress at the moment. Going to find Dragon Ball in the universe is also a practice. The 3 of them quickly sank into the starry sky and started the journey to find the Super Dragon Ball. Through the scepter, Vados easily found the 3 Super Dragon Balls of the 6th universe. Kampa brought these 3 Super Dragon Balls together. There are still 4 Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. While the guy Beerus is sleeping, let's go and steal those 4 Dragon Balls. Kampa suggested. Okay, Lord Kampa. Vados nodded. Qi Tian, don't you object? Kampa asked Qi Tian again. No objection. Qi Tian smiled slightly. Call out. The 3 of them flew quickly in the direction of the 7th universe. Very smoothly, the Qi Tian trio found 4 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. At the next moment, Kampa controlled 4 Super Dragon Balls and returned to the 6th universe. The 7 Super Dragon Balls were just collected and stacked in the starry sky of the 6th universe. 7 Dragon Balls, each Dragon Ball is as huge as a planet. Finally got it together, then I'm going to fulfill my wish. Kampa grinned. Okay, Lord Kampa. Vados nodded slightly. My wish is very simple. It is to make Beerus forget what happened over the past 20 years. Kampa smiled, what do you think? Qi Tian. Yes. Qi Tian nodded. Okay, I will summon the Dragon of God. Kampa grinned and shouted at the 7 Super Dragon Balls, come out and send the Dragon of God, I want to fulfill my wish. The golden glow on the 7 Super Dragon Balls bloomed, illuminating the entire starry sky. Suaojian, these 7 Super Dragon Balls gathered into a golden beam of light. The golden beam of light transformed into a golden dragon. The golden dragon is too big. Oft, the body of the dragon is even the size of a galaxy. Simply the eyes of a giant dragon are as big as the sun. The Dragon of God. Appear. It's so big. Vados sighed. Qi Tian. Vados, your voice makes me think a little bit. Qi Tian, what are you doing looking at me? Vados looked at Qi Tian. It's okay, I just think your voice is so good. Qi Tian said. Dragon of God, it's the first time I've seen you. Vados turned off the subject. Those who have collected the Dragon Ball, speak out your wish, I can realize any wish. The voice of the God Dragon rang in the starry sky. Dragon of God, let Beerus lose the memory of more than 20 years. Kampa said in God's language to the Dragon of God. Okay, no problem, said the Dragon of the Gods, a group of golden flames gleaming in his eyes. Call out. The golden flames only appeared in the castle on the planet Beerus in an instant. Snapped. The golden light covered Beerus' body. Your wish is fulfilled, goodbye. After the dragon of God said, it turned into 7 golden streamers, and quickly disappeared. Qi Tian. This guy Comp really realized this wish. I thought you were going to do some conspiracy. How bad are you? Are you trying to kill Beerus? Isn't he your brother? In fact, how does Qi Tian know this subtle relationship between Compa and Beerus? Although the two are brothers, they sometimes have big conflicts. Especially in the case of Qi Tian, Compa felt very uncomfortable in his heart. I'm worried all day, but you are fine, sleeping in Qi Tian's castle? This Qi Tian is obviously the gods of destruction of your universe. But every day I eat and drink on my planet, molesting my angel. Shameless. However, Compa is not too good to overtarget Qi Tian. Qi Tian's goal is to become an angel. Compa heard that Vados once mentioned that Master Grand Priest praised him a lot when he learned about it. Therefore, Compa did not dare to engage in some conspiracies against Qi Tian. If you let Grand Priest know, maybe you will be killed. Compa did not dare to target Qi Tian, so he had to vent his anger on Beerus. So after thinking about it, Compa thinks this method is really great. Let Beerus forget Qi Tian, there will definitely be a good show in the future. I'm really looking forward to it. 7th Universe. Planet Beerus. Whis obviously saw the golden flame too. Immediately afterwards, pictures appeared on the crystal ball of the scepter in Whis's hand. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Whis quickly understood what had happened to Beerus. Poor Lord Beerus. You just forgot everything. If you forget it, it's not very important anyway. Beerus fell asleep and couldn't help yawning. Immediately afterwards, Beerus rolled over and slept deeper. Beerus has forgotten all the memories of Qi Tian, that is, all the things that have happened in the past 20 years. The 6th Universe, the planet of Compa. Beerus has forgotten what happened in the past 20 years. It's great. Compa grinned. So? When will he come to challenge me? Qi Tian asked. This guy may have to sleep for a few more years to wake up. Compa wiped his sweat. So, after having been busy for a long time, will he have to wait for a while before he can wake up? Qi Tian squinted his eyes and looked at Compa. Compa began to shiver again. What a mistake! I forgot that Beerus is still sleeping. If it doesn't work, you can actually wake him up with a cup of milk tea. Compa muttered. What? My previous gods of destruction, do you want to make another cup of milk tea for that guy? Qi Tian smiled and looked at Compa. Compa cried at the time. Not like this. Let's wait patiently. He will wake up one day, Compa said quickly. All right, then I will wait. Qi Tian nodded, still not embarrassing Compa, and said to Vados, let's go back, Vados. Vados nodded and asked Compa again, Master Compa, how about you? Don't you go back together? Well, it suddenly occurred to me that there are still several planets that I need to destroy. I will go back later. Compa said quickly. On the way back. Qi Tian, you are too much. Vados sighed, look, you scared Master Compa so hard to come back. I didn't scare him, it was he himself. Qi Tian grinned. But again, what is your current combat effectiveness? Vados asked. The more you go up, the harder it is to practice. After 10 years, I changed from the 18th power of 100 to the 22nd power of 100. Qi Tian sighed. Vados. Will you chat any more? 100 to the 22nd power, you still feel too little. This is 44 zeros behind 100. I'll go, can I write it on a piece of A4 paper? Vados, do you think my strength surpasses you now? Qi Tian asked. Vados. There was a short silence. Angel is not warlike. Vados said. World King Star. After a long and short period of time, Vegeta and Nappa's universe spacecraft finally approached the Earth. Son Goku raised his hands high, light blue energy appeared in his hands. It is Spirit Bomb. On the opposite side of Son Goku, the Realm King controls a stone suspended in the air. Chapter 61. Chapter 61 Compa, is my clone so bully? Okay, I'm going to start. You must catch up with the speed of this stone, and strive for a hit. Ji Wang said. Understood. Son Goku was ready immediately. Go, said the King of the World, waving his hand at the stone, and the stone quickly circled the planet. Call out. Son Goku also raised his hand fiercely, and the spirit bomb in his hand went straight to the direction of the stone. Boom! The spirit bomb hit the stone, and the stone shattered on the spot and turned into slag. Good job, Goku, I didn't expect you to be able to master and use spirit bomb so quickly. The king nodded with satisfaction, as expected, Lord Supreme Kai recommended it. Hehe, this is also the result of my hard work. Son Goku grinned. As I said before, Spirit Bomb is a kung fu that gathers all the vitality in the world, such as grass, wood, people, and various animals, and the atmosphere, and then releases it. Realm King explained, so the small planet Spirit Bomb has such a huge destructive power. The Earth you are fighting is many times larger than here, and it can also provide huge energy. Backed by the sun, you will have an unimaginable Spirit Bomb with great energy. So you must use it carefully, or even the planet you are defending will be wiped out. Therefore, Spirit Bomb cannot be used as much as possible. I understand that I can defeat them as long as I use Kaioken and Zaizaiji. Son Goku smiled slightly. The day of the decisive battle is getting closer and closer. Sion will descend on the earth tomorrow. The king said with a smile, you can contact Supreme Kai and ask him to come and pick you up. You can also adapt to the gravity of the earth. Okay, I see. Son Goku nodded and asked, how can I contact Chi Tian? Put one of your hands on my back, and the things you think in your heart can be conveyed to the people you want to convey. The Realm King said to Son Goku. Okay, I'll try. Son Goku put his hand on the back of the Realm King. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku began to contact Chi Tian. Chi Tian, can you hear it? I am Son Goku. Son Goku said. Nothing happens. Can't the World King Chi Tian hear it? Son Goku scratched his head, there is no response over there. Maybe because he is Lord Supreme Kai, his position is much higher than mine. He doesn't want to establish contact with me, so I can't do anything about it. The Realm King shook his head. Hey? What should I do? Son Goku asked. You can contact his friends, and ask his friends to tell him. Ji Wang suggested. This is a good way. Son Goku nodded, then I will contact Bulma. The next moment, Bulma appeared in Son Goku's mind. Have you heard? Bulma. Son Goku asked. Hey? It's like Goku's voice. Bulma looked around and muttered softly. It's really good to hear. Son Goku said in surprise, Bulma, where is Chi Tian? I heard the king said, Vegeta will arrive on Earth tomorrow, so you find Chi Tian, let him take me back. Chi Tian? I don't know where Chi Tian has gone. He said that there is something important to leave the Earth. Bulma quickly replied. What? Did you leave the Earth? Son Goku was speechless. Did he say when he will be back? I didn't say a specific time, only that it will be back when Vegeta descends on the Earth. Bulma explained. But Vegeta and the others will arrive on Earth tomorrow. Son Goku smiled bitterly. Tomorrow? Will this be earlier than our scheduled time? Bulma said solemnly. Yes. Son Goku nodded, and then said to Bulma with a serious look, Bulma, you tell Piccolo and Klin about this first. If I return to Earth, think about other ways. I understand, if Chi Tian comes back, I will let him go to find you immediately. Bulma replied. Okay. Son Goku replied. After finishing the call, Bulma immediately called and told Kellen and Tien Shinyan and Leaping People about Sion's movements. After Klin and others heard the news, their expressions also became solemn. Unexpectedly, Vegeta and the others will arrive on Earth tomorrow. It was much earlier than expected. Son Goku is still having a headache. What should I do? How can I go back? Son Goku said. I can only wait for Master Supreme Kai to come and pick you up. Ji Wang said. But I'm worried. Son Goku scratched his head. If you are really in a hurry, you can go back by yourself. The Realm King thought for a while and said to Son Goku. Can I go back by myself? Son Goku was stunned. You said earlier. But if you want to return to the earth from me, it's not an easy task, said the king, pointing to the snake path floating in the sky. See the snake path? Yeah, I saw it. Son Goku nodded. Go straight along that snake path, and you will enter the Yama King Hall. Ji Wang explained, you can let the gods of the earth come and pick you up, so that you can reach the earth immediately. Is it that simple? Son Goku was pleasantly surprised. So I can go now. Don't be happy too early. Ji Wang shook his head. This snake path is very long and very long. You have to be mentally prepared. How long is it? Son Goku asked. How long are you going to experience by yourself? The King of Realms smiled. You should consider whether you want Supreme Kai to pick you up, or return to the earth through the snake path yourself. Qi Tian still doesn't know when to come back. I really can't wait. I'll go back through the snake path by myself. Son Goku thought for a while and responded. In that case, let me change this heavy suit of your clothes first. Said the king. The tentacles on his head moved slightly. Snapped. The clothes on Son Goku got a new look. It's great, it's a lot lighter. Son Goku said excitedly. It's not just lighter, it's made of specially made strong materials, and ordinary attacks can be blocked. The Realm King smiled. Thank you, Realm King. Son Goku hurriedly thanked him. It's great, the tortoise character is still the same as before, and I am worried that the clothes of the Realm King are as ugly as those of the Realm King. You bad boy, the King of the World stared, and by the way, the word turtle behind Son Goku was replaced by the word King of the World. Well, the words on the back are really nice. Well, if you want to go back by yourself, hurry up. The snake path is much longer than you think. Ji Wang said. Understood. Son Goku nodded. You have to be careful, your enemy is much stronger than you think, don't be careless. Realm King warned, also, although I heard that there is a Dragon Ball on the earth, don't expect anyone to resurrect you. I know that if I lose to the guy named Vegeta, he will realize his wish through Dragon Ball. Son Goku nodded. Also, if Lord Supreme Kai said that he would not make a move, he would definitely not make a move. The King of Realms said again. I understand, Qi Tian said. The earth must be saved by ourselves. Son Goku smiled slightly and waved at the Realm King. Zhang King, thank you for your guidance, I am leaving. Snapped. Son Goku flew up, jumped onto the snake path, and walked fast along the snake path. The sixth universe, the planet of Kampa. As Supreme Kai Qi Tian has already appeared on the planet Kampa at this time. In fact, to put it plainly, as Supreme Kai, Qi Tian only exists in the form of a mass of energy. Qi Tian can remotely control this mass of energy and do whatever he wants to do. Now, Qi Tian is injecting new energy into this group of energy, so that he can become stronger. Hey, Vados, how is this Qi Tian in the form of energy? Kampa lowered his voice and asked Vados. This Qi Tian's clone is just as good as it is. Before being injected with new energy, it will be at the level of 10 Frost. Vados groaned. What about now? I think he seems to have injected a lot of energy into his clone. Kampa asked again. It should be hits level now. Vados guessed. Is hits level? That's good, that's good. Kampa was relieved. If I'm dignified gods of destruction, I can't even beat this guy's clone, then I would be too embarrassed. So, if he injects energy into the clone, his own strength will also decrease. Kampa asked. Qi Tian's own strength has not decreased much. Vados shook his head. Master Kampa, would you like to try it? I won't try. Kampa refused decisively. Before long, Qi Tian injected a lot of energy into his clone. As Vados said, the strength of the clone has now reached Hit's level. But as it is now, if he really fights Hit, he can easily defeat Hit. 0. Look for flowers. Don't look at the weakness of the clone, but there is no weakness. The clone exists only in the form of a mass of energy. There is no fatality. Even if they are broken up, they will regroup together. As long as Qi Tian himself is fine, the clone will exist forever. Even if the energy of the clone is destroyed, Qi Tian can condense new energy again to make the clone return. Originally Qi Tian condensed this clone, but also wanted to increase the strength of the clone through continuous compression of energy. However, the energy of the clone is compressed, and the speed progress is relatively slow. It's not as convenient as injecting energy into him through the body. This is also the reason why Qi Tian summoned the clone back and injected energy into him. With new energy, Qi Tian controlled the clone and looked at Kampa with a smile. Master Kampa, shall we try to learn from each other? Qi Tian asked with a smile. Kampa, I don't want to try it. Do you think I'm stupid? I abused you as a clone, and then your body came to abuse me again. Unless you promise that your body will not shoot. Why don't my main body make a move? Qi Tian grinned. That's what you said. Kampa's mouth curled up. You want your clone to find abuse, don't blame me. Well, what I said, I only let the avatar fight you, and it just so happens that my avatar is proficient in the way of fighting. Qi Tian nodded. Okay, let's say okay first, don't allow yourself to shoot. Kampa emphasized again. Don't worry. Qi Tian nodded. Then start, you can attack as you like. Kampa waved at Qi Tian's clone. It's only Hit's level, would I be afraid of you? What? Qi Tian's avatar flickered, and disappeared in the same place. In just an instant, Qi Tian's clone appeared behind Kampa, and slammed it at him with a heavy punch. Snapped. Kampa reacted extremely quickly, turning around gently, and blocked the Qi Tian clone's attack with his big hand. Boom! Kampa was not polite, and hit Qi Tian's abdomen heavily with his knees. Snapped. Qi Tian's body flashed with a light blue flame, and it seemed that it might collapse at any time. Oh, Qi Tian, why do you use your clone to challenge Master Kampa? Vados shook his head, it's not at the same level at all. It's nothing, it doesn't hurt anyway. Qi Tian smiled. Vados. You are so right. I don't know how to pick it up. It just drops blood quickly. Qi Tian added another sentence. Vados was speechless. Are you really playing a game? Sure enough, it's not a level, this is only 10 seconds, and the blood of the clone has already bottomed out. Qi Tian smiled. Anyway, he just exists in the form of a mass of energy. Vados nodded, it is very difficult for you to cultivate him into Supreme Kai. I have never seen this form of Supreme Kai. Woolen cloth. Qi Tian didn't say much. It is not difficult to become Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai is nothing more than the god who creates life and builds the planet. I am gods of destruction, how difficult is it for me to make my clone Supreme Kai? Well, let's do this first, the battle is over here. Qi Tian said suddenly. Boom! As soon as Qi Tian's voice fell, I saw Kampa hit the Qi Tian clone's face with a heavy punch. Snapped. In the next moment, Qi Tian's clones turned into light blue light spots. Oh! Vados clutched his forehead and shook his head helplessly. Kampa's eyes widened immediately, and his face changed again and again. Hey, Qi Tian is not like this. Kampa explained quickly, I just took the strength in time for the last time. Why did your clone become like this? You said that I would believe if you took the strength? You are taking the opportunity to retaliate, Kampa. Qi Tian squinted his eyes. Impossible. I have already taken my strength just now. Kampa distinguished loudly. Then why did you break up my clone? Qi Tian smiled and looked at Kampa. Do you think my clone is so bully? If I stopped, you have to beat my clone into that's it. Well. Chapter 62. Chapter 62 Vados, Angel, not warlike. The more Kampa thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. This kid did it on purpose, right? My strength just now has obviously been taken away. How could your clone become like this? Hey, I feel like you did it on purpose. You deliberately manipulated your clone to disperse him. Kampa suddenly realized something, and hurriedly said to Qi Tian. Do you mean that I deliberately planted you? Qi Tian smiled slightly. Yes, you specifically called to stop when I hit you. Kampa said. Anyway, you have divided me into that way. We have to settle this account. Qi Tian grinned. Hey, Qi Tian. Say you won't make a move. Kampa looked anxious. But my clone was broken by you. Qi Tian said with a smile. Kampa. What is broken? That is just the existence of a mass of energy. You just let that disk of energy condense together. Is this broken? If you want something, just say it straight. Look, UFO. Kampa suddenly pointed somewhere in the sky. Call out. Immediately afterwards, Kampa turned into a bright flame, quickly sank into the sky and disappeared. This is so special. I rarely come back. Have to accompany your clone to learn. Beerus, you scam, when will you wake up? I look forward to your provocation when you wake up. Qi Tian's appearance. Oh, now Master Kampa is afraid of you. Vados sighed. I am the motivation for him to cultivate. You don't even know how to cherish it. Qi Tian didn't pursue it this time. It's boring to always bully Kampa. Kampa, can we be successful? You 5 or 60 don't always run away if you can't beat it. It seems that you can't beat it and just run, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Who made me so strong? Snapped. At the next moment, Qi Tian controlled the scattered energy of the clone and gathered together again. Vados, do we want to discuss and try? Qi Tian looked up and down Vados. As I said, Angel is not warlike. Vados snorted. Okay, Qi Tian shook his head. Vados, did you even persuade you? However, I am really reluctant to bully you. You are one of my future wives. 7th Universe. Earth. The next morning, Vegeta and Nappa's Universe spacecraft finally landed on Earth. Boom! The two Universe spacecraft smashed into the town, leaving 2 large meteorite craters. The residents of the town were shocked. Many people walked over here cautiously. What happened? It seems that something has fallen. Is it a meteorite? There is also a round thing over there, not like a meteorite. Several people present were all talking, and looked at the 2 Universe spaceships that had fallen. Crunch! At this time, the door of the Universe spacecraft opened and Vegeta walked out of it. It's a human. Someone came out of it, someone exclaimed. Nappa also flew out from inside and stood with Vegeta. Who are they? Are they aliens? Is this the Earth? Vegeta smiled and looked at the people on the opposite side. Is it interesting to say hello to these little patients? Nappa smiled lightly, bringing her index and middle fingers together and lifting up. Boom! Suddenly, there was a big explosion at the scene. In the blink of an eye, the town was turned into rubble. Hey, is my greeting a bit too warm? Kampa said triumphantly. Don't overdo it, Nappa, this planet is too destroyed, but it can't be sold at a high price. Vegeta snorted. It doesn't matter, Vegeta. Originally this planet is not worth a few money. Nappa smiled slightly. Okay, whatever, let's find Chi Tian first and then talk about it. Vegeta commanded lightly. Well, this guy's combat power seems to be only 100 on the surface. It's not easy to find him. Nappa sighed. First find the person with the strongest combat power on this planet. He should know the whereabouts of Chi Tian. Vegeta smiled. As they talked, they began to search for powerful people on the planet through the probe. Hey, Vegeta, it's weird. There are more than 1 or 2 reactions with a combat power of more than 1000. What's the matter? Nappa frowned. When Rads came to this planet, the Kakarot with the highest combat power seemed to be just over 300. It's nothing to make a fuss about, they should have cultivated hard under the leadership of Chi Tian. Vegeta smiled slightly. Chi Tian guy, let the inferior warrior Kakarot challenge this prince. Ha ha ha, I really laughed at me. Nappa also burst into laughter. At the position over there are 2 powerful combat response. Let's go to them and ask about the whereabouts of Chi Tian. Vegeta greeted. Yeah. Nappa nodded, maybe the guy Chi Tian is nearby. The 2 of them didn't hesitate, and hurried away in the direction of Son Gohan and Piccolo. He, the gravity of this planet is so small, our actions are really flexible. Nappa laughed. A certain mountainous area. Come. They are going to come to us. Piccolo's expression became serious. Didn't you say that you want that Vegeta to challenge Son Goku? You can come here too. I want you to see how good my Piccolo Daimao is. Yes. Son Gohan was also a little nervous. On the island of Master Roshi. They are finally here. I can sense the presence of a powerful aura. Master Roshi said solemnly. Chi Tian, where have you been? Bulma was anxious. Chi Tian is a pitfall, even if you don't make a move, you will get Goku back. Oolong's tears fell. What did Chi Tian do? Master Roshi asked. I don't know. I left after saying that I had important things to do. Bulma replied helplessly, maybe I have already left the earth. What? Has left the earth? Are you kidding? Oolong was speechless. What about Goku? Master Roshi sighed, how long will he be back? Goku is rushing here. Bulma sighed, there is no way, we have to wait patiently. I have told my parents, if Chi Tian comes back, let him come here to find me immediately. Gohan, there is nothing terrible. We are much stronger than we were a year ago. Piccolo said to Gohan. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Something is approaching over there. Piccolo suddenly sensed another breath. Is it Sion? Son Gohan was a little nervous. What? At this moment, Klin descended from the sky and quickly landed beside the 2 of them. Is it Sion? Son Gohan looked at Klin warily. Piccolo, long time no see. Klin greeted Piccolo. So it's you, what are you doing? Piccolo chuckled, why do you have to go to death? Isn't it okay to stay at home? I have also practiced, and my strength has improved a lot. Klin replied with a smile. Really? So there are other idiots coming here, too? Piccolo snorted. Yes, everyone will come. I am the nearest here, so I came first. Klin nodded. I remember, you are from Master Roshi, Son Gohan said. Well, I'm Klin, you look really like Goku. Klin looked at Son Gohan. Dad often talks about you, saying that although you are small, You are very powerful. Sun Gohan said. It's shameful to say that I'm small. Klin stared. Does he think how tall he is? Sun Gohan laughed dryly. But you and a guy like Piccolo must have suffered a lot of cultivation. Klin whispered, I really don't know what Chi Tien thinks, let you follow this guy to practice. But Uncle Piccolo is a very good person. Son Gohan said. Hey, where's Son Goku? Why didn't he come? Piccolo asked. Simply put, Goku was taken by Chi Tien to the World King's planet to practice. Kellen sighed, that planet is special. It takes a certain amount of time to reach the Earth. Goku is rushing here. Woolen cloth. What? Going to another planet to practice? Piccolo was surprised. I'm not very clear about the details. I'll explain it to you when Goku arrives. Klin scratched his head. Why didn't Chi Tien take him back? Piccolo asked. Chi Tien has left the Earth. As for where he went, we don't know. Kellen was very loud. Piccolo. The next moment, Piccolo looked up to the sky, his face changed again and again. They're here. Piccolo said solemnly. They are Scion? Sure enough, their aura is very strong. Klin exclaimed, is this the guy Chi Tien said with a combat power of 20,000? I don't know how much my combat power is now, it's really troublesome. 0. Above the sky. Vegeta and Nappa also silently stared at the three people below. One more person, now there are 3 people in total. Nappa smiled. It seems they have been prepared. Vegeta smiled slightly. The 2 descended from the sky and landed on the opposite side of the 3. Hey, I'm not interested in you, what about Chi Tien people? Vegeta asked with a smile. You are the Prince of Scion, Vegeta, Piccolo said lightly. You know a lot, Chi Tien told you it. Vegeta smiled, yes, you are right. I am Scion's most talented warrior Vegeta. You can tell me now. Chi, where is Tien? Hey, I don't know. Piccolo replied coldly. I don't know? Is that guy running away? Vegeta snorted. So, where is Kakarot? Where is he? You mean Kakarot, Son Goku? He should be coming soon. Piccolo smiled slightly. Vegeta, this guy seems to be from Namek. Nappa turned to look at Vegeta and said to Vegeta. Probably so. Vegeta nodded, I heard that in addition to the excellent combat power of the Namek people, they also have incredible magic power. Some people also use magic. So, the Dragon Ball mentioned by Chi Tien is true. Right? You made the Dragon Ball, right? What Dragon Ball? Nappa didn't know anything about Dragon Ball. Chi Tien said that as long as I defeat the inferior warrior Kakarot, he will give me the Dragon Ball and let me realize any wish. Vegeta chuckled, although it sounds like a fantasy, and I have no interest in that inferior warrior Kakarot, but if there is a Dragon Ball, it would be quite interesting. What? Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish? Does such a thing really exist? Nappa was also surprised. It seems to be true, I can see from their faces, the Dragon Ball should not be fake. Vegeta smiled. Klin. Piccolo. This guy named Vegeta is quite shrewd. Then, hand over what you said about the Dragon Ball. Nappa chuckled lightly. The Namek people are nothing but a fly to us. Piccolo, you are from Namek. Klin turned to look at Piccolo. Piccolo. There was a short silence. Humph, thank you, I finally know who I am. Piccolo grinned, unfortunately, the Dragon Ball was not made by me. I can only fight. If it is a fly, just try it. With that said, Piccolo is already ready to fight. Klin also burst out his breath immediately. Combat power 981, 5.31 220, 1083. Nappa quickly detected the combat power value of the 3 through the detector. Piccolo. Son Gohan. Klin. What? Is our combat power only more than 1000 points? Piccolo's combat effectiveness seems to be not much worse than mine. That said, we and the guy named Vegeta are not in the same dimension at all. Let alone Vegeta, even the bald man, we are far behind. Hey, I remember Chi Tien said that the fighting power of the other scions seems to have reached 6000. Klin wanted to cry, we will be killed in seconds. Piccolo. After cultivating for so long, is my combat effectiveness only so small? No, my breath hasn't exploded yet. You know Nappa's combat effectiveness quite clearly. Vegeta smiled slightly, that fellow Chi Tien told you, right? The three Piccolo did not speak. Then, did Chi Tien tell you what is my combat power? Vegeta asked with interest. The three Piccolo didn't want to talk anymore. It's too heartbreaking. Since you already know the difference in combat power between us, then honestly hand over the Dragon Ball. Nappa smiled, we have no interest in the three of you, or quickly tell us the whereabouts of Chi Tien also. I'm afraid Chi Tien has already escaped, right? Kakarot doesn't appear either. Vegeta sighed, it's too boring to kill these three little guys in seconds. By the way, Nappa, don't we still have the seeds of the cultivators? Plant them quickly, there is not much difference in strength, but you can have fun. Chapter 63. Chapter 63 Vegeta, what about Chi Tien? Ha ha ha, this is a good way, Vegeta. Nappa laughed, took a small bottle from his pocket, and took a closer look in front of him. Well, there are 6 more. Immediately afterwards, Nappa stuck a finger on the ground, leaving 6 holes. Nappa poured the seeds in the vial and put the nutrient solution on it. What is he doing? Klin was stunned. Crack! Crack! While talking, the earth began to loosen. At the next moment, 6 monsters that looked like rutabagas sprang out of the ground. It's so disgusting. Klin was surprised. Your goal is those 3 guys, give me a severe lesson to them, do you understand? Vegeta ordered. They really do tricks. Klin said. Slap! Slap! At this moment, Tien Shinyan, leaping, and dumplings fell from the sky. Sorry, I'm late. Li Ping greeted with a smile. Leaping. Klin said in surprise. Ha ha ha, a lot of people have come over there too. Nappa smiled, it's just some unknown people. Aren't there 2 scion? Tien Shinyan asked. The 6 guys are monsters they cultivated. Klin explained. Humph, it's so funny. You happen to have 6 people, the same number as my cultivators. Vegeta smiled and said, you take turns against my minions, how about it? You just treat it as one. Games. What game? You bastards. Piccolo was angry at the time, don't make fun of the circle, hurry up and do it. Piccolo, don't get angry first, isn't it good? Klin quickly persuaded, from the point of view of the combat power, we are not their opponents at all. Taking this opportunity to wait for Goku is not better. Piccolo thought for a while, and said nothing. Is my combat power really that little? I have been practicing hard for a year. This makes me sore. Well, I'll go first. I want you to have a good experience. Tien Shinyan stepped forward. Nappa was just about to detect Tien Shinyan's combat power, but was stopped by Vegeta. Nappa 07, take the detector off. Vegeta said, knowing their combat effectiveness, there is no suspense. You're right Vegeta. Nappa nodded, took off the detector, and dropped it to the ground. Vegeta also put the probe on the ground, pointed to one of the cultivators, and ordered, start with you, give me a good fight, don't underestimate the enemy. The cultivator nodded and took a step forward. Tien Shinyan stands against this cultivator. The cultivator let out a harsh smirk and rushed towards Tian Xinyan. Hey! Tian Xinyan shot quickly. Boom! Tian Xinyan's fist hit the cultivator hard. The cultivator flew upside down at that time. Snapped! The cultivator's head split open, and a corrosive liquid spouted from the head. Tian Xinyan quickly avoided. Shit! The liquid fell on the ground, corroding the ground and emitting white smoke. Hey! Tian Xinyan attacked quickly, and an elbow hit the cultivator's head heavily. The cultivator was knocked to the ground at that time. Nappa! How did it happen? Nappa was stunned, a little surprised. It's great, as expected to be Tian Xinyan. Clin said hastily. Humph, as I expected, interesting. Vegeta smiled lightly. The cultivator gritted his teeth, felt the pain in his body, and struggled to stand up. The cultivator's combat power has reached 1200, which is comparable to that idiot Raditz. Nappa gritted her teeth, a little bit indignant. Maybe his combat power has already surpassed the cultivator. Vegeta was not surprised. What? There is such a thing? How is this possible? Nappa was a little unbelievable. How about Nappa? It seems more suspenseful if you don't wear a detector. Vegeta smiled slightly and pointed at the cultivator who had just stood up. Boom! Suddenly, the cultivator's body turned into pieces and died on the spot. What? Tian Xinyan was terrified. Clin was so scared that he only poked his lips. Is this the Vegeta with a combat power of 18,000 that Qi Tian said? Sure enough, he has the strength to kill us in a flash. It was terrible. With a flick of a finger, the monster was killed. Vegeta, what are you doing? Nappa asked. Keep him a waste of time, he won't win. Vegeta said lightly, I said, don't underestimate the enemy. That guy just underestimated the enemy from the beginning. The other 5 cultivators shivered with fright. Piccolo's look became more solemn. If the fighting power that Qi Tian said is true, then we are probably not his opponents. The destructive power of this guy is simply amazing. Who is the next one? Vegeta smiled. You don't shame us. Nappa shouted to the remaining cultivators. Well, it's me. Clin stepped forward. Let me come. Li Ping stepped forward. Leaping, let me go. Clin suggested. Kling, you've already died once, and you won't be able to resurrect if you encounter any accidents again. Li Ping said with a smile. What are you talking about? If we lose, Dragon Ball will be given to them by Qi Tian. Kellen sighed. I can't manage that much, I'll do it first. Li Ping said, maybe we will win. Then you be careful. Clin nodded. Leaping stepped forward. A cultivator came out on the opposite side. The war is about to start. Leaping quickly fought with the cultivator. What? After fighting for several rounds, Leaping suddenly appeared directly above the cultivator. Boom! Energy emerged in Leaping's hand and released a powerful ki blast to the cultivator. Ki blast took the cultivator and hit the ground heavily, leaving a small hole. When I looked again, I saw the cultivator smoking all over his body and lying motionless. It's over again. Nappa was speechless. Snapped. Leaping descended from the sky and landed next to the cultivator. Humph, these monsters are not as powerful as imagined. Li Ping smiled and said, come on with the remaining 4. I can defeat you alone. Humph, this time you underestimated the enemy. Vegeta smiled softly. What? Li Ping was stunned. Snapped. At this moment, the cultivator who had fallen on the ground suddenly rushed up and hugged Leaping's body. Leaping's face changed color. Boom! The cultivator blew himself up. The powerful energy blew up Leaping to the ground at that time. Leaping died on the spot before he even reacted. Piccolo and others were all scared silly. This thing also blew itself up. It's terrible. Hey, it's all right now. Vegeta smiled lightly. This arrogant fellow died well. It's so powerful, it will explode. Piccolo said. Leaping. Klin reacted fiercely and ran quickly in the direction of leaping. Klin appeared next to Li Ping, and after a closer look, his face became difficult to look. Dead, Leaping is dead. Klin shivered and fist tightly. Leaping must have an ominous premonition, so he will fight for me. Damn it, I can't spare you. Such a powerful cultivator, it's just a draw, it's really outrageous. Nappa was a little upset. It's getting more and more interesting. Vegeta smiled. You bastards! Klin was furious. Everyone, get away. I want them to see the results of my cultivation. Wow! As Klin said, he raised his hands, and the energy in his hands surged crazily. Boom! A huge energy condensed in Clinton's hands. Both Vegeta and Nappa were taken aback. What does this kid want to do? Call out! The condensed energy in Klin's hands whizzed in the direction where Vegeta and others were. Dumplings, leave here first. Tian Xinyan greeted the dumplings. The dumplings flew away immediately. The two sides are already relatively close, so it is more appropriate to avoid such a large energy attack. There is a lot of energy, but there is no speed. Anyway, get away first. Piccolo hesitated down, and immediately backed up. Vegeta and Nappa did not move. Those cultivators also fled in fright. Call out! Klin controlled the energy and rushed into the sky all at once. Ah! With a loud shout, Klin's energy split into 6 in the air, and it slammed down towards Vegeta and Nappa and the 4 cultivators below. Boom! There was a big explosion at the scene. 3 of the cultivators were blown to pieces on the spot. One of the cultivators had better luck, but avoided the attack. Success! Dumpling shouted excitedly. Hoo hoo, I missed one. Klin smiled slightly. Really? That's great, Uncle Klin. Son Gohan was very excited. What? The missing cultivator came quickly towards this side, and soon rushed in front of Son Gohan. Son Gohan was frightened and didn't know how to deal with this guy for a while. When the cultivator attacked Son Gohan, Piccolo grabbed his arm. Humph, dare to come and die. Piccolo snorted coldly, and one knee hit the cultivator's chest heavily. The cultivator was hit into the sky at that time. Boom! A powerful energy blasted out of Piccolo's mouth. The cultivator was turned into dregs, and ashes fell from the air. Klin was frightened. This guy is too strong. Killed the kohlrabi so easily. It's Piccolo. Tian Xinyan sighed, it's so easy to wipe out such a powerful opponent. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan quickly thanked him. There is nothing to apologize for, this is a warm-up preparation before the real battle. Piccolo smiled slightly, cold sweat slipped across his face. Humph, it will be interesting to be a real battle. Vegeta's figure walked out of the smoke. The Son Gohan and others present were all scared silly. As you hoped, the game is over. Vegeta smiled lightly. Hey, the real battle is about to begin. Nappa smiled. What's the matter? They don't seem to be hurt at all. Tian Xinyan said solemnly. That's a frontal attack. Dumpling was also pale. I used all my energy to launch an attack of 560. They are okay. Is this Sion? Klin exclaimed, no wonder Chi Tian said that one is 6,000, and the other reaches 18,000. This is true. Let me kill them. Nappa took a step forward, I can kill them all in an instant. Whatever you want. Vegeta smiled, the coward Chi Tian has already taken Kakarot to escape and left you scumbags to die. You are so naive, and you have to resist us here. Why don't you hand it over earlier? Dragon Ball, you don't have to suffer alive, maybe you can save a life. Hey, what he said is right. Don't give him the Dragon Ball first. You can delay a little bit before Goku comes back. Klin lowered his voice and suggested in a low voice. Don't be silly. Piccolo snorted. Do you think that the character of the old man of the gods will make them realize their wishes? What do you mean? Klin was stunned. I'm afraid that the moment you call Shenron, the gods will choose suicide and other methods to end their lives. Piccolo said solemnly. You are so special. Don't die, I will disappear after you die. How stupid you are. What? How could this be? Klin was dumbfounded. I think the gods should do this kind of thing. Tian Xinyan nodded. So, there is no other way but to fight it hard. Klin wanted to cry. Goku, come back soon. We can't hold on anymore. Oh? God? Who is it? Vegeta asked with a smile. You don't need to care about this. Piccolo replied lightly. He, let me have fun with you. Nappa laughed, the energy in her body bursting out wildly. The earth trembling with huge energy shaking. Dumpling quickly pointed his hands at Nappa's body, trying to make his stomach ache through the supernatural function. However, no matter how hard the dumplings work, Nappa can't be hurt at all. My God, my special function has failed. Dumpling said quickly. What a terrible guy! Klin exclaimed. Son Gohan was even more pale with fright, unable to say anything. This guy didn't expect the gap between us and him to be so big. Piccolo said solemnly, in other words, my current fighting strength is only more than 2,000. Ha ha ha, who will die? Nappa laughed. Call out. After Nappa said this, he quickly rushed towards Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan reached out to block almost subconsciously. Idiot, get away! Piccolo exclaimed. Boom! With only a crisp sound, Tian Xinyan's forearm was knocked out by Nappa on the spot. Tian Xinyan let out a painful cry. Chapter 64. Chapter 64 Invincible, how lonely. Hey, it's so crispy. Vegeta shook his head disdainfully. Brother Tian! Dumpling exclaimed. You are the first. Go to hell. Nappa hit it again with a punch, trying to kill Tian Xinyan here. Boom! Tian Xinyan soared into the sky and avoided Nappa's attack. What? Nappa followed up and kicked Tian Xinyan out of the air with a kick. Tian Xinyan lay down on the ground, feeling that he was not well. What a tenacious guy, this hasn't stopped breathing. Nappa snorted. What a huge amount of energy this guy, has the combat power really reached 6,000? Piccolo sighed. This beast. Klin couldn't stand it anymore, and rushed in Tian Xinyan's direction. Leave him alone, he is no longer good. Piccolo said. No. Klin shouted. Nosy fellow. Nappa let out a cold snort and waved his hand with a powerful energy rushing in Klin's direction. Boom! There was a big explosion right in front of Klin. Klin's eyes widened, and his face paled with fright. I saw a bottomless pit in front of me. Hey? Where's the dumplings? Klin was stunned, but didn't find the dumplings. He wouldn't have been beaten to death just now, right? What did you say? Tian Xinyan's face changed color. Hey, Nappa, pay attention to your back. Vegeta reminded Nappa loudly. Hey! Nappa was stunned. Snapped. The dumpling flew over and landed on Nappa's back. Dumplings! Klin exclaimed. Tian Xinyan realized something even more, his face was extremely ugly. Hey, this little thing, what do you want to do? Nappa tried hard to reach the dumplings behind him, but couldn't reach it. Dumplings, get out of here, and run away! Tian Xinyan exclaimed. Goodbye, brother God, don't die! Dumpling cried. Dumplings! No! Tian Xinyan shouted. Boom! Dumplings burst out of extremely powerful energy, resolutely blew themselves. Qin's pupils shrank sharply. Sun Gohan paled with fright. It's terrible. Piccolo was stunned, with a little surprise. The little guy is brave enough. Tian Xinyan was full of doxazine, his eyes widened, his brain was blank, and he couldn't believe what he saw before him. Dumpling! Tian Xinyan yelled the name of the dumpling. It's nice little guy, and he's gone with the enemy. Piccolo smiled slightly. However, just after Piccolo said this, Nappa's undamaged figure appeared in the sky. Humph! Do you think that an explosion of this level will cause me harm? You don't understand the horror of our scion. Nappa smiled slightly, floating in the air overlooking the few people below. First look at the three eyes after the disappearance, I will clean up you one by one. Why is he safe and sound? Qin was frightened. It's really a nightmare. The dumplings are in it even for their lives, but they are not effective at all. Dumplings have been rescued by Dragon Ball once, and they can't be resurrected. Tian Xinyan rubbed his fists tightly and glared at Nappa in the sky. I can't forgive you. Three-eyed guy, I will send you to another world to meet that little guy right away. Should you thank me? Nappa smiled. Listen, he had a flaw in the moment of attack. Piccolo said to Qin and Son Gohan, and said his plan. Can this work? Qin was not very optimistic. If it is true that Qi Tian said, if his combat power reaches a height of 6,000 or more, I am afraid it will not have much effect. Piccolo said solemnly, but anyway, try it first, can it? Do you want to sit still? Damn, I don't have a girlfriend yet. Qin hugged his light head, showing a look of helplessness. Qi Tian is a pit, even if you don't show up, you can quickly pick Goku / Dad will come. Son Gohan said. Qin gave Son Gohan a glance. What do you know, kid? I mean, let Goku come here quickly. After Goku came, we all died. What's the point of coming here? Brilliant plan, I wish you success in the battle. Vegeta smiled on the side. Piccolo. This guy is called Vegeta. Scion's prince. Can Son Goku really beat him? The combat power of this cargo is close to 20,000. You don't have to be happy too early, Son Goku will definitely knock you out after coming over. Piccolo snorted. Son Goku? Is it Kakarot? Vegeta smiled slightly, he has escaped with Qi Tian a long time ago. Do you still expect them to come and save you now? Humph, they didn't run away. They are just far from here, it will take a certain amount of time to get here. Piccolo hummed. Really? Then I was looking forward to it. Vegeta smiled softly. Hey! At this time, Nappa whizzed in the direction of Tian Xinyan. It's now. Piccolo said immediately. Good. Qin gritted his teeth. Son Gohan trembled with fright. Ah! Ah! In the next moment, Piccolo and Qin disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Piccolo appeared near Nappa. Nappa was about to attack Tian Xinyan, but never expected Piccolo to appear suddenly. Boom! Piccolo hit Nappa's face with a heavy punch. Nappa was caught off guard and flew upside down. Qin appeared right above Nappa, clenched his fists with both hands and gave a heavy blow, hitting Nappa without knowing the south, east, west, and northwest. Gohan, it's your turn. Qin said quickly. However, Son Gohan was already frightened. It's terrible. Gohan! Piccolo shouted. Let's attack. Qin said quickly. The two of them no longer had the slightest hesitation, and directly released their energy to blast towards Nappa. Nappa! You are too much. Do you think you are playing volleyball? Play me like a volleyball. La! Nappa quickly adjusted his figure in the air, avoiding the attack of the two. Oops! He avoided it. Qin said solemnly. This guy is so fast. Piccolo Baya. You guys did a good job. You didn't play the cards in order. Nappa said coldly, then I don't have to kill you in order. I will kill you two first. Qigong Cannon. At this moment, Tian Xinyan suddenly released a powerful Qigong Cannon. Boom! The Qigong Cannon covered Nappa in the sky at that time. After the smoke dissipated, Nappa's intact figure was revealed. Tian Xinyan. This is so special. Is this guy immortal? Can't this die? Snapped. Tian Xinyan consumed all energy and fell to his death on the spot. This bastard. Clin was frightened. Qi Tian is right, this guy's combat effectiveness has reached a height of about 6,000. Piccolo said in a deep voice, and our combat effectiveness, no matter how improved, is at most 3,000, this is still higher. Bull. We can't even beat this guy, let alone the scion named Vegeta. Clin exclaimed, Goku, come on. Son Gohan was scared to pee. Very scary. How can such a terrible guy exist in this universe? Tian Xinyan also died. Everyone died one by one. This is simply a nightmare. Clin said solemnly. Another one died. Nappa smiled lightly, this time it's your turn. Are you still unwilling to tell the whereabouts of Qi Tian and Kakarot? We said it. You didn't believe it. Clin shouted loudly. Really? You mean they didn't run away? Nappa smiled. Yes. Goku is rushing here. He will definitely come. Clin said loudly. I think you are delaying time and want them to run farther. Nappa sneered. How many times do we have to say it before you believe it? Clin shouted. Okay, don't bother to speak, he won't believe it anyway. Piccolo shook his head, let's fight on the ground. He is more suitable for air combat than us. Clin was taken aback for a moment. Piccolo, you are too right. Hey, it's the same everywhere, it's just a dying struggle. Nappa smiled contemptuously. Snapped. Nappa landed on the opposite side of the three people from the sky. The expressions of the three of Piccolo became solemn. Okay, implement our second plan. Piccolo said to Clin and Son Gohan. This time, I won't escape this time. Son Gohan said. Of course, if you escape again, the three of us will undoubtedly die. Piccolo said, and then comforted, Gohan, you have to have confidence, as long as you are brave, your energy is stronger than mine. Son Gohan. The problem is that I have no confidence. I'm so scared. Okay, let's get started. Clin shouted. Immediately afterwards, Clin flew away in the direction of Nappa. Oh? Actually came to die on the initiative. Nappa was a little surprised. I haven't attacked yet. You came to the door automatically. It looks like a trap. Vegeta smiled. Wow! After Clin rushed forward, suddenly his hands released a powerful energy and hit the ground. Immediately afterwards, Clin rose to the sky. Nappa is a bit pity. What is this little bald head doing? Hey, big bald head. Actually, I am your long-lost brother. Clin said hastily, didn't we both have hair on our heads? Nappa. What's all this mess? Just when Nappa was a little reluctant to push, Piccolo came quickly and grabbed Nappa's tail. Gohan! Piccolo shouted to Son Gohan. Son Gohan plucked up his courage and charged towards this side. You idiot! Nappa sneered, and slammed an elbow against Piccolo's head. Piccolo! What's happening here? Isn't Scion's weakness the tail? Clin, are you cheating me? Clin. It's not what you think. Hey, don't die, you made the Dragon Ball, right? Tell me where the Dragon Ball is. Nappa said to Piccolo. How did it happen? Have they overcome the weakness? Clin exclaimed, sure enough, they, like Goku, have overcome the weakness of the tail. Snapped. Piccolo fainted on the spot and temporarily lost consciousness. This time it's over. Clin felt like a morning. Let this guy sleep for a while, I have a lot of fun with this little guy. Nappa looked at Son Gohan with interest. You can tell by the voice, you are Kakaroto's son, right? Your body is also flowing. Sion's blood is considered to be my clan, I would have liked you, but your father secretly ran away and left you here. Boom! Nappa flew up and kicked Son Gohan heavily. Son Gohan was kicked up to a height, and his body was suspended. Boom! Nappa slapped Son Gohan with a backhand. Son Gohan's body slammed heavily on the mountain behind him, and then fell down from the mountain. But then, Son Gohan gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. Yes, that's interesting. Nappa smiled. Call out. Nappa came quickly toward Son Gohan. Asshole! Clin couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Nappa's face fiercely. Nappa was caught off guard and flew backwards. Clin followed up. However, Nappa quickly adjusted, Li Wang's, to correct his figure and began to fight back. Clin's face changed color, he hurriedly avoided Nappa's attack, and swiftly rolled several somersaults on the ground. What a quick speed! Vegeta smiled. Little bald head, don't move at a real speed, do you really think you are amazing? Nappa was very angry, and rushed towards Clin. Chi Yuan slash! Clin raised his right hand, condensing a group of rotating flames. Call out! Chi Yuan Zhan smashed in the direction where Nappa was. Hey, that's all about the vulture. Nappa snorted coldly, planning to carry it hard with her body. Nappa, get away! Vegeta shouted. Nappa reacted violently and dodged in a hurry. Shit! Chi Yuan Zhan cut off a mountain in the distance just like cutting tofu. Nappa's face became difficult to look. You idiot, don't you see how powerful this trick is? Vegeta grumbled. Really a pig teammate? This is terrible. Clin scratched his head. 6th Universe. Compa Planet. Chi Tian, don't you practice today? Vados asked June. I only practice for 2 hours a day. The practice time is too long, and I feel that the effect is not great. Chi Tian smiled. You are already amazing. Vados sighed, this has only been 20 years. It's just that your clone has reached its level. What are you not satisfied with? By the way, Vados, I heard that there is a very powerful person in the 11th universe. What is his name? Jiren? Chi Tian said in a deep voice. I also heard a little bit. This person's strength is indeed comparable to gods of destruction. Vados nodded, but your current strength is much stronger than him. How lonely is invincible? Chi Tian sighed. Vados. Chapter 65. Chapter 65 Vados, are you going to let the clone find Jiren? I always feel as if I have forgotten something. Chi Tian dragged his chin to meditate afterwards. You forgot to make me coffee. Vados said. Vados, have you ever sipped coffee? Chi Tian asked. Vados wiped his sweat. Are you disgusting? So, have you always heard of the saliva chicken? Chi Tian asked again. Vados shook his head. You are Angel, haven't you even heard of such a famous dish? Chi Tian shook his head. Vados stared. Who knows where you got such a strange name? Isn't it normal if you haven't heard of it? Today, we don't make drinks, let's make a saliva chicken for you to try. Chi Tian said. It doesn't taste good to listen to the name. Vados snorted. Just don't want to eat it, I'll eat it myself. Chi Tian smiled slightly, and then stopped taking care of Vados and started making raw shui chicken. The raw shui chicken was quickly made by Chi Tian. Chi Tian tasted a piece in silence. Well, the taste is okay. It looks delicious. Vados looked a little greedy. Here, let's have a taste. Chi Tian didn't have any notes, and gave Vados a piece. Vados took it with chopsticks and tasted it. Baishanchen raw meat, red spicy oily sea pepper, drooling in his mouth. Vados was intoxicated. It's so delicious. Soon, Vados reacted immediately. This is the saliva chicken. Vados was stunned. Otherwise, what do you think? Chi Tian smiled. Vados. I thought you were going to spit in it. Seventh universe, the Earth. The battle continues. Call out. Nappa threw an energy bomb in the direction of Klin. Klin was shocked and hurriedly took off. The energy bomb exploded. Although Klin had jumped up, he was still affected by the explosion and felt that he was not well. Okay, if you come here again, you will definitely die. Nappa snorted, condensing energy in his hand, intending to kill Klin here. Boom! At this critical moment, Piccolo regained consciousness, with a jet of energy in his hand, hitting Nappa's back heavily. Nappa grinned in pain, and looked at Piccolo behind him with anger. This bastard is already awake. Nappa squatted. Ha ha ha, Nappa, can't you play any more? Vegeta laughed. You are really mad at me. Nappa was furious. You guys don't play cards in order, so I will kill you out of order. Oops, I can't move anymore. Klin wanted to cry without tears. I'm so crispy. After being blown up by that guy, the bones all over his body seemed to be broken. You don't play the cards in order, and I don't kill you in order. Nappa said coldly, Kakarote's son, let's start with you first. Son Gohan. Shameless. It was Uncle Klin who beat you, don't look for me. Boy, get ready to die. Nappa charged towards Son Gohan. Asshole. Your opponent is me. Piccolo shouted, hurriedly chasing after him. Wow! Son Gohan gritted his teeth, his body burst out suddenly. Boom! Son Gohan flew heavily on Nappa's face. Nappa flew backwards. Boom! Nappa plunged headlong into the mountain behind him. Piccolo was stunned. This little guy finally started to work. Boom! The mountain collapsed and Nappa was buried in it. But the next moment, Nappa rose to the sky and returned to the opposite side of Son Gohan. Nappa got angry and glared at Son Gohan on the opposite side. Boy, do you really think I dare not kill you? Nappa sneered, and a huge amount of energy condensed in his hands. Go to hell! The energy in Nappa's hand was sprayed in the direction of Son Gohan. Son Gohan was frightened, and stood motionless. At this critical moment, Piccolo rushed up quickly, stretched out his arms, and blocked the energy attack with his body. Klin was stunned. Piccolo, your people have fallen apart. Is this still the Piccolo Daimao? Boom! There was a big explosion at the scene. Piccolo used his body to block all attacks on behalf of Son Gohan. Uncle Piccolo Son Gohan's pupil shrank, and his whole body was trembling. Gohan, run and get out of here. Piccolo said weakly, oft. Snapped. After Piccolo finished speaking, he fell to the ground. Son Gohan was at a loss, not knowing what to do for a moment. Klin. Is even Piccolo dying? This is troublesome. Dragon Ball is useless. You run away, Gohan. Piccolo whispered to Gohan, run away and run away. Uncle Piccolo, why are you saving me? Son Gohan cried, don't you die. Hey! This idiot disrupted my order. Nappa snorted. The effect is the same anyway, it doesn't matter. It's sad, my dignified Piccolo Daimao wants to protect a child. Piccolo smiled, it's all because of your father and son. Your kindness has affected me. Gohan, the months I spent with you have been very pleasant. Son Gohan burst into tears. Uncle Piccolo, you can't die. Gohan, live well. Piccolo smiled. The sixth universe, the planet of Kampa. By the way, will your clone stay here? Vados ate the slobber, glanced at Qi Tian's clone, and said to Qi Tian. It doesn't mean going back to the 7th universe. You can't let the clone go to the 11th universe. Qi Tian thought. Are you going to let the clone go to Jiren? I think it's better to forget it, be careful of being blown up. Vados smiled. Even if it is blown up, it can still be gathered together again, my clone is equivalent to the existence of the immortal body. Qi Tian said. It's a pity that your clone can't become Super Saiyan. If you can transform further, your strength will be even higher. Vados groaned. Saiyan. Qi Tian was stunned, and suddenly realized something. If you don't say that I have forgotten, I have to let the clone go back quickly. I am afraid that the Earth of the 7th universe is in trouble, and I will say that I have forgotten something. Vados did not speak. 7th, Vados has nothing to worry about universe. What? Qi Tian controlled the clone to move slightly, and it appeared in the sky of the 7th universe in an instant. Turtle House. Everyone died one by one. Goku hasn't come back yet. Bulma said solemnly. No. Master Roshi shook his head. Where is Qi Tian? Has he not come back yet? I called my dad a minute ago, and my dad said he didn't see Qi Tian come back. Bulma's head was big. It's really troublesome now. Master Roshi sighed. I'm afraid that the 3 of them will also encounter accidents. Qi Tian, come back soon. Bulma prayed. What? Just when Bulma's voice fell, Qi Tian also appeared by Bulma's side through instant transmission. Qi Tian? Did you hear my prayer? Bulma looked at Qi Tian in surprise. I already know the specific things. Qi Tian sighed, the one that should come will always come. A strong breath is disappearing, is it Piccolo this time? Master Roshi sighed. I will take Goku here. Qi Tian said. Temple. Ho. The god was panting heavily, feeling that his life had reached its limit. God, Mr. Popo said solemnly. My life is about to end. The god sighed, it's a pity that Goku hasn't rushed back, but to my comfort, Piccolo surpassed my god in the end. God, Mr. Popo didn't know what to say. Mr. Popo, the temple will be pleased to you in the future. After the god said this, his body also disappeared suddenly. At the same time, Piccolo's head tilted, and there was no breath. Wow! Son Gohan wailed loudly, his face was filled with endless anger. Magic flash! The energy condensed in Son Gohan's hands. Gohan is so powerful. Klin was surprised. I don't know how much Gohan's current combat effectiveness can reach. Boom! The energy in Gohan's hand bombarded Nappa's direction. Boom! Looking at the energy coming from the bombardment, Nappa slapped it over, directly knocking the energy away. Boom! The energy fell on the distant mountain, which blasted the mountain to a flat ground at that time. Son Gohan was so desperate. Little boy's combat effectiveness is not low, it makes my hands numb. Nappa smiled. Uncle Piccolo, I'm sorry, I didn't hit the enemy, I don't even have the strength to escape. Son Gohan smiled bitterly, knelt on the ground, and lost his fighting spirit. Bastard! Damn it! Klin was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Nappa walked over to Son Gohan step by step, and stepped away to trample Son Gohan to death. Hell! At this time, Son Goku finally reached the end of the snake path. That is the starting point of the snake path. However, Son Goku was dumbfounded afterwards. This is where? Isn't it said that the end of the snake path is the Yama King Hall? Didn't the gods come to pick me up? People, it doesn't look like the main hall of Yama. Where should I go next? Son Goku scratched his head. There is not even one person around here. There is no way to ask someone to ask. What? Just when Son Goku felt helpless, Qi Tian's figure suddenly appeared beside Son Goku. Qi Tian? You are finally here. Son Goku was surprised and delighted. Let's go. Chi Tian put his hand on Son Goku's shoulder. What? The next moment, Chi Tian took Son Goku to display instant transmission, and appeared in the Galan Tower in a flash. Hey! Immortal Jialan! Son Goku was stunned. Goku? You are back! Immortal Galan was also full of surprises on his face. Xiandu! Chi Tian said to the Immortal Jialan. Immortal Galan reacted fiercely, and hurriedly took out 2 fairy beans and threw them to Son Goku. Recently, there are relatively few fairy beans grown, and only the last 2 are left. Goku, you seem to be very tired, hurry up. Take 1. Okay. Son Goku nodded and ate the fairy beans. Suddenly, Son Goku's physical strength was restored to its peak state. We are gone. Chi Tian waved to Immortal Jialan. What? In just an instant, Chi Tian brought Son Goku to the scene of the battle. Ha ha ha, I really want to appreciate it, Kakarote's expression when he sees his son. Nappa laughed loudly, and stepped to stomp Son Gohan to death. Boom! Chi Tian waved his hand lightly, and shot Nappa flying with a blank palm. Nappa's body left a long trace on the ground. Son Goku also flew over immediately and rescued Son Gohan. Gohan, are you okay? Son Goku asked hurriedly with concern. Oh? It finally appeared. Vegeta smiled and looked at Chi Tian and Son Goku. You finally can't sit still, right? Escape is meaningless. Son Goku looked around. And after seeing his dead partner, his face was filled with endless anger. Ah, Dad! Son Gohan was pleasantly surprised. Goku, you can count it, Klin's tears fell. Chi Tian, you are so pitted. Only willing to come over now. Son Goku frowned and walked in the direction of Piccolo. Son Goku tested Piccolo's body temperature. It's already cold. Piccolo Son Goku said solemnly. Uncle Piccolo was killed to protect me. Son Gohan said. Son Goku. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku looked at Tien Shinyan in the distance. Tien Shinyan is also dead. The next moment, Son Goku turned his head to look at Leaping. Leaping Son Goku said solemnly. Hey hey, Chi Tien, Kakarote, your accomplices are dead. Nappa laughed loudly, it's not to blame them, who made you appear so late. By the way, there is another kid who has chosen to blow himself up. You are broken to pieces. Don't be sad, I will reunite you with them right away. In fact, you can hide and don't have to come and die. Really? There are dumplings. Son Goku said solemnly, even the gods. Chi Tian looked calm and did not speak. Chi Tian, you don't have to act, I will clean them up. Son Goku said to Chi Tian. This thing blames me, I miscalculated the time they came over. Chi Tian sighed. Chi Tian, you don't need to pay, I know you didn't mean it. Son Goku said. Go, let me see the results of your cultivation. Chi Tian nodded. Hey, Chi Tian, is it possible that you really let this inferior soldier challenge me? Vegeta smiled softly, I advise you not to make any extra effort, this guy is just an inferior soldier. Vegeta, quickly use the detector to see how powerful this inferior fighter is. Nappa proposed. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. This inferior warrior was taught by Chi Tian? Alright. Vegeta smiled and picked up the detector on the ground to detect Son Goku's combat power value. However, when Vegeta saw Son Goku's combat power value, his face changed a little. What? 5,000 combat power? Vegeta was a little surprised. What are you talking about, 5,000 fighting power? Nappa was stunned. Just kidding, he's just an inferior warrior. Vegeta didn't say a word. Is this guy really Kakarote? Is it really the inferior warrior with only 2 combat power at birth? The detector must be malfunctioning. Nappa exclaimed. Son Goku is already walking in the direction of Nappa. What are you doing? Do you want to come here to die? Naba shouted angrily. After saying this, Nappa hit Son Goku with a punch. However, after Nappa's punch passed, he found that his fist had failed. When I looked again, Son Goku already appeared next to Son Gohan. What? This guy's speed? Nappa was stunned. Vegeta. The speed is quite fast. Sorry, I'm late, it's not easy for the two of you to survive. Son Goku said to Klin and Son Gohan, this is the last fairy bean. You two will eat half of it. You should keep Goku as a spare. Klin said. Don't keep it. Son Goku said, if you don't eat it, I will throw it away. I'm sorry, Klin burst into tears. Goku, you are so kind to me. Klin tearfully ate half a fairy bean. Gohan, you eat too. Son Goku handed the remaining half of the fairy bean to Son Gohan. Both of them recovered more than half of their physical strength after eating the fairy beans. Klin, your strength has improved a lot, and I can sense that your aura is much stronger. Son Goku said to Klin. I also feel that I have made a lot of progress, but compared with them, it is still far behind. Klin smiled bitterly, they are too strong. Sion called Nappa has a combat strength of 6,000. We are not opponents, not to mention that. The guy named Vegeta, everyone died one by one. Gohan, I don't even recognize you, and you are not easy. Son Goku said to his son Gohan. Well, Uncle Piccolo taught me, but I didn't play a role. Son Gohan said. Piccolo is dead and the Dragon Ball can't function anymore, no one can be resurrected. Klin gritted his teeth. You stay away, it's up to me next. Son Goku said to the two. Well, Goku, come on. Klin nodded. Son Goku walked towards Vegeta and Nappa. You are an inferior fighter, do you want to challenge me too? Nappa smiled contemptuously, I am Sion's superior fighter, and Vegeta is our genius fighter. Do you think you are qualified to challenge us? Do you think your combat power has reached 5,000, do I fear you? Let's not say whether this combat power value is true or not, even if you. The combat power of 5,000 is really 5,000, and I can also kill you to death. Son Goku looked calm and did not speak. Chi Tian said that as long as I suppress the anger in my heart, my self-consciousness will be greatly improved. But I don't seem to be able to suppress my anger. Inferior warrior, you should get out of the way quickly and let Chi Tian come and fight us. Nappa chuckled lightly. I can't forgive you. Son Goku rubbed his fist tightly, his body trembling violently. Chi Tian, I'm sorry, I really can't suppress my inner anger. Since the anger in the heart cannot be suppressed, let it all be released. Chi Tian said. Boom. And while saying this, the energy in Son Goku emerged madly. The huge energy, the shaking earth is trembling. Combat power 7,000. 8,000. Vegeta also widened his eyes and said in disbelief. How could the combat effectiveness of this inferior warrior increase to this level? Did Chi Tian teach him all this? Call. Son Goku took a deep breath and his expression became slightly calmer. Vegeta, what's the fighting power of Kakarot? Nappa asked quickly. Above 8,000. Vegeta crushed the detector. What? Above 8,000? How is this possible? It must be a mistake. The detector must be malfunctioning. Nappa exclaimed. Don't panic, I haven't used Zizai and Kaioken yet. Son Goku said lightly. Freedom? Kaioken. Vegeta was stunned. What it is? Don't fool me, let's see how I can deal with you. Nappa was furious, and with a roar, he rushed towards Son Goku with teeth and claws. What? Son Goku appeared behind Nappa for an instant, and kicked heavily on the back of Nappa's heart. Nappa had a dog-eating action at the time. What's the matter? When did he run behind me? Nappa was shocked, gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, rubbing his fist tightly. You bastard! I can't spare you. So you are just a paper tiger? Son Goku said lightly. What are you talking about? Are you insulting me? Nappa was angry with smoke from his nostrils. Dare you say I am a paper tiger? It can be seen from the attack just now. Son Goku looked calm. I'm Scion's superior warrior. What qualifications do you inferior warrior have to call me? Nappa was so angry that energy surged from her body. I want you to know how terrible I am. After saying this, Nappa quickly rushed towards Son Goku. All your attacks, I can avoid it with my eyes closed. Son Goku said, simply closing his eyes. Let me look down on people. Nappa turned pale with anger. You asked for this. With that said, Nappa launched a fierce attack on Son Goku. Son Goku took a deep breath, and dodged Nappa's attack through the self-consciousness that Chi Tien taught him. Nappa used all the strength of the breastfeeding, but he didn't hit Son Goku. What? How is this possible? Nappa was stunned. Can't I hit this guy with his eyes closed? I do not believe. Nappa felt endless humiliation. Vegeta also looked stunned. How did this guy Kakarot do it? Can you avoid attacks with your eyes closed? Is it to judge Nappa's attack by sensing the fluctuation of the air? Wow! Nappa speeded up the attack again. However, there is no use for eggs. What? Son Goku appeared diagonally behind Nappa in a flash. Hey, I'm here. Son Goku slowly opened his eyes and said faintly. Nappa felt 10,000 critical damage at the time. Next. Son Goku suddenly appeared on Nappa's head in a flash. Son Goku's feet just stepped on Nappa's head. Blue veins on Nappa's forehead violently, raging to the sky, and violently pinched Son Goku with both hands. Snapped. Son Goku fell quickly and hit Nappa's abdomen with a heavy punch. Nappa feels that the whole person is not good. That punch just now avenged the dumplings. Son Goku said lightly. Wow! I'm fighting with you. Nappa gritted his teeth and attacked. Boom! Son Goku moved faster and punched Nappa again. Nappa was knocked down and flew out. This punch is to avenge leaping. Son Goku shouted. Snapped. Nappa quickly adjusted his figure in mid-air, and quickly flew into the sky. There was already a cloud of lightning-shaped energy in his hand. Call out! The lightning energy suddenly smashed in the direction of Son Goku. I don't need to hide from this level of attack. Son Goku let out a cold snort, his body exploded. Suddenly, the lightning energy that attacked was directly blown away by the powerful aura of Son Goku. Nappa's eyes were about to split, and his face was filled with endless shock. How is this possible? Nappa was stunned. Really encountered a ghost. Is this still the inferior warrior Kakarot? Vegeta was also shocked. It took only 1 year to increase its combat power from 300 to this level? What is he doing this year? Vegeta couldn't help looking at Chi Tien. Is all this taught by Chi Tien? Chi Tien smiled at Vegeta. Vegeta didn't speak, his expression became solemn. A little Kakarot has become so powerful, so what about Chi Tien himself? Vegeta suddenly had a bad feeling. What? Son Goku suddenly appeared directly above Nappa. This is for Tien Shinyan's revenge. Son Goku had an upside-down golden gori on Nappa's head. 0, look for flowers. Nappa fell quickly. Son Goku quickly caught up. This is revenge for Piccolo. Son Goku kicked Nappa again. Boom! Nappa plunged headlong into the pile of rocks, feeling that the whole person was not good. You beast! I can't spare you! Nappa was furious and hissed. Sure enough, it can withstand such a heavy blow. Son Goku was a little surprised. I am a superior fighter from a famous family. How can I be defeated by you, an inferior fighter? Nappa shouted angrily. Goku is amazing, Klin said with surprise on his face. Yeah, Dad is really amazing. Son Gohan nodded. But the guy named Vegeta is not easy, his combat power is close to 20,000. Klin was a little frightened after thinking about Vegeta's combat power value. Nappa, you idiot, you have to keep your mind sober. Vegeta shouted, make a calm judgment and you can defeat him. Nappa was stunned. Vegeta, you are too right. Vegeta, dot. This idiot with a simple mind and well-developed limbs. Yes, I was really stunned by you. Now I want to use my true skills. Nappa smiled lightly and tried to calm herself down. Whatever you want. Son Goku said lightly. Wow! Energy emerged from Nappa's body. 0. Immediately afterwards, Nappa suddenly raised his hand, and an invisible energy exploded beside Son Goku. It's just that Son Goku is faster, and just rushes into the sky in an instant, avoiding the attack. I saw you! Nappa yelled and hurried to catch up. Boom boom! Nappa launched a fierce attack on Son Goku. Son Goku just wanted to master his self-consciousness, but he didn't mean to fight back. Through his body's conditioned reflex, he avoided all the fists and feet that Nappa attacked. Son Goku knew very well that his real opponent was the guy named Vegeta, rather than this simple-minded Nappa with well-developed limbs. What? I can't hit him. Nappa's eyes widened. Immediately afterwards, Nappa opened his mouth. Son Goku froze for a moment. Boom! A powerful energy spurted from Nappa's mouth. Son Goku was taken aback, and almost reflexively released Ki Blast. Boom! Ki Blast hit the jetted energy and counteracted Nappa's attack. It's so dangerous. It seems that my self-consciousness is still not enough for cultivation. Son Goku scratched his head, feeling relieved. Just now, Son Goku planned to dodge with his free will. But at that critical juncture, Son Goku knew that through his brain to remind himself to use freedom, that is no longer considered freedom. Zai 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 I, it is necessary to use conditioned reflex to achieve better results. What? This guy just pushed my tricks away. Nappa muttered. This guy is just an inferior soldier. Okay, you can get down quickly, Nappa. Vegeta can't stand it anymore, let me clean up this guy. Nappa looked at Vegeta silently. Things that are not promising, even an inferior warrior Kakarot can't be beaten, and I have to take it myself. Vegeta snorted. Son Goku's expression became solemn after hearing Vegeta's words. Is that Vegeta going to take action? Klin's face changed color. His fighting power is 3 times higher than that guy, right? Son Gohan also shivered. Gohan, you can, who did you learn math from? Klin was stunned. You are 5 years old, so you're pretty fast. Have learned to multiply. Multiplication is not only learned in the 2nd grade of elementary school, right? Isn't it 9 years old in the 2nd grade of elementary school? Klin thought a little bit at a time. Hey, you beast! Let Vegeta take care of you. Nappa grinned, you better be careful, Vegeta will destroy you in an instant, he is a genius soldier named Planet Vegeta. Believe that Chi Tien have you already told you? You'd better be mentally prepared. Son Goku did not speak. But I won't stop here. Nappa chuckled lightly, and while saying this, rushed towards the direction where the Chi Tien 3 people were. Not good. Son Goku's face changed color, the 2 of them are in danger. Chapter 67. Chapter 67 Zai 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 I and Kaioken. Hey, Chi Tien, you said you won't make a move. I hope you don't stop me. Nappa laughed loudly, shouting at Chi Tien next to him, and speeding up towards Son Gohan and Klin's rushed in the direction. Danger! Son Goku's face changed again and again, he was about to launch an attack on Nappa. At this moment, Chi Tien moved. Chi Tien raised his hand gently, an invisible divine power emerged. Snapped! Suddenly, Nappa, who was falling fast, was frozen in the air by Chi Tien. Boom! Chi Tien void waved his hand again and directly hit Nappa to the ground. Nappa's body bounced on the ground a few times and fell in front of Vegeta. Vegeta was stunned. This Chi Tien! Nappa couldn't get close to him at all, so he was beaten back? I said I didn't make a move. Chi Tien grinned, but my side is dead. In order to protect these two little guys, I will make an exception. Nappa felt that her whole body was not good, and her whole body seemed to fall apart. Just hit by Chi Tien with some strange energy, it became like this. You should be honored to be beaten like this by me. Chi Tien sighed, I usually use it to teach Kampa. Who is Kampa? Vegeta was stunned and asked. You don't need to know so much. Chi Tien smiled. You beast, Vegeta, you beast, save me. Save me. Nappa stretched out his hand and said to Vegeta. Vegeta! You are so special. Do you dare to scold me? Well, I know you are not scolding me. But when it sounds like 560 people, it feels like they are scolding me. Do you think I will save you? Chi Tien, thank you. Son Goku was originally going to catch up to attack Nappa, but after seeing Chi Tien take action, he was relieved and quickly fell to Chi Tien's side. Be regarded as my compensation. Chi Tien said. Chi Tien, you really don't have to blame yourself, you are not to blame for their death. Son Goku said. Yes Chi Tien, I believe you have more important things to do, and it is normal if you don't rush back. Klin also persuaded. Actually, I am not blaming myself, I just shot at itching for a while. Chi Tien smiled. Son Goku. Klin. The two were speechless. I was just ready to be grateful, but you said something like this. Beast. Vegeta. Save me. Nappa reached out to Vegeta. Vegeta smiled slightly and grabbed Nappa's hand. Thank you Vegeta, I'm sorry, Nappa grinned. Who do you say is a beast? Vegeta snorted. Call out. With a light hand, Vegeta threw Nappa directly into the air. Wow! Vegeta, what are you doing? Nappa exclaimed. I don't need you, a simple-minded trash with well-developed limbs. Vegeta's body burst into flames. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a group of powerful energy bombarded Nappa in the sky. Vegeta! You beast! Nappa screamed. Boom! With a loud noise, Nappa turned into dregs and disappeared completely. What a terrible guy! Even his companions have to be killed. Klin was startled, cold sweat broke out on his face. Klin, Gohan, you two should leave here as soon as possible. Son Goku also realized Vegeta's powerful strength, his face changed again and again. But Son Gohan didn't want to leave. Okay Goku, I see. Klin made a decisive nod and nodded, Gohan, did you hear that? Let's get out of here. That guy is too powerful, not only will we not be useful here, but will add to Goku trouble. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. Then Goku, let's go first. Klin said. Dad, come on. Dad. Son Gohan also said. Go. Son Goku nodded. Chi Tien, let's go first. Klin said to Chi Tien. Let's go. Chi Tien smiled slightly. Shoo. Shoo. Klin and Son Gohan quickly left the scene. Soon, there were only 3 people left in this area, Chi Tien, Son Goku, and Vegeta. Hey, Chi Tien, don't you plan to make a move? Vegeta snorted and looked at Chi Tien with a smile. Okay, let's start quickly. Qi Tian smiled and said, I still said that. If you defeat Kakarot, I will help you realize any wish. Oh? Really? You are so confident, can this inferior warrior defeat me? Vegeta smiled. Try it and you will know. Qi Tian smiled. So, if I win, can you really help me realize any wish? Vegeta asked with interest. Qi Tian nodded. But, as far as I know, the Namek person has been killed. He made Dragon Ball, right? Dragon Ball disappeared. Vegeta asked, how do you realize your wish? What wish do you want to realize? Qi Tian asked with a smile. It's very simple, of course it is immortal, so that I can fight forever. Vegeta smiled lightly. Yes, no problem. Qi Tian nodded, let's talk about defeating Kakarot first. Hey, interesting. Vegeta chuckled and turned to look at Son Goku. Hey, you should be happy that an inferior fighter like you can fight against my elite fighter. Really? Son Goku replied faintly, Qi Tian is also an elite fighter. Yes, I was an elite fighter when I was born, and his combat power reached a height of 2000. Vegeta nodded, but Qi Tian, the guy who cultivates, becomes more and more useless. Later, I don't know what happened, and the combat power became 100. Is the combat power 100? Is the data detected by the detector really reliable? Son Goku shook his head. As far as I know, Qi Tian is very powerful. You actually said that his combat power is only 100? Of course, it is undeniable that although the current Qi Tian combat power is only 100, I know very well that he must still hide combat power. Vegeta smiled slightly. Son Goku did not answer. Sion is born to be checked for the quality of warriors. A wild boy with a relatively low combat power value will be sent to such a planet without a strong enemy. Vegeta smiled, that means you was eliminated. Is it wrong? Qi Tian said that it was Frieza who wanted to destroy our planet, so my parents sent me here for refuge. Son Goku replied, I should thank my parents. If it weren't for them, I will not come to Earth. I like this planet, and I also like my friends here. Although I am an inferior warrior, but I also through my own efforts will surpass you as an elite soldier. Hey, you are really joking. Vegeta snorted, then I will let you see, no matter how hard you try, you can't cross this gap. Both of them were immediately ready to fight. What? The two quickly engaged in a fierce confrontation. Boom boom. The two fought from the ground to the air. For a while, Son Goku had a slight disadvantage. How is it? Kakarot, you are not an opponent at all, are you? Vegeta increased the speed of his attack. Boom! Vegeta slammed Son Goku's body with a fist. Son Goku quickly adjusted his figure in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Snapped! Vegeta also slowly landed on the opposite side of Son Goku, and smiled at him. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta glanced at Qi Tian again, and said with a smile, Qi Tian, let's forget it, it's just an inferior fighter. No matter how you train, you will never be able to surpass my genius fighter. Qi Tian didn't bother to talk to Vegeta. Who gives you the confidence? Without me, you might be able to beat the current Son Goku. But under my guidance, if you can defeat him, that would be a miracle. Sure enough. I know you haven't come up with your real strength yet, but you have far surpassed me in speed and skill. Son Goku looked solemn. Next, I'm going to be real. Really? Then quickly show your true abilities and let me have a look. Vegeta said with interest. Boom! Son Goku's body immediately burst into extremely powerful energy, and a red flame appeared all over his body. Kaioken! Vegeta was taken aback for a moment. What is this? Hey! Son Goku quickly shot, and void punched Vegeta. Vegeta reacted extremely quickly and immediately took off and flew into the sky. Son Goku soared into the sky and punched Vegeta in the face. Boom boom. Son Goku launched a fierce attack on Vegeta. Boom. Then, Son Goku kicked Vegeta upside down again. The next moment, Son Goku followed up. However, Vegeta reacted extremely quickly adjusted his figure in the air, and kicked Son Goku. What? Son Goku shook his body and avoided Vegeta's attack through his freedom. Boom! Son Goku hit Vegeta's abdomen with a heavy punch. Puff! Vegeta spouted acidic water, and he felt like he was not well. Boom! Son Goku kicked out again, kicking Vegeta out of the air. Boom! Vegeta fell from the air like a cannonball and hit the ground heavily, leaving a large hole in the ground. Wow! Vegeta got up, his energy exploded, raising the nearby area to the ground. Oh, he seems to be angry. Son Goku scratched his head. Damn Kakarot, do you think this is the end? Vegeta glared at Son Goku with a grim face. I want you to see the overwhelming advantage of the genius Scion. After saying this, more powerful energy emerged from Vegeta's body. After Son Goku sensed Vegeta's powerful breath, his face changed again and again, cold sweat slipped from his face. After Vegeta's breath stabilized, even the clouds in the sky were blown away by his powerful breath. You're done, Kakarot. I want to give you double. Vegeta gave a grin, and Son Goku came quickly. Vegeta increased his speed to the extreme, and directly hit the front door of Son Goku with his head. Freedom! Son Goku freely released his abilities and avoided Vegeta's attack, and punched Vegeta's back with a heavy punch. Boom! Vegeta was knocked to the ground with a punch. What? This bastard! Vegeta couldn't believe it. Can this make him avoid? I do not believe. Vegeta hurriedly swept his legs. Son Goku took off quickly. Boom! This time, Vegeta's fist finally did not fall, and he hit Son Goku's chest with a heavy punch. Although Son Goku has understood the most elementary level of freedom. But after all, the application is not skilled enough. A mouthful of blood spurted from Son Goku's mouth. But soon, Son Goku adjusted his figure quickly and slapped Vegeta's face with a sharp slap. Boom! Vegeta hit Son Goku's abdomen hard with his knees. Acid water spouted from Son Goku's mouth again. Boom! Vegeta flew a kick and hit Son Goku's body. Son Goku flew backwards. What? The VG 5.3 tower appeared directly above Son Goku and kicked it out again, kicking Son Goku to the ground at that time. Hey! Vegeta waved his hand. And a powerful energy bomb rushed toward Son Goku. Son Goku also reacted very quickly and rushed to the sky. Vegeta grinned, and another energy bomb in his hand greeted Son Goku in the air. Son Goku was shocked, and hurried to avoid sideways. The energy bullet released by Vegeta grazed Son Goku's body and rushed to the sky, turning into a light spot and disappearing quickly. Ho ho! Son Goku can be said to have lingering fears. I have to admit that your ability to dodge is very good, which surprised me. Vegeta smiled slightly. Son Goku descended from the sky and landed on the opposite side of Vegeta. How? Now you know the gap between us. Vegeta snorted, showing a smug expression on his face. Damn, twice the Kaioken actually didn't work. Son Goku gritted his teeth and tore off the broken clothes on his body, revealing strong muscles. There is no way, I will use 3 times Kaioken. Although the World Wong said that with my current strength, if I use 3 times Kaioken, I will suffer a serious backlash. But if I don't do this, I won't be able to. Winning. Just now I deliberately used simple tricks to make you avoid, because it would be boring to kill you all at once. Vegeta chuckled, and then turned to look at Chi Tien with a smile. How? Chi Tien? Do you want to try? Do you think it is necessary? Although Kakarot has grown to a very high level, it is still far behind me. It should be clear that I am Sion's most talented fighter. Chapter 68. Chapter 68 Son Goku, Vegeta, you are not my opponent. Chi Tien didn't pay attention to Vegeta. You can really blow. Triple Kaioken. Son Goku said. Suddenly more and more powerful energy emerged from his body. Triple Kaioken. World King Star. That King Vegeta is really powerful. Goku can't beat him even with twice the Kaioken. It seems that there is no way. I can only use 3 times the Kaioken. I don't know how long Goku can last, Road. In this battle, maybe Goku will lose. But with Supreme Kai, Vegeta shouldn't be able to make any waves. Son Goku's energy exploded, and his combat effectiveness was constantly skyrocketing at this moment. Triple Kaioken. What? Didn't the Realm King say that I can only bear twice Kaioken at most? How can I feel triple Kaioken without any discomfort in my body? Sing, maybe it's the reason why I haven't attacked yet? Maybe my body will not be able to bear it in a while. Can't control that much. Defeat this guy first. Vegeta obviously also sensed the extremely powerful breath of Son Goku. Although Vegeta is not very sensitive, but Vegeta could foresee that a dangerous signal was rushing towards him. 07 What's the situation? Call out. At this moment, Son Goku attacked quickly. Boom. Son Goku's fist hit Vegeta's face hard. Vegeta flew backwards, blood spurting out. Boom. Son Goku quickly caught up, propped his hands on the ground, and kicked Vegeta's waist. Vegeta was kicked into the air. Son Goku rose to the sky, and rushed towards Vegeta again. Vegeta adjusted his figure quickly and planned to fight back. Snapped. Son Goku suddenly changed direction in the air, and suddenly went around behind Vegeta. Vegeta was shocked and turned hurriedly. However, Son Goku was faster and flew up and hit Vegeta in the back of the neck. Vegeta hit the ground heavily, leaving a big hole in the ground. Vegeta got up quickly. Son Goku struck again. You bastard! I'm going to kill you! Vegeta was furious and slammed a punch at the rushing Son Goku. Son Goku drew aside, avoiding Vegeta's fist. Boom! Son Goku slapped Vegeta's heart with a heavy palm. Vegeta was kneeling on the ground. Boom! Son Goku's knee pushed up and hit Vegeta's chin. Wow! Vegeta felt that the whole person was ill, and quickly waved back. Son Goku squatted down and hit Vegeta's abdomen with an uppercut. Ah! Vegeta's eyes were about to split, and the veins on his forehead violently snapped. Son Goku landed in the distance and took a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku moved his body. Hey? It's okay. Triple Kaioken does not seem to cause any discomfort to my body. The Realm King actually lied to me. I thought Triple Kaioken would hurt my body. The King of the World also opened his eyes wide, showing an incredible face. Ji Wang rubbed his eyes immediately. Am I right? Goku just used Triple Kaioken, right? Why does he seem to be fine? How did this happen? But soon, the Realm King seemed to react. I understand, Supreme Kai must have trained Goku before this. So Goku's physical endurance has become stronger. Hoo! Vegeta panted heavily and felt 10,000 critical damage. I actually let this inferior soldier be abused. How is this possible? Why does his fighting power surpass me? Hey, you are quite tenacious. Son Goku said calmly to Vegeta, I advise you to give up quickly, you are not my opponent at all. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply. And his face changed again and again. What did you say? You say I am not your opponent? Vegeta felt the great humiliation. If defeated by Chi Tien, Vegeta would not feel so desperate. But the guy who defeated himself was actually an inferior fighter. I, a genius soldier, let the inferior soldiers defeat you. Am I ashamed? I won't tolerate this kind of thing. Vegeta's eyes were split. I am Sion's most talented warrior. I will never let such an inferior warrior defeat it. Vegeta was furious, and his pupils were filled with endless bloodshot eyes. Aren't you going to give up? Does it make sense to continue playing? Son Goku scratched his head. Vegeta's body trembled more violently. Are you insulting me? I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. Vegeta shouted angrily. After saying this, Vegeta rose to the sky. Kakarot, if you have the ability, you can avoid it. I'm going to blow you and this planet to pieces. Vegeta gathers powerful energy in his hands. Son Goku frowned, and energy began to gather in his hands. Triple Kaioken's Ki Blast. Son Goku said. Afterburner. The two release their energy. Boom. Two different energies collided in the air, bursting out endless aura. What? He actually fired my afterburner back. How could this be possible? Vegeta saw that the afterburner he released was being fired back. Boom. Vegeta was attacked on the spot, and his body was pushed into the sky by Ki Blast. It quickly turned into a light spot and disappeared. Ho ho! Son Goku was also panting heavily. This time Son Goku has consumed a lot of energy and is already a little tired. Good risk. He almost destroyed the earth just now. Son Goku was also lingering at this time. This guy is really amazing. Good job. Chi Tien nodded slightly. The 563 Strange World King said that I can withstand twice Kaioken at most. If I use 3 times Kaioken, my body may be seriously injured. Son Goku said to Chi Tien, but I just after using Kaioken 3 times, I feel like it's nothing serious. Chi Tien smiled without explanation. Could it be said that in the process of cultivating Freeze Zi, my body has overcome 3 times the capacity that Kaioken can withstand? Son Goku suddenly realized. Yes, that's it. Chi Tien nodded. What I said, I thought the Realm King was fooling me. Son Goku laughed. World King. You kid, I listen to what you say. Do you think I can't hear it? Goku. At this moment, Yakilo brushed from a distance. You guys are amazing, you did a great job. Yakilobe laughed. Yakilobe? Why are you here? Son Goku was stunned. Did you not notice my existence? Yakilobe smiled, this is also normal, you just fought that guy just now. But I didn't expect you to defeat such a powerful guy. It's amazing. What? With that, Archielobe patted Son Goku on the shoulder. Hi, Chi Tien, hello, my name is Yakilobe, do you still have an impression? Yakilobe waved at Chi Tien again. No, Chi Tien shook his head. Yakilobe. Chapter 69. Chapter 69 Vegeta, how can Chi Tien be so powerful? Alright, Yakilobe, it's better for you to avoid it quickly. Son Goku smiled. What are you talking about? Don't. Yakilobe suddenly realized something, and his face changed a little. That guy is still alive. If he were beaten to death so easily, he would not be Sion's prince. Son Goku smiled and said, is it Chi Tien? Yes, he is still alive. Chi Tien nodded. But it doesn't matter, you are better than him. Yakilobe smiled dryly, and isn't there Chi Tien? Chi Tien won't make a move. Son Goku shook his head, and I don't know if Vegeta has any other strange tricks. Yakilobe. Then, I'll go now, you guys can do your best. Yakilobe waved to the two of them, and quickly drove off. Strange guy, what is he wandering around in the sky? Why can't he come down? Son Goku looked up at the sky and couldn't help asking Chi Tien. Goku, Vegeta may have big moves next, you have to be careful. Chi Tien said. Big action, What do you mean? Son Goku was stunned. You'll know after a while. Chi Tien smiled. Will he perform tricks? Son Goku asked. Yes. Chi Tien nodded. He's here. It doesn't seem to have changed much. Son Goku scratched his head. Snapped. Vegeta descended from the sky and landed on the opposite side of Son Goku. Chi Tien, Kakarot. Do you think everything will be fine if you wipe out the moon? Vegeta ether teeth. Moon? What do you mean? Son Goku was stunned. What? Didn't Chi Tien tell you? Vegeta snorted. Well, it doesn't matter, let me tell you now, the mystery that Sion will transform when he sees the full moon. Transformation? What transformation? Son Goku was stunned. Do you know that moonlight is the result of sunlight reflecting on the moon? Vegeta chuckled lightly. When the sun shines on the moon, it contains an electromagnetic wave. This electromagnetic wave can reach 17 million Hz during the full moon. After the eyes absorb the 17 million Hz electromagnetic wave, they will react to the tail and begin to transform. There are many in the universe. Planets, there are moons around them, regardless of size, but only when the moon is full can it emit electromagnetic waves of more than 17 million Hz. Son Goku looked confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand anything. What moon? What Hertz? What are you going to say? Only a very small number of Sions can create an artificial small moon over 17 million Hz. You only need to mix the oxygen from this planet into this energy ball. Vegeta said, a gleaming condensed in his hand. Energy bomb. Son Goku was stunned. What is he going to do? Let you wait a long time, Kakarot. Your death date is here. Vegeta said out of breath, you should regret not having a tail, and Chi Tien, I believe you know the importance of a tail better than me. You don't have a tail, for me, this is the best result. I, a talented elite fighter, can compete with you, and you should also feel satisfied. That's enough. I still don't understand what you are going to do. After you release the energy, your breath is also greatly reduced. What are you going to do? Son Goku scratched his head. Call out. With a strong wave, Vegeta threw the energy bomb in his hand into the air. What do you mean? Son Goku looked up at the energy bomb flying high in the sky, feeling even more confused. Bloom. My moon. Vegeta raised his right hand high and clenched his fist tightly. Taste. Suddenly, a holy light burst into the sky. In Sueo, a full moon just hovered above the sky, and it seemed particularly dazzling in the evening sky. What is that? Does that thing give him energy? Son Goku frowned, a little confused. Ha 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 ha, the good show is behind. Chi Tien, Kakarot. Vegeta laughed loudly, looking up at the artificial full moon in the sky. Snapped. The next moment, I saw Vegeta's body suddenly changed. Pointy fangs grew on Vegeta's face. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta's mouth protruded outward, and his eyes became blood red. Son Goku was shocked. How come you have a transformation? Roar. Vegeta let out a roar, and his whole body turned into a giant chimpanzee. What is this? Son Goku was stunned. How about Kakarot, are you finished now? Vegeta smiled and looked at Son Goku condescendingly. How did it become like this? Son Goku was stunned. Suddenly, Son Goku also reacted immediately. Great ape monster? Shots came to Son Goku's mind. Goku, there will be a great ape monster on the night of the full moon. You must not go outside. It is safest to sleep at home. Old Gohan told Son Goku. I made your tail disappear and made it impossible to regenerate, so that I won't cause you more trouble in the future. The god said to Son Goku. Son Goku finally figured it out now. So this is What a terrible thing this is! I trampled Grandpa to death. The monster that made the world's #1 martial arts congress was also me. I'm sorry, Grandpa. If I die in the future, I will definitely go there and apologize to you. Cockroach, looking at your surprised look, it seems that Qi Tian didn't tell you the secret of the great ape transformation. Vegeta smiled lightly, this is also normal. Only a few scions will remain after becoming a great ape. Reason, you are obviously unable to keep your sense as an inferior warrior. But I am different. I am a genius warrior. After I became a great ape, my reason is very clear. Son Goku was big for a while. This guy has grown so big, it's hard to deal with. By the way, I have good news. Scion, who has become a great ape, will have 10 times more combat power than usual. Vegeta smiled. What? Son Goku's face changed color. Boom! Vegeta stopped oxygen and slammed Son Goku. Son Goku dodged hurriedly and jumped to the side. Boom! Vegeta flew up and kicked Son Goku. Son Goku was attacked on the spot, his body bounced a few times on the ground and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! How about Cockroach? Where did the prestige just now go? Vegeta laughed and rushed again. Seeing Vegeta coming quickly, Son Goku was shocked and rose directly into the sky. Boom! Vegeta's tail was drawn on Son Goku's body on the spot like a whip. Son Goku was pumped and rolled several somersaults in the air, feeling that the whole person was not good. This guy. Although he is big, his movements are quite flexible. If his combat effectiveness is really increased by 10 times, I am afraid that with my current strength, he will not be his opponent at all. There is no way. I can only try Spirit Bomb. With this gap, I wonder if Kaioken 4 times can beat him? It seems choking. I'll try Spirit Bomb. Cockroach, get ready to die. Vegeta yelled and charged again. Tien Shinyan, borrow your trick. Son Goku said, putting his hands to his cheeks. Solar Flare. Suddenly, with Son Goku's head as the center, a dazzling light was released. Vegeta was recruited on the spot. Ah, my eyes! Vegeta exclaimed. Son Goku quickly flew towards the distance. While he couldn't open his eyes. I want to gather Spirit Bomb immediately. Son Goku landed in the distance and raised his hands high. Earth, sea, all living bodies, please give me your vitality. Son Goku said. When Son Goku condensed the Spirit Bomb, Vegeta's eyesight was restored little by little. Cockroach this bastard. Vegeta looked around for Son Goku. However, Vegeta really didn't find Son Goku for a while. However, Vegeta saw Qi Tian who was watching the excitement at a glance. Hey, Qi Tian, how about Cockroach? Is it hidden? Vegeta looked at Qi Tian and asked. Find it by yourself. Qi Tian said lightly. Humph, since that's the case, I don't bother to look for it, I'd better tidy you up. Vegeta snorted coldly, and opened his mouth to Qi Tian. You have to think about it, attacking me is to pay the price of blood. Qi Tian smiled lightly. I am now 10 times stronger than before, and my combat effectiveness has reached a height of 100,000. Do you think I, Wang Li, will still be afraid of you? Vegeta laughed, and a powerful burst of power came out of her mouth. Energy of. The energy smashed in the direction where Qi Tian was. Snapped. Looking at the energy coming from the bombardment, Qi Tian just lifted a finger gently, and the divine power at the fingertips bloomed slightly, which was to set this group of energy in the air. What? Vegeta was stunned, and his face was filled with endless astonishment. How can this be? What did he do? Go! Qi Tian raised his finger. Call out! The energy ejected from Vegeta's mouth hit the sky directly. Boom! Vegeta's energy hit the artificial full moon in the sky. The artificial full moon made a loud noise. The entire sky seemed to be dyed golden yellow. Not good. Vegeta's face changed again and again. In the next moment, Vegeta's body shrank quickly and returned to its original shape. Hoo-hoo! Vegeta gasped heavily. Far away. Son Goku has also condensed spirit bomb. However, after seeing that Vegeta had recovered to this state, he hesitated for a while. Should I smash the spirit bomb at him? What? How could you be so powerful? Vegeta was stunned, looking at the opposite Chi Tian with some horror. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. The price of attacking me. I said, attacking me will pay the price of blood. Chi Tian grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Not good. Vegeta was shocked, and hurriedly turned into a flame, fleeing away. I can't beat it, I can't beat it. I'd better drive off quickly. I became a great ape and was beaten back to my original shape by this guy. Now this me, even Kakarot can't handle it, let alone Chi Tian. Shoo! While escaping, Vegeta continuously released energy bombs and smashed behind him. Stop following me. I want to leave this ghost place quickly. What's the matter? Son Goku scratched his head, is he trying to escape? Yes. Chi Tian nodded. Is he leaving the earth? Son Goku asked. Should have this plan. Chi Tian nodded slightly. Why don't you forget it, Chi Tian, as long as he doesn't come to the earth to do damage, let him leave. Son Goku proposed. Chi Tian smiled, but did not answer. Vegeta immediately took out a remote control from his arms while moving fast. Vegeta pressed a button on the remote control. Call out. Just in the blink of an eye, a spherical universe spacecraft came swiftly toward this side. The universe spacecraft quickly landed beside Vegeta. Vegeta opened the door of the universe spacecraft and got into the universe spacecraft. Call out. The universe spaceship quickly sank into the void, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. He ran. Son Goku raised his head and looked at the disappearing universe spaceship. Yes. Chi Tian nodded. All right, just run away, I hope he won't do evil again. Son Goku smiled. Let him fly for a while first. Chi Tian grinned. Chi Tian, what you mean is that Son Goku seems to have realized something, scratching his head, his face is speechless. In the boundless 563 starry sky, Vegeta's universe spacecraft is moving fast. In just an instant, Vegeta's universe spacecraft had left the Earth. Vegeta glanced back at the direction of the Earth. Damn it! I just ran away embarrassed. Vegeta Baya. I will come back to calculate this account someday. Damn Kakarot! And that Chi Tian! Just wait and see. My Vegeta will definitely come to you. I want to practice hard and defeat you two guys. Vegeta rubbed his fist tightly. Boom! At this moment, Vegeta suddenly felt the speed of the universe spacecraft drop down suddenly. Seems to be blocked by something? Vegeta was stunned, and immediately looked directly in front of the universe spaceship. The next moment, Vegeta's eyes widened, showing an incredible face. How can this be? Isn't this Chi Tian? Why did he appear right in front of my universe spaceship? This is the universe space. It is impossible for Sion to survive in the universe. How did he do that? Am I dazzled? Vegeta rubbed his eyes vigorously. Vegeta took a closer look again. It was Chi Tian that appeared right in front of the universe spacecraft. This guy is grinning at me. Vegeta felt a wave of fear. What? What surprised Vegeta was still behind, I saw Chi Tian's figure swayed, carrying Vegeta's universe spacecraft to perform instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, Chi Tian took Vegeta's universe spacecraft back to where he was before. Did you come out by yourself? Or let me break the universe spaceship and invite you out? Chi Tian smiled and said to Vegeta in the universe spaceship. Vegeta was stunned. What a hell! This is so special. Have I been brought back to Earth by Qi Tian again? How did he do that? Vegeta knows clearly that if the universe spaceship is destroyed, he will never be able to leave the Earth. Snapped. Vegeta pressed the door open button of the universe spacecraft. Suddenly, the door of the universe spacecraft opened. Vegeta walked out of it. Slap! 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 Just when Vegeta walked out of the universe spacecraft, Qi Tian grabbed Vegeta's hair, and slapped Vegeta's face one by one. Vegeta was beaten dumbfounded. Will you let me catch my breath? Son Goku also laughed aside. Yakilobe was also nearby. After seeing this scene, his whole body was trembling with fright. I haven't provoked this guy Qi Tian before, right? Drink, there should be none. I have relatively little contact with him. Too frightening. Scion named Vegeta has already flown into the universe. As a result, he was brought back and beaten again. This Vegeta is too tragic. After these few slaps, Vegeta's teeth were knocked out several times, and his mouth was full of blood. Snapped. Qi Tian threw Vegeta to the ground vigorously. Vegeta was smashed to the ground, feeling that the whole person was not good. Snapped. Qi Tian put his big feet on Vegeta's face. Vegeta smashed steel teeth, but was helpless to Qi Tian. Do you know why I beat you? Qi Tian asked suddenly. Vegeta. You are revenge on me. I didn't blame you for attacking me just now, do you know? Qi Tian said. Vegeta didn't say a word. You didn't blame me for attacking you just now, so why did you even hit me? Who believes it? Vegeta, when you were very young, I gave you a chance, but you just didn't know how to cherish. Qi Tian sighed. What are you talking about? Vegeta was stunned. At that time, I knocked you out. I wanted to tell you that there is a world of difference between you and me. Qi Tian said lightly, at the same time, I also want to give you a motivation to cultivate. As a result, you have been doing it all these years. What are you doing? How much has your combat effectiveness increased? Now my fighting strength has reached the height of 18,000. My fighting power has indeed increased, oft. It has increased a lot more than when I was a kid. Vegeta shouted. When you were 5 years old, your combat power had reached a height of 15,000. After so many years, your combat power has only increased by 3,000. Don't you feel ashamed? Qi Tian said, stepping on Vegeta's face. Vegeta. Do you think I want to? It's not that Frieza that guy controls me, so I don't have the opportunity to challenge powerful people. It seems that you already know the reason. Qi Tian smiled. What? Vegeta was stunned. Didn't you just think about Frieza in your heart? You should have realized that it is because of Frieza that your combat effectiveness has stopped. Qi Tian smiled slightly. Vegeta's eyes widened. What, can this guy know my inner thoughts? He can read minds. Also, you shouldn't provoke me. Qi Tian said, slamming a foot on Vegeta's face. Suddenly, Vegeta's body was deeply embedded in the earth. Puff! Vegeta's mouth spurted blood violently, feeling that the whole person was not good. Boom! In the next 10 minutes, Vegeta felt the most tragic scene of his life. Vegeta was tortured to death by Qi Tian. Vegeta was almost crying. Qi Tian, shouldn't you forgive him? Son Goku really couldn't bear to look at it, and quickly asked. Qi Tian glanced at Son Goku. I always feel it's a pity that he is dead now. Son Goku said, I followed you and the Realm King to practice earnestly, and the strength has reached a very high level, but compared with his great ape form, I still have a big difference. I want to use my own efforts to defeat his great ape form as soon as possible. Vegeta. Kakarot. You are so special. You still want to defeat my great ape form. You are too arrogant. Anyway, when I meet Vegeta, I always have a surging feeling. Son Goku scratched his head. Vegeta? What are you talking about? Is the term surging heart appropriate to be used here? Well, you two are true love. Chi Tian nodded. Vegeta wanted to cry. What are you talking about? I like women. Okay, you can roll. After Chi Tian finished speaking, he grabbed Vegeta's hair and stuffed him abruptly into the universe spaceship. Boom! Chi Tian flew up and kicked on the universe spacecraft. After the universe spacecraft drew an arc in the sky, it quickly rushed up to the sky and disappeared. Vegeta felt that his life seemed to be coming to an end. After pressing the start button of the universe spacecraft, he immediately put on a life-saving device for himself. Hateful! One day I will surpass you. Unexpectedly, I left this planet so tragically. Chi Tian, is he still alive? Son Goku scratched his head and asked. It depends on his luck, whether he can insist on returning to his planet for treatment. Chi Tian said. I hope he can live, he is also a good opponent anyway. If I didn't use the triple Kaioken, I'm afraid I would lose to him this time. Son Goku smiled. Chi Tian did not answer the call. I'm sorry, Chi Tian, please forgive my waywardness. Son Goku sighed, I feel a little sorry for my dead friends by doing this. Okay, don't think so much. Chi Tian was afraid to pat Son Goku's shoulder. Toot toot. Not long after, Bulma came to the scene in an airship. Dad! Son Gohan sprang down from the airship and plunged into Son Goku's arms. Goku! Klin also followed, stepping forward and grabbing Son Goku's arm. Finally one, Master Roshi exclaimed. Goku, are you okay? Klin asked quickly. It's okay, I'm fine. Son Goku smiled slightly. How about you Chi Tian? Are you okay? Klin asked Chi Tian again. Even if the entire universe is destroyed, I will have nothing to do. Chi Tian said with a smile. Klin! Can you have a good chat? It's just a pity for the dead friends, Klin sighed. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. The higher the status of God, the more kind he speaks. Okay, let's not sigh with this, let's get on the plane first. Bulma suggested, if the partners die, there will be a way to resurrect. Hey? Bulma? Do you know how to resurrect them? Klin was stunned. Although I don't know how to resurrect them, Chi Tian should know. Bulma smiled and blinked. Klin immediately looked at Chi Tian. Son Goku also looked in the direction of Chi Tian. Let's get on the plane first. Chi Tian greeted. Everyone boarded the plane together. In fact, it is not difficult to bring them back to life. Chi Tian smiled. Have you heard Vegeta and Nappa talk about Piccolo's identity? Piccolo's identity? Klin was stunned. Nappa said that Piccolo is from Namek, do you two remember this? Chi Tian looked at Kellen and Son Gohan. Klin and Son Gohan nodded quickly. Klin also reacted extremely quickly, his eyes brightened. I know Chi Tian, do you mean that as long as we find the planet where the Namek people live, we can find the Dragon Ball? Klin asked quickly. Do the Namek people also make Dragon Balls? Son Goku asked. The gods and Piccolo are Namek people, and the gods can make Dragon Balls, so the Namek people should also make Dragon Balls. There will be no problem. Klindeo. If that's the case, that would be great. Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief. So Uncle Piccolo can be resurrected. Son Gohan was very excited. Yes, if Piccolo can be resurrected, the gods can also be resurrected, and the Dragon Ball of our Earth can also be resurrected. Klin exclaimed. It's great, they all hope to be resurrected. Son Goku also showed joy on his face, ha ha ha, great. But don't be excited. Do you know where that planet is? Bulma asked. Kellen, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Master Roshi all looked at Qi Tian together. Don't look at me, I have already given you the idea of resurrecting them. Next, you have to solve the problems by yourself. Qi Tian smiled slightly. I still said that, if everything is solved by me, if you encounter troubles in the future, you may stop moving forward. Qi Tian is right. Son Goku nodded. As for where the planet is, I can contact Lord Jiwang. Lord Jiwang will definitely know. Immediately, Son Goku stopped trembling, and contacted the Realm King directly. King of the world, can you hear me? Where is Namek? Son Goku asked. Namek? Yes, I know, are you looking for that planet? Realm King quickly responded respectfully. After hearing the voice of the Realm King, all the other people were stunned. Unexpectedly, even we heard it. Master Roshi exclaimed, is this the Realm King? It feels like the King of the world speaks so kindly. Klin also whispered to Son Gohan. Yes. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. Listen to Qi Tian, the Realm King is a very high-status god. Master Roshi said, unexpectedly, the higher the status of the god, the more harmonious the tone of his speech. The King of the world did not answer. You have my boss in there. Can I speak impolitely? Although this Lord Supreme Kai has retired. But after all, he is also a god whose status is much higher than me. King of the world, everyone is listening, tell me where is Namek? Son Goku said. Namek is in the Earth's terms. The king said locally the coordinates of Namek. What? Bulma's face changed color. I have a bad feeling. Miss Bulma, do you know this position? Klin asked. Old turtle. Come and fly the plane. Bulma said to Master Roshi. Master Roshi. What do you call me? King of the world, tell us about Namek again. Son Goku suggested. Okay. The king nodded and replied, Namek was originally a very beautiful planet, but a long time ago, due to the abnormal climate, most of the Namek people there were extinct. Now this planet is gradually recovering. The original look, let me see first, are there any Namek survivors there? Said the king. He began to observe the distant Namek. This will work. Master Roshi said, Master Tenjin should have taken refuge from the distant Namek. After he came to Earth, he accidentally lost his memory. Isn't the Dragon Ball realizing all your wishes? Why don't the Namek people who made the Dragon Ball use the Dragon Ball to prevent the abnormal changes in the climate? Yakilobe asked strangely. That's impossible. Master Roshi shook his head. Shenron once said that the desire to exceed the ability of the Dragon Ball maker is impossible to achieve. In fact, Dragon Ball is not omnipotent. I found it, I found the Namek people. Jiwang said excitedly, although there are less than 100 people, their population is still increasing. Awesome! Son Goku was also excited, so, Piccolo and Tien Shinyan can both be resurrected. Your thoughts are really naive. Bulma shook her head, I know the location of Namek, but how are we going to get there? How to get there? Of course I took the Universe spacecraft. Klindeo. That's why you are naive. Bulma glanced at Klin. I just calculated it. Using the world's fastest Universe spacecraft made by my father, you guessed how long it will take for Namek? This is a very large number, it takes 4,339 years and 3 months. It must be immortal. Son Goku and others are speechless. King of the world, what should I do? Son Goku asked. World King. Do not ask me. You ask Master Supreme Kai. Lord Supreme Kai is capable of instant transmission. If Supreme Kai-sama is willing to take you there, it will only happen in an instant. By the way, I remember Qi Tian, don't you know instant transmission? Can you take us to Namek? Son Goku suddenly thought of something and looked at Qi Tian. Instant transmission? Can I really go to Namek? Klin was stunned. I just said, if everything is solved by me, you won't have a sense of accomplishment. Qi Tian said. This is just this time, is this the last time? Klin asked, just send us to Namek, and you don't care about the rest. Are you sure? Qi Tian smiled. What do you mean? Klin suddenly had a bad feeling. Are you sure you want me to send you to Namek? Qi Tian grinned. This Klin didn't know how to pick it up. Well, if this is the case, then I will complete you. Qi Tian said, putting his hand on Kellen's shoulder. La. Qi Tian passed instant transmission, and appeared on Namek with Klin in just an instant. Klin looked around. What is this place? This is Namek, come on Klin. Try to find Dragon Ball as soon as possible and resurrect Piccolo and the others. Qi Tian patted Klin on the shoulder. Klin. Come on. Qi Tian said to Klin, I will go back first. Hello. Klin was dumbfounded. La. Qi Tian left as he said, and disappeared as soon as he saw it. In just an instant, Qi Tian returned to the plane. Klin was dumbfounded. Klin looked at this strange land and green sky, sniffed, and wanted to cry. Is it really Namek here? If it is really Namek, at least you bring Goku here. Also, you gave me Dragon Ball radar. Without Dragon Ball radar, how can I find Dragon Ball? Klin wanted to cry without tears. Where is the Kling? Master Roshi was stunned. He has been sent to Namek by me. If it goes well, maybe it will be easy to find 7 Dragon Balls and bring Piccolo back to life. Qi Tian said. Master Roshi. Son Goku. Son Gohan. Yakilobe. Is this going to Namek? Universe spacecraft have to fly for thousands of years. Did he send the bald head over in an instant? Isn't this amazing? Bulma is not surprising. Qi Tian, I want to go too. Son Goku scratched his head. You didn't say it earlier. Qi Tian sighed. Klin Gang also said, this is the last time I will help you, and you need to solve the rest by yourself. But I can provide you with ideas, perhaps by yourself. Way to achieve the goal. Klin himself is on Namek, isn't it in danger? Son Goku asked. Qi Tian did not answer the call. Qi Tian, you said you can provide us with ideas, why not speak out and listen to it? Bulma asked. This is the remote control of the universe spacecraft that Nappa is riding in. You can think of a way to transform this universe spacecraft to Namek. Qi Tian proposed. Hey? This is a very good way. Bulma nodded happily, but it will take a certain amount of time to transform the universe spacecraft. Maybe when the spacecraft is transformed, Klin has already gathered the Dragon Ball to fulfill his wish. Did Klin take the Dragon Ball radar? Son Goku asked. Bulma. The Dragon Ball radar is on me. Bulma was speechless for a while. This is troublesome. Son Goku scratched his head. Master Roshi immediately looked at Qi Tian. The meaning in those eyes seemed to be asking Qi Tian, should I send the Dragon Ball radar to Kellen? What? Master Roshi, do you want to go to Namek too? Qi Tian said with a smile. Ahem, are there only Namek people on that planet? Master Roshi asked quickly. Yes, there is no beauty in your imagination. Qi Tian nodded. N.S. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Bobo, he seems to be the supreme god. Then I won't go. Master Roshi refused decisively. A planet without beauty, what did I do in the past? Let Klin familiarize yourself with the environment on Namek first. Bulma, you should also quickly transform the universe spacecraft, and then we will rush over to meet Klin immediately. Son Goku suggested. Qi Tian is right, if we can quickly if it achieves the goal, then it doesn't make any sense. Okay, just do it. Bulma nodded. The next day. Under the leadership of Chi Tian, Bulma came to Master Roshi's island with excitement. "Quick, you guys watch TV!" Bulma said. "TV? What do you mean?" Master Roshi was a little puzzled. "Don't shiver, just watch it," Bulma said, turning on the TV. The latest news is being broadcast on TV. According to the person concerned, this round object was found in the destroyed eastern capital. It is still unclear what it is, and it may come from a certain kind of aircraft in the universe. "Isn't this Scion's universe spacecraft?" Son Goku was taken aback. "Is this Scion's universe spacecraft? It's really small." Master Roshi sighed. "Yes." Son Gohan nodded. "Miss Bulma, what are you going to do?" Master Roshi asked 563. Bulma smiled mysteriously and didn't speak. "When I found this object, there were only two. One of them flew away from the scene without knowing the reason." The commentary on the TV said again. "This is a little troublesome. The universe spacecraft has been discovered by scholars of the country." Master Roshi sighed. "Hehe, I used this remote control to make the universe spaceship fly away, and it shocked them." Bulma chuckled. "Is this inappropriate?" Master Roshi wiped his sweat. "I have fixed the remote control last night, and now I can just watch the TV and know its movement." Bulma smiled and said, and pressed a button on the remote control. The universe spacecraft remained motionless. Boom! The next moment, I saw a big explosion in the universe spaceship. Everyone at the scene was terrified. "What is going on?" That object suddenly exploded, and the building on the scene became a piece of wreckage. The commentator exclaimed. "What's the matter? Why is this? Did I just press the blue button?" Bulma wiped his sweat. Master Roshi. Son Goku. Several people were speechless for a while. "Chi Tian, what can I do?" Bulma wanted to cry. "There will be a way." Chi Tian smiled. "Don't worry about it, Bulma, maybe Klin is lucky and has all the Dragon Balls." Son Goku laughed. "That's it again, Goku, why don't you go home and live with me?" Master Roshi stared. "I still want to have fun with beautiful women at night. It just so happened that Klin was not there." "It's okay for you, you just need to come here, and bring your son here too." "Well, didn't I let Gohan follow Piccolo to practice? If I go back, she will definitely blame me. I will stay with you for a while, Master Roshi." Son Goku scratched his head. "Wife is strict." Master Roshi stared. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the door of the room was knocked. Son Gohan ran to open the door. What appeared at the door was a short fat man with black all over. Son Gohan was startled and thought it was a ghost. You, who are you?" Son Gohan asked tremblingly. "Ah, it's Mr. Popo." Son Goku greeted quickly. "Which one of you will come with me? I may have found the universe spaceship." Mr. Popo smiled. "Universe spaceship? Really?" Son Goku was excited. "This is Master Roshi asked." "Grandpa, this is Mr. Popo, he lives with the gods." Son Goku introduced, and Mr. Popo lived in the temple a long time ago, and he lived with the gods before. "So it's like that?" Master Roshi nodded. "What do you mean by that?" "That may be the universe spaceship, but I don't understand it very well, so I want you to follow me to see, and I will lead the way," Mr. Popo said. "Miss Bulma, should you go?" Son Goku suggested. "I can go, Chi Tian, you have to accompany me, always feel that this person's eyes are so scary, like beans," Bulma said. "Bobo. Okay, let's go together." Chi Tian did not object. Bulma stepped forward and hugged Chi Tian. Mr. Popo took out the flying carpet and stood on it. "Aren't you coming up?" Mr. Popo asked. "Just go, I will follow you." Chi Tian greeted Mr. Popo. Okay. Mr. Popo nodded. What? Mr. Popo disappeared from the flying carpet in an instant. Chi Tian appeared in the vicinity of Mr. Popo through instant transmission without any haste. Mr. Popo. No wonder Lord Tianxian said he was great. Sure enough, it's even more amazing than I thought. He seems to be the supreme god. We're here, over there. Mr. Popo pointed to the distance. Where is it? It's so cold. Bulma shivered with cold, and hugged Chi Tian tightly. Chi Tian's body burst out with the energy of the flame a little, and passed his own temperature to Bulma. Oh, Chi Tian, you won't have a fever? Why do I feel that your body is so hot, and you feel so comfortable? Bulma said with some worry. Don't be mean, I will never get sick. Chi Tian smiled. This is Yunzabit Highland. Mr. Popo explained. Yunzabite, isn't this the edge of the earth? Why did we run so far in an instant? Bulma was stunned. Please come here, Mr. Popo said. Does there really exist a universe spaceship in this place? Bulma muttered in his heart, if it weren't for Chi Tian you were with me, I would even suspect that he had no good intentions for me. Mr. Popo. Don't worry, if anyone dares to be unkind to you, I will dominate him. Chi Tian said with a smile. Mr. Popo. Are you two talking about cross-talk? Over there. Mr. Popo pointed to a strange flying machine not far away. The aircraft has been covered with green moss because it has not been used for many years. Bulma looked into the distance. Is it a universe spacecraft? Mr. Popo asked. It's not certain now, we need to check to know. Bulma replied. With that said, Bulma stepped forward and patted the fuselage of the universe spacecraft. This kind of thing is not like metal, this kind of material has never been seen on Earth. Bulma groaned, and then asked, what's going on? Can you say more clearly? About 100 years ago, the gods accidentally told me about the past. Mr. Popo replied, this is a strange story. The gods lived on Yunzabit Heights when they were very young. I asked. Yunzabit Highland is a difficult place to survive. How did he live here? The gods said, he didn't know why he was here. Where, he seemed to have lost his memory after being hit on the head. It seems that the aliens who came to the Earth, except you, have lost their memory. Bulma said to Chi Tian. Chi Tian nodded. You continue talking. Bulma said to Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo. I asked the gods again, do you have a father and a mother? Mr. Popo replied, the gods said, he has no parents. Only a letter written in it, he will go there in the future, waiting for us. I still don't understand what you are talking about, can you tell me the point? Bulma said. The boyhood gods have been waiting for his own parents. Although he doesn't know the result, he has been waiting here silently. Mr. Popo replied, the gods also said that he has a home in Yunzabit. He believed that his parents would definitely return to this home. But he waited for a long time and did not wait for his parents to show up. Later, in desperation, the gods had to leave Yunzabite's home. Bulma. Let you say the point, you always tell the story of the gods. I am not interested in the story of the gods. Ahem, what does this have to do with the universe spacecraft? Bulma asked. You are too impatient, the key lies in the back. Mr. Popo replied, Tianjin said that sometimes he thinks of it and thinks that it is really a wonderful home. He has seen so much in the world before he realizes that home. Something is different. The round one has 4 legs just like an insect. There are no handles or locks on the door, and it can be opened by just one sentence. Say what? Bulma asked. Piccolo. Mr. Popo said 5.3. Taste. Just after Mr. Popo said this, a circular platform on the universe spaceship slowly fell down. This is the entrance. Mr. Popo explained, stand up and try. Chi Tian, take me up. Bulma said. Chi Tian hugged Bulma and flew up. Mr. Popo. Are you two sprinkling dog food in front of me? Mr. Popo also quickly stepped onto the platform. Just say one more Piccolo and it will close. Mr. Popo said. Crack. The platform slowly rose, and 3 people appeared inside the universe spacecraft. Do you see if this is a universe spaceship? Mr. Popo asked. Yes, I understand. Bulma suddenly realized, the gods are Namek people. The king said that Namek was almost extinct due to the abnormal weather, so the gods came to the earth through this universe spacecraft. I also heard the conversation between you and the realm king, so I thought of this home. Mr. Popo replied, so I wanted to try it, but I didn't expect to be here. If this is really a universe spacecraft, then those words just now are reasonable. Bulma nodded and asked Chi Tian again, Chi Tian, what do you think? Chapter 73. Chapter 73. The Grand Elder will agree. Yes, this is indeed a universe spaceship. Chi Tian smiled slightly. I don't know how to operate this universe spaceship. Bulma walked to the position of the center console and took a closer look. Weird, where there is no operation, maybe a password is needed. Yes, if it is so easy to start, the gods should have known when they were young. Mr. Popo replied. I seem to have thought of something, it should be sound. I can recognize it by sound. Bulma said quickly. What will it be? Piccolo. Mr. Popo asked. No, that's the sound when entering and exiting. Bulma shook her head, I think it should be controlled by Namek, which is the language spoken by the gods and Piccolo at the world's #1 martial arts conference. That must be Namek. If it's Namek, I will be Mr. Popo. Bobo replied. Great, you now try to use Namek to make it take off. Bulma suggested. Where do you fly? Mr. Popo asked. Chi Tian, what do you say? Bulma solicited Chi Tian's opinion. Whatever, such as near Mars. Chi Tian didn't care. Then fly to Mars. Bulma said. Okay, I'll try. Mr. Popo nodded and greeted the machine with Namek. Beep. Suddenly, a line of Namek text was displayed on the center console of the universe spacecraft. It means understanding. Mr. Popo explained. Call out. Suddenly, the universe spacecraft soared into the sky, but left the Earth in an instant. 07 Bulma was caught off guard, and fell into Chi Tian's arms at that time. When Bulma reacted, he found that the universe spacecraft had already arrived near Mars. It's really Mars, it's amazing. Bulma exclaimed, that's right, this is really a universe spaceship. Great. This time the gods can come back again. Mr. Popo was also excited and tears fell. Then, let's control the universe spacecraft to land to our house now. Bulma suggested. Good. Mr. Popo nodded. Namek. Klin wanted to cry without tears. Klin has already determined that this is definitely not the Earth. The Earth's sky cannot be green. There is no such strange plant on the Earth. Moreover, after Kling flew to a high altitude, he found that this planet was much larger than the Earth. What makes Klin most speechless is that this planet seems to have 3 suns. I'm afraid it is really Namek here. Klin took a deep breath. How to do? I have been on this planet for more than 10 hours, right? I can clearly sense that there is a lot of breath in a very remote location over there. Now is not the time to sigh. Since I came to Namek, I will try to find Dragon Ball. Klin muttered to himself, and then hovered over a large lake. There are many powerful ones over there. Breath, it feels similar to my strength, maybe it is a Namek person, I'd better go over and take a look, maybe they know Dragon Ball's strength. Fall. Klin decided to go and take a look. It's not my style to stay here and do nothing. However, just when Klin was about to leave, a big fish from Gadai sprinted out of the lake below and swallowed Klin into his mouth in one bite. The big fish fell into the water and disappeared. 1 minute later, Klin pierced the big fish's mouth and sprang out. Good risk, why are the fish on this planet so big? Klin wiped his sweat. Call out. Klin accelerated the speed of his flight and flew quickly toward the direction where he sensed the breath. About 2 or 3 hours later, a village appeared right in front of Klin. Is this the Namek village? Klin said to himself in surprise. Klin didn't dare to act rashly, and quietly approached the village and looked over there. Soon, Klin found several Namek people. Sure enough, it's from Namek. They look like Piccolo. Klin was surprised and delighted. How should I go to say hello to them? Can I show up directly? Damn it! Without the Dragon Ball radar, you don't even know where the Dragon Ball is. In case they are as bad as the previous Piccolo Daimao, then I will be a tragedy. I don't want to die yet, I don't have a girlfriend yet. Klin was big for a while. After hesitating again and again, Klin decided to try his luck. Klin gritted his teeth, walked out of the hidden corner, and appeared in the village. The people in the village immediately became vigilant. Do you have anything to do? Alien. An older elder in the village stepped forward and looked at Klin and asked. The other young villagers were also guarded by the elders. Hello everyone, I am from the earth, my name is Klin, hello, I have no ill will. Klin waved to the Namek people present, and declared himself home. Earth. The elder was taken aback for a moment, and asked calmly, do you have anything wrong? The situation is like this. Our planet has been attacked by bad guys and many of our companions have died. Klin explained, even the gods and Piccolo who made Dragon Ball have died, so we want to pass Namek. The Dragon Ball brings them back to life. What? Dragon Ball? There are also Dragon Balls on Earth. Many Namek people were also taken aback. I remember, that person should be Kata's child. The elder thought for a while, and explained to the villagers, I didn't expect his child to actually go to the Earth. Excuse me, do you have a Dragon Ball here? Klin scratched his head and asked. Can you tell us who invaded your planet? The elder asked. It was Sion, but we finally beat Sion away. Klin explained, but in this battle, some of our companions died. We want to resurrect the dead companions through Shenron. Well, you are very honest, you are not malicious. The elder nodded slightly, I can promise to give you the Dragon Ball. Really? Klin didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Dende, take my Dragon Ball here. The elder ordered to a child beside him. Yes, elder. Dende responded readily, and quickly ran out of the room holding a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball. Dende handed the Dragon Ball to Elder Muley. Muley handed the Dragon Ball to Klin's side. Is this the Dragon Ball? Namek's Dragon Ball is so big. Klin looked at the Dragon Ball in surprise. How many Dragon Balls are there on Earth? Elder Muley asked. How many are there in total? 7. Why do you ask? Klin scratched his head. It's nothing, because the number of Dragon Balls made by each Namek person is different, of course, most of them are 7. Muley replied, so you don't need to care about these details. Is there such a thing? Klin understood. People on Earth, this Dragon Ball can be given to you, but whether you can realize your wish depends on your chance. Muley continued. Chance? Klin wiped his sweat and asked, what chance? You should also be very clear. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total. If you don't get 7 Dragon Balls, you won't be able to realize your wish. Muley replied, what you have now is only one of the Dragon Balls, and there are 6 more. The Dragon Balls are distributed in other villages. Namek is very large, and the villages are extremely far apart. Okay, I understand, I will work hard to find the other 6 Dragon Balls. Clin nodded. After Clin finished speaking, he picked up the Dragon Ball. But Clin thought about it carefully, the Dragon Ball here is really too big. I can't hold this Dragon Ball to find another Dragon Ball. In case I encounter a bad guy like Piccolo again, I can't beat him again, maybe I will be killed by him. If it doesn't work, 563, this Dragon Ball will stay here for now. This elder seems to be quite talkative. Thinking of this, Clin temporarily changed his mind. Hello elder, can I use your place as a transit point? I want to find other Dragon Balls first, and can I put the Dragon Balls I found in your place? Clin suggested. Of course, no problem, good luck to the Earthlings. Molly smiled kindly. That's right, do you have a phone number here? I want to call my companions to contact them. Clin asked again before leaving. No. We can't get in touch with the Earth here. Molly shook his head. Well, I can't worry about that much, I'll go to Dragon Ball. Clin gritted his teeth, waved goodbye to Elder Molly and others, and embarked on the journey of searching for Dragon Ball. Clin flew away soon. Elder, do we really want to give him the Dragon Ball to realize his wish? A villager asked. If he can really get together 7 Dragon Balls, it is that he has a relationship with the Dragon Balls on our planet, and it would be okay for him to realize his wishes. Muley smiled. But, does the Grand Elder Council agree? Another villager asked. Yes, the Grand Presbyterian will agree. Molly nodded. Earth. After Bulma got home, he immediately called Geixi and Wu and talked about the situation here. That's it, now we have a universe spacecraft. Take this universe spacecraft and you will be able to reach Namek in 1 month. Bulma said, I will remodel the inside and you will be able to set off in 5 days. Really? Great. Son Goku responded quickly. Goku, are you going to Namek yourself? Bulma asked. Well, I'm going. Son Goku nodded, I want to see what Shenron from Namek looks like. Bulma. Dad, I want to go too. Son Gohan thought for a while and said to his father. Chapter 74. Chapter 74 I will shit him. Gohan wants to go too? Okay, no problem. Son Goku agreed, and then scratched his head. But sailing in the universe for a month is indeed long enough. This is currently our fastest universe spacecraft. Bulma smiled. In that case, can you help me transform the universe spaceship? Son Goku thought for a while and asked. Transformation? What do you want to transform into? Bulma asked. I'll go and find you for this. It's not very convenient to talk about on the phone. Son Goku scratched his head. Wait a minute, I will let Chi Tian send me over. Bulma said, turned to look at Chi Tian, and asked, can you take me to the Geixian house? Yes. Chi Tian did not object. What? Chi Tian took Bulma and appeared in the Geixian house in a flash through instant transmission. It's really amazing, this speed is no one. Master Roshi was amazed. Quite fast Chi Tian, can you go anywhere? Son Goku asked. As long as you can see it, you can reach it in an instant. Chi Tian nodded, this is called instant transmission. Can you see? How far can you see? Bulma asked. In a room about 8,000 kilometers away from here, there is a beautiful woman who is taking a bath. Chi Tian said with a smile. Really? Really? Master Roshi's eyes straightened. Bulma wiped his sweat. Chi Tian, you are too much. Ask how far you look, but you go to see the beautiful women take a bath. Can you move to Namek, so can you see Namek as far away? Bulma suddenly realized something and asked in surprise. Yes. Chi Tian nodded. Chi Tian, can you teach me instant transmission? Master Roshi scratched his head, pulling Chi Tian asked. I also want to learn instant transmission. I moved directly to the women's bathroom, isn't it fragrant? This is much more convenient. I won't teach anyone with an impure heart. Qi Tian smiled. My heart is pure, I just want to master one more skill. Master Rashi quickly explained. My instant transmission, ordinary people can't learn it, unless you become a god. Qi Tian replied. I am a fairy now, am I not a god? Master Rashi smirked. There's no end. Why don't you go to Namek? Bulma pinched Xiaoman's waist and said angrily. Master Rashi shut up quickly. Very scary. In a sense, this Bulma is even more terrifying than Qi Tian. Gaku, tell me, how do I need to modify the universe spaceship? Bulma asked. I want to add a gravity system to the universe spacecraft, so that the weight of the spacecraft can go from 10 times that of the Earth to 100 times that of the Earth, can it? Son Goku asked. After all, we have to travel in space for so long, it's best to spend this time cultivating /. This shouldn't be a big problem. I'll go back to discuss with my dad. Bulma nodded and had no objection. But if you really want to add this gravity system, I'm afraid the departure time will be delayed. Okay, it's okay. Son Goku nodded. Does Gohan really want to go too? Bulma asked again. Yes, I want to go, I want to personally resurrect Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan nodded solemnly. Gohan, that's great. Son Goku touched his son's head. Gohan, great, you are much stronger than before. Then, if you want to go to Namek, you have to learn a few words of Great American Knife, at least you can control the universe spacecraft on the road. Bulma suggested, Goku, if you are fine during this time, you will learn the Namek language from Mr. Popo. Var. Let me learn a foreign language? It's really nerve-wracking. Son Goku scratched his head and turned to look at Son Gohan. Dad, I can't learn Namek. Son Gohan knew what his father meant. Really? Great, then go, Gohan. Son Goku said happily, do you know how the temple goes? It's right above the Galan Tower. I know, Dad. Son Gohan nodded. 18 days later. The universe spacecraft has been transformed. The day of departure is also here. There is no response from our side for so long, which means that Klin has not collected the Dragon Ball. Bulma groaned. It's really hard for Klin. There is no Dragon Ball radar. Looking around for Dragon Ball on Namek, I'm afraid it's really not easy to find. Son Goku nodded. Yeah, I don't know if he is still alive. Bulma sighed. It will live, Klin will be fine. Son Goku looked up at the universe spaceship in front of him. This is the universe spaceship, can this thing really reach Namek? Goku, pay attention to safety. Master Rashi persuaded, by the way, did you tell Shishi about going to Namek? This is not yet. Son Goku scratching his head, I was worried that she was angry, so I didn't say. Master Rashi. Mom will understand. Son Gohan said aside. Gohan, the two of us are going to leave. Son Goku greeted his son. Yes. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. Uncle Piccolo, I must revive you this time. Goku, come on, this time in Namek tour, you will meet the Universe Emperor Frieza. Qi Tian said to Son Goku. As soon as this remark came out, Bulma and others were stunned. Universe Emperor? Frieza? I heard you say last time that he destroyed your planet, right? Bulma asked in surprise. Yes. Qi Tian nodded. You mean? Frieza will also appear in Namek? Bulma asked. There is a great chance that it will appear. Qi Tian smiled slightly. Why didn't you say it earlier? No matter how strong Goku is, it won't be Frieza's opponent. Bulma asked. Bulma, I haven't gone here yet. Don't scare people, okay? Son Goku scratched his head. Actually, I thought about it a long time ago. I also look forward to fighting Frieza. He is the strongest person in this universe, right? You fighting freak. Bulma doesn't know how to say Son Goku is all right. Hee. Son Goku scratched his head. That Frieza is not easy to provoke, Goku, please pay attention to safety. Master Roshi said solemnly. I know that if the situation is not good, I will come back immediately. Son Goku smiled slightly, okay, let's go. The next moment, Son Goku and Son Gohan set foot on the universe spaceship. Go. Destination Namek. Son Gohan said loudly to the central control system. Call out. The universe spacecraft soared into the sky, but it penetrated the atmosphere in an instant and appeared above the starry sky. Is this leaving the Earth? It's really fast. Son Goku couldn't help sighing as he looked far away from the Earth. Ms. Bulma has changed the central control system to our language. I learned the Namek language. Son Gohan scratched his head. Gohan, learning one more language is good for you. Son Goku smiled. Yes, Son Gohan nodded. Okay Gohan, now is not the time to sigh. Dad is about to start cultivating. Do you practice together with Dad? Son Goku said to his son Gohan, how about we start with 10 times the gravity of the Earth? Dad, is the World King's planet 10 times the gravity of the Earth? Son Gohan asked. Yes. It took a long time for my father to adapt to the World King's planet. Son Goku smiled. But then I will delay my father's practice. Son Gohan scratched his head. In the beginning it would really delay Dad's cultivation, but once Gohan has adapted to 10 times the Earth's gravity, the two of us can refuel together, which will improve our two strengths at the same time. Son Goku smiled. Dad also hopes Gohan can become stronger. Yes, Dad. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. Okay, let's start with 10 times gravity. Son Goku said, stepping forward and pressing the gravity control button. Papa. Gohan was lying on the ground at the time, feeling that the whole person was not good. Gohan, come on. Dad knows you can do it. Son Goku said quickly. Namek. After 18 days of collecting, Klin finally succeeded in finding the Dragon Ball in the other two villages. Kellen put the 2 Dragon Balls in the village of Elder Mully and flew quickly in the direction of the 4th Dragon Ball. Namek is too big. Klin complained repeatedly. Fortunately, although it has been a little harder, Wang Li is good, there are still gains in the end. There are the last 4 Dragon Balls left. When I have the Dragon Ball, I can revive my friends. Earth. Qi Tian, I always have a question, where can the escaped Vegeta go? Bulma asked, isn't your Scion planet already destroyed? Frieza has built a lot of bases in the universe, Vegeta can just find a planet. Qi Tian said with a smile. He seems to be injured, maybe he died halfway. Bulma sighed. Perhaps. Qi Tian nodded. What if he healed the injury and came to the Earth to make trouble? Goku just wasn't there anymore. Bulma asked. Don't worry, he dare not come to the Earth. Qi Tian smiled slightly and rubbed Bulma's face. You have said so much, you just want me to save the Earth, right? Hehe, you can see it. Bulma grinned. If he really dares to come to the Earth, I will definitely hit him out of shit. Qi Tian said with a smile. Bulma, grave. Bulma wiped his sweat. Can you speak more civilly? They are girls. Frieza planet number 79. The 18th day that Vegeta left the Earth. On the planet, 2 aliens are playing chess. Chapter 75. Chapter 75 Vados, are you going to the 11th universe? Beep. At this moment, the instrument sent a signal, which indicated that someone had returned to the planet. Somebody is coming. Who? Lord Frieza. No? Didn't Lord Frieza just leave? It's a circular universe spacecraft, and this signal belongs to Vegeta. Strange, I haven't heard from him. Something must have happened, let's go to meet him first. After the two agreed, they immediately went outside to greet them. Call out. Before long, a spherical universe spacecraft descended from the sky and landed in the base of the spacecraft. The younger brothers stood still and respectfully welcomed Vegeta's return. The spacecraft did not respond. What's the matter? Why don't you come out? The little brother was stunned. The life reaction is very weak. Another little brother said. The younger brothers hurried forward and found that Vegeta was using an emergency treatment device to heal himself. No, send him to the treatment room quickly. The boys immediately took Vegeta and put him in the treatment room for treatment. Vegeta's injuries were quickly healed. Vegeta opened his eyes slowly. Mr. Vegeta seems to have suffered a lot, right? Even the battle uniform is broken like this. The little brother sighed. Where is Frieza? Vegeta put on a new battle uniform and asked casually. Lord Frieza is out, the younger brother replied. Do you know where he went? Vegeta asked. I seem to have heard that Lord Frieza is going to realize a meaningful wish, and then left the planet. The younger brother scratched his head. What are you talking about? Vegeta's face changed color. Although I don't understand what Lord Frieza means by this. The little brother said. Is Frieza going to Earth 567? Or is he going to Namek? Vegeta asked. Yes, it's to Namek. Hey? Vegeta, do you know this planet? The younger brother looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's face changed again and again. It's really bad. He must have heard our conversation through the detector. What a negligence! If he is allowed to fulfill his wish, I will never be able to surpass him. This bastard! I definitely want to realize my wish of immortality through Dragon Ball. Call out! Vegeta no longer had the slightest hesitation, and immediately took the universe spacecraft to leave Frieza planet number 79, and proceeded fast in the direction of Namek. Frieza! You beast! I can never let you succeed. Dragon Ball is mine. When my wish comes true, I will rule this universe. Wait a minute, let me stroke it. Vegeta suddenly thought of something. Why is Chi Tien so generous to give me the Dragon Ball? Could it be said that Chi Tien has realized his wish? Yes, it must be. Otherwise, how could he appear in the universe? Perhaps, Chi Tien is so powerful, it must be the reason that the wish was realized through Dragon Ball. What is Chi Tien's wish? Is it also immortal? Probably. Through our scion's unique physique, we make the wish of an immortal body, so that we can continuously rebirth from death, and achieve the effect of infinitely doubling the combat power. It must be so. Otherwise he could not be so strong. I finally know the reason why Chi Tien is so powerful. What a mistake! You should not attack Chi Tien when you were on the earth before. Oft. I just beat that bastard cockroach directly. In that case, there may be a certain chance of fulfilling the wish. Forget it. It's all over. Namek's Dragon Ball must be my Vegeta's. The sixth universe, the planet of Kampa. Master Kampa, let's learn from each other. Chi Tien greeted Kampa. I suddenly remembered that I had another very important thing that I had forgotten to do, and I had lost company. Kampa's face changed again and again. After saying this, it turned into a bright flame and disappeared quickly. Vados. Vados clutched his forehead, speechless for a moment. There was a short silence. Chi Tien, it is not easy for Master Kampa to come back. Before I settled down, I was scared away by you again. Vados sighed slightly. I just want to simply seek him for friendship and discussion, who knows that he is so counseled. Chi Tien sighed. You are too strong. Vados said. Am I still strong? My combat power is only the 22nd power of 100. Chi Tien sighed. Vados. 100 to the 22nd power. That's it. That's 44 zeros behind 100. What a huge number this is. My goal is 100 to the 100th power, and I don't know when I can practice it. Qi Tian sighed. Vados was speechless. Can't chat anymore. The problem is that you have compressed your combat power into this way, and your body is still okay. Vados, I think I should challenge other gods of destruction. It's not a problem to always scare Kampa. Qi Tian meditated. Are you now admitting that you were frightening Master Kampa? Vados rolled his eyes. Qi Tian nodded without denying. Which universe do you think I should go to? Among many gods of destruction, Lord Beerus and Lord Quitella of the fourth universe are relatively stronger. Vados said. So, what do you mean by asking me to find gods of destruction Quitella in the fourth universe? Qi Tian looked at Vados and asked. Well, his strength is not much different from Master Beerus. Vados nodded, but there is no big problem with your current strength against him. It is already very good that he can stick to 3 or 5 moves. Okay, I understand, then I will go to the 11th character universe. Qi Tian responded. Vados. Didn't you say you are going to the 4th universe? How did you change to the 11th universe? As far as my current strength, all the gods of destruction combined are not enough for me to fight. Qi Tian sighed, so no matter which universe I go to, the truth is the same. Vados clutched his forehead, not wanting to speak. What do you mean? Do you want to challenge 12 gods of destruction alone? Forget it, it's up to you. It's time for me to travel around. If I have a lot of knowledge, I can step into the door of angel. Qi Tian held his chin in contemplation, and then silently looked at Vados. Why look at me like that? Vados was stunned and asked. You said, if the two of us have a deeper level of physical contact, will they let me open the door of angel? Qi Tian thoughtfully. Vados. What is your logic? It should be, try Vados. Qi Tian proposed. Vados was silent. Well, I still don't force you, I'll look for other universes to see if there is a more beautiful angel. Qi Tian muttered. Vados. Go to the 11th universe first and try your luck. Qi Tian said, don't ventilate with angel of the 11th universe in advance. Don't worry. Vados sighed, I'm not so bored. Then, go. Qi Tian pointed at the direction of the 11th universe. Then, Qi Tian stayed in place motionless. Vados was taken aback for a moment. Why aren't you leaving? Vados asked. It has been teleported. Qi Tian said. Are you going to let your Supreme Kai clone go? Vados understood. Let the clone explore the path first. Qi Tian smiled slightly. Earth. It's been nearly a month. Qi Tian, Gaku, should they be arriving at Namek? Bulma said to Qi Tian behind him while doing research. However, after Bulma finished talking about this product, he found that Qi Tian did not respond. Bulma turned her head and glanced at Qi Tian. What about people? Bulma was speechless. 11th universe. Pride the planet. This is the planet where the Proud Team is located. The entire planet is proud of the Proud Team. Team Pride has also made a name for itself in the entire universe. This is a team whose purpose is to maintain justice. At this time, a giant appeared in a no-man's land on Pride Planet. The members of the Pride team launched a fierce attack on this behemoth. The behemoth looks like a robot, a large robot with great strength. It can be said that if this robot is placed in the 7th universe, it can easily kill Frisia in seconds. Come on, everyone. K-Slough continues to pull hatred. Healing is ready at any time. Deputy Captain Dispo greeted the 4 teammates present. Boom boom. Suddenly, Dispo and his 4 teammates launched a fierce attack on the robot. Qi Tian just teleported to the scene. After seeing this scene in front of me, I almost laughed. Are you playing games? Also pull hatred. Is that guy named KSLR a tank in the team? What? Inside the team, a beautiful girl's magical flames bloomed, covering K-Slal's body. Suddenly, Cassella's injured body immediately returned to normal. Qi Tian knew this beautiful girl. This beautiful girl is also a member of the Pride team, her name is Coquette. Very good, that's it. Dispo increased his speed to the extreme and launched a fierce attack on the robot. Boom! The robot seemed to have been beaten by the grass chicken, and a powerful flame burst out of its body, and with a heavy punch, it directly hit Cocote's chest. Cocote was caught off guard and flew out at the time. Boom! Cocotte fell to the ground and blood spurted wildly. Not good. The treatment is down. Everyone hurry up. Dispo was shocked and greeted the teammates present. Boom boom. Several people present again launched a fierce attack on the robot. White flames burst out from the robot's body. Looking at Kessler again, it is obvious that he can no longer support the attack of the robot.